down and you won't want to, but sit with your thoughts and emotions to see what that voice of guilt is trying to tell you. Because your natural instinct will be to notice the guilt and think, oh my God, run, and distract yourself from the discomfort of it by scrolling or staying in the motion of action. Like I said, slow down and pay attention to, what do you notice? Are you uncomfortable? Do you have racing, anxious thoughts? Does your body feel restless in any way? Do you feel a tight stomach? Is your throat dry? But what you want to pay attention to most of all is the type of guilt that is speaking to you right now. Remember the difference between healthy and unhealthy guilt? Healthy guilt is going to be that voice in your head that is speaking to you from a calm and loving, non-judgmental place, wanting the best for you. Your unhealthy guilt is going to be chastising you, scolding you, judging you, saying things like, how could you have done this? You're such a failure. You're such a reprehensible human being. Whenever a judgment is included, it's unhealthy guilt, much like an angry parent. But the key is to just notice your guilt. You might even say to yourself out loud, oh, this is guilt. Because the thing to note is just because you feel guilty for something doesn't necessarily mean you've done anything wrong, as point 2 highlights. Number 2, identify the rules you've broken. This is where you pay attention to all the shoulds and should nots your guilt is making apparent to you. Now, just like we have healthy and unhealthy guilt, we also have healthy and unhealthy rules. Your rules are your inherent beliefs that guide your behaviour. Unhealthy rules are just unrealistic, perfectionistic standards. Healthy rules are those that steer you in the direction of becoming your best self. Unhealthy rules could include, I should never let friends down. I should always have 100% self-control. Healthy rules include, I don't eat junk food, or I take care of my health. I was going to clarify one more thing, but I just realised point 3 will do so for us. So, moving on. 3, determine if it's unhealthy or unhealthy guilt. Remember, healthy guilt involves realistic rules and self-love. Unhealthy guilt incorporates unrealistic rules and self-attack. And the cycle that plays out with unhealthy guilt, I just wanted to mention, is you convince yourself that if you feel bad enough, then you can atone for your sin. And the reason this doesn't lead to long-term behaviour change is because it comes from a place of fear. Criticising, judging, foisting loads of shame and guilt onto yourself won't make you change or feel motivated to change your behaviour. Now, lastly, the thing I wanted to clarify in the last section, but waited until now, is the easiest way to tell whether the voice in your head is healthy or unhealthy guilt is, after you've highlighted the rule that the guilt wants to make apparent to you, ask yourself, okay, do you agree with this rule? If yes, it's healthy guilt, and there is a lesson to be learned from listening to that voice. However, if you don't agree with the rule because it's an unrealistic expectation or standard, then it's unhealthy guilt speaking to you. And you still have a lesson to learn, but it's a slightly different one. 2 more, number 4. Ooh. Right. Understand the message. Very simply here, all you do after you've observed the guilt, not reacted to it, identified what rules you've broken, and determined whether it's healthy or unhealthy guilt, that voice in your head, you simply ask yourself, what action is the guilt trying to get you to do or not do in the future? Remembering, if a judgment comes as an answer to this question and no proactive answer, then it's unhealthy guilt. And lastly, number 5, numero 5, or how do you say 5 in Italian? Non lo so. Take new action. Listen, mate, you cannot beat, judge or berate yourself into behaviour change. We've covered that already. You need to act from a positive place if you want to change your behaviour. So when you hear that voice of unhealthy guilt begin to judge you in your head, stand up, walk away while saying, okay, this self-attack is not helpful, I can do so much better. And at the risk of getting a bit woo-woo, so get your sick buckets out, you need to disconnect from the feeling of guilt in your head and get into your heart. I know. Well, stay with me. Hear me out. And send the guilt as much love as you possibly can. Okay? And understand that whatever you've done is forgivable. There is nothing that is unforgivable. I'm going to get roasted for that in the comments, but you get my point. You might want to consider for your new action, okay, do you need to apologise to someone? Do you need to change a behaviour, a habit, or a way of relating to others? Do you need to create a new ritual or a new practice in order to help you feel calmer and more patient and clearer? And lastly, do you need to decide on a new action with the healthy guilt guiding you forward? Notice how liberating that feels. And lastly, you want to state a new proclamation for yourself in your new action with the sentence of, in my reality. So, in my reality, it's okay to say no when I want or need to. In my reality, it's okay for others to feel temporarily disappointed. And lastly, in my reality, I accept I won't have 100% self-control 24/7. Now, before we summarise and I give you a big fat kiss goodbye, there's one tiny more thing that I want to clarify. Now, what we just covered, taking new action, involves the process of setting new rules for yourself. But sometimes you're going to be more better off if you don't set new rules, but just let go of old ones. For example, I should never feel angry. I should never feel anxious. I should never make a mistake. I should always know what to say. I should never hurt anyone's feelings. I should never upset anybody. I should always have 100% self-control 24/7. I should be able to predict all outcomes. I should obtain whatever it is you want now. Hopefully, while listening to that, you were thinking only a madman or an insane person would have such rules. But I guarantee you have a few of these, as do I. Mainly programmed from your childhood or just experiences you haven't unpacked. So, as mentioned, highlight your unhealthy rules, the rules you don't agree with and don't want to live up to, and just get rid of them. I'm excited to say I'm currently researching for a big video all about how to reprogram your most fundamental beliefs and thoughts, the ones that don't serve you, and how to reprogram your self-image. So if you want to see that video, drop a comment of a dolphin in the comments. Wait, I don't actually think there are dolphin emojis. A dragon. Moving on. So, In summary, guilt can be healthy and unhealthy. Unhealthy guilt does not serve you. Manage with guilt. Acknowledge and allow the guilt. Identify the rule or rules you've broken. Determine if the guilt is healthy or unhealthy. Understand the message and take new action. Thank you very much to Aziz Gazipura, who wrote the Spellbounding article, and thank you for being alive and dedicating your time and attention to this video. Stay disciplined, playful, and dangerous. Adios, muchachos y muchachas. Nos vemos muy pronto.
Hello there. I'm going to answer this question in one sentence. Then I will go on for the rest of the episode to explain what that one sentence.
You're a victim to your bad habits. You cause your own suffering. You feel like a failure. You cower in the face of fear. You make social mistakes. You relapse into your addictions, and you hurt other people through your actions, all of which creates the feeling of guilt and shame. Guilt is based on what you do. Shame is based on who you are. So the sequence plays out. You feel guilty. You feel uncomfortable because guilt isn't a very nice emotion to feel, so you lean into your bad habits to give you short-term relief from the discomfort of the guilt. And the self-destructive cycle of your self-sabotage plays out. So why is it important to forgive yourself and learn how to manage your guilt? It's because if you don't, you are going to have a terrible relationship with yourself. You are always going to self-sabotage. You're never going to be able to change your behavior, and you will always be your own worst enemy. So we're going to learn how not to do this right now. First up, what is guilt? Guilt is an emotion that arises from your perception that you've done something wrong, leading to the feeling of anxiety and pressure. The anxiety stems from the prediction you have that something bad will happen, such as other people might judge you, you'll be disliked, you'll lose your status as a good person, or whatever identity you uphold. The pressure arises from your desire to fix the situation, to find a solution, apologise, or make things right in order to feel relief. Essentially, think about guilt in terms of rules. You feel guilty when you break one of your rules. But there's a difference between healthy and unhealthy guilt. First of all, healthy guilt activates when you've broken a reasonable rule you agree with. Unhealthy guilt activates anytime you break any rule, regardless of whether that rule is unreasonable or not. Healthy guilt is experienced when someone is hurting in direct response to your action. Unhealthy guilt is experienced when someone is upset, regardless of whether your action caused it or not. Short-lived, healthy guilt, is short-lived with a clear path to correction. Unhealthy guilt is long-lasting with no clear way to make amends, and it's also plaguing you with shame. Lastly, healthy guilt is constructive, and it guides your future behaviours in terms of what to do or what not to do. Unhealthy guilt, its purpose is to punish you, and it has an abusive quality to it. Let me see if I can illustrate this. Brilliant. Instead of illustrating, I've completely marked the whiteboard. Oh. Healthy guilt acknowledges your error without intensifying or downplaying it, and it clearly outlines what action you need to take now to rectify it, all without abusing or tearing yourself apart, as unhealthy guilt would do. How dare you, you failure. Whereas healthy guilt would say, hey dude, don't do that again. Okay, let's imagine you've relapsed into one of your bad habits. Healthy guilt would say to you, I relapsed. Oh man, that's pretty bad. Ouch. I didn't say ouch because I hit my head. I said ouch because of the thing. I feel awful. Okay, what can I do now to make it better? 1, stop scrolling, go for a walk and clear my head. 2, I need to realise this doesn't set me back to 0%. And 3, okay, I can then sit down and dissect what went wrong. Remember, it's proactive and it doesn't abuse you. Unhealthy guilt. I've relapsed again. Oh, that's terrible. I'm such an idiot. I keep trying, but nothing works. Everything I do fails. I'll never overcome this. I was 20 days clean. Now I've ruined it all. I'm such a failure. No proactive action to go forward. Unhealthy guilt just makes everything worse, no matter what you've done. And it just keeps you locked in your spiral of procrastination, self-loathing, shame. So Lewis, what can we do about this? I hear you asking. Well, there is an incredible psychotherapist called Aziz Gazipura who wrote a superb article outlining 5 ways we can healthily manage our guilt so we can free ourselves from these self-destructive loops. Okay, so you've done something that has made you feel guilty. Number 1, acknowledge and allow the guilt. Don't react to it. Examine it. Slow down, and you won't want to, but sit with your thoughts and emotions to see what that voice of guilt is trying to tell you. Because your natural instinct will be to notice the guilt and think, oh my god, run, and distract yourself from the discomfort of it by scrolling or staying in the motion of action. Like I said, slow down and pay attention to, what do you notice? Are you uncomfortable? Do you have racing, anxious thoughts? Does your body feel restless in any way? Do you feel a tight stomach? Is your throat dry? But what you want to pay attention to most of all is the type of guilt that is speaking to you right now. Remember the difference between healthy and unhealthy guilt? Healthy guilt is going to be that voice in your head that is speaking to you from a calm and loving, non-judgmental place, wanting the best for you. Your unhealthy guilt is going to be chastising you, scolding you, judging you, saying things like, how could you have done this? You're such a failure. You're such a reprehensible human being. Whenever a judgment is included, it's unhealthy guilt, much like an angry parent. But the key is to just notice your guilt. You might even say to yourself out loud, this is guilt. Because the thing to know is just because you feel guilty for something doesn't necessarily mean you've done anything wrong, as point 2 highlights. Number 2, identify the rules you've broken. This is where you pay attention to all the shoulds and should nots your guilt is making apparent to you. Now, just like we have healthy and unhealthy guilt, we also have healthy and unhealthy rules. Your rules are your inherent beliefs that guide your behaviour. Unhealthy rules are just unrealistic, perfectionistic standards. Healthy rules are those that steer you in the direction of becoming your best self. Unhealthy rules could include, I should never let friends down. I should always have 100% self-control. Healthy rules include, I don't eat junk food, or I take care of my health. I was going to clarify one more thing, but I just realised point 3 will do so for us. So, moving on. 3. Determine if it's unhealthy or unhealthy guilt. Remember, healthy guilt involves realistic rules and self-love. Unhealthy guilt incorporates unrealistic rules and self-attack. And the cycle that plays out with unhealthy guilt, I just wanted to mention, is you convince yourself that if you feel bad enough, then you can atone for your sin. And the reason this doesn't lead to long-term behaviour change is because it comes from a place of fear. Criticising, judging, foisting loads of shame and guilt onto yourself won't make you change or feel motivated to change your behaviour. Now, lastly, the thing I wanted to clarify in the last section, but waited until now, is the easiest way to tell whether the voice in your head is healthy or unhealthy guilt is, after you've highlighted the rule that the guilt wants to make apparent to you, ask yourself, okay, do you agree with this rule? If yes, it's healthy guilt, and there is a lesson to be learned from listening to that voice. However, if you don't agree with the rule because it's an unrealistic expectation or standard, then it's unhealthy guilt speaking to you. And you still have a lesson to learn, but it's a slightly different one. 2 more, number 4. Ooh, it rhymes. Understand the message. Very simply here, all you do after you've observed the guilt, not reacted to it, identified what rules you've broken, and determined whether it's healthy or unhealthy guilt, that voice in your head, you simply ask yourself, what action is the guilt trying to get you to do or not do in the future? Remembering, if a judgment comes as an answer to this question and no proactive answer, then it's unhealthy guilt. And lastly, number 5, numero 5, or how do you say 5 in Italian? Non lo so. Take new action. Listen, mate, you cannot beat, judge or berate yourself into behaviour change. We've covered that already. You need to act from a positive place if you want to change your behaviour. So when you hear that voice of unhealthy guilt begin to judge you in your head, stand up, walk away while saying, okay, this self-attack is not helpful, I can do so much better. And at the risk of getting a bit woo-woo, so get your sick buckets out, you need to disconnect from the feeling of guilt in your head and get into your heart. I know. Well, stay with me. Hear me out. And send the guilt as much love as you possibly can. Okay? And understand that whatever you've done is forgivable. There is nothing that is unforgivable. I'm going to get roasted for that in the comments, but you get my point. You might want to consider for your new action, okay, do you need to apologise to someone? Do you need to change a behaviour, a habit, or a way of relating to others? Do you need to create a new ritual or a new practice in order to help you feel calmer and more patient and clearer? And lastly, do you need to decide on a new action with the healthy guilt guiding you forward? Notice how liberating that feels. And lastly, you want to state a new proclamation for yourself in your new action with the sentence of, in my reality. So, in my reality, it's okay to say no when I want or need to. In my reality, it's okay for others to feel temporarily disappointed. And lastly, in my reality, I accept I won't have 100% self-control 24/7. Now, before we summarise and I give you a big fat kiss goodbye, there's one tiny more thing that I want to clarify. Now, what we just covered, taking new action, involves the process of setting new rules for yourself. But sometimes you're going to be more better off if you don't set new rules, but just let go of old ones. For example, I should never feel angry. I should never feel anxious. I should never make a mistake. I should always know what to say. I should never hurt anyone's feelings. I should never upset anybody. I should always have 100% self-control 24/7. I should be able to predict all outcomes. I should obtain whatever it is you want now. Hopefully, while listening to that, you were thinking only a madman or an insane person would have such rules. But I guarantee you have a few of these, as do I. Mainly programmed from your childhood or just experiences you haven't unpacked. So, as mentioned, highlight your unhealthy rules, the rules you don't agree with and don't want to live up to, and just get rid of them. I'm excited to say I'm currently researching for a big video all about how to reprogram your most fundamental beliefs and thoughts, the ones that don't serve you, and how to reprogram your self-image. So if you want to see that video, drop a comment of a dolphin in the comments. Wait, I don't actually think there are dolphin emojis. A dragon. Moving on. So, in summary, guilt can be healthy and unhealthy. Unhealthy guilt does not serve you. Manage with guilt. Acknowledge and allow the guilt. Identify the rule or rules you've broken. Determine if the guilt is healthy or unhealthy. Understand the message and take new action. Thank you very much to Aziz Gazipura, who wrote the spellbounding article, and thank you for being alive and dedicating your time and attention to this video. Stay disciplined, playful, and dangerous. Adios, muchachos y muchachas. Nos vemos muy pronto.
Kennst du das Gefühl, du möchtest gerne was Neues beginnen, aber du kannst dich einfach nicht aufraffen oder vieles funktioniert einfach nicht. Und dann geht ein Tag vorbei und noch einer und du wirst jeden Tag ein bisschen missmutiger, weil du würdest so gerne Neues tun, aber irgendwie kommt nichts Neues zu dir und du kannst auch nichts Neues entstehen lassen. Und das wollen wir uns in diesem Video anschauen. Wie kannst du das verändern? Denn dafür verantwortlich sind 4 Räume und die wollen wir uns anschauen. Also, da geht es darum, dass wir tatsächlich Raum für Neues schaffen. Denn wir können nichts Neues beginnen, wenn wir übervoll sind. Wenn Altes um uns herum noch mehr oder weniger die ganze Vase uns sozusagen voll machen, wie soll da noch etwas Neues entstehen oder Neues hineinpassen? Also es geht darum, Raum für Neues schaffen, im Innen wie auch im Außen, denn du kannst nichts empfangen, nichts Neues entdecken, nichts Neues zulassen, wenn deine Hände, dein Geist, dein Herz noch mit ganz anderen Dingen beschäftigt sind und dich festhalten. Nur ein leerer Kelch kann neu gefüllt werden. Okay, lass uns doch mal diese 4 Räume anschauen. Erster Raum ist der körperliche Raum. Also deine äußere Welt ist Spiegelbild natürlich deiner inneren Welt. Und wenn bei dir zu Hause deine Räume chaotisch sind, unordentlich sind, oder vielleicht sogar überhaupt nicht gepflegt, dann ist es innen bei dir ebenso. Also geh doch mal durch deine Räume so ein bisschen durch und schau sie dir an. Wie sieht das denn aus? Dein Wohnzimmer, dein Schlafzimmer, das Bad, das Eingangsbereich. Genauso wie das bei dir aussieht, sieht es in dir aus. Ist es ein Ort, wo du sagst, ah, wie schön, da kann ich entspannen, ah, da halte ich mich gerne auf? Oder siehst du ganz viele Dinge, die entweder Chaos sind, unordentlich sind oder die ständig aufrufen, ich sollte mal dies tun, oder aber vielleicht hast du ganz viele Dinge, die alt sind und gar nicht mehr zu dir gehören. Also, was halte ich noch fest, das ich gar nicht mehr brauche? Das ist die Frage. Also, frag dich doch mal, wenn du durch deine Räume gehst, was halte ich eigentlich noch fest, was ich überhaupt nicht mehr brauche? Mit diesem Blickwinkel gehst du durch deine Wohnung. Und beginnen kannst du, wenn du heute eine kleine Ecke aufräumst. Nicht alles. Also nimm dir nicht zu viel vor, das funktioniert nie, kennen wir. Nur eine kleine Ecke, die möchtest du gerne aufräumen. Und da sortierst du etwas aus, was du vielleicht gar nicht mehr brauchst, was dir vielleicht gar keine Freude mehr bringt. Und dann spürst du mal hinein, was macht das mit dir, wenn du etwas losgelassen hast? Dann wirst du wahrscheinlich eine energetische Erleichterung spüren. Oh, und auch die große Entscheidung. Ja, ich gebe es weg. Das ist eine große Entscheidung. Also, entrümpeln ist energetisches Befreien. Und damit könntest du heute beginnen. Raum 1. Raum 2 ist der mentale Raum. Da geht es um mentales Loslassen. Alte Gedanken blockieren neue Wege. Und da kannst du dich auch fragen, wie oft drehe ich mich eigentlich im Kreis mit meinen uralten Gedanken, mit meinen Sorgen, mit meinen Zweifeln? Wie oft erzähle ich immer wieder die gleichen Geschichten, wie schlecht es mir geht, wie meine Situation gerade beschaffen ist? Aber natürlich auch, vielleicht denkst du immer wieder an deine Vergangenheit, all dies, was da geschehen ist. Und was dich heute noch immer in deinem Leben bestimmt. So, und da sehen wir schon, wenn wir mit diesen Gedanken ständig beschäftigt sind, wie sollen da neue Gedanken Platz finden? Dann können wir vielleicht mal kurz, okay, ich habe einen neuen Gedanken, wie schön, aber dann hören wir mit diesen neuen Gedanken auf und dann kommen wieder alle alten Gedanken, die uns einnehmen. Also auch da ist ganz wichtig, in dem mentalen Raum Dinge loszulassen, Gedanken loszulassen, alte Glaubenssätze loszulassen. Glaubenssätze wie, ich schaffe das alles gar nicht, ich kann das nicht gut genug, ich bin es gar nicht wert. Auf meiner Webseite, Pierre Frank, habe ich hunderte von diesen alten Glaubenssätzen. Vielleicht hast du Lust mal reinzuschauen? Und schau mal, welche Glaubenssätze bei dir stattfinden. Und du wirst erstaunt sein, wie viele es sein können. Diese Gedanken sind wie alte Programme, die dich immer wieder und immer wieder und immer wieder das Gleiche erleben lassen. Also sie halten dich ständig in den alten Realitäten gefangen. Kein angenehmer Gedanke. So, und deswegen nimm dir doch mal einen kleinen Moment Zeit. Und dann schreib einen Gedanken auf. Nur einen einzigen, den du heute vielleicht gerne loslassen möchtest. Einer reicht. Auch da nimm dir nicht zu viel vor. Schreib ihn dir auf und dann anschließend verbrenne diesen Gedanken. In einem kleinen Ritual, in einer Vase oder draußen im Freien. Und wenn du ihn verbrennst, spür hinein, wie du diesen Gedanken loslässt. Er darf gerne weggehen von dir. Und sag dir innerlich immer, ich entlasse dich aus meinem Feld. Ich bin nun offen und bereit für Neues. Ich bin bereit für all das Neue, was zu mir kommen darf. Das heißt, wir entlassen einen Gedanken und laden gleichzeitig Neues in unser Leben ein. Also wir leeren diesen Raum ein bisschen. Es ist ja nur ein Gedanke, den wir heute loslassen. Wir leeren diesen Raum ein bisschen und füllen diesen Raum mit wundervollen neuen Dingen. Okay, das war der zweite Raum. Kommen wir zum dritten Raum. Der dritte Raum ist der emotionale Raum. Und der emotionale Raum, da geht es um Heilung durch Anerkennung. Wir haben ja ganz viele Gefühle in uns, die wir vielleicht gar nicht mehr zulassen wollen. Und viele Blockaden in uns entstehen, weil wir Gefühle abkapseln, weil wir sie abgrenzen, weil wir sie bewerten, weil wir Gefühle unterdrücken, sie tabuisieren. Ah, das will ich nicht mehr, nein, dieses Gefühl mag ich gar nicht. Aber wir wissen, wenn wir Gefühle unterdrücken, haben wir sie nicht mehr im Griff. Das heißt, sie entstehen. Irgendeine Situation und bumm macht es. Und diese Emotion wird plötzlich frei und wir sind nur noch Beifahrer unserer Emotionen. Kein schönes Gefühl. Also, erkenne deine alten Verletzungen an. Verletzungen sind Gefühle. Erkenne deine Vergangenheit an. Erkenne alle Gefühle, die du hast, an. Und dazu gehört natürlich auch all die Zurückweisungen, all die Verletzungen, all die Trennungen, all die Schmerzen, die du mal gehabt hast und die du natürlich nie wieder haben möchtest. Aber dann schieben wir diese Emotionen auch weg. Also beginne doch einmal damit, dass du eine alte Verletzung, auch wieder, wir sind nur bei einer, anerkennst, ohne Urteil, ohne sie zu bewerten. Ja, das hat stattgefunden in meinem Leben. Ja, das ist ein Teil von mir. Ja, das trage ich noch heute in mir. Und wenn du spontan nicht darauf kommst, dann kannst du dich auch fragen, welches Gefühl klopft eigentlich schon seit einiger Zeit an meiner Tür? Und du siehst schon, ich lächle so ein bisschen, ich lade dieses Gefühl ein. Und wenn das Gefühl da ist und du spürst, dann atme es mal ganz bewusst durch dein Herz hindurch. Und dann stell dir vor, wie dort in deinem Herzen ein goldenes Licht entsteht. Dort, wo deine Emotionen, die du nicht mehr haben willst, die du dort hineinleitest. Dort entsteht ein goldenes Licht. Weil was dann entsteht, ist Mitgefühl. In diesem Fall Mitgefühl mit dir selber. Mitgefühl ist Heilung. Wenn Mitgefühl beginnt, beginnt Transformation. Also Heilung ist nicht vergessen. Heilung ist Frieden mit dem Vergangenen. Das war der 3. Raum. Kommen wir zum 4. Das ist der spirituelle Raum. Das ist dort, wo der Ruf deiner Seele zu Hause ist. Wenn du alten Ballast loslässt, wenn also Räume wieder frei sind, wenn sie leer werden, wenn sie offen sind für Neues, dann wird natürlich auch der Raum frei für das, was wirklich zu dir gehört. Nicht das, was der Verstand sich einbildet, sondern das, was vielleicht dein Seelenauftrag ist. Vielleicht spürst du schon den Unterschied. Vielleicht spürst du schon auch eine Sehnsucht. Deine Seele wartet bereits, aber sie ist sehr leise. Sie ist nicht laut, aber wenn wir uns mal anschauen, was hier um uns herum passiert, das lärmt und brüllt und ist rasend laut, da können wir den Ruf unserer Seele nicht hören. Aber je leerer du wirst, desto klarer kannst du sie hören. Wie hören wir nun unsere Seele? Also spür doch mal hinein. Was ruft? Was ruft dich? Du kannst doch fragen, was darf jetzt Neues in mein Leben kommen? Und zwar vollkommen bewertungsfrei. Einfach nur entstehen lassen. Und dann schließ dir die Augen und stell dir vor, wie goldenes Licht durch diesen leeren Raum geht. Wie dieses goldene Licht durch diesen leeren Raum in deinem Herzen fließt. Wir haben ja ganz viele Räume jetzt geschaffen. Und da können neue andere Dinge kommen. Aber es dürfen auch spirituelle Dinge kommen. Es darf auch dein Seelenauftrag durchscheinen. Und dabei musst du nicht alles wissen. Du musst auch nicht alles verstehen. Das einzig Wichtige daran ist, dass du bereit bist. Ich bin offen und bereit. Stell dir vor, da ist dein Herz, goldenes Licht, fällt in diesen wundervollen leeren Raum und dort darf sich all das zeigen. Und denk daran, wenn du dich einfach mal hinsetzt und die Augen schließt, dann schieb all das mal beiseite, diesen ganzen Lärm, all das, was ständig da ist, natürlich auch dein Lärm in deinem Kopf, deine Gedanken, die da ständig rotieren, die da ständig deine Sorgen dir vor dir ausbreiten. Dann sag all denen mal, okay, bitte, ich verabrede mit euch, ich kümmere mich wieder um euch, wir können uns gleich wieder unterhalten, weil ich brauche 5 Minuten jetzt für mich, um diesen Raum, der jetzt leer geworden ist, diesen Raum mit dem Ruf meiner Seele zu füllen. Und dann spür mal hinein, was das mit dir macht, diese Vorstellung. Auch da, übernimm dich nicht. 5 Minuten reichen voll auf. Schieb alles beiseite, visualisiere dieses goldene Licht, visualisiere diesen leeren Raum und was ruft dich, was darf Neues in dein Leben kommen? Dann spür, wie sich das anfühlt. Ich würde mich riesig freuen, wenn du in die Kommentare schreibst, wie es dir mit diesen 4 Räumen geht, was du entdeckt hast für dich. Inspiriere uns alle ein bisschen und gib mir einen Daumen nach oben, machst mir die große Freude, abonniere den Kanal, klick auf die kleine Glocke, dann wirst du informiert, wenn ein neues Video von mir erscheint. Und natürlich Happiness House, bist du jederzeit willkommen da. Reden wir genau darüber, über den Ruf der Seele. Was darf alles Neues in dir entstehen? Ich würde mich freuen, dich in Happiness House begrüßen zu können. Den Link findest du gleich unter diesem Video. In diesem Sinne, Gott segne dich. Alles Liebe, dein Pierre.
Hallo ihr Lieben, mein Name ist Pierre Frank und heute unterhalten wir uns ein bisschen über den Seelenpartner. Genauer gesagt, heute schauen wir uns an, woran erkennst du eigentlich, dass du deinen Seelenpartner getroffen hast oder ihn gerade triffst? Und weil mich so viele gefragt haben über den Seelenpartner, was ist das eigentlich? Wie lerne ich den kennen? Woher weiß ich, dass ich mit jemandem zusammenlebe? Mache ich auch ein paar kleinere Videos darüber. Also einmal, wie lerne ich meinen Seelenpartner kennen? Dann, wie finde ich meinen Seelenpartner? Wie erkenne ich ihn? Und natürlich auch, wie ist es eigentlich, wenn ich mit jemandem zusammenlebe? Und natürlich auch, was ist das eigentlich, einen Seelenpartner? Und heute, weil das die meiste Frage war, die ich von euch bekommen habe in letzter Zeit, wie erkenne ich eigentlich meinen Seelenpartner? Es kann ja sein, dass mein Seelenpartner vielleicht schon an mir vorbeiläuft und jetzt gerade vielleicht da vorbeihuscht und ich erkenne ihn gar nicht. Und das wäre das Schlimmste, was mir passieren könnte. Also, um das ein bisschen genauer zu beleuchten, möchte ich dir gerne hier 18 wichtige Punkte zeigen, die darauf hindeuten können, nicht müssen, können, dass es sich um einen Seelenpartner handelt. Und wenn ich jetzt diese 18 Punkte, die ich mir hier notiert habe, dir so ein bisschen mal erzähle, dann müssen aber nicht alle 18 Punkte auf dich zutreffen. Es kann sein, dass 2, 3, 4 oder 5 solche Punkte vielleicht auf dich zutreffen. Und falls du jetzt vielleicht sagst, oh Gott, das trifft ja zu und das auch und wir sind nicht mehr zusammen, also hab keine Sorge, Seelenpartner, und darüber werde ich auch in einem anderen Video mal ausführlicher reden, Seelenpartner finden immer zusammen. Ja, sie können sich auch wieder trennen, dafür gibt es auch verschiedene Gründe, aber sie werden immer wieder zusammenkommen und die tiefe Liebe, diese tiefe Nähe und das tiefe Vertrauen wird immer bestehen bleiben. So, also deswegen macht jetzt mal keine Sorgen und Seelenpartner ist etwas sehr Entspanntes, etwas sehr Ruhiges, ist nicht etwas, wo wir nachhecheln müssen oder Gott, das muss so sein, im Gegenteil. Seelenpartner zeichnen sich dadurch aus, dass man eine tiefe Gewissheit hat und bitteschön beide diese tiefe Gewissheit haben und nicht nur eine Person, denn ganz oft ist es so, dass wir sagen, das ist mein Seelenpartner, aber da steckt dann so viel Projektion dahinter, aber auch so viel Ernst und so viel Muss und so viel Sorge und Angst, dass er vielleicht wieder verschwinden könnte. Dass es ganz oft gar nicht tatsächlich der Seelenpartner ist, sondern einfach nur aus einem Mangel entspringt, wo wir glauben, wenn dieser Mensch nicht mehr in meinem Leben ist, dann bin ich verloren. etc. Also wir alle kennen solche Gefühle, ich auch. Und ich hatte da natürlich das Glück, dass ich meinen Seelenpartner getroffen habe, aber eben auch nicht sofort. Wer meine Lebensgeschichte so ein bisschen kennt, weiß, da gab es viele, viele Versuche, Try and Error und viele Enttäuschungen und auch viele Dinge, wo ich mir gedacht habe, oh, das ist der Mensch, mit dem ich gerne zusammenbleiben möchte und sein möchte. Und hat sich dann doch herausgestellt, nee, das entsprang auch wieder aus einem Mangel, aus einer tieferen Sehnsucht heraus, dass ich diesen Bereich gerne aufgefüllt haben möchte. Und deswegen, falls du in einer Situation bist, wo der Seelenpartner nicht da ist oder noch nicht da ist, der wird kommen. Und ich glaube, unser Lebensweg ist dafür bestimmt, dass wir tatsächlich viele Versuche machen. Gerade was Partnerschaften betrifft, denn ist ja klar, Partnerschaften müssen wir lernen, wie alles andere auch. Wie wir lernen müssen, Eltern zu werden und Auto zu fahren und Kommunikation mit anderen Menschen aufrechtzuerhalten, so müssen wir natürlich auch lernen, Partnerschaften zu führen. Und wie wir alle kennen, gehen wir am Anfang natürlich immer ganz romantisch an Partnerschaften heran. Dann denken wir, die Partnerschaft muss so sein. Ah, das ist ja nur noch Gold. Und dann stellen wir fest, ja, aber wir sind ja auch nicht nur Gold. Wir haben ja auch ganz viele Aspekte in uns mitgebracht und die wir ausleben müssen und dürfen. Und deswegen haben wir verschiedene Partnerschaften, um zu erkennen, da geht es ganz viel um Kompromisse, da geht es ganz viel um alte Verletzungen, um Aufarbeitung von alten Verletzungen. Da geht es darum, Nähe zuzulassen, Hingabe zu lernen, Treue, Vertrauen und. Und das lernen wir anhand von Partnerschaften. Und das lernen wir auch ganz oft durch Schmerzen, wo jemand den Finger auf die Wunde legt und wir halten es aus oder wir halten es nicht aus. Aber Partnerschaften ist der schnellste Weg der Persönlichkeitsentwicklung. Und auch das gleich vorweg, weil es ja ganz oft auch mir geschrieben worden ist, aber ich bin ein glücklicher Single, deswegen bin ich doch nicht ein zweitklassiger Mensch, überhaupt nicht. Wir können auch sehr gut ein Leben uns ausgesucht haben, wo es wundervoll ist, Single zu sein, wenn es nicht aus einer Verletzung heraus entspringt. Also nicht, wenn wir Single geworden sind, weil wir verletzt worden sind und denken, okay, ich bin ohne einen anderen Menschen wesentlich besser dran, als wenn ich wieder jemanden so nah an mich heranlasse. Es kann aber sein, dass eine Lebensform für mich super ist, wo ich sage, nein, ich bin eigentlich so beschäftigt mit mir selber, da ist nicht viel Raum für einen anderen Menschen. Oder ich bin so gerne unterwegs oder ich reise gerne oder dass ich einfach als Single super gut und sehr zufrieden bin. Also das kannst nur du beurteilen. Deswegen, Partnerschaft ist nicht der bessere Weg. Single sein ist auch nicht der bessere Weg. Es sind zwei verschiedene Lebensformen und beide haben ihre Berechtigung. Und deswegen, wenn wir jetzt über den Seelenpartner sprechen, heißt es nicht, dass du unbedingt einen haben musst, wenn du meinst, nein, Single-Dasein ist super. So, also, aber jetzt wollen wir anfangen. Und zwar, hier kommen jetzt 18 Merkmale, an denen du erkennst, dass du deinen Seelenpartner getroffen hast. Weil das ist die größte Sorge von den meisten Menschen. Vielleicht treffe ich ihn ja, vielleicht ist er bereits hier, vielleicht bin ich bereits in seiner Nähe oder ich tausche mich bereits mit ihm aus. Und merke gar nicht, upsala, das könnte doch vielleicht ein Seelenpartner von mir sein. So, also, der erste Punkt. Man ist sich so seltsam vertraut. Schon beim ersten Kennenlernen spürt man eine seltsame Vertrautheit. Es ist, als würde man sich schon immer kennen, da ist nichts Fremdes. Nicht selten redet man bereits beim ersten Treffen über Dinge, die man mit anderen noch nie in dieser Tiefe ausgetauscht hat. Das ist meistens etwas, was uns sehr verblüfft. Wir treffen jemanden, wir sind mit ihm zusammen, dann müssen wir überhaupt noch nicht an irgendwas Intimes denken oder wir müssen auch nicht daran denken, dass wir mit diesem Menschen zusammengehen wollen, sondern wir treffen ihn, wir reden und stellen fest, dass wir über Dinge reden, die wir normalerweise verschweigen. Aber es ist ganz natürlich, sich mit diesem anderen Menschen darüber auszutauschen. Und auch da, bitteschön, es ist nicht ein einseitiges Austauschen. Es ist nicht, dass du plötzlich Dinge erzählst und der andere nicht, sondern es ist tatsächlich ein Austausch, so als wäre man sich bereits unglaublich vertraut. Und wie ich ja gesagt habe, Michael und ich, wir empfinden uns beide als Seelenpartner und da war es auch von der ersten Sekunde an so. Wir sahen uns und wir sprachen über Dinge, über die man normalerweise nicht zu Beginn redet. Und Michael und ich, wir haben uns ja hauptsächlich am Telefon kennengelernt und auch da ein wildfremder Mensch und dennoch entstand da sofort eine Vertrautheit. Und wir unterhielten uns über Dinge, die ich eigentlich bis dato geheim gehalten hatte. Nicht bewusst, weil es ein Geheimnis war, aber weil man sich darüber schämt, weil es einem peinlich ist, weil man nicht unbedingt auch solche Bereiche von sich zeigen möchte. Und siehe da war jemand, mit dem man auf ganz natürliche Weise darüber sprach. Und es war wundervoll. Und noch wundervoller war es, da war ein anderer Mensch, der sich genauso offenbart. Also das ist zum Beispiel so ein Hinweis, man ist sich seltsam vertraut und wundert sich, dass man plötzlich über Dinge redet, freimütig, offen, liebevoll, die man bis dahin vielleicht eher verschwiegen hat. Zweitens, etwas ist anders. Meist hat man schon so einige Beziehungen hinter sich, klar, haben wir wahrscheinlich alle schon. Doch diesmal ist alles anders. Als hätte eine höhere Ordnung beide zusammengeführt. Also wir reden jetzt nicht darüber, dass Bumm macht und wir stürzen uns in eine Partnerschaft hinein, sondern wir reden darüber, dass irgendwie ist es anders. Also nicht so, wie wir es bisher kennen. Man verliebt sich und es gibt nur noch diesen anderen Menschen. Nein, es ist irgendwie, wir wurden irgendwie zusammengeführt. Also da ist einmal diese Vertrautheit und dann dieses Gefühl von, da hat irgendetwas zusammengedriftet. Das sind zwei Resonanzfelder, die einfach sich gerade überlagern. Und du siehst schon, wie ich darüber rede. Es ist ruhig, es ist nicht aufgeregt, sondern wow. Okay, dritter Punkt. Man ist verwirrt. Gut, das bin ich öfters. Nee, im Blödsinn, aber natürlich, man ist verwirrt. Das sind wir ganz oft natürlich, weil natürlich die Umgebung uns so viel mit Input zuschüttet, dass wir ganz oft auch in Verwirrung gehen. Aber diese Verwirrung ist anders. Es ist verwirrend, dass beide wissen, was der andere denkt und fühlt, ohne dass man darüber spricht. Meist ist man verwundert, dass man sich so nah ist, obwohl man sich doch fremd sein sollte. Also, das ist in der Tat etwas verwirrend. Beide wissen, also wie der andere denkt und wie der andere fühlt. Normalerweise in Partnerschaften ist es ja so, dass wir erst im Laufe der Zeit entdecken dürfen, so fühlst du, wenn ich das sage, dann empfindest du das, wenn das passiert, dann teilst du dies auf diese Art und Weise mit. Und hier ist es ganz anders. Man weiß, wie der andere fühlt. Und es ist nichts Rationales, sondern es ist etwas Schwingungsgleiches. Ich weiß, wie er im Moment empfindet. Und deswegen ist es auch so wundervoll, wenn wir wissen, wie der andere empfindet, müssen wir nicht jemand nachfragen, wie fühlst du, wie denkst du, was meinst du, ach so, ich dachte, du hättest es ganz anders aufgefasst, sondern wir spüren das. Okay, also man ist sich seltsam vertraut, etwas ist anders, man ist verwirrt, dass man so viel weiß, wie der andere denkt und fühlt. 4. Man hat unglaublich viel zu reden. Und es ist, als könnte jedes Wort, jeder Satz von einem selber stammen. Man denkt über so vieles vollkommen gleich. Normalerweise ist es ja so, wenn wir jemanden treffen, dann reden wir vielleicht auch viel. Wir reden vielleicht, weil wir nervös sind oder weil wir uns von der schönsten Seite zeigen wollen oder wir möchten einfach flirrend erscheinen, lebendig. Also da gibt es meistens irgendwie einen Grund, warum wir reden. Wenn wir unseren Seelenpartner treffen, dann reden wir auch viel. Und es ist aber eine andere Form der Sprache. Weil wenn der andere zu dir spricht, dann ist es so, als, Moment mal, das sage ich ja auch immer. Das denke ich ja auch immer. Genau so äußere ich mich auch. Also wir haben das Gefühl, wir hätten uns auf Band aufgenommen und lassen es abspielen, nur jetzt mit einer männlichen oder weiblichen Stimme. Und da kommen wir natürlich wieder zurück zum ersten Punkt. Man ist sich unglaublich vertraut, denn wenn der andere etwas redet und man weiß, man könnte bei jedem Satz sagen, ja, stimmt, oh wow, genau, ja, das fühle ich auch so, das empfinde ich auch so. Und ganz wichtig dabei ist, dass auch wenn wir reden, dass wir authentisch sind. Wie gesagt, wir sind ja voller Vertrauen, man ist sich vertraut und deswegen reden wir über Dinge, über die wir normalerweise nicht reden. Also wir lügen Dinge auch nicht schön. Also nehmen wir an, ja, ich will auch immer in die Berge und dann ist mir, nein, das nicht. Sondern man spricht auch über tiefere Dinge und hat das Gefühl, also ich weiß, dass ich das fühle, ich verstelle mich nicht. Und wenn der andere das bestätigt oder auf seine Weise reflektiert, hat man selber wieder das Gefühl, man weiß genau, worüber der spricht. Weil man hätte es vielleicht anders formuliert, aber vom Inhalt her genau gleich gesprochen. Okay. 5. Man kennt sich irgendwie. Der Mitteilungsdrang ist ungeheuer. Es ist, als würden sich zwei Bekannte nach langer Zeit wieder treffen und wissen wollen, wie erging es dir in der Zwischenzeit. Also, der sagten ja gerade, man hat unglaublich viel zu reden. Und das kommt natürlich auch daher, weil man sich irgendwie kennt. Also, wir wissen es ja, wenn zwei Menschen sich nach langer Zeit wieder treffen, hey, wo warst du denn, wie geht's dir denn? Dann reden die ohne Ende und dann weißt du, was mir da passiert ist und da passiert ist. Und genauso ist es auch. Es ist so, als würden wir wieder zusammenkommen und teilen dem anderen mit. Kannst du dir vorstellen, wie meine Kindheit war? Dann habe ich das erlebt und habe ich das gemacht und endlich sehen wir uns ja wieder. Wie war denn deine Kindheit und deine Jugend und deine Eltern? Und plötzlich tauschen wir uns aus über Dinge, nicht weil wir...
But when a child dies of leukemia,
Could there be a purpose to it?
did God command the ethnic cleansing of the land of Israel?
I'm not saying the scribe made something up. I'm saying the scribe has a command.
So where did they get that command from?
From God.
I had Jesus appear to me 3 years ago.
I don't know what's happening now. I have to suspect it's some kind of psychological phenomenon.
Hi, my name's Alex O'Connor. I'm an atheist and host of the Within Reason podcast. And today I'm surrounded by 25 Christians who, God willing, might be able to change my mind. My first claim is that suffering makes God's existence unlikely.
Good work.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Sage. Why don't you just begin? Why is suffering or evil make God's existence unlikely?
I think when confronted with two hypotheses, so atheism, naturalism, or theism, we should ask what we expect would occur under either hypothesis. And then we look at the world and we see what does actually occur. And what do we find? We find, I think most relevant here, a system of natural selection, the mechanism by which God apparently chose to bring animals and ultimately human beings into existence. A system which is defined by suffering. Survival of the fittest is the same thing as the death and suffering and destruction of the unfit. I'm told that the very mechanism that God chose to bring about the human species as the ultimate end of his creation was one that is imbued with suffering, such that 99.9% of all the species, let alone animals, that have ever existed on planet Earth have been brutally wiped from existence into extinction. And I think that that's less likely on theism. If you assume atheism or materialism, not only do you explain this, you also come to expect it.
What is your, I guess, epistemology? How do you know that this is the case, that it's less likely and that, an atheist worldview, a naturalistic worldview would look like the way it is today?
Of course we don't know, but that's why I use the phraseology of unlikely. I think that if you were to tell somebody who was sort of in some Rawlsian state of nature, hadn't seen the world, and you said that the world has been created by an omnibenevolent, all-powerful God, what kind of world would that person be imagining? And if you dropped them into the world, if you were given the opportunity to become a wild animal, like in 2 seconds, I was just going to turn you into a random wild animal somewhere on planet Earth.
I like being a guy.
I think you'd probably kill yourself before I had the opportunity, because you know that the life of these animals is almost defined in terms of their suffering.
I guess I just don't really see how you can justify that claim per se.
What I would say is that if we actually take into account the holistic view of the scriptures, which I do think that you have to do, we see that it's actually much more coherent once you acknowledge that evil itself doesn't have ontology. Evil's not a thing. You don't look under a rock and say, there's the evil, right? And
so I'm not really talking about evil here, because that's, of course, the moral term. I'm talking about suffering.
Can you distinguish suffering and evil?
So evil is a moral term. Evil means that something is bad, it's immoral. You need to have a moral ontology for that. Suffering is just any experience that's not wanted when experienced, right? And so even if you don't have a moral objectivism, you can still say that suffering exists. So here's a question. A deer gets its leg caught under the branch of a tree that's fallen over in the wild, and it starves to death in confused agony. Why does God oversee this? And why does God set the natural world up such that events like this occur?
Well, because the ultimate view here is that...
Okay, pause.
Nice to meet you. Good work.
Alex and Matt.
How's it going? Nice to meet you too.
Okay, so my first question to start out with is what exactly about suffering makes this unlikely on the condition that God exists?
I think that if God is all loving, then he probably wouldn't want his creatures to suffer. And so I think that the fact that they do suffer makes his existence less likely.
Okay, perfect. And is there some specific aspect of suffering that you're particularly honing in on, horrendous or
in
whatever
particular, non-human animal suffering? Because I think that the Christianity has a celebrated tradition of theodicies trying to explain why suffering exists. Human free will, the development of the soul, higher order good, all of this kind of stuff. None of which apply to the suffering of non-human animals.
Have you heard of the axiological expectation mismatch problem?
I have not.
Okay, so philosophers of religion have started to understand that the thing that actually generates a problem between God and suffering is actually the value system you attach to the very attribute of perfect lovingness. Because the problem of evil is an internal critique, you have to look at a very specific version of theism and how it defines perfect lovingness. I want to present to you a version where my version of perfect lovingness does not actually constitute a problem and a misalignment, that mismatch between the suffering of animals, let's just say the profusion of suffering of animals and the existence of God.
So let's hear it. What kind of God are we imagining that would allow and oversee and do nothing to prevent billions of years of untold animal suffering?
Right, so you're talking about non-prevention.
Or setting up the system that is natural selection such that it relies upon things like predation and disease.
Well, the first part is I don't agree with the whole setting up the system part. So I'm not one of those theists that believes that God does this select and pick idea of creating worlds. I don't think that God actually creates worlds. I think that God lets worlds develop according in a certain way, but because God can oversee an overarching narrative, he knows exactly how he can redeem anything. So the first time, sorry, go ahead.
Could God have made it such that animals were all herbivores instead of carnivores and omnivores?
Yes, he could totally do that.
Okay, so had he done that, here's an instant way to reduce by orders of magnitude the amount of suffering that exists.
Right, but hold on. That's particularly assuming a value theory already that I haven't told you I'm adopting that has a problem with the evil. So I have to give you my value theory first for you to show that misalignment.
Okay, let's hear it.
Perfect. Okay, so my value theory says that it's not, the most important thing about a sentient creature is not what merely happens to them. It's about the total timeline of their life and how and where their life permanently ends. Meaning, if you were to judge an author of a narrative and the first few chapters, let's say, there's a lot of bad things happening, but the end ends with this crescendo where there's victoriousness, there's redemption, there's beauty, and everyone in the story actually endorses their entire existence that they live. They can look at their they can look at their total timeline, and they actually each subjectively come to the conclusion, I'm glad I was made, and I totally see what my suffering was for. That's the particular I'm using with. So we have to judge, hold on, like John Hicks says, we have to judge the very nature of God's lovingness by what he does in the end, not these few time slices that we observe right now. For you to show that there's a problem, you have to show to me that the suffering of animals cannot be transformed, are intrinsically cut off from being transformed into a life that they will endorse. There's a couple of theses on the table, but sure, go ahead.
So are you talking about the end of their life is in their end of life on Earth, or are you talking about the afterlife?
I'm antemortem, postmortem.
Because if you're just talking about life on Earth, then I would say that if you had an author writing a book and a character, if we were trying to figure out the relationship between that author and the person in the book, and that person in the book shows up for 5 seconds in the first chapter and is a child who almost immediately dies of cancer in an incredibly painful way, and there's no development, there's no sort of bring back to life, and suddenly everyone's grateful for it. It is just this miserable, tragic experience. And I ask, well, what did the author not want to do for the story of the book, but wants to do for that character?
Yes.
I think it would be pretty damning. And also, when it comes to animals, we're talking about animals who are predated on from the moment that they begin existence. They sort of have disease. Zebras, when they're killed by lions, are often too big to be killed instantly, so they die over minutes with their windpipes caught in the jaws of a lion. How can this be developing a zebra, which, by the way, probably doesn't even have the same kind of first-person conscious experience that humans do in order to sort of rationalize and abstract and learn from their sort of past and morally develop in that way? They just suffer. And what kind of God could oversee this?
Okay, so there's a lot of assumptions on the table again. Again, you're assuming a particular value system that I'm not.
I'll tell you what I'm assuming here. What I'm assuming here is that a good God would not allow unnecessary suffering to obtain.
Okay, gotcha. So we can
Do you agree with that?
We can talk about unnecessary suffering. We're talking about the justifying norms for suffering. You're saying it has to be in terms of necessity, which is an evil is only authorizable by God if it's in connection to a greater good or prevention of a greater evil. Correct?
If there's some kind of justification for allowing that.
Yeah, but you're saying it's a necessary connection. Why you say? What's the term necessity?
So perhaps I should say unjustified instead of unnecessary.
Okay, so we both agree. I do not believe that God can authorize justified suffering.
Tell me how that example that I gave you, the deer with its leg starving, is justified.
Because it's intrinsically redeemable, and the norms I'm working with is not this necessity condition that you're working with. Mine is about redeemable suffering, redeemability, or we call it
for the deer?
defeasability. If that suffering can be defeated within the creature's life, and I'll define what I mean by defeat, which is that they can retroactively look back at what they went through and integrate it into their life history, where they look at their life.
I have to interrupt because the example I gave you is one where the deer dies.
Yes, the deer dies. But here's the thing. Well, you're probably talking about this post-mortem example. Sure. I'm going to put one thesis on the table. There's two philosophers that defend exactly what this goes through. One defends that animals will be given a martyrdom status. Well, God will be able to present himself in a way to animals in the afterlife, such that in the same way you could give praise to a dog, and the dog emotionally recognizes that he's loved and that his life is worth living, right? To these animals that suffered like that, there's one view on the table, which is that God will give them a praiseworthy status where they will be able to actually see
Can
that.
we talk about that claim? Because these animals are suffering for what? I mean, God might cause them to suffer
It's
a
not
bunch.
means to ends. This is not means to ends.
God might cause them to suffer a bunch and then essentially redeem them in the afterlife. But what for? Like, why do this? If I were to punch you in the face and then give you $20,000 afterwards, you might be grateful for the $20,000.
Yeah.
But why couldn't I just give you the $20,000?
Well, see, so that's assuming. So I saw your debate with Trent.
You've been voted out
All
by
right.
the majority.
Awesome,
Please
man.
return to your seat.
Good stuff. Ooh. So close. Hey,
Nice to meet you. My
how's
name's
it going?
Hayden. How are you?
Hayden, nice to meet you.
Would you say that theism or atheism better account for the idea that suffering exists and a purpose for it?
Depends exactly what you mean, because of course you might say that the world itself is more expected on theism, and since suffering, needs the existence of the world, that it's theism. But granted the existence of a material world, let's say, I think atheism.
Okay, why does suffering exist at all? Like in an atheistic worldview, what is the cause of suffering?
Oh, well, because however life began, it developed through a series of natural selection, which requires animals to develop senses that they wish to avoid in order to be more likely to survive. And that's why pain receptors evolve. In a world where not all of these pains are actually going to kill us, we're left with situations in which we're in a lot of pain but don't end up dying for it.
Would you agree that consciousness is necessary for suffering?
I would say probably, yeah.
Does atheism account for consciousness?
Yes, that's what I was talking about a moment ago. Perhaps not. Maybe theism accounts better for consciousness than atheism does.
So if there is no consciousness, there is no suffering. Is that right?
That's probably true, yeah.
So if atheism cannot account for consciousness, then it cannot account for suffering. Would you agree with that?
So I think what we're doing here is we're sort of slightly shifting the goalposts. If you don't want to grant the existence of the material world before we start talking about this, we can do an argument from consciousness, but then we need to debate whether consciousness is explicable on atheism. What I'm going to say is this.
Sure.
What I'm going to say is this. Consciousness may seem to imply the existence of a conscious creator of the universe. We're here talking about, I suppose we're talking about Christianity, and the claim was about God, but the God that you believe in, let's say. If we grant that there is a creator deity who sort of brings about the universe of conscious creatures, have you ever heard of the evil God hypothesis that Stephen Law popularized or came up with?
Tell me it.
So the idea is that, like, imagine that there's a God who brings about the world and creates the world, but does it maliciously because he wants human beings to suffer. He brings about a world in order so that human beings will suffer. Right? That seems like a plausible hypothesis. And even if you think that consciousness points towards God, the kind of God that a lot of Christians think is a sort of necessary quality of God, which is to be all-loving, might not have to apply here.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If Christianity were true, is it plausible that suffering is necessary for God's purpose?
If Christianity is true, then I think it must be necessary because there'd be no other explanation.
Okay, so we're not talking about whether or not Christianity is true.
But if you're asking me if it's plausible that Christianity is true and therefore suffering is necessary, I would say probably not. Because I don't think suffering should be necessary or could be necessary.
In an atheistic worldview, I would agree with you. It makes no sense at all. But okay, I would ask this question.
So can I ask you why then, if God exists and wants to come to know everybody and wants to love everybody and does so for the sake of human beings, why he chose to imbue the world with so much suffering that is at least seemingly completely inexplicable?
Are you a father?
No.
I'm a father. I want my son to become just like I am, better than I am, I should say. I want him to become the best that he can be. Is it possible for him to reach his potential without suffering in his life?
Perhaps not, but
so suffering is necessary.
There are a few things I want to say here. Firstly, that kind of moral development doesn't apply to non-human animals, as I've already said. Right? That does not account for the brutal death of animals in the wild. Also, if I don't want to talk about your son because it's tragic to think about, but somebody else's son has suffered and died immediately as a result of that suffering, they don't get to develop in the same way.
I would agree that on a micro level, it's very hard to justify. And we can ask the question, why doesn't God intervene on all of these sufferings?
You might be able to justify an amount of suffering, right? But the fact that there's so much gratuitous suffering in the world is what I think makes God's existence unlikely. There are some instances where maybe a certain amount of suffering brings about a certain amount of good in a situation. That, by the way, would count as a justification. But when a child dies of leukemia, and they're dead.
Could there be a purpose to it? What if the death of the child brings their parents to God?
Then perhaps then the parents should be grateful that their child got leukemia because it's doing the will of the Lord.
Not necessarily.
That seems
All right,
obscene
pause.
to me.
No.
Please return to your
Thanks,
seat.
you're so cool.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm awesome. I would love to pull back a little bit and ask you, what are your values kind of rooted in and grounded in? Where would we start with that?
So I'm an ethical emotivist, which is a form of ethical non-cognitivism. I don't think that ethical claims have truth value. I think they're expressions of emotion.
If we're pulling back a little bit, I remember reading at the end of Richard Dawkins' book, The God Delusion, that we can't trust our senses because evolution doesn't really care about making truth claims. It cares about surviving.
I don't know.
Do you agree with that?
I don't think Dawkins actually endorsed that argument, but it's a good argument. C.S. Lewis, Alvin Plantinga, the argument from reason, sure.
But would you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I mean, I remain agnostic on what reason is, but I think it's a powerful argument.
When it comes to determining if suffering is wrong or right,
So crucially, I'm not saying that suffering is morally wrong. Outside of the senses that I, as an emotivist, will just express an emotion towards it, that I don't like it. I'm not claiming that it's immoral, that it's objectively bad. What I'm claiming is that suffering is unexpected on theism. It's an internal critique, right? Lincoln said of slavery, if this is not wrong, then nothing is wrong. You don't have to believe that something's wrong, but if there is such a thing as objective morality, I don't think that it would consist in a God who oversees the amount of suffering that we have on planet Earth.
Timothy Keller does this story about no-see-ums. Have you heard of the no-see-um story?
No.
Yeah, so he says if you have a tent and you look in there and you say, hey, I think I have some dogs in the tent. Maybe, like, for example, I have a golden doodle. He's a killer. That was just a joke, but we can move on. And if I said, hey, I have a golden doodle inside the tent, you would expect to see one. But if I said, hey, there's some no-see-ums. These little gnats are so tiny they actually go through the screen.
Sure.
He says, there's some no-see-ums in the tent. You might look in there and go, I don't see any no-see-ums. But of course you don't see no-see-ums because nobody can see them.
Okay, so...
Just because there's maybe not a reason that we can identify doesn't mean that there can't be a reason. Now, it's kind of cold comfort. That doesn't get us 100% of the way there, but it gets part of the way there.
That's true. So the existence of evil is not logically, or suffering, is not logically incompatible with God's existence. But it's a bit like if somebody came up to me right now and stole my friend's wallet in front of me and shot him dead and ran away, and I was grieving, and somebody said to me, well, hey, man, you don't know, that person might have worked for the CIA, and your friend might have secretly been harboring the nuclear codes, and killing him might have been good for the country, and he stole the wallet because that's what the codes were. And I would say, well, what evidence do you have for that? And you say, well, look, just because I don't have evidence for it doesn't mean that there might not be some evidence that I don't know about. I would say, until I see why I should think that's the case, I'm not going to believe it. And I'm certainly not going to be less upset in my grieving over my friend because of the possibility that there could be an explanation for it. There's so much suffering imbued in the human experience that if somebody says, well, look, there could be an explanation, it's like, okay, fine, but let me know when you know what it is.
Oh, great. I think the
All
thing that's
right,
hard...
pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
Sorry,
seats.
more time.
Hey,
Thanks.
all right, thank you.
Good fun. Hey, nice to meet you. How are you?
Good. Repeat your claim one more time.
That suffering is unexpected if a good God exists.
Unexpected. So when you say unexpected, like you're caught off guard by it, or you're expecting like all good things to happen over
That if I assume that there is a good God supervising, invigilating the universe, that I would not expect to see so much suffering.
Right.
So much gratuitous, seemingly unnecessary suffering.
Right. And you know, the most beautiful thing is that our God is not unfamiliar with suffering as he suffered himself. So would you say that there is like some beauty in suffering in some way?
I would say that there can be sort of poetically, you can look at suffering and think that's a beautiful story, but I don't think that the person suffering, especially if they die as a direct result, might think that. Also, I think that if I knew someone whose child died of leukemia and suffered for it,
Right.
and I went to them and said, but hey, there's some beauty in the suffering, isn't there? I think I'd be kicked out of the funeral.
Right. Well, I would say like the same thing for a woman giving birth, right? It's suffering, like it sucks, it hurts.
Sure. But imagine you could have the giving birth without the pain of giving birth.
Right.
Would you prefer that?
Of course, yeah, you would prefer that.
So then if God can bring about the good stuff without the bad stuff,
Right.
then there's no reason to bring about the bad stuff.
Right.
So what we have to show is why the bad stuff is necessary to bring about the good stuff. Otherwise, it's not justified.
Right. Well, could you say that the result of why we suffer is because of fall of man?
I would say not, because I don't believe in the fall of man.
Right, true.
But I also don't think that explains non-human animal suffering. The big thing that I want to keep pressing is that the theodicies that we talk about, free will, fall of man, all of this kind of stuff,
Right.
I don't think applies to that deer with its leg caught under the branch that's dying in confused agony. What's this for?
So what is it about animals that seems so like more important than a human?
It's not that they're more
suffering?
important. It's that, as you say, like it seems plausible at least that a human can suffer and then be sort of better off for it, or that they can enjoy poetry of suffering, the
Right.
poetry of suffering. Animals can't do that.
Right.
Animals can't enjoy the poetry of suffering.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I never like talked to an animal and said like, hey. Like,
I have. They just haven't talked back.
Right.
Is the problem. But I just don't see why we would expect that God would oversee the system of
Right.
natural selection.
Right, but
Billions of animals suffering and dying, predation, disease, eating each other alive, leaving each
Right.
other to bleed out on the
Right.
floor, and this is being supervised by an all-loving God.
well, do you think that's God's intention from the very beginning of creation of all things?
I think that God oversees the mechanism. God could have made it, for example,
Right.
one example that I've already given is that God could have made animals herbivores, which just eliminates the problem of predation.
I mean, there are some animals that are.
There are, but he could have made more of them. He could have made all animals herbivores, thereby eliminating the suffering of predation.
So is the issue of
Predation
them eating each other?
That's one issue. That's one way that God could have sort of, I think, quite trivially reduced the amount of suffering. David Attenborough once said of his documentaries, people who complain that we put too much violence in the documentaries should see what we leave in the cutting room floor. The animal world is just filled with unimaginable suffering. Just predation is
But there's also cute
unimaginable.
things about like, you know, otters holding hands so they
That's
don't
true.
swim away.
But could you have that
Guys,
without
pause,
suffering?
pause,
That's the
pause.
question. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good fun.
Phew, that conversation was so interesting. It reminds me of that unfortunate time that Billy Red has US like
Me, Mr. Israelite. Instead, let me first
Idol. Okay, so here's this personal gift I would like.
says at the time of Jesus' death, there was a huge earthquake, the second earthquake, the graves opened, and that then the holy ones appeared to people after the resurrection to many. So there's this very, very strong.
What if I told you that you don't actually have a communication problem in your relationship? That you don't need to learn how to communicate better to stop the misunderstandings or stop the bickering or arguing or to finally start bringing up your feelings instead of sweeping them under the rug? I know this because I spent years thinking that communication was the issue. I learned all the right tools, I practiced active listening, I worked with my therapist on communication, but somehow nothing changed in my relationship. And then I realized the problem was never communication. It was so much deeper. It was something that most couples don't even realize is missing. It took me almost 40 freaking years to figure this out, but in less than 10 minutes, I'm gonna show you exactly what it is and what you can do about it. I'm Lindsay. This is Loving with Intention. Thanks for hanging out. So my fiance and I, we've been together for almost 9 years, and I can't tell you how many times I said, we just need to work on our communication. We just need to communicate better. And after we broke up, because of all the fighting and the challenges in our relationship, we got back together, obviously. And I was super into figuring out how to make part 2 of our relationship so much better. So I dove into relationship growth, something fierce, and I was very, very focused on communication. So I learned all the tools. I read the books. I took the courses. I doubled down on working with my therapist. And like I said, I really tried to learn the right quote unquote language, the I feel statements, not using you statements, being concise, gathering my thoughts before I was sharing with my partner. I literally used to write out scripts with my therapist of what I would say next time that we would get into one of our usual argument spirals. You know, the kind of arguments where one of you gets triggered and says something snappy, and the next thing you know, you're caught in this back and forth of unkind words, and you both leave that feeling totally misunderstood, totally frustrated. But my perfect scripts didn't work for those situations. We still had a communication problem, and I couldn't figure out why. But then, after more than 30 years of living on planet Earth, I learned that in our relationship, it's not a communication problem. It's an emotional intimacy problem. Because when emotional intimacy is strong, even messy communication works. You give each other the benefit of the doubt. You're willing to hear each other out. You're willing to look for each other's best intentions. But when emotional intimacy is low or missing entirely, even the perfect words, my perfect scripts, they don't land. Every conversation feels like walking through a minefield. You don't know what's going to set off your partner. They don't know what's going to set you off. You don't know what's going to make them shut down or get defensive or reactive or snappy. You just don't know. So just for a moment, I want you to think back to when you first got together with your partner. Communication probably felt really easy. It totally did for me. You didn't have to try hard to feel seen or understood. You could talk for hours effortlessly. The honeymoon stage, we all know it. We are literally high on love drugs in this stage. Everything is new, you're emotionally open, you both want to know each other and connect. So when we fast forward to now in your relationship, it doesn't make sense that we would just forget how to communicate. We had no problem communicating back then. And again, that's because it's not a communication problem, it's not a communication issue. It's an emotional intimacy problem. So when the high of the honeymoon stage wears off, which is anywhere from 2 months to 2 years on average, my partner and I got a whopping 2 months out of it, and then we enter into the next stage of relationships, which is the power struggle stage, it makes sense that we haven't actually created emotional intimacy, and that's what's required to continue to communicate with ease. This is the place that we get to commit to learning how to do this whole relationship thing, because we never learn how to do it, and then we get to grow and thrive together. So if you're wondering, are we lacking emotional intimacy? There are many, many signs of this, and I want to share some of them because it is such a great time to just pause, check in with yourself, especially if you feel like communication is a problem. So personally in my relationship, we felt disconnected. I went from vulnerably sharing my heart, vulnerably, that was a challenging word, sharing my heart in the honeymoon phase, to being super hesitant or just altogether avoiding topics or sharing my deeper needs and fears and feelings in our relationship because it would often turn into an argument or I just feel invalidated. And a side note, always, you're just hearing my side of the story. So I will just own that when my partner would bring things up, I would get super defensive. I would totally invalidate his experience. I would try to tell him that what he was feeling didn't make sense. So we had frequent misunderstandings too. We could literally go from having such a fun day, we're laughing, and then we get into a misunderstanding. I find myself trying to explain myself in a million different ways, just trying to be heard. I wanted so bad for him to see my perspective, and looking back, again, I was not good at seeing his. And oh my gosh, how many times I said, no, that's not what I meant, but it would be too late. We'd be already caught up in that whirlwind of misunderstanding. We would often end up in a standoff of totally shutting down, no one's talking, no one wants to be the first person to break the ice. And another sign of lack of emotional intimacy for us, we stopped talking about our dreams and goals. I remember these super fun, amazing, life-giving conversations when we were in the honeymoon stage of talking about what we both dreamed of in the future, but those stopped happening. We weren't sharing those things anymore. So those are just a few standouts for us in my relationship. And other common signs of lack of emotional intimacy are decrease in physical intimacy and affection. So kisses and hugs, quick touches on the way by, and sex and intimacy, those greatly decrease too, if they even exist at all. And often, there will be a total lack of conflict, but instead, this feeling where you're just feeling like roommates because you're sweeping things under the rug, you're not bringing up hurts, which means that you're not feeling seen or understood. So it ends up feeling like you're just going through the motions. Every day is Groundhog Day. It doesn't feel good. And another sign, you might notice that you don't look forward to spending time with your partner, or you kind of dread them walking in the door at the end of the day. It sometimes feels easier when they aren't there with you. It feels easier to parent, or you feel like you can just relax and do your own thing. And maybe also there's a lack of trust. It could be past betrayals, or just a sense that you're not supported by your partner, that they're not there for you, and it really hurts. So if you resonate with any of those things, any of those signs, and there's so many more too, there's good news. And again, it took me a long damn time to realize this. So if you're like, oh man, I am 30 or 40 or or 50 and I didn't know that it wasn't a communication problem, it's about emotional intimacy, I'm right there with you. And we get to learn and grow together. It is never too late. And the good news is that you can build emotional intimacy. And when you do, your communication starts to flow naturally again. Less tension, less snappiness, less arguments, and you actually feel safe to bring things up that bother you. You don't sweep them under the rug because you start to trust that this is going to go well. I'm going to be heard. So, of course, we're going to talk about how to increase emotional intimacy because this was part of what I learned along the journey. And there are so many ways to do this, so I'm going to share some of the big ones that I focused on in my relationship and what I learned. To increase emotional intimacy, we need to move from a place of blame into 100% personal responsibility for our side of the street. Not for our partner stuff, but for our side. I spent so much time trying to change my partner, wishing he would change his unhealthy patterns so that we could just be happy. But things just got worse. My needs were so valid for ease, connection, happiness, feeling good, but the blame game, it just kept me stuck. So when I shifted that focus to looking at me and how I was showing up, then I started to build emotional intimacy. I started doing things to help our relationship thrive, like speaking his love language, being intentional with hellos and goodbyes, agreeing to disagree without trying to force him to agree with me, listening to him, learning his apology language and using it to apologize to him. I started working on my nervous system so that I could start to pause and breathe and stay more regulated in order to be present. And I will share too, if your partner's not on board with this, what I did, because that was the case for me. And appreciation, super big in my relationship. My partner was so used to hearing the things that upset me or that he was doing quote unquote wrong, or me saying, we need to talk about this. So he was rarely hearing anything positive. I started an appreciation book. It helped keep me accountable to myself on this new mission to show up in healthier ways. Every day I wrote, I appreciate the thing and how it made me feel. I asked him if he wanted to do it with me, but I made it totally pressure-free. If he did it, cool. If he didn't do it, also cool. So I wrote pages before he did his first entry, but I was okay with it because I was the one doing the research. I was the one moving into 100% personal responsibility. I was the one who got a relationship coach. And I didn't want to stop after a page just because he hadn't written in it yet. I was committed to making that change. And I knew it was easier for me to write these appreciations because words of affirmation is one of my love languages. It isn't his. So it was easy and effortless to write these things. So using this book also helped me start to see the good instead of focusing on all the bad. And there was good there all along. So it created this lighter energy and increased emotional intimacy. And if you've been here before, you've probably heard me talk about Wonder and Look Under, one of my favorite concepts on planet Earth, major emotional intimacy builder. So when I learned that under every relationship poison, like criticism, eye rolling, arguing, pointing out what your partner does wrong, shutting down, there's so many of them, under all of them are beautiful, valid needs. This was a huge key to creating emotional intimacy, like huge, huge. Gold star by this one. So when I started getting curious about what was going on under my behaviors, when I learned that my defensiveness was an unhealthy strategy to get needs met, it helped our relationship so much. So if my partner brought up something that bothered him and I got defensive and I was like, I didn't mean it like that. That's not what I meant at all. I was just saying that because, and I'm defending myself. And then I get into all the excuses and reasons for doing the thing that hurt him, which totally invalidated his feelings and experience. Well, under all of those defensives, beautiful unmet needs. I wanted to be seen for my best intentions. I wanted to be understood. I wanted to be loved. I wanted to feel safe, trusted, to feel secure, for ease, for harmony. Beautiful, valid needs, none of which he could possibly see when I'm completely invalidating him and his experience and justifying myself. But to get curious and wonder and look under meant I started to shift my reaction, and then we could have safe conversations about those needs. Game changer, hello, emotional intimacy. And that's just one example because we have so many relationship poisons. And when I could see that I had beautiful unmet needs under mine, it helped me see that, of course, there were beautiful, valid needs under the things that he was doing that I found hurtful. I got to, and continue to get really curious about what's under both of our things. When I started working on these things to increase our emotional intimacy, like I said, even though he wasn't on board with relationship growth, I got a coach alone, things started changing. And he actually ended up getting on board with me and doing the work with me too, all because I had that coach who helped me change the way that I showed up in our relationship. I changed, oh my gosh, so much. I share this because there's so much hope to create a thriving relationship, even if you're the only one watching this right now, even if you're the only one who is ready to dive into creating emotional intimacy because you've been stressed out because of your communication problem. So at the end of the day, you do not need to be a perfect communicator. You need to be a safe space for each other. Focusing on emotional intimacy means that communication starts to flow again and things feel so much easier. Without that safe space, if you don't feel seen, heard, safe, emotionally connected, trusting, it makes so much sense that communication just goes sideways or that it doesn't happen much at all. When our body and our mind start to feel safe, then we're able to communicate to each other and connect. And it is such a beautiful thing, such a beautiful thing. So we really get to keep nurturing our relationships forever. We get to continue to grow and evolve together. We get to choose to keep recommitting to our relationship growth journey, and that's what Loving with Intention, ding, 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 is all about. I am on this journey with you, and it really starts with one small step to start increasing that emotional intimacy. You can head to the description box to grab my free Superpowered Appreciation. Just a little consistency with this can actually start shifting the energy in your relationship right before your eyes. We don't need to start with all the things to create emotional intimacy. We just need to take the next step. You got this. Thank you so much for being here. I am sending so much love into your day. If you want to hang out more with me, please subscribe. I would love to have you here. Sending love.
Schweigen wird oft missverstanden. Viele glauben, dass es ein Zeichen von Unsicherheit oder Schwäche sei. Doch in Wahrheit kann es eine unglaubliche Kraft entfalten, eine, die weit über bloße Worte hinausgeht. Es gibt Momente im Leben, in denen Schweigen weitaus besser ist als jede noch so kluge Antwort. Momente, in denen es nicht darum geht, sich zu verteidigen oder zu erklären, sondern um Gelassenheit, Selbstbeherrschung und wahre innere Stärke. Aber wann genau ist Schweigen die beste Wahl? Und warum kann es manchmal mächtiger sein als Worte? Die Antworten darauf könnten dich definitiv überraschen. Wenn du noch nicht Teil unserer Gemeinschaft bist, dann laden wir dich jetzt ein, unseren Kanal zu abonnieren, um zukünftig keine spannenden Videos mehr zu verpassen. Nummer 1. Wenn Worte die Situation nur verschlimmern würden. Manchmal ist es klüger, nichts zu sagen, besonders in hitzigen Diskussionen oder Konflikten. Worte haben Macht, doch nicht immer bringen sie die gewünschte Wirkung. In Momenten, in denen Wut oder Frustration die Oberhand gewinnen, könnte eine unüberlegte Bemerkung die Situation eskalieren lassen. Schweigen kann in solchen Fällen eine bewusste Entscheidung sein, um Frieden zu bewahren und unnötige Missverständnisse zu vermeiden. Es zeugt von innerer Reife, wenn du dich bewusst entscheidest, nicht sofort auf Provokationen zu reagieren. Nummer 2. Wenn du jemandem deine Enttäuschung zeigen willst. Nicht immer müssen wir Enttäuschung in Worte fassen. Ein bewusstes Schweigen kann manchmal viel eindrucksvoller sein als eine lange Diskussion. Wenn du auf Vorwürfe oder ungerechtes Verhalten nicht reagierst, sondern dich zurückziehst, lässt du den anderen deine Enttäuschung spüren. Dieses Schweigen gibt der anderen Person die Möglichkeit, ihr Verhalten zu reflektieren, ohne dass es explizit aussprechen muss. Es ist eine stumme, aber kraftvolle Form der Kommunikation. Nummer 3. Wenn du in einer Verhandlung die Oberhand behalten willst. Schweigen ist eine der wirkungsvollsten Strategien in Verhandlungen. Wer die Stille aushalten kann, hat oft einen psychologischen Vorteil. Menschen neigen dazu, Stille unangenehm zu empfinden und füllen sie instinktiv mit Worten. Das kann dazu führen, dass dein Gegenüber Zugeständnisse macht oder unsicher wird. Indem du ruhig bleibst und die Kraft der Stille nutzt, zeigst du Selbstbewusstsein und Durchsetzungsvermögen. Schweigen wird in diesen Situationen zu einem Zeichen von Kontrolle und Souveränität. Nummer 4. Wenn du jemanden wirklich verstehen willst. Viele Menschen hören nicht wirklich zu, sondern warten nur darauf, selbst sprechen zu können. Doch echtes Zuhören erfordert Schweigen. Wenn du wirklich verstehen willst, was jemand sagt, solltest du ihn ausreden lassen und nicht sofort deine eigene Meinung einbringen. Durch bewusstes Schweigen gibst du deinem Gesprächspartner das Gefühl, ernst genommen zu werden. Das fördert Vertrauen und zeigt, dass du bereit bist, dich voll und ganz auf ihn einzulassen. Nummer 5. Wenn du deine Würde bewahren willst. Nicht jede Kritik oder Provokation verdient eine Antwort. Manchmal ist es eine Form der Stärke, nicht zu reagieren. Wenn dich jemand respektlos behandelt oder versucht, dich in eine sinnlose Auseinandersetzung zu verwickeln, kann Schweigen eine Demonstration deiner Würde sein. Anstatt dich auf ein niedriges Niveau herabziehen zu lassen, zeigst du durch deine Zurückhaltung, dass du über solchen Situationen stehst. Das signalisiert Selbstachtung und lässt dich souverän erscheinen. Nummer 6. Wenn du in der Trauer Trost spenden willst. Manchmal gibt es keine Worte, die einen Schmerz lindern können. Wenn ein geliebter Mensch trauert, ist Schweigen oft der beste Trost. Ein stilles Dasein, eine Umarmung oder einfach nur das Zuhören kann in solchen Momenten mehr bedeuten als jede gut gemeinte Floskel. Viele Menschen fühlen sich unter Druck gesetzt, tröstende Worte zu finden, doch oft ist es die stille Präsenz, die am meisten Halt gibt. Nummer 7. Wenn du in einem Streit nicht gewinnen kannst. Es gibt Diskussionen, die zu nichts führen, weil der andere fest von seiner Meinung überzeugt ist. In solchen Fällen kann es klug sein, sich nicht weiter auf die Auseinandersetzung einzulassen. Wer versucht, mit jemandem zu streiten, der nicht zuhören will, verschwendet nur Energie. Schweigen bedeutet hier nicht aufgeben, sondern die bewusste Entscheidung, deine Kraft für Wichtigeres einzusetzen. Manchmal ist das größte Zeichen von Stärke, wenn du einfach loslässt. Nummer 8. Wenn du innere Klarheit gewinnen willst. In der heutigen lauten Welt ist es eine Seltenheit, sich bewusst der Stille hinzugeben. Doch genau in dieser Stille liegt oft die größte Kraft. Schweigen gibt dir die Möglichkeit, nach innen zu hören, deine Gedanken zu ordnen und Klarheit zu gewinnen. Wer ständig spricht oder sich von äußeren Einflüssen ablenken lässt, hat selten die Gelegenheit, sich selbst wirklich zu verstehen. Die Fähigkeit, in Stille mit sich selbst zu sein, ist ein Zeichen von innerer Stärke. Nummer 9. Wenn du jemandem die Chance gibst, sich selbst zu entlarven. Manchmal ist es das Klügste, einfach abzuwarten und zu beobachten. Menschen, die unehrlich oder manipulativ sind, werden sich oft selbst verraten, wenn man ihnen nur genug Raum gibt. Wer zu viel redet, kann sich in Widersprüche verstricken. Indem du schweigst und beobachtest, gibst du anderen die Möglichkeit, ihre wahren Absichten zu zeigen. Diese Strategie kann dir helfen, Menschen besser einzuschätzen und klügere Entscheidungen zu treffen. Nummer 10. Wenn du einen bleibenden Eindruck hinterlassen willst. Nicht immer sind es die lautesten Stimmen, die am meisten Eindruck hinterlassen. Manchmal bleibt der Rat das unausgesprochene Wort in Erinnerung. Wer bewusst schweigt, kann in bestimmten Situationen mehr Respekt und Aufmerksamkeit gelangen als jemand, der sich in endlosen Erklärungen verliert. Schweigen kann von Worten höchst den Selbstbewusstsein ausdrücken, die Menschen beeindrucken. Es zeugt von Kontrolle, wenn du weißt, wann es Zeit zu sprechen und wann nicht. Unser heutiges Fazit: Schweigen als Zeichen von Stärke. Schweigen wird oft als Zeichen von Schwäche oder Unsicherheit verstanden. Doch in Wirklichkeit ist es häufig ein Ausdruck von innerer Stärke, Selbstbewusstsein und Klugheit. In vielen Situationen kann es der beste Weg sein, um Konflikte zu deeskalieren, sich selbst zu schützen oder anderen Raum zur Reflexion zu geben. Die Kunst des Schweigens ist eine der mächtigsten Fähigkeiten, die du erlernen kannst. Wer bewusst schweigt, anstatt unüberlegt zu sprechen, zeigt wahre Kontrolle über sich selbst und seine Umgebung. Nutze Schweigen nicht als Flucht, sondern als gezielte Strategie, um dein Leben bewusster und souveräner zu gestalten. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen und bis bald.
We'll come back because I want to ask about being the extrasensory, like how you've grounded yourself and used that now. I just think it's so cool. Can we talk for a moment about ancestral healing? Because there's been, I think, a lot in the air around it, but to really get like, what is it? And then since you can, I'm going to go on a limb, I think you can actually see what's happening intuitively. Like maybe you can explain it from perspectives that we may not have heard of before, like what actually is possible with ancestral healing and how we do that. Oh, you know, just share what you want. Small topic.
Yeah, so when it comes to this ancestral healing stuff, what we're really looking at is two things. The first is to find these patterns that are no longer benefiting our family line and that are active within us, right? These are patterns which we have inherited, adopted, taken on. And also on the other side of that, finding these beneficial patterns that are running within a family line and owning them and embodying them. So it's these two major veins that we're focused at with ancestral healing. In truth, if you want me to be honest with you, every person is actually doing ancestral healing. They just don't know it. I'll give you an example. Let's say that in your childhood, you were part of a family line that's very aloof. So everybody's aloof with each other. There's not a lot of intimacy. So that pattern could be running from great-great-great-great-grandparent all the way down to the way that you yourself was parented in an aloof way. And now all of a sudden you're a person in your adult life in relationships that has no idea how to create genuine intimacy, and it's wreaking havoc on your life. It sucks for you, right? Everybody leaves you and is like, oh my gosh, you're just like never there. And you're kind of confused, right? So these types of patterns, we would notice even if we didn't know anything about our parent, grandparent, great-grandparent, anything. So in truth, whenever we're doing healing work, which I'm sorry, if you're listening to this right now, you're doing healing work, we are actually working on ancestral patterns. Most of us just don't know it yet. But the knowing of it really does change a lot for a person. And it's very important for us right now, especially where we are as a human race, to see ourselves within this greater context, because we've lost it. And so much of what's causing this world to go haywire in terms of human society is that we don't have a good, strong handle on the ancestral traumas which have been running through cultures and through countries. And, so it's very, very, very critical to understand that before you came into this life, you did not just choose to come into this physical body with your physical soul like it's a one-off experience. One of the things that you chose as a part of coming into this is to come in as the progression of a family line. So there's a huge degree of adoption of a consciousness in the very incarnation story that a person has. When we decide to come into that, it's mutually beneficial. We decide to do that because coming into that deck of cards, which I'd like to call it a deck of cards because you've got some that are like, wow, yeah, and some that are like, eh. So we decided that that deck of cards was going to benefit our personal expansion in this life experience and serve the purpose that we would like to use this life for. At the same time as us doing so would help the progression of that family line in general. So every single child that is born to a family line represents the progressive step for that family. Of course, we don't usually see it this way. Most people see it backwards, So it's about really how we play those cards. And what's so tragic is that people are not really taking a conscious look at what cards are like, yeah, I got to change that one or figure out how to play that different. And they're not really taking those, suited cards, which are like king, queen, jacks, and going, haha, la, 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 la. I didn't have to work at this one like everyone else. Yay. So, it has the capacity to really rewrite your own personal story in just such profound and powerful ways. And I feel like everybody, especially people who are in this healing field and want self-development, they want more self-understanding. And I'm sorry, the picture of you started way before this physical life that you're currently living. And so to not want to know about the ancestral stuff that's going on with you is to not want to know about your childhood either. It's like, I don't care about my origins or what makes me me. You can't be curious about yourself and have that attitude. Especially when this is the reality of what we're working with. And I'm telling you, the vast majority of the trauma that we're working through and dealing with is actually ancestral. And so it's the understanding of those things that I feel like really helps people break through it. When you're looking directly at something with your conscious mind, it just changes the whole dynamic around it,
How far back? So I've got a lot of questions about this now. And my left brain's like, all right, like 8 generations, 3, 25, like Teal, how many generations do we have to go back?
All of it, as far as you can. Yeah, it's all inside you, so you want to go back as far as you can go. But what you're going to notice on this path is that you're going to get these like pings for certain. It's usually what's active within you. It'll be like the universe kind of pulls you towards and activates. Like, I need you to look at this. Now, maybe looking at this means 3 generations ago, our family was in this place experiencing this thing, and guess what? It had a serious effect on all of us, and now the way that all of us are living and the way that we all adapted and the experience we're having. So when you get those pings, it's like a key to dive there. But it's no different going through that experience than it is being a detective, which is, I'm sorry to tell you right now, I know you can tell I'm getting excited because this is like one of my favorite things in the world. I could very easily be a genealogist because of this. It's almost like you become a detective to try to figure out all of this lost information that's just kind of sitting out there, not collected, so as to collect it. And so just like a detective gets like ooh, that's a ping, you're going to get that in this ancestral journey that each person can potentially take. The first step of which is research.
Okay.
And when it comes to genealogy, it's like the more research, the better. And there's so many different ways you can do research, from contacting historians to, walking down the path of genealogy to doing your genetic testing to talking to every single person you can possibly fathom talking to in your family. It's just the more information you have, the better.
I'm just having this moment. So it's really interesting. I'll just share this kind of vulnerably. I just adore you and I love what you're doing. And I thought about, I'd love to bring you back. I actually did a quantum healing timeline technique, soul retrieval with someone I didn't know this summer on an important date on the calendar. And I was there, I walk in, I never met her, but I had a good feeling. I just knew. Walk in, she was amazing. Her whole house, you guys, was teal swan. Like literally teal. The shirt you're wearing was one of the, I'm serious, it was one of the shower curtains. It was like, I couldn't look anywhere without seeing your mug, your painting. I was in the joy room. So I think it was like the yellow. I use yellow and I just intuitively heard, oh, you need to reconnect with teal. And it's really interesting because that experience, it was a 3.5 hour, not that everyone's going to do it that way, but I will tell you, what came through was mind-glowing, as I like to say, because I don't think we really want our mind blown, but it would just, and it's so interesting now. I've been kind of wondering, because I trust this now. I trust this partly after our completion process week. I was like, I'm going to trust. I know what my intuition when it's a yes. I know it's higher guidance. And I was thinking, gosh, I'm excited to connect with you. I love the work you're doing. And I follow you and I'm realizing, isn't that interesting? The whole experience that I had was around ancestral healing. And I didn't even put that together. I know this sounds ridiculous, but until like 4 seconds ago before I started talking. And so I'm like, this is wacky. A thank you to the universe that like literally was saying, I think, Julie, bring in teal because this is important and we need to talk about this. Because so when you said patterns, I really like this idea. So we've got the patterns of what's not working, the patterns of what is working. So you do your research. What else for someone who's listening, who's like, shoot, I want to like live my best life and make an impact and change consciousness. I mean, we draw those people that are like, yeah, I want to add some goodness to this planet and like change some shit and like make it a healing place. Like, all right, tell us what we need to do next after the research.
Okay, so for anybody who really like wants to do a deep dive on this, I did create an e-course which walks people through like every step of the process of how to do it. But let's do a quick overview.
Awesome. And we'll have the link to your course, Teal, also. I just want to tell everybody, I'll have that in the description for sure. But yeah, let's do the overview. So just in case they're like, no, I need to know now.
Okay. So the most important, I think, part of all ancestral healing is to identify patterns you want to change. So, I mean, it depends on, obviously, like every person's journey is different in terms of what their ancestors were doing and do and whatever. So I just can come up with an example right now. So let's say that you have a family pattern of somebody went through a war. Let's say you find out that in, I don't know, whatever year, some person went through a war and the way that they coped with that was denial. So you are somebody who is noticing when you're doing this research and interacting with the people in your family. It's a lot easier when you're interacting with mom, dad, grandma, right? Grandpa. You're noticing that there's this kind of family pattern maybe that you've adopted also of like almost toxic positivity, where it's like, oh, every single time that something negative happens, I'm just going into denial about what's negative and just focusing on the positive. And you identify that that is something that also happened back in your ancestral line. So once you've recognized that, you really got to do that kind of consciousness work to be like, well, does this really serve us? Is this serving me? And is this serving the family line in general? Well, no, actually, because of the fact that I can see that when we go into denial, this, and this happens. Also, I'm watching this dynamic where every time a child in this family has a negative emotion, they're instantly invalidated, redirected towards the positive. And so all of a sudden, this is a person that can't have a relationship with their own negative emotions. Because there's a lot of very important information inherent in those emotions. Okay, so you're gotten to the point where you're like, I want to be done with this. So then you're going to make that your new thing. You're working on an ancestral pattern, but specifically by changing that one, changing the denial pattern. So that means you're working with how to address negative emotions. And that could look like, I'm sitting with negative emotions. That could look like writing a whole list on why negative emotion serves you. That could mean that you're developing a muscle for feeling. I mean, I could basically sit here and list a whole lot of things that you could do for that particular pattern. The point is that you've taken on that charge of being like, you know what? I'm the one that's going to turn this pattern around. I'm the one that's going to change that pattern for this family line. Obviously, part of that is changing the way you interact with the children, the progeny of the family line as well, right? Okay, so that would be the bulk of that. The other aspect of this would be that you're finding the patterns that are working within the family and embodying that. So let's say that you find out, we're pretty musical people in this family. Maybe I haven't picked up a musical instrument or anything like that, but I noticed that there's so much musical aptitude. Maybe I actually should do that. And so for the sake of ancestral healing and ancestral ownership, I'm going to be a person who picks up an instrument. Now, maybe the instrument you pick up has something to do with your ancestry as well. I use this example because I actually know somebody who did this work with their ancestry, and they actually chose to pick up an ancient, super ancient instrument. They were already a musician. So they're like, wait a minute, the people in my family came from this area and there's this one instrument people would have played. And now I basically have to go find somebody who knows how to play this instrument and teach me. And it became like this really fun exploration for them. And I'm telling you, when you're playing your ancestral music, it will do so much to your body. It's going to like just blow your mind. So in that same vein, we've got the bulk of your ancestral healing is about that. We've got things like meditation and journey work. Like in the e-course, I basically have put forward one of those more esoteric processes that you can go through to connect with your ancestry. You've got embodying ancestral aptitudes, things like, let's say that you notice that in your family, everybody's really good at oration. So you're going to go ahead and really bring that out in a much more pronounced and conscious way. You've got, like we mentioned before, playing ancestral music. Very important when you find out where your family was from to find that type of music, especially at the time period when your family would have been there, and then you just play it in the house. But you got to watch for how it affects your body and it awakens your genetics. It's going to shock you. Like when you start playing your ancestral music, it's like your whole body just starts vibrating. Cooking and eating ancestral foods. That's another one of the things that really helps with integrating and therefore healing the ancestral pattern. If anybody has the capacity to go to the ancestral lands and specifically drink the water of the ancestral lands, the way it's like downloading the vibration of the place that was the origin of your people. And so again, it has this activating and resetting effect on the body and the being, which is quite incredible. Another thing, You can be clearing ancestral karmas. So like, let's say that you find out that in your family line, somebody exploited the forest beyond measure. Maybe that's your indication to go plant trees or donate money to reforestation efforts and essentially take that negative pattern that was running through the line and turn it in the opposite and more progressive direction. What else? I don't remember. Rejection of the family. So obviously, if you're in this pattern where you're rejecting your family line, the rejection of the family line has to be changed in some way, because whenever you're pushing against the family line in that way, that huge current of energy that runs through the family line can't come into your body. So you're actually preventing yourself from all of that sort of, stream of energy, including all of those magical elements that are coming through the family line can't come through you. And you've essentially cut yourself off from it. I mean, this is something that's worth talking about relative to children, because I do know that especially when people have a parent that hurt them in some way, they think they're doing their own child a justice and doing something good for them by cutting themselves off from the family line. And I want people to understand that there's a very big difference between keeping a child safe from certain negative patterns in a family line and cutting a child off from their origin story, which they should feel very, very proud of, right? We know that when it comes to discovering our ancestry, some of these things we're going to feel great about, and it's going to be like, that is so cool. Other stuff is going to be like, yes. And it's important to be able to take in that entire picture. What else? God, I don't know. I wish I would have written my whole long list here before I came and sat down. Was that like an okay kind of ish overview type of thing? Because most people, when they hear ancestral trauma, what they're thinking in their head is that it's this very esoteric thing.
Right.
And what I'm wanting people to understand is that the esoteric aspect of this process is actually a very small piece of that pie, the smallest piece.
Yeah.
The vast majority of it you're doing in real time and very consciously with the recognition of these patterns and the ownership of these patterns.
I have a question, a two-part question with this that takes it a little bit into the intuitive realm. But the first is, my understanding and my experience, even though it's really more the last 10, 15 years that I really experienced what you're talking about, where I'm like, gosh, that's so interesting. I didn't realize my grandfather was into that. I never met him, but I feel him with me. Yep. So I'm curious about what you can see and feel in terms of healing ourselves and the ancestral line, line of ancestry, and then calling in ancestors, the understanding
our ancestors are absolutely guides for us. And especially there are certain individuals, you're going to get the pings when you go down this road. It's like, oh, that person, I have a thing with that person.
Yeah.
And so often when people have that feeling, that is an individual, an ancestral guide who has stepped in and is part of their spirit guide arsenal, right? It's not uncommon also for these beings to reincarnate into the same family. So it's super common for a great grandfather or a grandfather to reincarnate as somebody's child in the same family line, because there's a lot of juice in personal expansion and the working of being on the other side of the coin and all these different dynamics with these same people,
Yeah. So I'm saying, for those listening, I've always had this feeling, I'm going to ask people listening to just tap in, right, Teal? Have you felt a deep connection to certain people that have passed on? It's possible their soul is part of you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
but
really, of course.
When it comes to ancestral trauma, I would like people to think about it like this. I want you to, where you're sitting right now, I want you to think about meeting your third, great granddaughter, or grandson, whichever. If you met them, now I want you to think about the pain you're going through in your life right now, whatever it is, because it'd be different for each one of us. How would you feel if you talked to your third great granddaughter or grandson and found out that they were literally living the opposite experience? They had found that healed experience, right? I think about this a lot, right? Because I come from a whole line of people that came on the Mayflower, 26 individuals on the Mayflower itself.
Hey, my friend. Okay, I'm just stopping really quickly because I want to share with you a really cool free tool that I have. It is my free Intuitive Superpowers quiz. My quiz is going to help you to harness and know and decipher your dominant intuitive superpower. It's really fun. It's quick. And once you take the quiz, you will get a video from me. You'll get tips and tools and practices to know how to harness and to really hone in on your intuitive superpower. There are 4 types. I don't want to give it away, but go to julieriesler.com/free quiz to take the quiz. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think? Did it resonate? And again, if you are here, I know like attracts like. This quiz will help you to really learn how to connect to your superpower, your intuition. Go to julieriesler.com/free quiz to take the quiz. And I can't wait to hear what you think and what you find out. Okay, back to the show. Lots of love. Wow. I didn't know that.
And it's interesting to think about this, the picture of trauma healing and trauma resolution across generations rather than just in an individual. And it's very, very obvious when you look at stories like that, where you've got a whole group of people who are willing to risk everything for what was not working for them somewhere, with the hopes of what would be on the other side. Now, we know that that was this insane, horrible trip, basically, where people get over here and then it's not a great story, but they came over here thinking that they would have a better life. Now, so many of them had progeny who turned out to be presidents, progeny who turned out to be pop stars, progeny who made an absolute ridiculous success out of themselves in this brand new place. And how would they feel if they knew that? Would they feel a sense of completion? Now, I can put myself in their shoes and be like, absolutely yes. Like I would feel so healed myself if I knew that several generations ahead of me, progeny, were having the experience that I so wanted for myself and for the future. So we absolutely have it in our hands to provide this healing experience for our ancestors. And that includes healing that they didn't even know they needed, you know? It's not like everybody who died way back in the day was conscious of, oh, there's no intimacy in our family, and that's the reason I've been suffering, you know? But they will experience the resolution of that, even if they, you know, in life would have been the person who's like, I don't want intimacy, you know?
Right. So at the soul level,
yeah,
there's healing that this is what I think, at least it motivates me a lot, is I think about, I just know everyone that's tuning, I just know this amazing community. Seriously, we're people that we're changing things up. We're making it a better world, and we're going to do our work. We're going to do the healing work, and we're going to raise our consciousness. And I know that. So I'm like vibrating. I'm like, we're these people. And I know it motivates me, you know, to think about when I do the hard things and I'm in the feeling I don't like, or I'm looking at these patterns. It tends to be more on my dad's side than my mom's. And it's uncomfortable as crap and my parents are alive, and I'm just using myself because we're here chatting, you know, and I can hear like, oh gosh, this thing that's still with him. And I think of his family and I think of the trauma. I'm like, okay. But I think about as I'm becoming, you know, we can talk about self-love and grounded, and these things are changing and healing real time. I know it because I can see the reflection in the real, you know, in the world, outer world. I do think about, wow, that's healing my dad's ancestry, my mom's ancestry, and it's changing the future for what's to come. And this is for all of us. So I'm sharing this is for all of us. And to me, Teal, this is where I think this work is so unbelievably important, especially right now. We talk about we want to change the world, but, you know, and I know it sounds trite, but I know you can see this and feel this. It does start with ourselves. And it really does. And maybe you can share more. Yeah.
And a big part of that too is owning the aspects of our ancestry that was working. Right now, we actually need a revival of a lot of the magic that's in our family lines to come back to the world. So when we talk about ancestral healing, it's very easy to slip into this pattern of being like, we need to just change everything and not realize, wait a minute, some of what we need to do is to bring this ancestral medicine that we have to the world the way that it is today. These cultures that we come from have such incredible knowledge, such incredible gifts that we absolutely need to revive and keep alive.
What do you think some of that magic is, just to pull the thread a little bit?
Well, I mean, right now, all of us in our ancestry had tribe at some point. And some cultures, let's be honest, more than others, have this incredible capacity to form community and to establish, let's say, structures for community that really worked better than what's happening today. And we're in a time period where there's an epidemic of loneliness. So bringing forth that kind of ancient knowledge of tribe and communal support is something which needs to be revived in everyone, to be quite frank right now. You've also got these ancient healing techniques from cultures that knew a lot more about sort of their intuitive connection with the plants and the animals and the minerals that are on this planet, just kind of sitting here available to us. And because we walked so far down the Newtonian road of physics and modern medicine, it's like we've lost a lot of these old practices, which are profoundly powerful, which need to be revived. You know, I could sit here and probably think of a lot more.
I think those two, I think the epidemic of loneliness and reviving our ancient healing techniques, I think we got a lot in there. One of the things I would love to ask you about at an energetic and healing level, one of the biggest, from my own experience, what I have seen, myself, clients, and the work I've done is the real, and you talked earlier about autoimmune and our bodies, is truly the power of self-love. Not just, I mean, getting your nails done, bubble baths, those are great. We're not talking about that. And I can say someone who likes that stuff, that's like 1/1000th of it. But, you know, your experience, what self-love is and how it contributes to healing and to really shifting, you know, the way that we view ourselves in the world.
There should be no differentiation between self-love and healing. It's one and the same, because when we're profoundly healing, what we're doing is we're taking ownership of ourselves so as to move ourselves in the direction of improvement, which is really healing. So basically, they're the same thing. That being said, healing is not always an enjoyable experience. And I think self-love is perhaps one of the most difficult practices there is, because the real meat and the heart of self-love is about reintegrating the aspects of yourself that you have pushed away. And that's why self-love can't really be understood outside of the context of the concept of fragmentation. Now, the concept of fragmentation is that your consciousness splits And in the moment that your consciousness splits, you've got an aspect of you you identify with and attach to, and an aspect that you suppress, deny, and disown. Usually that aspect is then suppressed into the subconscious mind. And that is profound self-rejection. And it makes it so that we can't actually act in our own best interests, because to act in our own best interest is to consider the aspect of ourselves that we have been pushing away. Now, self-hate, actually, most people think it's an extreme word, but self-hate is really resident in every one of us that has been socialized. Because when we come into a group experience where we are socialized, which everybody is, we get taught very, very early what is acceptable and unacceptable, what is good and bad, what is right and wrong. And it's very important for us when we're part of this society, especially being relationally dependent as we are, it's important for us to be what is good and right and acceptable, and then to shun what is bad and wrong and not acceptable. And to do that, we have to create these splits in our own consciousness where we essentially create an internal triangulation dynamic where we establish closeness with the social group by pushing aspects of ourselves away. That's the origin of self-hate. That's the origin of self-rejection. That's the opposite of self-love. So it is the reversal of that process, which is the real heart of self-love. And it is so hard. Like, what if I told you that self-love is about taking the part you hate the most about yourself and finding a way to see, hear, feel, understand, and pull it closer?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you the truth. I've been working on this. It's not fun. It's you know, and going back to the completion process, and this might be helpful for others, what's helped me with the fragmented parts is to actually characterize, like to find, if I can think or remember, it's usually not thinking, remembering, all right, me at 13 or me at 8 or me, like, and to picture myself and bring her in and just, you know, become the loving parent with her and just let it rip, like let her, it's just thinking that this morning, actually, I was doing a little bit of this process and I'm like, if someone came in right now, it sounds like there's 3 of us. Like, I am talking, me, and then there's like the loving parent, and then there's this part of me that was so triggered. And this is, I want to ask you, but my sense is what we're seeing, without getting into all the issues in the world, or, you know, we've got a election coming, we got a lot going on right now. To me, I'm always like, God, I feel like we're seeing a mirror of people's fragmented, unhealed selves is what
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I feel like we're seeing.
Completely what is happening.
Yeah.
There is such a universal call for integration. And for there to be an integration, we have to first see how incredibly polarized our aspects are. And we're seeing that externalized. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on how we can fix that at the global level, Teal?
Yeah, we have to get curious. At a global level, we've got to get deeply, deeply curious. Because what you will notice about parts that are juxtaposed, that includes externalized, polarized people, is that they can usually, they're responding to a fear that's on the shadow side of the other one. So it's usually that this party, for example, sees the shadows and the potential terror of that party, and vice versa. And it's not until you really understand the heart of that vulnerability that you can then caretake it. So what we're being asked to do when we're in these polarized perspectives and positions is to caretake the vulnerability of the other. And if we can do this for each other, we find that win-win scenario that we have thus far not been able to find. But of course, to do that, you can't have people that are operating in a state of narcissism anymore. And that's the real struggle right now, is that universally speaking, people are being tested. It's like, to what degree are you willing to be conscious? Because we're going to have to, as a race, it's no longer a luxury. As a race, we're going to have to wake up to the fact that we cannot stay this narcissistic in a system upon which we depend. We've got to actually start to take the best interest of others as a part of ourselves. And I use others very broadly, because that means others plants, others planet itself, others animals, others other people, others the thing that I consider my enemy. So it's like, you know, no small undertaking, but it's only once we have that realization that we can't be this way anymore that we will actually be willing to step forward and stop playing the zero-sum game. And instead, like I said, caretake the vulnerability.
I'm wondering, at an energetic level, to me, also what I think you're saying is neutralize the polarity. So by bringing curiosity, maybe compassion, what comes to heart is sort of a, I don't know.
Compassion, but not if it is superior. See, there's so many nuances.
Yeah.
So much of the time when I watch people who are approaching these types of things with compassion, they're doing so with like a superiority complex. It's easy when we get into these discussions, especially when we're considering ourselves very like spiritually aware. It's very easy for us to slip into the ego of superiority and in the virtuosity of those character traits. And that is felt as a war. So I mean, really genuinely curious. You should be wanting to know why people have the stance that they have, what it is that they're reacting to and responding to, especially what they're the most afraid of. And then you should be able to find some kind of a meeting of minds. You got to be able to accommodate for that.
Yeah.
In whatever way.
Some of the work that I've done through the Heart Math Institute, which really goes into the heart, I've found what actually helps me. I don't know how this resonates for you, but like I picture dropping down from my eyes. You could use your third eye too, but I picture my eyes like through my heart, like getting curious from a just like at a deep heart to heart soul level, like what's going on here? And I think that's what you're saying is get curious, not from judgment, not just truly, I mean, curiosity, I don't know the quote, but I mean, to me, it's one of the most healing states we can be in.
It is. And curiosity is one of the easiest vibrations for us to slip into, including when we're in resistance, because you can't go at something when you're in pain about something, you can't go at it with approval. You can't go at it in terms of, okay, let me figure out how to agree. But you can get curious. That's a very innately human trait to want to know more, right? So it's accessible for people, which is obviously we don't need to be stretching people vibrationally to such a degree that it's impractical for them to be able to do that. Curiosity is not impractical. It's
brilliant. It's accessible. That's brilliant. I'd never heard it said that way. Yeah, that's I'm even thinking of the emotional scale. We talked about that, and I think it's David Hawkins, The Power versus Force, where I mean, it's too far of a jump. But curiosity, it's really the bridge. Oh, we talked about that. Yes, that is
how open people are to curiosity. Also, curiosity is an opening vibration. So when we approach somebody with genuine curiosity, they want to open themselves.
Yeah,
they want to explain themselves. They will give you more information. They're going to come out of resistance.
This is really important. So anyone listen, like whatever triggers you about the other party or side, I mean, it's so like Earth 3D to say this, but this is what we're in. This is what we're in right now. You know, sometimes I'm like, what are we doing? I don't know if it's a memory of something else, but I'm like, what is this? Like, why do we even have to be in polarity? Like, what is happening? However, I'm almost getting curiosity is the neutralizing. Do you think it's connected to the next fourth, fifth dimension, curiosity?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say that. I would just say that, like, vibrationally speaking, curiosity is the thing that unites opposing forces. So it
unites us.
It's an opener, it's an integrator, it's a uniter.
Yeah. Love this. Lastly, first of all, thank you. This is so fun. And I was going to ask, for people that want to learn more about you, I call them heart flares, Teal, where like, you probably see them, but something either I didn't ask you or maybe a message you have, like, I don't know. Sometimes just if there's something comes through that could be a message that would be helpful, healing for our beautiful community, I'm just going to give you the floor to share whatever you'd like.
The other thing that I would definitely share right now is that right now it feels to almost everybody like they're in a pressure cooker. Like the heat is turned way up, and for a great many people, it's turned up to a degree where people don't know that they can handle it anymore. And I want to explain what is happening here. Obviously, the heat has been turned up on humanity to get to a certain place of awakening so as to not line up with certain negative outcomes, or the human race specifically, right? But all of us are in this position where we're hitting one of our most difficult gates. And it's the gates that I want people to understand right now. A gate is really any vibrational thing that is preventing your capacity to get to what you want. And there are, on the path to what you're wanting, so many of these gates, right? I'll give you an example of what the gates look like here. Let's say that you're an athlete and you're wanting very, very badly to win the gold medal. Potentially one of the gates that you run into is, I can't get to that gold medal because I'm a person who can't ask for support. So we will have to move through and heal all of these dynamics that are involved in the I can't ask for what I want so that I can actually get support. Okay, let's say you get to that point, you move past that gate. Then the next reason you're not going to be able to get this gold medal that you want is another gate. Now, maybe potentially that gate would be something like, I have the tendency when it feels like there's too much ahead of me to give up rather than to continue. Okay, well, that pattern of giving up, once we move through that gate, we're able to be even closer to what we're wanting. But what most people don't understand is that so many of us right now are actually up against the very gate, which is having to choose the thing that we are the most afraid of and are wanting to run away from the very most in order to get what we want. So let's say that in your childhood, what you wanted more than anything was a sense of belonging. Your gate that you're most likely hitting right now is that you can't actually get that belonging unless you risk authenticity, which loses you belonging with the very group that you're with currently. So you basically have to choose to not belong in order to belong. And when we are at that gate, the choose the thing you've been avoiding your whole life to get what you want gate, it is one of the most painful experiences that a person can possibly go through. And so, I'm telling you right now, when I'm out of body looking at the way that human consciousness is right now, so many people are at this gate that it's like you're seeing the reflection on the outside in the world of just people not being able to deal with this. And then, flipping back and forth between trying to deal with it and just like coping with it. And then because of it, there's so much fear in the system that people in general are inflamed. So I would say that to recognize that you're most likely at that particular gate, to learn about gates in general, I just did a video on this. People want to watch that one. It's on my YouTube channel. It's called The Gates. And to also just recognize that when we're in a world like this that is inflamed because of fear, what you're interacting with primarily is protector parts. So usually when we're in a world where everybody's in a protector aspect, it's not a very fun world, right? And the answer to that most of us have is to go into our own protector parts. And by doing so, we actually inflame the whole situation worse. So what we are being called to do and charged with is to actually try to behave in a way that deactivates people's protector parts, to try to make ourselves safe for other people. And so if I had my wish, it would be that people would walk through the world in this time period. It's very difficult to do, but with this attitude of, I would like the people who are around me to feel safe with me. I would like the people around me to understand that I care. I would like to be the person where in an entire ocean of people who are not looking each other in the eye and not talking and not smiling, I'm going to become the person who is going to smile at the person, going to be the one who talks, and I'm going to be the antidote to the inflammation in the world today.
That is a drop the mic moment. I have nothing else I can say other than listen again to that, everyone, and again and again. And this is where each of us has something that we can do. We have lots that we can do, of course, in ourselves. That is really brilliant. I love what you shared about out of body being able to actually see the inflammation. I don't see it. I sense it. I feel it.
I can see it in your body. Your body's reacting to it. So
yeah. No, I'm like, and this feels very like plumb line true. And we can all be that antidote. It's really beautifully said, Teal. I believe in that. I thank you. Thank you for sharing something that's there's so much here. And I just, all right, I have one last question. I can't help myself. We'll have to do this again and again. I always have questions for you. With all that's happening and what you're seeing, knowing that I believe anyone that's tuning in really wants to have positive change, is there there's so many different tools and things. If we had to choose one thing that we're doing each day to really make an impact that's going to help shift consciousness, is there one thing you would recommend doing?
Become sensitive. I know that's like a one-liner, but now let me explain. We have hardened ourselves to the world. We've hardened ourselves to vulnerabilities, and we have made it so that we are a culture as a human whole that is not in touch with emotions. And this is profoundly dangerous. And I understand that what I'm saying is a very big ask, because this world is very, very painful right now. But we're not going to be able to get out of the pain that is happening in this world right now unless a great many of us tip the scale here by becoming very much resensitized to our emotions, very much willing to drop into them and feel the intuitive messages that are inherent within them, and get very, very sensitive to things. Stop normalizing them, stop desensitizing, so that we can actually tell what is and is not conducive to human health. And it's only when we are able to do that that we will then make the changes necessary for us to have a society and a world that is conducive to us, which is really what all of us are wanting. So it's like the very most painful thing to do right now, which is to open up, become sensitive and soft and a feeler, is the hardest to do in a world where it's not conducive to that, right? But it does make sense, right? I'm telling you, the new earth is going to be brought in by the people who are sensitive. Absolutely the case.
Well, we've got a ton right here. I tell you right now, if like attracts like, we got a lot of sensitive folks watching and that want to become more sensitive. I even heard our intuition. I just pictured it like droplets, like in each emotion, the more we're sensitive and feeling, the more we're in tune. I just keep seeing these droplets of like intuitive guidance, or like in the emotions, they come through them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh, that's
There's
awesome.
a wealth of information in every emotion.
Yeah.
So the more that we are not in tune with those, the more cut off we are to this wealth of information.
You are such a sage, medicine woman, intuitive healer, guide, and in my world, a friend and someone I'm so grateful for you, Teal. This conversation just, I feel lit up, and I just thank you for being here and sharing your wisdom. You're beautiful. You've just got this sage like knowing, and like no one else I've met, and it's really a gift to share you.
Thank you so much.
And I'll just say to everyone, to our beloved soul family, we love you. I'm speaking on behalf of you, Teal, but I'll just say we love you from our heart to yours, and to remind you, as Teal said, honoring your sensitivity. I know it's hard going in the feelings that you don't want to feel, knowing in that is where your intuitive guidance and your strength is going to come. And please share this episode with anybody that this could help. Anyone that's suffering, anyone that's feeling alone, please share this episode and keep coming back to it. I know I will. And just thank you, love you. Here's to you really honoring your newest you, your highest self. Love and light always. Mwah.
Today I'm going to show you the collection of absolute gems, 15 games that are a perfect 10 by 10 and must be on every gamer's playlist. These aren't just great games, they're the ones that redefine the boundaries of what gaming can be. Each of these titles has left a lasting impression on me and I can't wait to share my thoughts with you. So buckle up, hit that like button, and let's jump into it. Kicking things off, we have Ghost of Tsushima, and trust me, this game is a visual masterpiece. I remember the first time I rode through the golden fields with the wind gently swaying the grass and the sun setting in the distance. It was breathtaking. The game beautifully captures the spirit of feudal Japan. But it's not just about looks. The combat system is so fluid and satisfying. Every sword fight feels like a duel straight out of a samurai movie. The way you can seamlessly switch between stances to take down different types of enemies, it just feels right. And the story of this game is just wow. Jin Sakai's journey from samurai to the ghost is one of the most compelling narratives I've experienced in a game. If you haven't played this one yet, you're missing out on something truly special. Next up, we set sail with Assassin's Creed.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video, here to give you guys a heads up on a gigantic PC Games spring sale. So many.
In this video, I'll be sharing 10 JRPGs with amazing action combat. Like the last video, I'm not necessarily saying the game on a whole is great, just that the combat is. And once again, these won't be in any specific order. What JRPGs do you think have the best action combat? Let me know in the comments. And if you enjoy JRPGs and want to stay up to date with the latest news, reviews, and other fun videos just like this one, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss anything. Now, first up, the game I want to talk about is Scarlet Nexus. This is a super fun action JRPG, and you have two main characters, Yuito and Kasane. Now, what's interesting is they both have different stories, kind of different perspectives on the same story, and fight with different weapons, but they both do have the same power of psychokinesis. Basically, there'll be objects all around the environment and levels, and you can pick them up and throw them. These can be big and small things, like from trash cans to giant trains that you can hurl at enemies. Now, you do have team members that you can bring with you, but they will be AI controlled, but you can share the team abilities. So, for example, some of them could be like elemental attacks like fire, you can turn invisible or duplicate yourself and do tons of extra damage. Now at the beginning you can only use one ability at a time, but eventually you unlock the ability to use more than once at a time, so you can combine powers in really cool ways, and it's just super fun. But overall the combat is just really slick, and there's a really fun flow to combat. Like the moment-to-moment combat just feels good when you're attacking guys, dodging, and eventually once you break an enemy you can do a big finishing move, and it just feels so satisfying. And I think one thing about Scarlet Nexus that it doesn't get enough love for is its great sound design. Like for example, once the cooldowns on certain abilities are up, there's a little sound cue, and when enemies are ready to break there's a sound cue, so overall it's just a really satisfying game from a sound perspective. Now there's also the brain drive and brain field abilities. These are unique mechanics that allow for temporary power boosts, and the brain field mode lets players unleash devastating abilities at the risk of overusing their own powers. Overall, it's an incredible action JRPG. It begs to be played at 60 frames per second if you can, and if you haven't played it already, definitely go check it out. One of my favorite games of all time also has one of my favorite action combat systems of all time, and that's in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Now, it sort of has a hybrid combat system where it does combine real-time action, but then it has these ATB-based commands, allowing players to switch between fast-paced action and using strategic abilities. Now, normal attacks are fast and fluid, and the more you do your regular attacks, it builds up an ATB bar. And you use your ATB bars for things like casting magic abilities, using items, stronger attacks, and these are just unique to each character. They can be different things depending on which character you're using. And the really cool thing is each character is so unique, and they have their own style. Now, in the game, you do have a 3-character party, and Cloud and Tifa are mostly brawlers, like melee characters. Barrett has a gun so he can attack from range. Aerith is all about healing and she can also attack from range, but my preferred character, and I think the most powerful character in the game, is Yuffie. She is just super fast, she does tons of damage, and because the game is all about this like stagger system, and a lot of times stagger is based on elements, Yuffie can infuse any element into her shuriken, and she can attack from range and just break enemies super easily. And what's really cool is you can swap to any of the characters on the fly, and it's pretty necessary for different fights because breaking enemies requires different abilities, and these can be anything from different weapon types to different types of magic. Now, a returning feature is the materia system. Basically, this is the magic and special ability system that can be customized with materia, and this allows for some really creative synergies between attack, magic, and support abilities. And the really cool thing is, if you want to swap out a character, you can just equip the materia and put it on another character. They're essentially like these little magical orbs that you equip into an equipment slot. And of course, the powerful summons like Ifrit and Shiva are back, and they join battles to make it super dynamic. They become like this playable character and just do devastating damage. And of course, each character has their famous limit breaks that offer visually stunning high damage attacks. Overall, this game was just so much fun. There were so many cool boss fights, so many fun enemies to engage with, and definitely one of my favorite action combat systems in any JRPG. Next up, we have Granblue Fantasy Relink. Now, this game, it just feels good to control. The controls are really smooth and responsive. You have, your basic simple attacks, you can dodge, block, and you have a suite of special abilities. But I think what makes Granblue Fantasy Relink worthy of being on this list is its diverse roster of playable characters. Each character has a unique weapon, skill, combat style, and there's just so many different options to you as the player. For example, my favorite character, Fairy, fights with a whip, and over time, she summons her ghostly pets to fight alongside her. Rosetta, on the other hand, is more like a magic caster, and she does these little plant abilities and plants these little plants all over the battlefield that can either provide buffs or do damage. But then you have characters with guns and swords and everything else in between. So no matter how you like to fight in combat, there's definitely going to be a character for you. And what's really fun is this is sort of a synergistic, like team-based combat system. Now you can only control one character at a time. However, the game has something called link attacks and skybound arts. Essentially, once you have a meter that fills up, you can do a big special ability. And if you link with your other 3 characters in your party, you can then do skybound arts and just do these big devastating attacks. And it looks really, really cool. And overall, I think the enemies are just really fun to fight. Now there's like simple little goblin enemies that you just run up and attack and they're easy to fight. But then the bigger boss enemies, they have like these telegraphed attacks, like they're going to shoot a big beam here or drop things here. So overall, it's just really fun to fight. You have all the information at your fingertips. And over time, it just feels fun to unlock the characters, unlock different bosses to fight, and just different iterations of those bosses once you finish the game. I know not everybody loved Granblue Fantasy Relink, but I have a special place in my heart for that game. I really, really enjoyed it. I put in over 50 hours. And so if you like games like Monster Hunter that just came out, Granblue Fantasy Relink is going to be right up your alley. We all know action games can suck you in for hours, but sometimes you need a change of pace. That's where Monster Hunter Now comes in. It's an authentic Monster Hunter experience for mobile that lets you find and hunt monsters in the real world using your phone. It's perfect for when you're out on a walk, commuting, or just need a quick hunting break between your console sessions. With how much I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds, I know I often need to get outside and take a break. And speaking of which, there's no better time to jump in because Monster Hunter Now is running a cool collaboration event with Monster Hunter Wilds. Players can experience the thrill of riding a secret for Monster Hunter Wilds with a new layered equipment. This won't be available once the event ends, so don't miss your chance to get it while you can. Plus, by completing event quests, you'll unlock a special gift code that can be redeemed in Monster Hunter Wilds. These rewards will give you an early head start, making sure you're geared up and ready to take on the next big adventure. So if you haven't already, now's the perfect time to download Monster Hunter Now. It's free to play, and trust me, once you start hunting monsters in the real world, you'll be hooked. Click the link in the description, jump into the event before it's gone, and I'll see you out there. Happy hunting. Now, Tales of Arise is my personal favorite Tales combat system. It just has so many layers to it. There's so many things that you can trigger to keep combat engaging, and you have 6 playable characters that all feel so different. Of course, the main character, Alphen, is your typical sword fighter. He gets in close with melee damage and does big damage. You have Xion, who fights from range with a gun, and then you have someone like Kisara, who has this giant shield she can't dodge, but is the only character that can block. And honestly, they're all fun to play. Like, no matter what your style of character is, you're gonna find someone here to fall in love with. But I think, again, the thing that makes this so engaging are these different, like, combo chains. Like, you could do just basic standard attacks, but you can then chain them into something called arts, these special moves that you unlock as the game goes on, and you could build these fluid combos, and it makes combat feel so fun and dynamic. Like, I've seen insane videos of guys doing these like 100 attack long combo chains, and it looks like something out of a fighting game. And again, because the battlefields are a little bit bigger here, Arise rewards well-timed dodges with counterattacks, and it just adds an extra layer of skill for those that pay attention. But I think what really makes this game super fun and dynamic are the boost attacks and boost strikes. So the boost attacks are like, you can have a character come in and they're like interrupting enemy action. So for example, like Kisara can throw her shield down, so if someone is charging you, she can block them and stop them. And then you have other characters that can interrupt casting on big boss enemies or just random enemies. And then you have these high damage team attacks where you can have another character come with you, whatever character you're controlling, and do just big devastating finishers that look super cool and flashy. And overall, the combat animations are beautifully designed with a focus on stylish anime inspired battles. And overall, the combat in this game was just so much fun. I loved all the different characters, trying them out, trying their new abilities as they came in, and you can swap between any character on the fly as well. And once again, I know this is probably going to be a little controversial because I know people love the Tales series and there's other games that might be more popular, but for me, I just loved the combat in Tales of Arise. And speaking of controversial picks, here we have Ys 9 Monstrum Nox. Now the combat here is just fast, fluid, arcadey, and just really fun. Like, you can pick up a controller and immediately have fun just slicing away at enemies. Now in this game, it's a party-based system where you can have 3 characters in your party and you can swap between them on the fly, but it's all about exploiting enemy weaknesses. Now certain enemies are weak to different types like slashing or blunt or whatever they're called in the game. You have to be constantly swapping to different characters to exploit enemy weaknesses. Now the game also rewards perfectly timed dodges with flash moves, so you can dodge at the right time, do extra damage, and even flash guards that will power up attacks. And if you're skilled enough and you could do both quickly back to back, then you can do devastating damage. Now Ys 8 and Ys 9 systems are basically the same, but for me, I prefer 9 for a few reasons. Now for me, I just like the characters a lot more in 9 as far as like how they animate and how they attack and how they fight, their abilities. They're just much more fun to me. And the cool thing about Ys 9 is you can equip rings to different characters and you can switch the weaknesses that they inflict on enemies. So for example, I think there were 2 characters that I liked having in my party at the same time, but they did the same weaknesses to enemies, so it didn't make sense to have them in the party at the same time. But once I got these rings, rings, well, there you go. I could just equip one on one of them, and I could use them both in the party at the same time, and it was just so much more fun. And on top of that, this game also has the monstrum power. So each character has a unique ability, whether it be, gliding down from ledges or running up walls or zipping to spots. And the game cleverly uses these in boss fights in really, really cool ways. In particular, the final boss employs all the abilities in really cool ways, making for one of the best final bosses in any game I've ever played. So while most people are probably going to pick Ease 8, in terms of the actual combat, my money is always going to be on Ease 9. Now, Nier Automata has that signature Platinum game style combat. It's a mix of stylish combos, fluid movement, and cinematic action that makes combat feel incredibly smooth. And of course, it has that like bullet time dodge where if you dodge at just the right time, it kind of slows down the flow of combat and you can inflict a bit of extra damage while the enemy is just sitting there. And what's cool about Nier Automata is it blends both ranged and melee attacking. So, you can sit there and slash with your sword, but then you have this little robot that's always following you. You can just blast away with gunfire at any given time. Now, the game does have 3 playable characters, 2B, 9S, and A2. And while 2B and A2 kind of play pretty similarly, 9S is very different. He kind of attacks a lot slower, but then he has this like hacking mini game where, once you get an enemy down low enough, then you can do this hacking mini game and do big damage. But honestly, I feel like that sort of ruins the flow of combat. So for my money, I always enjoyed playing as 2B the most. But then the game has so much enemy variety and like just environment variety that makes combat super interesting. Now, this game has a fixation with like bullet hell mechanics where bosses will fire bullet hell projectiles, so you're constantly having to dodge or jump and get out of the way. And because the movement and the controls feel so smooth, it's just super fun to engage with these fights. And the Nier series also likes to play with camera angles, so every once in a while you'll be third person behind the shoulder, but then it'll shift to be kind of like a 2D side-scrolling segment or even a top-down at times. So Nier always keeps you on your toes. And I feel like nobody does action combat like Platinum, and this is really the only JRPG I can think of that they have worked on outside of maybe Astral Chain. But for my money, I just like Nier Automata way more. I think it's just a better game overall. And if you somehow are watching this video and you haven't played it already, it's super cheap now, so definitely go pick it up. Now, for as much as I didn't like Final Fantasy XVI on a whole, I did really enjoy the combat. Now, unlike most past Final Fantasy games, this entry ditches turn-based mechanics, entirely focusing on fast-paced real-time action. And the basic controls just feel really satisfying and smooth, built around the stagger system. So, you can dodge, you can block, you can do your basic attacks, you can jump, and as the stagger meter fills up, they'll become vulnerable and you can dish out big damage. And you can also do well-timed dodges that will slow down the action for a little bit, and it'll reward you with a little bit of an open window to do some damage. Now, one of the biggest things that people didn't like is the lack of real party members, and this game has party members, but most of them are AI controlled. But you do have your trusty dog Torgal that you can call on to do certain actions like attack or heal you. But where the game really turns it up a notch and becomes amazing is when Clive unlocks different icon abilities. So as you beat certain bosses throughout the game, you'll then gain their abilities and their famous summons from past Final Fantasy games like Shiva, Ifrit, and much more. And you can equip a limited number of them on your character at a time. And they're just super fun. There's like a deep skill tree. You can do tons of different attacks, and people have gotten super creative with how they like combine them. I know some people think this game is like kind of button mashy and a little bit shallow, but I have seen combo videos that say otherwise. So to me, I feel like people just aren't digging into the system deep enough, because there's a lot of fun to be had here. And of course, the other big drawing point to the combat system is the icon clashes. So Clive can basically become Ifrit and fight the different summons, and these boss fights are like some of the most cinematic, epic things I've ever experienced in a JRPG. They feature a lot of QTE based sequences. I know people don't necessarily like those because it feels like it's taking away controls, but that's not always the case in these battles. But overall, they just feel like giant spectacles, so epic, like some of the most epic boss fights I've ever experienced in a game. So if you've been turned off by Final Fantasy 16 because it doesn't feel like an RPG, or maybe people don't like the story so much, it's totally worth it for the combat alone because it's pretty incredible. Now, one of my favorite JRPGs of the last decade has been the Trials of Mana remake. And in this game, it employs a real-time action combat system where you can freely attack, dodge, and use abilities just in an open field. It doesn't like swirl you into like a battle arena, and it just feels really fast and responsive. And what's cool is you can actually jump in the air, juggle enemies, do air combos. So it's really simple on its first face, but it's actually really deep the more you dig into it. Now, the game has a party of 3 characters, and what's interesting about Trials of Mana is you choose your characters at the beginning of the game. Yeah, it's not like you find them throughout the world and then you build your party and you pick and choose. No, you pick your 3 characters that you're going to have for the entire game at the very beginning. And each character has very distinct combat styles, whether it be, Reese fighting with a spear and she's much quicker, or Kevin who can transform into this like monster and just devastate enemies, or Charlotte who's really strong with healing. And of course, you can swap to different characters on the fly mid-battle, so whatever the situation calls for, you can just switch and keep on going. But what's really cool is each character not only has specific weapons they use, but they can also evolve into different classes. So once you hit either certain levels or you obtain certain items, you can then change your class into something different, and it gives you different options for each level. And they're all wildly different, and they give you different moves, different magic abilities, and also change your costume if that's something you're into. And what's really cool is then it just gives you incentive to play a second time with the other 3 characters you didn't choose, because the story is going to be totally different. I really enjoyed Trials of Mana for it being a much tighter experience. It's probably going to be like 20-ish hours. I loved all the different characters. The combat felt really, really good. So if you're looking for an action RPG that's not going to take you super long, Trials of Mana might be right up your alley. Now recently, Yakuza or Like a Dragon has transitioned from a brawler action combat series to a more turn-based one, but Yakuza 0 is an entry that has dynamic real-time brawling with smooth combos. It's all real-time. You can be walking around the streets of Japan, and then you get into combat, and you can just beat up enemies super smooth, super fast, and fluid. And you can also upgrade your combat styles by spending money on upgrades, making progression feel really satisfying. Now in the game, there are 2 playable characters, Kiryu and Majima, and they each have 3 different distinct styles. So Kiryu has Brawler, Rush, and Beast, and Brawler is just your typical like beat 'em up style. Rush, I think, is kind of self-explanatory, like rushing towards enemy, maybe slightly faster. And then Beast is more centered around like picking up objects, swirling around, doing big group damage. And Majima is kind of the more like fast fighter. He's got like a thug style, kind of like a close-up sort of boxing style, a slugger where he's got a baseball bat, and then Breaker where he's essentially doing breakdancing moves, and it's really great for taking out big groups of enemies. And as I mentioned earlier, there's lots of environmental interaction where your characters can pick up objects in the environment like street signs, bicycles, and other objects that you can use in combat to make the fights super cool and over the top. Not to mention heat actions, which are the series' special finishing moves that add cinematic flair and just deal massive damage. Now I know there's so many Yakuza games these days, it's kind of becoming the Trails series where it's like, where do I even start? But if you like action RPGs and you've been looking, maybe I want to get into the Yakuza series, but where do I start? Yakuza 0 is the perfect entry point and an excellent game that you should definitely try. And last, but certainly not least, but maybe a little bit surprising, is Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom. Now, unlike its predecessors, kind of semi-turn-based combat system, Ni no Kuni 2 features fast, real-time combat with free movement. Now, this system is kind of simple but fun, and you can enter battles seamlessly while you're exploring the world. Each character has an attack. You have like a ranged attack. It could be either like with a bow, or it could be with magical attacks. And then you can also, dodge and block. And you can also swap between party members on the fly, and I believe you can have 3 party members in your party at a time. Now, while your monster system from the original Ni no Kuni is gone, Ni no Kuni 2 has something called the Higgledy system. These are kind of these little elemental creatures that you collect as you explore the world, and then you use these elemental creatures to either provide buffs, give you attacks, heal, or just add strategic depth in the midst of combat. Now, adding depth to combat is the kingdom building feature. Now, the kingdom building, you're not going to be like doing like raid fights with your castle or anything like that, but as you recruit NPCs throughout the world, you can upgrade your kingdom, and then as you upgrade your kingdom, this allows you to get new weapons, skills, and enhancements that eventually change things in combat. Now, the one big criticism of Ni no Kuni 2 is that it was way too easy, and I definitely agree. Like, it's kind of easy, but it was satisfying nonetheless. Like, it was just so fun. Like, the controls felt so smooth. I loved engaging in combat. I loved the animations and how fun it felt. And I really never skipped combat. Like, if there was an enemy in my way, I wanted to fight them just because it was so much fun. And even with the boss fights, like, they were really fun to engage with. And a lot of times you could fight enemies much higher level than you, and there's something satisfying about beating an enemy that you probably shouldn't be fighting right now. Now, again, this game's pretty old, so you could probably get it pretty cheap. And overall, I just had a ton of fun with this combat system. But once again, don't expect too much of a challenge. Now, if you want to take it old school or simply prefer turn-based combat, check out this video where I share 10 JRPGs with amazing turn-based combat.
Hello everyone, we're here in Bali. I'm hosting the trip for my audience, the Trova trip. Can't believe it's been in the works for like a year already. Anyways, today we're going to be talking about how to do shadow work, why you need it. It's so important, and I don't think there are a lot of good guides on it, and people make it seem very, very complicated, but it's actually incredibly simple. So basically, what is shadow work? It is trying to figure out the repressed parts of yourself, the shadow side of yourself, and through understanding that, we get to know ourselves on a deeper level, and also we're able to accept ourselves. So if you've watched a lot of my videos on my main channel and even the second channel, you would know I'm a psychology graduate, and I always say, if you want to understand other people more, you need to understand yourself more, because the only way to be able to understand why other people do certain things is through your own experience and through understanding yourself. And shadow work is one aspect of that. But say hypothetically, you just go and you watch these psychology videos and you don't apply anything to yourself. It is actually very hard for you to then understand others. Now, this video is not about others, it is about you, but that's just one of the benefits of shadow work, okay? And in life, it is very important that we are able to understand other people. It will get you further in your career, it will get you more friends, it will make you a more well-rounded and empathetic individual, and many, many other things. I want to start with a quote by Carl Jung. If you don't know who he is a psychologist or psychotherapist rather, and he came up with this personality theory. He believed that the human psyche consists of 3 parts. So we have the ego, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious. I'm going to give you a really quick lesson on this. I'm just opening my notes up. Guys, it's so funny. I'm on the trip right now, and this girl said to me, Simone, when I started psychology, I kind of realized I learned all of this from your videos already, and I'm like, here I am telling you my whole degree. Yeah, so the personal unconscious involves all experiences and factors relating to the individual, and the collective unconscious refers to the deeply rooted, archaic, and instinctual responses based on human genetics. Yeah, so the collective is basically like your intuition, your fight or flight, the deeply rooted, unconscious, primal instincts in us. And then the ego is the concept that we are constantly trying to balance the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious, and that's our ego. So the quote is, until you can make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, which basically means you have no control over yourself. You think you have this illusion of control, but if you don't even know yourself, you're not even directing your life. Shadow work, disclaimer, is very, very confronting, and we need to hold a lot of grace for ourselves. I still do shadow work to this day. It blows my mind how much more and more and more things just come out over time, the more you get to know yourself. There is a point where I think people can go too deep and then they just end up depressed because they don't know what to do with this heavy shadow self, and they feel like, oh my god, I'm such a burden. I am so broken inside. Like, what do I do about this? It is really, really challenging, but you know, without pain, we don't get any gain. I've talked about this in other videos, especially my depression videos this year, but the people who try to avoid uncomfortable feelings, thoughts, memories, they try to avoid getting to know those deeper parts of themselves, they are so fucking empty. And it's always those people who have so much to say about the way others live their life, the way others behave, because to them, they are perfect. But guess what? Sorry, nobody is perfect. We are all deeply flawed human beings. Ancestral DNA trauma. We have trauma from our parents, which is literally unavoidable because, hey, it's your parents' first time on earth too. Imagine how hard it is raising a child. How can we be truly authentic if we don't know these parts of ourselves and if we don't love and accept them? Getting to know my dark side, it had put me honestly through a lot of depression, anxiety. I'm like, why am I so broken? Why do I have all this pain? Like, I just want this pain to be taken from me. Over time, I've learned to accept that, work through that, integrate it, and it has made me a better individual. Sorry guys, I'm digressing. That is a very lengthy introduction for you, but okay, so where does the shadow self come from? Okay, our shadow self is our wounded self, and this can actually link to attachment theory later on, which I'll make another video on. But everything we get hurt by and we don't shake off or process, it then gets integrated into our shadow self and then drives how we act in life. Now guys, if you need a little bit of help with this, I do therapy. I'm currently seeing a trauma therapist for my CPTSD. If you guys need a therapist, go check out my sponsor today, BetterHelp. Thank you, BetterHelp, for being my #1 sponsor, my #1 long-term partner. I love you guys. BetterHelp is the biggest online therapy network. They have over 30,000 licensed therapists in the network, ready to help you with whatever you want, whenever you need. All you need to do is fill out a questionnaire, and usually within 48 hours, BetterHelp will have paired you with therapists for you. Now, if you don't like your therapist, you can actually go and switch your therapist afterwards. You just need to scroll through and they'll give you a whole list, and you can read their bio. Maybe one is more spiritual, LGBTQ friendly, whatever. You'll find the great therapist, and it's free of charge to change. They also have group therapy sessions, which I love too, on specific topics. So once you've been matched to your therapist, you can then schedule a video call, a call, or you can even message them anytime within the app, which is a feature I absolutely love. Sometimes you're going through it and you can't wait till your appointment and you need to talk to them right now. So guys, go use my link right here to get 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp. What are the ways the shadow self manifests? Jealousy, addiction, depression, promiscuity, anxiety, codependency, creating or being a lot of drama in your life, self-sabotage, power struggles, lies, procrastination, resentment, passive aggressiveness, bitterness, comparison, anger, aggression, rage, violent behaviors, abuse, substance abuse, abuse of others, abuse of yourself, victimization, heavy on that, guilt and shame, reactive discontentment. And if you don't get control of it, it will continue to control your life. The shadow is prone to psychological projection, in which a perceived personal inferiority is recognized as a perceived moral deficiency in someone else. I'm reading my notes, but essentially this means whatever you find annoying in yourself, you're actually going to project that onto someone else and find annoying in them. And that is the first step to getting to know your shadow more. Think about this. Have you ever met someone and you're just so like irritated by them and you don't know why sometimes? You're just like, why don't I like this person? Why are they irritating? They remind you of yourself. There is something in them that reminds you of yourself. I'll give you an example. I've recently talked in my story about how love and to want love as a woman is almost frowned upon nowadays because, sorry, it's so loud, because suddenly women, we have autonomy, we have a sense of power and freedom and rights, which we didn't have before. And we're in this era of like, you know, fuck man, we don't need men. We're a strong, independent woman who can do things ourselves. So if you're a woman and you say, you know what, I want a man, or I want love, people will frown upon you for that. That girl is so obsessed with love. She's so boy crazy. Of course we don't want to be like that, and yeah, we want to focus on ourselves, blah, blah, blah. But it is not a crime to want love. Love is what drives the world. Listen to every song in the world, okay? 98% of songs, they are about love because we want love. We're humans. We crave it. We want love. There is nothing wrong with that, okay? But I noticed in my friends and even sometimes myself, if I'm with a girl and she's so like crazy about boys, I am shunning her in my head. I'm like, why are you like this? And you know why? It's because I have been like this. I totally relate. And that part of myself I don't accept. Maybe you feel similarly. I know, like, yeah, there's one of my friends and she absolutely cannot hear about another girl talk about boys. Because she's like, ew, like, why? Like, you're a strong, independent woman. Just, like, deal with it. Like, just leave men alone. And it's because she is the most boy crazy girl I know. She can't accept that part of herself. And there's nothing wrong with that, but whatever we don't accept in ourselves, we're simply going to project that on others. And that's why people have so much to say about how other people live their life and so little to say about their own, okay? Because we're perfect. We're not. Other areas you can notice your shadow self come out is in triggering situations, okay? If you're in a situation and you just notice yourself getting riled up or you feel jealousy, reactive, whatever, why do you feel that way? An example, when I was 19, I remember I was with my ex-boyfriend and a couple of his friends, and I remember just feeling like so sad that I left the interaction. And this was actually the first time I ever noticed my shadow self and did shadow work. I felt sad because that guy reminded me, because my boyfriend, who's meant to be the closest person to me, was making me feel alone in a group setting. And in my past, I have always felt that way. I always felt like an outsider. So my shadow self was like really riled up that day. Like, oh, why do I feel this way? Why is the person who's meant to love me the most and I love him the most making me feel this way? And then I was like, wow, this what trauma I have is still here and I need to work through this. That was the first time when I was 19 I listened to the shadow self. Since then I don't really feel that way as much, because once you can acknowledge that part, you will notice it coming out in other situations. What do you lack self-confidence in? And like, why do you lack self-confidence? Maybe your parents, they were very critical of you. They always made you feel like you needed to be perfect, you needed to do so much. So if you failed at school or you fail at something in life, you feel like you are not worthy of something good. That's an example. That is your shadow self. Your shadow self is saying to you, I don't feel worthy right now, because you're conditioning yourself, oh, I gotta be perfect because my parents said I had to be perfect, so now I don't deserve that, blah, blah, blah. It manifests in a number of ways. Weak boundaries as well. I had very, very weak boundaries majority of my life, even into my early 20s. But bro, why do I talk like I'm fucking 30? I'm literally 24. Early 20s mean like 21, even, yeah, 21. Like, I had no boundaries. And my therapist was like, yo, you need to get some fucking boundaries. Because there was that people-pleasing mentality in me. Look, it came from YouTube, doing YouTube at an early age. You gotta make everyone happy. It came from wanting to make my parents happy all the time, wanting to always be perfect at school, perfect at everything. Through that, yeah, I had no boundaries. People wanted me for anything. Hey, I'm here. Even though it's making me depressed, I'm here for you. Your shadow self is like, okay, you feel unworthy of love, you feel unworthy of even friendship, go and do excessive things for others and have no boundaries for ourselves. Guys, I'm being so vulnerable telling you about my past right now. This is a big one, and I want to make a whole video on this, but self-love. A lot of people think they have self-love, but they absolutely don't. And one way that manifests is actually through not doing what's good for you, self-sabotage. You know what you're meant to do, but you just can't do it for whatever reason. And it's because you feel unworthy of it. You feel unworthy of receiving that good. So you hold yourself at this level where you don't really need to improve, and then you feel bad because you're not improving, and it's such a cycle. Another example, maybe you judge a woman's masculine appearance, or you judge her masculine behavior. It's because you don't accept your own masculine shadow within yourself, or perhaps you wish you were a little bit more like her. They are a part of you, whether or not you like it. And now I notice when someone's triggering me, I actually just try to send them love instead of listening to my ego project and be like, I don't like this, or I don't like you, because I'm saying I don't like myself then. I kind of try to accept it, have neutrality over the situation. Also, we can look at what triggers us out of proportion. Like, maybe you have a trigger and you know that, hey, this is like kind of unreasonable. Why? Why? That's all, guys, all you need to do in this process, why? Just ask yourself, why, okay? A, write the situation out, okay? What happened? Oh, my boyfriend let me walk behind him today and it made me feel alone. And now I hate him. Why? Because everyone in my life makes me feel alone. And I thought I found someone who didn't make me feel alone, and he did, okay? Why? You go another layer deeper. In my childhood, this happened. Now we can go to specific situations. Who did this to me? And then you can come up with a healing plan for yourself, okay? In that moment, you need to learn to self-regulate. We cannot shun our shadow self. Sometimes we're like, oh my God, why am I like this, right? Like, oh, why am I boy crazy? Why do I want love so much? Why do I want that person to be my friend? Why do I want that? Why do I want even male validation? This is a big one for women. Whether we like it or not, it's so fucking deeply ingrained in us that we want male validation, and I think so many of us, we just shun that. And we should, right? But it's there. It's hard to not want that when we've been raised in a society which just primes us for the male gaze. Other situations, your parents didn't value what you had to say, so you just don't speak up anymore. You think people don't want to hear what you have to say. You think you're unimportant. The reason why you might have big dreams and a lot of people don't believe in you, it's not that they don't believe in you. They don't believe in themselves. And in you, they probably see a version of them that's actually going out and doing things, and they wish that they were doing that, but they can't do it. In my opinion, your shadow self comes out the most when you're in love or you're in a relationship, because that is when you are vulnerable, at your most vulnerable and intimate, and you need to really overcome yourself in order to like give love, receive love, and show yourself choose someone else. Just ask yourself why, okay? Also, watch that video, okay? I made like a step-by-step one on that. Ask yourself why. Why do you want love? Ask yourself why. Why does this thing bother me? Why do I hate that person? Why? Thank you for watching, guys. I hope to see you very, very soon, and I love you. We're all in this together.
Yeah, looking good. I am Ray, and the universe has a message for you today, my friend. Hello. That was the universe, if you hadn't noticed. When was the last time you acknowledged life, existence itself? Because you would think that, well, life is the most important relationship you have, and yet we rarely, if ever, acknowledge life itself. And you see, life, existence, the universe, God, it's all one. And the problem is that our reality is mostly comprised of thoughts. Thinking about God, thinking about life, thoughts and words. But to acknowledge life is to be with life. To say, I see you. Wow, I didn't notice you before. You were all around me and I was so busy in my thoughts. You may not know this, but that juice that you're secretly looking for, the feeling of being alive, the joy, even the peace, and especially the love. We don't experience the juice of life because we're not friends with life. Life wants to be your friend. What's going on here, pal? What we all desire is to be tapped in to the electric cosmos and to feel the pulsation of life within us. And the reason we don't experience these things is because we have been cut off from them with the mind. The mind is like a cutting tool, like these swords. And if you're not careful, instead of juice, you will get nothing. In fact, you'll get only pulp. Pulp for you. It's your new nickname, Pulpy. Don't be pulpy, be juicy. Juicy is present moment. Pulpy is past and future. Juicy is being. Pulpy is doing. And thinking. We'll add another juicy, feeling. Juicy is flow. Pulpy is resistance. You see, one of the main problems is that society and our parents and the world has conditioned us to judge life. To say, life, I judge you. And because we judge life, we resist life. And when we resist life, we get cut off from life. And when we're cut off from life, we grow closer to death. And when we do that, that is when the suffering and the depression and the negative bad feelings arise. Not good. But here is the secret and the trick. Because the fact is, you can't just outrun negativity. It's always going to be there. The question is, how do you deal with it? Because life is both chaos and order, negativity and positivity. You cannot reject one of the parts without rejecting the whole. And this is where a lot of people fail, especially religious people, because they reject the darkness and they say, no, that's bad. And because they say that's bad, well, they're actually saying life is bad. And if they really thought about it for a long time, they would be saying God is bad. God created the evil, must have done it for a reason. And yet who are you to judge God's perfect creation? Who are you to judge yourself? Don't you know you're already perfect? Even imperfection is part of perfection, because you cannot have perfection without imperfection. Like random noises in the background of the videos. It's all part of it. It's all part of the plan. Don't worry. You're not doing anything wrong, except you judge yourself as being wrong, as doing wrong, as thinking wrong, as feeling wrong. You judge life because that is, well, what society tells us to do. When you're a child, your parents say, don't jump off the table, my friend, because you might get hurt, but you want to jump off the table. That is what life is telling you to do. So we continuously repress our authenticity to fit in with others, to survive. And that is why we lose the juice. We get cut off from life, and so you become a walking dead. A pulp, a pulpy, a pulp of a person, ground up and thrown away. Let's take fire, for instance, which is one characteristic of energy, of life. Fire can be juicy or pulpy. Let's take hatred as an example. Most of us judge hatred and say, no, not good. I shouldn't be feeling this. I don't want it. But doesn't it feel kind of good? Doesn't it make you feel powerful sometimes? I mean, people get addicted to the feeling. Do they not sometimes? Every once in a while? Hatred is just fire. But the way you handle it determines whether it's juicy or it's pulpy. Whether you learn how to bend it and wield it properly, or you burn yourself or burn somebody else. Fire can give life and fire can give death. But if you judge the hatred, guess what? You develop a negative relationship with it. We're trying to look at things a bit more neutral. Because when you judge something as negative, well then, of course you're going to have a negative relationship with it. But what if hatred just was? It's just there. It doesn't have to be good or bad. It just is. Like fire just is. And one important point is that, well, everything is life. Hatred is life. Fire is life. Sadness is life. The sun is life. You are life. Everything is life. But what happens is if you do not resist the hatred, if you can sit with it and be with it and look at it, and don't run away, and don't react. If you can just be and accept reality as it is right now in this moment, the hate turns juicy. It becomes a source of creativity, of new growth. But if you label it as bad, it cannot do so. Same thing with anger, especially. Anger can be used for creation or destruction. And this is why a lot of men are in prison, because they can't handle their feelings. They don't know what to do. They're not taught to handle their feelings. They're taught to repress and ignore their feelings. Feelings are for women. Well, jail for you then, my friend. If you don't learn how to handle anger, it's going to continue causing problems in your life. There's nothing else to it. Let's use another example. Like an addiction. If you allow it, the addiction can be your teacher. But if you're stuck judging yourself, oh, I'm such a bad person. I really want to get rid of this. I really want to stop this. I hate this. I hate myself. I hate life. Everything sucks. Well, guess what? You're going to be pulpy. But if you want to be juicy, learn to accept yourself in this moment. Because we suffer. Because we want to be other than where we are. We want to be in the future, away from this hell. But I say to you, my friend, those who surrender to the fire, they do not get burned. But the more you resist life, life is just going to pull you along kicking and screaming. Because life is just moving forward. You're the one that doesn't want to move forward with life. See, what a lot of people don't understand is that in the darkness is where all the gold is. It's like in the dirt where there's poop. That's where all the spiritual nutrients are. So when you go through these so-called negative things, negative situations in life, problems and struggles, you grow the most. When you fail, you learn more than when you succeed. So failure is actually better than success. But you'll never see that so long as you're pulpy. So long as you're judging yourself. Judging failure is wrong. If you can allow yourself to be transformed, the highs and the lows and everything becomes wonderful. And it is because of our animal nature that has such a strong tendency to avoid pain and pursue pleasure that we have such a difficult time with this. We want to at the same time learn how to handle this animal body and transcend it. In fact, we transcend it through learning how to handle it. If you want to be juicy, make the intention to accept the present moment no matter what is happening. Good or bad, rain or shine, it doesn't make any difference to you. Because when you're connected to life, well, there's really nothing better. And if you're disconnected with life, it doesn't matter what you do in the world. You're not going to be happy. Because this life is the source of all joy, peace, and love. And when you're separated from these things, you could have all the material things in the world, not happy. And you'll see, if you pay attention, there will be things that pull you away from life, pull you out of the present moment, that create suffering. And these things are attachments. Certain stories, certain beliefs, certain identities about who you are, and they will pull you into the mind space and separate you from the present moment. Because the mind space is always about past, future, and judging everything, judging the present moment. And when you break the habit of always getting stuck in your mind, you become more and more present. And joy, peace, and love arise more naturally. For no reason. Effortless. You don't have to do anything. It's already yours. In fact, you are life. It's already you. But again, mind conditioning. The mind gives us a sense of separation, of individuality. So you believe yourself to be the mind, and that's what separates you from your true identity as life itself. I mean, I see it in myself all the time. Randomly thinking about stupid things that don't matter at all. And then I become aware of it and, oh, that's stupid. I'm going to stop doing that. And you just continue returning back to your body, back to your presence, to your inner spaciousness, to the breath. Meditation is good because it helps you focus. Because we have been conditioned to always be getting pulled all over the place by our mind. And you will see all your suffering in this life comes from a thought. You're thinking about something, and that's what's causing you suffering. You have this idea of what you think the world is, or about how other people are. It's just a thought, and you reacting negatively to the thought is what is creating the suffering. That's why I say, the only prison in existence is your own mind. And it's made up of thoughts, and you are the jailer. So you can let yourself out at any time by saying, life, I need you. Come to me. We must develop a relationship with life, with the universe, with God, with existence itself, which is right here, right now, always. Life can only be experienced in the present moment. So the more you're separated from the present moment, the less you're truly living. It all comes down to breaking the ego habit, the habit of being not you, or the habit of being your thoughts, of always following your thoughts, of always thinking all the time. So what happens is that every time you experience something that is so-called negative, a problem or a struggle, something you don't like, it's providing you the opportunity to let go of a certain attachment that's keeping you from the juice, some pulp that needs to be thrown away and let go of. And all this means, let's take a belief. This is a belief, a negative belief about yourself, perhaps. So you're living your life and then the belief arises, I'm no good. That's okay. It's okay to have a negative thought. And so what happened? And so what do? We don't judge the thought. You might become curious and say, why am I having this thought in the first place? What is this trying to teach me? And you will see, oh, wait a minute, I haven't always been that loving to myself. So first, you neutralize the negative thought or the negative belief by not reacting to it, by shifting your attitude and reframing the negative thought to serve you instead of destroy you. But then you may remedy the problem, so-called, with love, because most problems are a lack of love. Love is the universal antidote. So when the belief comes up, you say, no, I love myself. It's just a thought. I don't have to believe the thought. Who says? You didn't say anything, did you? Not a chance. You didn't say anything. Never believe a single thought your mind, never believe a single negative thought your mind tells you. That's the monster mind trying to get you, trying to get you to buy the lies that it is selling you. But you have to not be open for business. In this moment, you have to make a choice, and you better choose wisely. Every moment, you have this choice between love and fear. If you choose fear, Bobby. If you choose love, you become more juicy. So whenever negative things arise, struggles, problems, anger, hatred, you can be afraid of it. You can run away from it. No, I shouldn't be feeling this. I shouldn't be thinking this. I shouldn't be doing this. No, 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 no. And when you resist it, you make it worse. What we resist persists. That is why you see people struggle with addictions for lifetimes. Because they say no, and then they give in and say yes. And then they say no, and then they give in and say yes. Push-pull relationship. They keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it with their resistance to it. Whereas when you learn to be with yourself, be present, that is an expression of love. When you can be with the hatred, you dissolve it. When you can just be with your addiction and not judge yourself, not judge the situation. Let life direct you to where you need to go. Seek the spiritual nutrients. Resist not evil. And the more you can give love to yourself by just being with life. Life is the source of love. So you connect and become in harmony with love. The more you naturally start doing loving things for yourself and for the world. And fear goes away automatically. You actually don't have to fight the darkness at all. Because fighting the darkness is like throwing punches in a dark room and expecting something to happen. When all you have to do is turn on the lights and the darkness dissolves instantly. Life is infinite abundance. Don't focus on what you don't have. Focus on what you have. That is how you connect with life. It's okay if there's fear. Don't feed it. If you find yourself judging somebody else for being stupid or for whatever reason, just be aware that that is happening. Sit with yourself. Observe it. And what will happen is that, let's say the judgment spontaneously arises out of nowhere. You get triggered. An attachment came up. Nothing wrong with that. Where people get into trouble is that then they unconsciously react to it. And they feed it and they make it worse. And they begin acting on it. Creating more attachments. More negative memory. The opposite of what we're trying to do here. And remember, the mind can only focus on one thing at a time. So you get a choice. Everything comes at a price. And the universe is perfectly balanced. Negativity, positivity. And you see, life with a capital F is the balance between these two forces. But death with a capital D is the imbalance of these two forces. And what happens is that when we get stuck ruminating on negativity, we enter into imbalance. And if you try to repress the negativity and only focus on what is good all the time, well then you experience toxic positivity. Your life still sucks, and you don't know why, because you thought you were doing the right thing. Learn to love the darkness just as much as you love the light. And that is a battle, because you're battling against your animal nature. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to one decision every moment. Love or fear. Your choice. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. I am Ray. Visit my cool store. Much peace and many blessings. And remember, the most important thing you'll hear all day, just be.
In this video, we're diving deep into one of the most important aspects that you have, your shadow. It's the most dramatic shadow effect I can get. Maybe that. Most people think that there's three parts of you: the mind, the body, and the spirit. But if you really think about it, why don't most people get the changes that they want? People focus on their mindset. You watch videos like this, you read books, you meditate. People focus on their body, you follow health and wellness, you go to the gym maybe, you eat clean. I don't think it's three things. I actually think it's four things: mind, body, spirit, shadow. Once I started working on some shadow work and some inside stuff that I didn't really want to look at, I noticed that my life started to change, and here's why. Let me turn you around for this. Nice, we still have it from the other video. I explained this in our recent video, and we'll cover it briefly, and then I'll give you at the end of this how to actually start doing shadow work so you can see the benefits for yourself, okay? We don't always become our highest goals, the highest vision we can envision of ourselves. We kind of get sucked down to baseline right here of our lowest standards and the lowest version that we can accept. This is what we're talking about today, because a lot of you are like, all right, I'm pretty good on this, I know what to do, but how do I remove some of the blocks down here? If you don't do this, if you don't do what we're talking about in this video, What's going to happen is you're going to set some goals, you're going to make some money, and then your shadow side is going to kick on, it's going to suck you down. And so that's why most people have pretty much the same income their whole life, or the same savings. You know, I read that 75% of Americans are like 2 paychecks away from bankruptcy, probably even more now since the pandemic. What is the shadow? Let me actually take you over to the library for this. This book right here, the red book, it's not a Bible, it's actually C.G. Jung, and I've read all of 5 pages in it. Probably, I don't know, this thing is so dense. Jung, if I'm correct, studied under Freud. Sigmund Freud, who's like, you know, the most well-known psychologist of all time. They said that the parts that don't get resolved in us, you had a bad experience, you had a bad relationship, you had things from childhood, they still affect you until you resolve them. Think about it. If you had parents growing up that fought a lot about money, maybe they even got divorced, you're gonna have security issues moving forward. Or if you had even recently like a bad relationship, a bad breakup, you got cheated on, well, you're gonna have abandonment issues moving forward if you don't resolve it. So my point is that normally it's as a child, but it can be recent as a young adult, or even as recent as like last week. These things that we don't deal with, we suppress down. And just like you're doing a trash compactor, right? When you put trash in there or a trash can, those things don't go away by shoving that trash down if it's getting full. It just pushes it down deeper and it still affects it, right? And so that's what shadow work is it's looking at some of the stuff that we don't even realize we have, that we've shoved down deep and that we're still carrying around, and by definition, we're still affected by it. It's important to also say that every intention that we have, okay, and you might be saying like, oh, shadow, that sounds kind of negative. Well, every shadow side has a positive intent, okay? Just like if you weren't included, so you have abandonment issues, the positive intent of the abandonment issue is so that that doesn't happen again, so that you are part of the group, so that you are included, right? So behind every negative action, there is a positive intent. And the goal of the shadow work is to look for that positive intent, reframe it to yourself as an adult, really heal it, acknowledge it, so you can move forward. It is amazing how well this stuff works. I just completed a 6-week coaching program where I was teaching a small group of like 10 people. And in week 3, we did all these shadow work process, and I hired a coach to bring in who's really skilled, almost like a therapist, and had them do shadow work. And the results people were getting at the end of it is just astounding stuff, okay? People are getting new jobs, people are getting new relationships, people are doubling their income, I'm not even kidding. Now we're getting into the how of this video. This is kind of the gold standard, and this is more of a play on Ken Wilber's 3-2-1 shadow technique. Again, you can do this out loud, right? Just talking to yourself if you're in a place where you feel comfortable doing that, or you can do this in your journal as well. You can do it in written form, okay? Now there's 5 steps to this technique that I want you to try to deal with that shadow side. The first step is think of something you want to work with. This could be very obvious to you, like pain of a past relationship, a feeling of unworthiness that comes up, a feeling of that you need validation from others, a feeling of like a lack of confidence, okay? Or it could take a day of just sitting on what you want to work with. There's no rush here. The point is choose something that you want to work with that you know is kind of holding you back. Once you have that, you're ready for step number 2. We're going to get kind of metaphysical here, all right? But if you're willing to play ball, this stuff is really powerful, so stay with me. I want you to think of that thing or that former version of you, all right? And invite it in to have a conversation, okay? So you're going to invite that need for validation in to have a conversation with you. Again, written form, speaking out loud. You can even envision like an imaginary chair that it takes a seat in, okay? Step number 3 is you're going to begin a dialogue with it. You're literally just going to start talking to it. Have questions like, why are you doing this? What do you want from me? What is the positive intent you're trying to keep me from? It's important to note here that there's no real script to it, and you're going to be surprised on how much is in there. So pause on step 3 right there, and let's briefly talk about this inner child. A lot of people refer to the shadow self as the inner child. Basically, the person, your version of you as a kid whose needs didn't get met, even if you had the best parents in the world or you had terrible parents, right? We all lack some needs. Maybe you're at school, maybe you're in a friend group, and all your needs aren't getting met. And so you kind of have these scars, again, that you push down, you suppress, and it affects you as an adult. It never gets resolved. So if you ever hear the terminology inner child, right, inner child healing, that's a form of shadow work in a nutshell. But I like to think of it as your former self, okay? The inner child lingo doesn't always resonate with me because I don't believe that every single thing to this day is because of your childhood, like some extreme psychology people think. They're like, everything you are today is an effect of your childhood. And I'm like, I don't know if I necessarily buy that, because there's very recent things that you can pick up along the way, say pain from relationships, pain from jobs, all this stuff that can affect you just as much, I think. So I like to call it your former self, okay? We all have different versions of ourselves, and right now the version that you're in is very different. And that's the point here of what we're doing, is recognizing that you're not even the same person you were 7 years ago, right? Pretty much every organ in your body, every cell in your body, if you look at it from a molecular level, regenerates in about 7 years. But my point there is that we're always transforming into different versions, okay? And so I kind of like that idea that you are different today than you were 7 years ago. And so that's just a version of your former self. Now, step number 4 is to really acknowledge it. Now, here's the thing. You don't judge it when you're talking to this former version of yourself, okay? You're not judging it. You're not trying to explain it rationally like, oh, well, you're wrong. Can't you see it? You're weak, all this stuff. Like, suck it up. That is not what you do. Okay, that can make it way worse because now you feel even worse about this thing that you have, this guilt around relationships, this guilt around not feeling good enough, and you're judging yourself, and so you push it down deeper, and it feels like it's not even safe to come out even more, okay? So you're just hearing it out, okay? And acknowledging it. To recap, you chose something to work with, you invite it in to have a conversation, you picture it, and you talk to it. You acknowledge it. Now, the next step is to integrate it. When we talk about integration with the shadow, okay, one thing that I found very powerful is to almost picture yourself going back in timelines, okay? And this, again, is very powerful, dense stuff, right? That time is really an illusion because when you experience it, when you experience the present, future, and the now, it's all in the now, okay? Right? So if you look at it dimensionally, instead of it being this like 2D where it's like past over here, present, future, and you go this way, it's more like stacked like this, right? And you can kind of jump from here to here to here to here because this is all in the now, right? It's a very, very brief explanation of the timeline right there. And so knowing that it's like this, it's not like this, what you can do is imagine yourself in your present state going back through to that event, okay? Or to the thing that you want to resolve and resolving it and seeing it go the way you want. Let's just say it was a time where you got cheated on and broken up with, right? Well, can you see yourself going back to that event and all the pain that you had when that happened, the conversation you had, and really comforting yourself and giving you the validation, giving yourself the support that you need, that maybe your friends didn't give you at the time, that maybe you didn't have any coping skills to deal with at the time, and literally giving yourself all the resources that you have now to deal with that and heal and walk yourself from that past self to the current self and basically say it's okay. Not easier done than said, I know. But if you're willing to sit with yourself and do the inner work, right? And not just make this another video where you see it, and you're like, oh, that's good, I intellectually understand it. No, if you're ready to get off the sidelines and into the game, pick up the journal, write down those steps, and really try this. And a couple more points here that are very important. There's no right or wrong way to do this, okay? There's more efficient ways to do it, and there's faster ways to do it, I guess. But even if you don't know all the steps, you don't have to go through like 15 YouTube videos and read like 20 books to understand this stuff, to make it work. Okay, you just don't. If you want to, that's fine. But I find that people who intellectualize things to a certain level, it kind of overwhelms them to even take any action because they have all these rules now. So if this is your first time doing it, get excited because you have the benefit of not having all these different rules that you got to follow to make it work and make it this big complex process so you don't do it, right? So congrats, now you're ready to do some shadow work. Let's recap. Again, you don't become the highest standards, you become the lowest habits that you fall to. And if you don't resolve this, most people just stay at a baseline there. There's the shadow side of us, which is pretty much all the stuff that we throw in the trash, that we repress down and we shove it down deeper and deeper, but it doesn't get rid of it. So it comes up, we project it onto others, or we don't deal with it and we need to escape. Or we carry it around with us and it weighs us down, it lowers our vibration. So shadow work, although it sounds kind of heavy and, you know, in a sense negative, why would I look at the negative aspects of me? It frees you up to go higher, okay? It makes you take the weights off so you can lift up. That's the power of it. That, in a nutshell, is what we covered. And thank you so much. Let me know if you want some more videos on shadow work or any other topics. Post it in the comments down below, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stop settling, start living. See ya. I get goosebumps talking about this. Did you come out of your mother's womb broken, insecure? These are all learned. We talk a lot about like reprogramming my subconscious mind. Maybe you need to deprogram. Self-improvement's about fixing yourself. This is about realizing that you were whole and there was nothing to fix all along. So I got some things wrong. It's about a topic I talk about a lot. I don't mean wrong in terms of like, that's the wrong answer, but wrong in terms of not the optimal approach and kind of missing the plot a bit. These are two things on shadow work that I got wrong. For those of you who don't know, I view all of this self-improvement for yourself in kind of two camps. There's self-improvement, right? So this is like habits, goals, getting to somewhere. And then there's the other half of the coin, which is self-healing. This is acceptance, letting go, detachment, being okay where you are right here, right now. And you need both. And in my experience, being in this camp for a decade plus, the reason most people aren't progressing in their life because they haven't tapped into this self-healing side, and this is where so much juice is. So the question is, okay, good over here, how do I tap into the self-healing? And there's techniques like shadow work. Everything in this world has a shadow. Unless you're in one of those time zones where the sun hits it at a certain point. You've seen those photos? Freaky. The brighter the object, the darker the shadow. Shadow work is looking at the parts of you that aren't just like, don't worry, be happy, light, positive. It's the parts of like, why did I get so irritable at my mom? Why did someone cutting me off in traffic trigger me? Why do you feel like you can't truly love yourself despite wanting to? Why do you feel like other people are more qualified than you? Why do I have these blocks around creating my art and putting it out there even though I know deep down that's what I want to do? These are all like shadow work questions, okay? And the goal with shadow work is taking something that is in your shadow and it's shining a little light on it. When you do this, you're able to see it and examine it, hopefully objectively, and play with it. And it's not about sitting there and dwelling there and using that as ammunition to beat yourself up with. I am insecure. I do lack self-confidence. No. It's about working with that piece. That's where the work comes in. You're just shining a light on it and looking at it. Using the frame of self-improvement. Self-improvement is about fixing things. You can fix your body. You can fix your mindset, you can fix your goals, and you can get hooked on that growth and that problem-solving mode, can't you? But where this works against us is when you start looking at the self-healing mode. This is not about fixing. This is the opposite goal. Self-improvement's about fixing yourself. This is about realizing that you were whole and there was nothing to fix all along. Self-acceptance is realizing that you were never broken to begin with, and that maybe all the brokenness has been placed upon you. Did you come out of your mother's womb broken, insecure, viewing other people as further ahead or better than you? No, these are all learned. These are all programmed. And so sometimes we talk a lot about like reprogramming my subconscious mind and I just gotta reprogram my mindset. Maybe you need to deprogram. And that's where shadow work, letting go, and detachment come in, is realizing you're not something to fix. You're actually not broken. And you don't need to improve everything about yourself or force it. Self-confidence comes from accepting yourself to the nth degree. All your flaws, all your vulnerabilities, all your insecurities. You rock it, you own it. What is that? Ironically, that is the most confident thing you can do without trying, by just accepting yourself and realizing not everyone's gonna like me. I don't need everyone to love me to feel good. I can love myself, I can accept myself. Now you're confident. You might be thinking right now, well, what do you mean there's nothing to fix? What do you mean I'm not broken? I clearly have some issues, dude. Like, I don't like ABC about me, I don't like XYZ, I need to improve it. You have to understand that behind every negative action that you do, there's a positive intent. I get goosebumps talking about this because this was one of my biggest realizations. Take any negative thing you do, I guarantee there's a positive intent if we drill down deep enough. You're like, okay, well, what about this procrastinating? Great, let's take procrastination, something we all have done. Maybe you put the pro in procrastination yourself. Ba-dum. Procrastination, drill it down. You know what the root I have found with myself and others of procrastination is? It's fear. Because think about what you procrastinate on. A lot of times it's writing the paper. Why are you afraid to write a paper? Well, because if you start writing it, you have to confront that maybe it's gonna be a lot of work, or maybe I'm not smart enough, or maybe I'm putting things down to get judged, graded on, and that creates fear around getting a bad result, a bad grade. Well, I'm procrastinating, like I wanna go out, I wanna meet people, I wanna get in a relationship, but I'm just like procrastinating when I go out. Interesting, why are we procrastinating talking to women? Because you're afraid of the result of getting rejected. My point here with all of this is procrastination is rooted in fear. What's the positive intent behind the fear? Protection. It's a self-preservation mechanism. Protection doesn't always mean physical survival. It can mean protection of your status, protection of your image, of how people view you, trying to control. Behind every negative action that you do, there's a positive intent. Another massive breakthrough with shadow work, I didn't say this out loud, but internally, I made it a goal. Okay, if I do X amount of shadow work, I can dissolve all these limiting beliefs and I'll get rid of them. What I have found is that a lot of the insecurities don't go away. You still have them. They're parts of you. Richard Schwartz wrote an awesome book, No Bad Parts, where he talks about how all of us are not one person. Like you watching this right now, you're not one person, you're many. There's the part of you that's the inner child. There's the part of you, if you're like me, who's the inner rebel. There's a part of you who's super compassionate and wants the best for people. There's a part of you that's the commander, the leader that rolls up the sleeves and it's time to get down to business. There's a part of you who's the entertainer, who wants to make people laugh. Through shadow work, you're able to realize the internal dissonance you have amongst all your parts. I have a part that's that inner perfectionist. It's really fucked me up for videos, to be totally honest with you here. Because there's a creative part of me that wants to create and put content out there and just talk like this. But then there's this protector who wants to put everything I say under a microscope and be like, dude, you have X amount of people watching, you can't mess up, you gotta get it right. You gotta warm up enough, you gotta be in a positive state, you gotta, perform and have so much enthusiasm and smile. Before this video, I was trying to film another one. I noticed that part of me come up. The protector, I gotta get this right. How's the hair? Okay, lighting perfect, let me do 3 takes. And it was a video I had tried to film, I had outlined for like a week. And this part is so strong, it just did not want me to film that video. And I tried and I got 5 minutes in and then I said, literally I was like, fuck. You talk about getting over yourself and you can't even do it. And it's like through doing this shadow work with my therapist coach, I'm just like, I can't do that anymore. I physically cannot create like that. I'm just at the point of where I'm just like, fuck it. Let's let these parts settle down and let's connect. So using this story and relating it to you, what we were talking about earlier, how these parts don't go away, they change forms. There's so much freedom when you're able to admit, I don't have to have it all figured out. I don't have to be this evolved, perfected person of me. This isn't even a place I'm trying to get to and work towards. I can just be okay as I am right now in this moment. Once you accept that, that's where your freedom comes from. That's where your energy and your life force comes from. It's like you've been carrying around this 50-pound pack on you the whole time. Your back's sweaty and you're aching and it's hurting and your joints are going out. And then one day you finally say, I'm done carrying this. And you take it off. Oh, you feel that weight literally fall off of you. And there you can breathe easier, you have more energy. That's really what it is once you start letting go and working with some of these parts. And I'm putting this in here because I still do this work. The best things in life are gonna constantly require effort, work, practice, patience, yourself. Just like anything, the work never stops. Otherwise, if you know the law of entropy, it decays into disorder if you don't continue putting energy in. You don't put energy into the system of working with your parts, with your shadow, well, you're gonna find it starts creeping up and grabbing a hold of you and running your life. That's something I felt it grabbing onto the past 12 months, if I'm totally honest here. You don't have to. You can take off the pack, you can drop the weight, you can let go. It doesn't mean getting rid of, it means dropping, releasing, detaching from it controlling you. So I know what you're thinking. This sounds good. Let me try and tap into this for myself. How do I find out what parts are in the background pulling the strings if I'm the puppet? Two things. This comes from my coach. He said the shadow is anything you cannot be with. Ask yourself, what can't you be with? What part of you is ugly? What part of you do you despise? What part of you triggers you? What part of you do you want to get rid of? What part of you you've had enough with? And once you find it, how can you love it? How can you acknowledge it? Once you find that, that's your work. So if the first question is finding your internal triggers, the second would be finding your external triggers. What do you see in other people that triggers you? This is what is known as a projection. Because it triggers you, chances are you have that within. It can be anything big or small. What do you get irritated by? What makes you irritable? Or feel like, oh, I want to lash out or get defensive? And you ask, how am I that? Oftentimes, if we get triggered by something, someone, we need to put down the mirror. This is ongoing shadow work. And something you can do in the moment when you find yourself online, when you're scrolling, if you get triggered by something and you want to hate on it, ask yourself, how am I that? Well, it's a political opinion. I wanted to argue with it because they're extreme or misinformed. Wait, am I extreme and misinformed? I don't always get everything right. People want to argue with me. Okay, I see what's going on here. That person is greedy and all they care about is money. Okay, I think about money way too much and my whole life is run by not having it or having too much or trying to get it. That person talks about self-improvement, but it's negative and it sounds like an angry rant. That's part of me where I get negative, jaded, and even though I'm talking about positive things, it comes out as critical all day. Whatever it is, you have it within you. It's because we're all human. We all share the same building blocks and we're all capable of the same emotions and protection mechanisms. This is probably the most important thing I'll say all video. You need to have playfulness throughout this whole thing. You need to maintain a sense of humor. Otherwise it just gets way, way too serious. Otherwise it's like, okay, time to light some sage and then I'm going to write about my darkness. Don't like that about me. Definitely hate that about myself. And it turns into this weird like masochistic thing where you're just like self-attacking and using it as ammunition to beat yourself up on. Don't do that. The most enlightened thing you can do is laugh. Gurus, teachers, sages, they all had senses of humor, and you should too. You should never lose your playfulness around this. So please don't use any of this shadow work, letting go detachment, as things you have to do or things that you need to do optimally or a tactic to get rid of something. Remember that we're not trying to fix you. We're trying to make you realize you're not broken. Remember, we're not trying to be positive. We're trying to make you realize behind every negative act, there's a positive intent. Remember, if you get triggered, all you need to do is ask yourself, how am I that? Whew. All right, guys. Hey, what'd you think of the video? Should we do more like this, or do you like more structured influencer cadence? 3 things in this video. Okay, number 1 is this. I'll be honest, this is a work in progress. This is a very vulnerable place for me to create from. I'd like to say I can do every video from here, but you know, there might be a few in the future where I catch myself doing it again. So anyway, thank you for being here and allowing me to create with you and share these ideas. We may not have met, but truly, I am super grateful. I get chills talking about it and it makes me emotional, like finding people that support you. I'll stop because if I think about the love I have for strangers who allow me to do what I love, I'll you know, get emotional. So appreciate you, love you. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll catch you in the next one. See ya.
The next 7 minutes of your life will change the next 70 years of your life. Listen now closely. You are weak and aimless because being aimless makes you weak. I repeat, you are weak and aimless because being aimless makes you weak. I will tell you how to find your aim and path in life. Find your aim by connecting to your archetype. Your archetype is the true character of your soul. It will give you direction and clarity. There are only 7 archetypes. Which one are you? Archetype 1, the healer. If you are the healer, you want to help and heal others. The healer treats mind, body, and soul. Unfortunately, the healers today, the doctors, go for healing mind or body, but rarely soul. This is where the deepest diseases fester. Archetype 2, the builder. Your weapon of choice is technology, from hammer to axe to LLMs. Today, builders are founders, constructors, developers, architects, CTOs. You make and love codes, tools, machines, technologies, buildings. From nothing to something. This is the creed of a builder. Archetype 3, the artist. You love nothing more than to envision and create works of art. You are an individualist with a very specific intuition and passion for imagining, creating, crafting, performing, and aesthetics. Archetype 4, the king. You lead your people with love and power. Your power does not come from force, but from serving others. You don't divide, you tighten the social fabric. You might be a CEO or founder in business or non-profits or politics. You are always a good organizer with strong social skills. But remember, those kings who want power more than they want to serve are not kings. They are tyrants, Suki. Number 5, the knight. Knights follow strong values. Traditionally, knights served God and their master and the values of justice and honor. The knights of today are police officers, soldiers, people working for the administration, people who wanted to make this world safer and better. But most knights of today are broken. They have lost their ways because they are not serving a master of honor. They are only serving a rotten system, and they feel it every fucking day. For the knights of this world, it is now time to find honorable masters again. Number 6, the Vidun. The Vidun is a seeker of truth, a sage, an archetype who loves discovering new knowledge and teaching it. But be careful. Your knowledge should make people stronger, not distracted. If your knowledge does not connect the people to each other, to their purpose and to God, the Vidun is not just worthless. He is a tool for the Suki, and he will pay the price in this life or the next. And the final archetype, the most powerful in the modern world, number 7, the goldsmith. The goldsmith likes shiny metals, numbers, money, and trade. If you are a goldsmith, you like the exchange of goods and services. But be careful. There is nothing that can corrupt the soul faster than money, numbers, and materialism. It is the dark power of Ahriman, Sukha number 1. The goldsmiths of the modern world have become the most powerful tyrants that have ever walked this earth. If you are the archetype of a goldsmith,
Have you ever
you
felt
need
that
a very
knot in your
strong
stomach?
connection to God and honor. Otherwise, the demons will take you. Which archetype
Have
are
you
you?
ever felt that knot in your stomach when facing a major life
If you are looking
change?
for
That
direction
voice
in
in your
life, you want to find this out first. Look at your life and answer this simple question. What brings you most joy in life? What makes you feel most alive? There is your archetype. I will soon give you steps to go deeper. If you are not following Grimm, you will not see me again. If you are, I salute you. You are on the path of honor, Grimm. Be honorable.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video, here to give you guys a heads up on some absolutely awesome PC game deals on you get to keep forever. We've got a game deal that I would say is absolutely awesome, so I definitely want to highlight that. And all of the deals that we're going to mention are under $3, under $2, even some under $1. This is a part of the GOG Spring Sale. A lot of you guys been hounding at me to cover the GOG Spring Sale, so we're getting to it. We talked about it yesterday, and now we're talking about it some more because there's some great stuff that is discounted, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, so we might do another video. But let's get right into it, and let's kick things off with Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, 85% off for $2.99. Now, there are certain games out there that you might already own on Steam, but some of you guys love GOG as a platform that you find there are certain games that are worthwhile to double dip on. Sleeping Dogs, for me, is one of those games that, man, we have to do everything in our power to preserve this game for eons and eons. It is such a great open world action title, and I remember when it was coming out and a lot of people would say, oh, it's GTA in Hong Kong. It's so much more than that, and not to say it's better or worse than GTA, it's more than just being a GTA clone. Yes, is it an open world game? Does it have a little bit of a focus on crime? Yeah, maybe that'll immediately draw comparisons to GTA, but there's more of a focus on the hand-to-hand combat, more of a gritty narrative that I was much more engaged with, an awesome main character, a phenomenal soundtrack. If you want to talk about games that don't get love for their soundtrack, Sleeping Dogs is absolutely that. And for $2.99, this is a phenomenal deal. And if you're one of the few people that watch my channel and have still yet to check it out, come on, do yourself a service, do yourself a favor, pick up Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition for $2.99 again. Just a tremendous deal. You get the DLC content here as well, so that's great. Next up, another game deal that's fantastic and a part of the GOG Preservation Program, Mad Max, 85% off for $2.99. Now, this is a game that was released on September 1st, 2015, almost a decade ago, and why that date is relevant to me is because that was the same day that one Metal Gear Solid 5 came out. And, you know, as far as open world titles that people were going to gravitate towards, yeah, most people gravitated towards MGS5 over Mad Max, and MGS5 was the better game, but Mad Max was no slouch either. A solid combat system, a very, very satisfying gameplay, solid open world to explore. I just remember also it performed incredibly well on PC. Obviously, you know, visually it looks decent, but, you know, taking place in a barren open world, it's not going to be the most intensive game, but it was really well optimized and just a really, really solid game all around. Unfortunately, never going to get a follow-up to it, but for $2.99, I think that's a great deal as well. Next up, we got The Witcher 1 and Witcher 2. Witcher 1 is $1.49, while Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings is $2.99. Witcher 3 is on sale as well, but Witcher 1 and 2 are the games that a lot of people haven't checked out. Witcher 1 absolutely does show its age, but it's still a solid game to go through. They are doing a ground-up remake of Witcher 1, so that is incredibly exciting, but probably won't be out for a couple of years. And for me, with all of these remakes happening, I still think it's worthwhile to go back and play the originals before the remake. I think having the knowledge of the original and being able to compare, it makes the remake even more enjoyable to me. But Witcher 1, $1.49 on that. Really good pickup, even though it's going to be a game that does show its age. Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings is $2.99. This one less so shows its age. And Witcher 2 does have controller support, which, yeah, I get it that a lot of people are going to say this game is best played with the keyboard and mouse, but, you know, having controller support is still great. And Witcher 2, from a visual standpoint, still holds up pretty damn well. Like, even being 14 years old at this point, it's a pretty damn good-looking game, and I would say that's definitely a game worthwhile to play through, so definitely check that out for $2.99. Great pickup there as well. Fear Platinum is 80% off for $1.99, done by Monolith Studios, who also did Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, and Shadow War. Recently, they did get shut down. They're working on that Wonder Woman game, so Fear has had a little bit more of interest attached to it. Incredibly atmospheric horror game. Be the hero in your own cinematic epic of action, tension, and terror. A mysterious paramilitary force infiltrates a multi-billion-dollar aerospace compound, taking hostages but issuing no demands. The government responds by sending in a special forces team only to have them obliterated. Live footage of the massacre shows an inexplicable wave of destruction tearing the soldiers apart. With no other recourse, the elite Fear First Encounter Assault Recon team is assembled to deal with the extraordinary circumstances. They are given one simple mission: evaluate the threat and eliminate the intruders at any cost. So $1.99 for Fear Platinum, a classic there. Definitely check that out. Next up, I want to give a shout to Lords of the Fallen Game of the Year edition. Now, this is by no means the best Souls-like on the market. This is the original Lords of the Fallen, mind you. The game that came out in 2014, not the... On this includes a Jack in the Dark bonus adventure as well, a suspicious suicide, a chilling curse, a malevolent power, finally a wicked dark secret, words imagination. Obviously going to be a little bit dated from a presentation standpoint. The games came out back in 19. Very, very worthwhile game to go through. Not at the level of the main Arkham trilogy, but still a solid game done by WB Montreal, the guys that brought you Gotham art style that's just aged incredibly gracefully. Even 17 years later, combat is incredibly simplistic, incredibly easy, but I still think this is a worthwhile game to go through for just $1.99. I think this is a decent pickup, not super lengthy, but a decent bit of content for the price you're paying, and again, great art style, great aesthetics, definitely recommended at this price point. But that is going to do it for me. Again, a lot of great games at super cheap prices, and games you get to keep forever as well through GOG. Links to all of these in the description box below. If you do end up picking anything up, I do get an affiliate kickback, which is much appreciated. But that is going to do it for me. Let me know all of your thoughts in the comments section down below. As always, sound off there. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
The subconscious, how to control your thoughts, how to diminish negative thoughts. Hi guys, it's been a while. Missed you. I know that I have not been active on YouTube. As you can see, a lot has changed from my last video. Today I'm going to be just sitting here talking in this park. I have a lot of other content that I really want to push out, but I have recently felt really discouraged. I've been dealing with a lot of stuff mentally, and there has been a lot of setbacks in my life and difficulties that I've been facing. I've gotten so lost in my head and in my thoughts that it started to affect my life and affect my days. Just my mental in general just was destructing me, not just mentally, but physically. I just want to come on here and talk about a lot of the things that have helped me and a lot of the tools that I use to get myself out of a low place. It's so easy to get caught up in your emotions and so easy to get caught up in your own mind and your thoughts that it feels like you can't escape. I'm going to be sharing a lot of information. It's probably going to be a longer video. Just kind of run through everything in detail so that I can explain this in the best way, so that it can impact you in the best way. So if you don't want to sit here and listen to me talk, that's totally fine. I brought my notebook with me and I've been spending a lot of time writing, and as some of you know, I took a little break from social media, and although it wasn't a very long break, I got to recollect myself and recollect my thoughts and my emotions and just kind of gather myself as a whole. I'm just gonna hop right in because I don't want to make this intro too long. All I want is to be able to change your perspective in one way or another. So let's dive on in. Your mentality is a reflection onto your life. What I'm getting at is your perception. Your perception is everything. It is something that you don't necessarily create, but has been created. I'm starting with your perception and going all the way back from whenever you were a child, because I want to start at the root of everything before I move on to the next topic. When you grow up, you are a product of everything around you. That means your family, your friends, your environment, your school, your work, whatever the case. Everything that's around you, you are like a sponge. Whenever you're born, your subconscious already starts developing between 0 to 2, and then from 2 to 7, your subconscious is rapidly taking in information. You know, you learn from what you're taught and the interactions that you have. Past 12, your subconscious is still developing and continuing to develop. However, your conscious mind takes a more dominant role. Things inside your subconscious become beliefs, and it creates your identity. It creates your perception of life, the feelings that you have towards things, towards relationships, towards, again, life in general. All of that creates your perception, creates your identity, and who you are, who you know you are. So circling back to the negative mindset. For example, if you're in a household to where your parents or people around you are teaching you that mistakes are failures, and you see them as failures, you begin to develop a fear of failure. That's inevitable because of your perception. So, and that can inhibit you in the future to where whenever you look at situations, because of that perception that you have, it'll always trace back to that. Your subconscious is like the back of everything. So when you're in an uncomfortable situation, when you're in a period of growth, whenever you're growing up and, you know, you start to break away from your family and you start doing your own thing and building your own career, building your own life, well, it can feel really scary. Or even whenever you're trying to accomplish a goal, whenever your mind is in a more vulnerable state because it's stepping into a new state. It's stepping outside of the version of everything that you've ever known, and so more of a fight or flight response to a threat. And even though that's not necessarily a threat, it's just because your subconscious's job is to keep you in a cycle. And so once you've already built that cycle, it can be hard to break. It can be hard to recognize certain things. You may not know why you think certain things, and you may not know why you react emotionally to these things or react certain ways. It's just very important to take that into account. Whenever you're in that vulnerable state of mind, you can start overthinking about the future and what's going to happen. Just being in that state of mind in general and certain growth periods that you might not recognize as growth, it can be really uncomfortable, and you might not feel like you have a purpose. You might not feel like you have an identity. You might not feel like you don't even know what you're doing in life. You don't even know what you're doing in general. So whenever you're taking the steps forward, it's all of this uncertainty. Those thoughts that pop up in your head, it actually creates and paints an image for you of putting yourself in that exact scenario. Doubt itself is an oxymoron. It's self-contradicting. So when doubtful thoughts pop up, whenever you're in that vulnerable state of mind, it totally contradicts everything. Because one, you don't know that you are capable. You don't know that you are within reach of these things. And so there's so much uncertainty, there's so much doubt as to what could happen. Again, it paints that image in your mind. And so you have these two contradictory ideas going to reflect outwards onto your life. Doubt itself makes you stagnant. Those thoughts will make you stagnant. Things will start to stop working. The negativity can just consume you and make you retaliate, make you turn the other way, make you shy away from opportunities and shy away from growth and stepping outside of your comfort zone, because you want to feel the comfort, you want to feel safe, you want to feel like you're in control of everything. And whenever you're in a state of growth period, you don't feel like you're in control of your life. You don't feel like you're in control of anything. So you want to go back to everything that you've ever known. That just enables you to grow. With your subconscious, as I was talking about earlier, it registers every single little thing, and you may not even remember. It is 95% of your mental activity versus the conscious being 5 to 10%. Your subconscious is in control of the decisions that you make. And not only that, your subconscious doesn't know how to differentiate whether what's real or what's not real. Whenever you have those thoughts, or whenever you're, around people who are negative and being fed those thoughts, those negative things, it can really make a huge impact on you. Or whenever you're in the middle of change, this negative mindset just pops up out of nowhere. You start getting these thoughts and they just start flooding your mind, and it can just put everything at a halt. Back to your perspective and perception. You're choosing the life that you are living, and unconsciously. You may not even realize, but you are choosing your life. I know some people can be in really bad circumstances, and this doesn't necessarily fully apply. There is cases to where people really are in tough situations where they can't get out. Just know and remember that there's hope. If you can't change one thing in your physical life, you can change yourself mentally. Prepare yourself to when that time comes to where you can break away from those things. When you're doubting yourself and when you have doubtful thoughts, you are doubting that anything is actually happening in front of you. When you have doubts, when you're overthinking, what is it about? The future possibilities. Your mindset is not in the present, it is in the future. You won't be able to focus on what's at hand and all of these little steps that you can make because your mind is somewhere else. You will notice that whenever you start to feed into that doubt, whenever you start to feed into those negative feelings, it really impacts your life. And if you observe and pay enough attention, you will start to see those things. I must say that everyone has potential. Everybody has potential. Everybody is capable. You are capable, and you need to know that you are capable. Who says that you're not? Like, really question all your doubts, or really question those negative thoughts. Number one, you can't predict the future. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. What you can do is take the steps further so that you can reach whatever you're trying to reach. That's all that matters. The next thing, just keep an eye out and observe the people around you. Are those people negative? Are they negative to themselves? Because that can affect you, especially if they're verbal about being negative to themselves. That just goes straight into your subconscious. And especially if you're hearing it a lot, it's going to impact you. Whatever you're around, you are who you are around, subconsciously and unconsciously. And even though despite you can have some control over that aspect, it still is inevitable. Because what you hear, what you're being fed, the information and things you're being told, things you're being taught, can heavily affect you and heavily affect your life. To the best of your ability, try to break away from those things, try to break away from those people, and even if you love those people and you still want to have them in your lives, that's totally fine. Maybe spend less time with them, or maybe even have a conversation with them. And because not many people realize how much what they're saying and what they're doing can affect the other person. When you have a thought, your subconscious mind often plays a significant role in creating the scenario. When you think of something, your subconscious can draw from stored memories, stored experiences, and knowledge to visualize a circumstance or a scenario, helping you see through a thought, creating detailed mental images and scenarios based off of your thoughts. One thing I want to mention, and I'm just going to kind of pull apart from this whole thing, people who manifest and people who write down affirmations or say affirmations to themselves, you want to know why that works? It's not, and I'm not trying to discredit anyone's beliefs. And you can think that I'm wrong by saying this. You don't have to agree, and that's totally okay. I'm not telling anyone that they're wrong, and I'm not trying to force my own beliefs down your guys' throats. But manifestation and affirmations, you're really just forcing your brain to think positively. When you're writing down positive things, you're feeding yourself positive things, especially if you're writing it down over and over and over with repetition. What does repetition do? It makes it stick in your brain. And so when you're thinking more positively and you're telling yourself these positive things, you're going to have a more positive outlook on life, because your mental, again, reflects onto your life. With manifestation, when you sit there and you visualize these things, it paints that image for you, so those thoughts can't paint an image for you to reflect onto your life. Do you get what I'm saying? If you're about to go on stage and you're visualizing your performance, whatever the case, you force that image to be painted and your body will follow. Your mind is in control, your body, your physical will follow. And I'm going to give a prime example because I was in gymnastics for 6 years. And I learned a lot about discipline, and I learned a lot of other life lessons that still impact me to this day. And I've already shared a couple of stories on social media, but I'm going to bring it up again because I think it's such a good reference. Whenever the person ahead of us was taking their turn and competing, my coach would pull me over and sit me down and have me visualize my routine, have me go through every motion, every step of the way, and visualize it perfectly, without failure, without mistake, going through each step, thinking about first thing to the next. By the time that the person ahead of us was done competing and it's our turn, you are already about to go by the time that you're done visualizing this. That doesn't give your brain, your mind enough time to create that negative scenario in your head, because you could be thinking, oh my gosh, what if I hurt myself? What if I miss this? What if I do this? Thinking about a very specific part in the skill. Again, what are you doing? Thinking into the future. You're not thinking about right now. You're thinking into the future. Your mind is not there. You are doubting that anything in front of you is happening, and you are already ahead of time. So what happens when your mind is there? You are not in full control of everything up to that point. Another example is whenever I was competing on beam, our whole entire team grouped together and we were doing a warm-up. My coach looked at me and she said, if you want to compete this skill, there's a back handspring snap down, but you're going to have to do it today in this warm-up. And this warm-up consisted of, 2 to 3 minutes. Each person was hopping up on either side of the beam, who had to get up and do, one skill and then hop back off. By the time that I had to do my back handspring, I got up there and I was immediately thinking of what could go wrong. I was immediately thinking of all of the countless possibilities of what could go wrong, and I was thinking ahead of time. I was thinking about missing my hands and hitting my head. I was thinking about splitting the beam. I was thinking about falling. I was thinking about getting hurt. I was so nervous. I had never done it before, and so my mind retaliated to, these thoughts just spewed out of me. And so I was sitting there, I was shaking, and I was having a very real reaction to my thoughts, because again, what is internalized reflects outwards. And so that gave me anxiety. I was standing there for way too long. My coach looks at me and she's like, go, and that made it worse. Let's be real, that made it worse. By the time that I went, because I was like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna go. I missed my hands, I hit my head, I split the beam, and I fell on the floor. Everything that I had imagined happened. Everything that could have gone wrong happened. And I laid there on the floor, humiliated, in defeat. I was like, I wanted to just go cry and go to the bathroom, but we weren't allowed to cry. My coach comes over, looks me dead in the eye, and goes, get up and do it again. Me? Are you serious right now? You can't show any disrespect to your coaches. You have to get up and do what they say. Get my little up. I wasn't injured to where it could enable me from doing the skill, so I get back on the beam. She looks at me and she goes, Ellie, remember what I told you. You have to pay attention and go through the first steps. You can't look ahead of time and skip all of these steps, because what is that going to do? It's going to set you up for failure. If you ignore everything at hand and think about what's going to happen, you ignore everything in front of you, and it makes you lose control of everything. So many important, aspects to a skill, and whether that's, how your hands are placed, how far back you're swinging, or how much force you're pushing off of your feet, if you're whipping your head backwards. There's so many things that you need to take into account to be able to successfully do a skill. Don't think about what could happen. Think about what you should be doing in the present time, going through each little step first. By that time, you are already there. You're already on your hands. You've already made it. I take a second, I visualize it, I go through each and every motion, and guess what? I land it perfectly. If I were to have walked away, and if I didn't get back up and do it again, that would have created a mental block. That would be me retaliating and turning away at the face of failure because I was humiliated. I was discouraged, I was disappointed, I didn't want to get up there and do it again. But because I did, I ended it on a good note, so that you could look at failure in a different way, and a chance and an opportunity to get back up, and an opportunity to look it in the face and keep going. Failures are meant to happen in life, because do you really want it that bad? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be handed to you. You're going to be tested over and over and over and over again. The road to success and the road to failure are very, very similar, if not identical. The only difference is that with the road to success, you continue to get back up. You continue to keep going. You continue to look at these things and take it as an opportunity for growth. Take it as an opportunity for a lesson, for something to learn. And the opposite spectrum of that is turning away and letting those doubtful thoughts like, what if this doesn't work out? What if I end up failing? What if this happens? I'm not cut out or good enough to do this. Everyone will think I'm a failure. I don't have the skills or experience needed for this. Why would anyone listen to me or take me serious? I'm scared of being judged by others. I'm afraid of looking foolish if I try. Or what if I make the wrong choice? Should I wait longer? There's too many possible outcomes. How do I know which one is right? I probably won't succeed, so why bother trying? Even if I work hard, it's never hard enough. I tried and I failed. Why would it be different this time? Things feel uncertain. I should wait until I'm more sure. Others are so much better at this than I am. Everyone seems to have it figured out and I'm just pretending. All of these thoughts stem from doubt, failure, insecurity, fear of rejection, overthinking, indecision, fear of uncertainty, comparison, and imposter syndrome. All of these things are negative. All of these things are, no, you're not thinking rationally. You're not thinking in reality. No, these are destructive things. These are things meant to make you turn away and face away and run away. Number one, it doesn't matter what anyone's opinion is on your life. Why should you let them tell you what you should be doing with your life? The choices you should be making with your life. Whenever someone, and this is something that I had learned in high school, was to not share your goals, especially your bigger goals, with other people. And that is because majority of the time, what people have to say to you are their own projection of their own doubtful thoughts and insecurities. Like, for example, when I was in high school and I was talking to one of my friends as what I wanted to do, all these aspirations that I had, and he told me that, oh, well, so many people try and do this, so many people try and get into this, and it's so oversaturated, it's not even worth trying. You shouldn't give in or let someone's words impact you in a way negatively that's trying to destruct you or turn away from these opportunities or big goals that you have. You are within reach. You have to know that. Dreams are not dreams. Dreams are goals. You have to view dreams as goals, because dreams are viewed as, more likely as impossible, more likely as unreachable. Because you are literally putting the self-imposed limitation on yourself by saying that and thinking that. And what does that do? Registers into your subconscious and makes it a belief, and reflects outward onto your life. If you believe that failure is inevitable and that you're just gonna fail, what's gonna happen? It becomes a belief, and it will happen. It will happen. And what is that gonna do whenever it comes? Whenever you have that sort of mindset, you're gonna turn away. You're gonna retaliate. You're gonna give up. And that's not what we're gonna do here. The lack of free will is in the circumstance. Free will exists in the way that you can have it. You have to know that you can have these things. You have to know that you're capable. And if you're having these thoughts, then you need to reinforce positive thoughts. And I'm gonna tell you exactly how to diminish doubt. And even though you can't completely diminish doubt, you can diminish it from your everyday life. And not to say that, thoughts will pop up. These things will pop up in your mind, but you have to sit there and you have to question the validity of these thoughts. You have to observe them so that you know how to tackle it. You know how to tackle a situation. You know how to get yourself out of it. If you want to take some time to yourself on a day-to-day basis, just observing your thoughts, whether you think the thoughts are coming from you or just thoughts that just pop up in general. Observe them, write them down. That is just going to help you break down and analyze those thoughts. Break down and analyze and question them. Why is this, what is the importance of this thought? What is this thought going to bring into my life? And what is this going to paint in my mental reality that's going to reflect outward onto my life? Those are destructive things, and you need to recognize that. If you are so busy distracting yourself with everybody else and everyone else's life, and you don't, how are you going to get to know yourself? You have to treat yourself like your own friend. Just like as if you were getting to know somebody else, you would ask them questions, right? You get to know them by asking them questions, by analyzing certain things, or even the way that they act. So you want to do the same with yourself so that you can know yourself and you can have control over these things. Because if you don't, you're just going to be lost, and you're going to be like, yeah, this is just who I am. This is just how I am. First of all, when you're accepting that, it makes it even more real. You are not subjectified to the identity that you grew up with. No, you're not. And that's why stepping outside of, your hometown and everything that you're around, your family, can really help you see a different perspective and just kind of the bigger picture of everything, that you are not, these things do not define you. These things, these bad habits, these negative mindsets, these negative thoughts, they don't define you. That doesn't make you you. And you need to recognize that. You don't have to accept these things. You can make a change. You can make a change with anything. Again, pulling back to visualization. Visualization is just so important. Again, you're forcing that image into your mind. You're forcing that scenario so that you can put yourself in that scenario, and you don't give into the negative thinking. You don't give into those negative thoughts to have control over you. That's when you choose to have control over these things, knowing that you do have control over these things, because anything negative, anything destructive, you do have control over, on at least how you perceive it, how your perception of those things are. This is the next step, is to catch and replace thoughts. So once you have observed yourself enough, once you have kind of had more of an idea of the thoughts that you're having, the mindset that you're in, you can, whenever you're in certain situations and you catch a thought, catch it, reflect back on it, and then feed yourself with a positive thought. You want to reinforce, because what is that going to do? It's going to help you break away from that habit so that you can create a new habit. Repetition is going to make it stick. Eventually, you will get to the point to where it'll just, and there still will be times to where you can get really lost into your mind, but you need to know how to pull yourself out because you can pull yourself out. My advice is to keep a journal. I mean, what's personally helped me is to find a journal that I like aesthetically, because then it makes me want to write in it more. Writing can just be so beneficial to your everyday life. Reflect on your past successes. Take action on small things. You know, challenge yourself. Do things that will put you out of your comfort zone. To put yourself in uncomfortable situations is to ask for growth. To challenge yourself is to ask for growth. The one thing that I want to state is that you have the choice. The choice is in your hands. It's always been in your hands. And do you really want to pursue this? Do you really want to take it this far? Do you really want to push through? You gotta ask yourself these questions. You are capable. You can do whatever you set your mind to. You know, get the resources, research, start taking the little steps, because that is going to get you there. And not only that, focus heavily on your mentality, because that is 80% of your work. You could say it's 50-50. I think it's 80 personally. I think that your mental has so much of a greater impact on your life and your goals and where you want to be rather than your physical. Doing things physically, that is not nearly as hard as the mental game. That is pretty much all that I have to say. Believe in yourself. Not only believe in yourself, but know that you have that free will. You may not be in control of your circumstances, but you are in control of how you tackle them. You are in control of the present. You are in the present time. So you have control to take those steps. And not only take those steps physically, take those steps mentally. Your mental is going to have a reflection onto your life. So are you going to let this negative mindset, all these things, overcome you? Or are you going to learn to overcome them? Now, I just want to say, for the ones who have listened to this whole entire video, thank you so much. Truly, it really means the world to me, and I really hope that I was able to put you into a different perspective, or make you see something differently, or impact you in some sort of way or another. And you got this. You're amazing. You're talented. Everyone has their uniqueness. Let that shine. Don't put a limit on yourself, because at the end of the day, you are choosing to put that limit on yourself. You are choosing to let that limit affect your perspective on everything. When you put that limit, it's real. Those things become real. You guys stay blessed, and I'll be back on here soon with another video. Get the fuck out of here. I'll be back on here soon with another video. I'll be trying to continue to post regularly on YouTube, because I want to show you the park that I was at, and it's beautiful and peaceful. Anyway, I hope you guys have an amazing day. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be trying to reply to everybody in the comments. I love y'all. I hope you know how special you are. Stop comparing yourself. Plant that seed and let it grow. Bye, guys.
I once got my heart broken so bad by someone who explained that he didn't think that I was capable of love. Has anyone ever said something that was so damning to you before? I will never forget that. The feeling not just of the loss of hope that something wonderful was happening in my life, but, thinking, oh, I found the one.
Ja, guten Morgen zusammen und herzlich willkommen hier zu einer neuen Folge vom Guten Morgen Podcast. Ja, es ist ja schon ein Weilchen her, seit ich die letzte Folge aufgenommen habe, und heute ist es wieder soweit. Ich hatte heute Morgen eine starke Übung, die mir gekommen ist, die mir wirklich geholfen hat, durch den Start meines Tages zu kommen. Und wir haben jetzt gerade mal 9 Uhr. Und ich habe jetzt auch schon so viel dadurch schaffen können, Stück für Stück. Ne? Also ich war mit Flöckchen laufen, also auch joggen zeitgleich, war dann, danach habe ich noch trainiert, schon geduscht, ne? Wohnung aufgeräumt, war jetzt schon einkaufen und so. Also ja, war schon richtig schön jetzt, was damit alles zustande gekommen ist. Aber als ich heute Morgen die Augen geöffnet habe, hätte ich niemals gedacht, dass das in irgendeiner Form möglich wäre. Ne? Also ich habe aktuell wieder mit Angstgefühlen zu tun, wenn ich wach werde, die wieder stärker geworden sind. Jetzt kamen die letzten Tage halt auch noch Schwindel dazu. Jetzt ist wieder eine Verspannung zwischen meinen Schulterblättern da. Das heißt, ich bin bewegungsmäßig sehr eingeschränkt. Und das waren so Dinge, die dann halt einfach auch die Angstgefühle verstärkten. Und dann kam mir heute Morgen ein Gedanke, der sagte, ich begleite dich jetzt Schritt für Schritt durch die nächsten Schritte. Und es wird echt nur an den nächsten Schritt gedacht und immer zu gucken, glaubst du, das kannst du? Schaffst du das? Ne? Schaffst du dich aufzurichten? Ja, das ist möglich. Ne? Und dann so, okay, ne? schaffst du jetzt deine Schlafsachen auszuziehen und dir deine Sportsachen anzuziehen? Ja, ne? Und dann wirklich dieses sich Stück für Stück immer nur den nächsten Schritt vornehmen und sich selber dabei begleiten, weil eine andere sehr starke Message, die auch noch durchkam, war, ich muss nur eins schaffen und das ist, mein Leben zu leben. Und das ist etwas, was wir sowieso schon tun. Also wir leben sowieso schon unser Leben, so, ne? Auch egal wie das aussieht, aber das ist ja unser Leben. Und das ist das Einzige, was ich schaffen muss, mein Leben zu leben, mit all dem, was dazugehört. Ne? Nicht dann das zu erreichen oder das und das zu bewältigen oder das und das, nein, einfach schaffen, mein Leben zu leben. Nicht die Vorstellung meines Lebens, sondern mein Leben, wie es jetzt ist, zu leben. Und das tun wir ja automatisch, wenn solange unser Herz schlägt und wir noch atmen und keine Ahnung, leben wir ja. Oh Gott, alleine lachen tut gerade schon weh. Oh Gott. Ja, ne? Ja, das ist auch eine Blockade, die ich tatsächlich öfter habe. Das ist auch, wenn viel wieder so Schuldthemen hochkommen, wenn ich mit viel Schuld konfrontiert werde, dann ist das sehr in meinem Schulter-Nackenbereich und auch zwischen meinen Schulterblättern. Ne? Dieses wirklich sich quasi das Kreuz hinten aufliften und das Kreuz quasi für Gott und die Welt tragen. Das ist dann auch nochmal eine gute Erinnerung abzugeben, ne? Und zu sagen, nein, ich muss nicht das Kreuz für alle schlimmen Dinge auf der Welt tragen, so gefühlt, oder dass ich immer nur an einem schuld bin und dieses Ganze. Weil das ist halt echt das, was ich dann physisch auch manifestieren kann. Also das sind für mich zumindest die Zusammenhänge, die ich da immer sehr stark schließe. Und genau, aber auf jeden Fall dieses nur der nächste Schritt. Ne? Es gibt tatsächlich bei der Eiskönigin 2 auch das Lied in dem Film oder auch in dem Musical, ne? Und der heißt auch der nächste Schritt. Ne? Und das ist so ein schönes Lied, das gibt es ja bestimmt auch auf YouTube. Ne? Und genau das war das. Und das hat mir heute Morgen so geholfen, weil wenn wir ja sowieso vielleicht schon mit Gefühlen der Überwältigung oder Ängstlichkeit und so zu tun haben, ne, dann kann natürlich das Denken an den ganzen Tag oder Gott, wie soll ich die ganze Woche schaffen oder, ne, also weil all das, was ja irgendwie zu tun ist, zu erledigen ist, zu schaffen ist so, ne, und das auf diese 2 Sachen reduzieren, zu sagen, ich muss nur eins schaffen und das ist mein Leben leben und das tue ich automatisch mit all dem, was dazugehört, ne, weil in dieser Aussage steckt ja nicht drin, wie du dein Leben zu leben hast, sondern einfach nur, dass du dein Leben lebst. Und das tun wir, ne? Und wenn ich das schon schaffe, dann habe ich schon alles geschafft, weil das ist das Einzige, was ich schaffen muss hier unten. Und dann halt echt dieses, okay, und was ist jetzt, was als nächstes ansteht? Und nur das. Und dann fragen, kriege ich das hin? Schaffe ich das? Ne? Und ich probiere es mal. Ich gucke mal, wie weit ich komme. Und das war eine Begleitung durch den Tag. Und dann habe ich immer gedacht, okay, ja doch, das auch noch. Guck mal noch mal ein bisschen weiter. Geh noch mal ein bisschen weiter. Ne? Okay, probier das. Und der nächste Benefit, der damit kommt, nicht nur, dass dann halt dieses Gefühl von Überwältigung und Ängstlichkeit weicher werden kann durch diese Übung, ist halt auch noch der nächste Schritt, dass wir dadurch viel mehr in Achtsamkeit kommen. Ne? Also letztendlich, das sind ja Achtsamkeitsübungen. Dass wir uns bewusster mit dem Moment, mit dem Hier und Jetzt verbinden. Und wenn ich nicht mit meinen Gedanken schon 1000 Schritte voraus bin, weil mich das, wie gesagt, zu sehr auch überwältigt und so viel Angst in mir auslöst, dann habe ich aber immer noch die Möglichkeit, mich jetzt auf das Hier und Jetzt zu konzentrieren. Und das erscheint mir dann ja auch meistens möglich. Das jetzt gerade. Schaffe ich, den Topf rauszuholen? Ja. Okay. Schaffe ich, die Milch da rein zu tun? Ja, schaffe ich. Schaffe ich mein Müsli da rein? Also so, ne? Und ich habe mir jetzt gar nicht auch immer die Frage unbedingt gestellt, schaffe ich das? Ich habe dann so für mich so dieses, so und jetzt stelle ich den Topf hier hin. Das kann ich ja. Jetzt kann ich die Milch da rein tun. Das kann ich ja. So, also so habe ich mich da halt irgendwie durchbegleitet. Aber ganz wichtig war dieses, nur bei dem jetzigen Schritt zu bleiben. Ne? Und deswegen, also wenn wir mit dieser großen Ängstlichkeit zu tun haben, die wirklich dann auch schon zu einer starken Belastung wird, ne, oder auch schon physisch sich manifestiert, umso mehr sind wir quasi in der Not, uns mit Themen wie Achtsamkeit und Bewusstsein und im Hier und Jetzt und so weiter, ne, zu befassen. Weil ansonsten dieser Schmerz, dieser Stress halt anderweitig nicht mehr auszuhalten ist. Und im Endeffekt ist das ja gar nicht mal so was Schlechtes. Ne? Klar, die Not wird dann größer, sich in diese Richtung zu bewegen und auch wirklich sagen, ich mache jetzt nur das, was ich mache, weil ich weiß, wenn ich das nicht tue, dann überwältigt mich das in ein Maße, was dann körperlich kaum auszuhalten ist. Also ist es ja im Endeffekt eine ganz gute für sich selbst Erziehungsmethode, weil wenn die Konsequenzen größer sind, wenn du es nicht tust, tust du es eher. Ne? Also Menschen, die jetzt, sage ich mal, nicht da die großen Konsequenzen mit haben, die werden aber auch oft nicht in ihre Achtsamkeit gehen oder überhaupt den Zugang zu dieser wertvollen Fähigkeit entdecken, weil sie denken, ja gut, aber läuft ja auch so. Ne? Also in dieser Konfrontation quasi mit dem Schmerz, in der Konfrontation mit der Überforderung, wächst auch die Notwendigkeit, sich mit gesünderen Elementen befassen zu müssen. Ne? Das ist wie bei mir, wenn ich das auch mit dem Sport oder der Ernährung sage. Wenn ich nicht laufe oder mein Training mache oder meine Ernährung schleifen lasse, ich werde das so sehr spüren, dass die Depressionsgefühle so heftig einschlagen werden, dass ich dann erstmal gar nichts mehr kann. Also wenn die Konsequenzen zu groß sind, dann kann man sich gewisse Bequemlichkeiten einfach nur noch sehr wenig erlauben. So, auf der anderen Seite bringt einen das natürlich auch in einen immensen Wachstum. Ne? Da hat man nicht immer Bock dran zu denken, und an manchen Tagen denke ich mir auch, ey, ich wünschte auch einfach, ne, ich könnte mal 2 Tage lang einfach nur hier liegen, rumvegetieren und das würde mit meiner Psyche nichts machen, aber es ist nicht so. Ne? Ich bin danach dann total fertig so und muss mich dann erstmal von ganz unten wieder hocharbeiten. Und deswegen ist es halt für mich wichtig, schon so ein konstantes Level beizubehalten. Das habe ich jetzt aber auch gesehen, weil was kommt da dann zum Beispiel mit? Jetzt, wenn ich so meinen Körper angucke, denke ich, boah krass, ich habe echt einen trainierten Körper. Aber den habe ich ja nicht, weil ich denke so, oh, ich will unbedingt einen trainierten Körper haben. Das ist ja ein Nebeneffekt dessen, weil ich körperlich dranbleiben muss für mein Wohlergehen, weil wenn ich das nicht tue, werd ich schon die Rechnung dafür zahlen müssen. In dem Grad, wie ich mich dann fühle, wenn ich diese Dinge nicht tue. Aber den Benefit, den ich davon mittrage, ist, boah, mein Körper, der ist ganz schön trainiert. Ne? Also es kommt ja dann auch etwas Gutes damit. Und in einem Motivationsvideo habe ich gehört, es wird sowieso schmerzhaft sein, also wähle deinen Schmerz. Und es gibt den Schmerz von wegen, ich habe nicht gemacht, was ich machen wollte, ich habe immer Ausreden gefunden, war zwar in meiner Komfortzone so, aber habe irgendwie Dinge nicht gewagt, habe mein Leben nicht gelebt, bin nicht rausgegangen und so weiter. Ne? Was auch immer. Oder es gibt den Schmerz zu sagen, boah, das ist jetzt der Schmerz, ich überwinde mich, ich mache das jetzt, ich gehe jetzt laufen, ich mache mein Training, ich setze mich weiter daran. Das ist auch Schmerz auf eine Art und Weise, aber das ist ja ein Schmerz, der dann zumindest Früchte tragen wird. Ne? Also es wird immer oft so temporary oder long term. Ne? Also hast du halt dann für den Moment diesen Schmerz, also für den Moment diese Überwindung, dass ich sage so, boah, ja, jetzt laufen gehen oder ja, jetzt hier trainieren, das ist unangenehm, das ist so, aber wenn ich das gemacht habe, weiß ich, die Qualität meines ganzen Tages wird so viel besser sein. Als wenn ich diesen kleinen Schmerz am Anfang ausweiche und sage, nee, ach, dann gehe ich nicht laufen, nee, dann mache ich mein Training nicht. Aber dann wird sich das auch als Konsequenz durch meinen ganzen Tag ziehen. Ne? Also dieses auch zu wählen, so wähle deinen Schmerz. Diese Utopie von, wir sind hier unten und es ist alles immer ganz angenehm und ganz ruhig, dann würden wir nicht unten auf der Erde sein, die voller Dualitäten ist. Genau, der Schmerz bringt uns ja auch in einen Wachstum. Ne? Was jetzt nicht, das ist immer so wichtig, weil ich finde das so schwierig mittlerweile, weil es werden halt auch Sätze wirklich missbraucht. Was nicht heißt, also wichtig, in welchem Kontext man diesen Satz sagt. Ne? Wenn man das jetzt jemandem sagt, weil man jemanden irgendwie in seinem Schmerz nicht mitfühlend, also weil man selber nicht mitfühlend reagieren will oder reagieren kann, weil jetzt jemand wendet sich an jemanden oder wendet sich an dich und teilt sich mit und sagt, boah, ich gehe gerade wirklich durch eine schwierige Zeit. Und an der Stelle wäre jetzt eigentlich Mitgefühl gefragt, ne? Also zu sagen, boah, ne, hier, ich bin da, wenn du reden möchtest, ne? Oder ich kann mir vorstellen, dass das schwierig ist, ne? Also an der Stelle wäre eigentlich Mitgefühl gefragt. Und wenn Menschen diese Feinfühligkeit nicht besitzen, wann was gefragt ist und dann halt in dieses gehen, naja gut, aber der Schmerz in deinem Leben wird dich nur stärker machen, dann kommt sowas schnell so kalt rüber, ne? Und dann kommt sowas auch schnell so unangemessen rüber, ne? Was nicht heißt, dass da ein Wahrheitsfaktor drin ist. Aber es fehlt noch ganz vielen Menschen die Sensibilität zu gucken, okay, aber in welchem Kontext, in welcher Situation ist dieser Spruch auch richtig platziert, ne? Also situativ zu entscheiden. Und das ist ganz, ganz wichtig, weil ansonsten kann das auch sehr toxisch werden, sowas dann zu sagen. Ne? Weil da ist jemand, der schüttet sich sein Herz aus oder sagt, boah, mir ist was Schlimmes passiert und anstatt Mitgefühl zu zeigen und anstatt mitfühlend zu sein, was oft darauf beruht, weil man selber mit sich nicht mitfühlend ist und dann das auch mit anderen nicht kann oder selber mit sich selber sehr hart umgeht und deswegen das mit anderen auch tut. Ne? Und wenn man da sehr schnell dann in dieses, ja, aber da musst du einfach nur oder durchhalten und das also so dann, weil der Schmerz, der macht uns nur stärker, ja, dann ist das so dieses, aber ist das, was die Person gerade auch wirklich gebraucht hat? Ne? Und das ist ja auch wichtig, so, ey, was brauchst du denn gerade, ne? Was würde dir denn gerade weiterhelfen? Manchmal sagt vielleicht jemand, boah, motivierende Worte würden mir jetzt weiterhelfen oder vielleicht auch einfach nur eine Umarmung oder boah, einfach nur zuhören reicht schon, ne? Oder ein tröstendes Wort. Aber diese Verantwortung ist halt auch wichtig, die beim Gegenüber dann auch zu lassen, ne? Und nicht in dieses, ja, aber ich weiß ja schon, was du jetzt brauchst. Das ist übergriffig, ne? Deswegen, das war mir auch nochmal an dem Punkt wichtig zu sagen, ja, wenn wir wirklich auch da ein schönes Miteinander halt auch erfahren wollen. Genau. Und dann kann halt auch ein Gegenüber auch immer noch sagen, oh Mist, da bin ich nicht die richtige Ansprechpartnerin für oder der richtige Ansprechpartner für oder was auch immer. Ne, das ist dann natürlich auch etwas, was möglich ist und ja, wo man dann halt auch in der Beziehung für sich selber auch gucken kann, boah, ist mir das aber wichtig, ne? Ist mir wichtig, dass ich auch Menschen habe, die auch mal einfach zuhören können oder die mich auch mal in den Arm nehmen können. Ne? Oder habe ich Menschen um mich rum, die immer nur in dieses Motivationsgeballer gehen, sobald ich mich mitteile und auch verletzlich zeige und merke ich, boah, ja, das ist ja auch eine Stärke, die sie haben, aber ich brauche halt auch einfach was anderes. Ne? Und das ist halt auch einfach wichtig, da die Informationen zu sammeln. Genau. Ja, aber das ist letztendlich so die Essenz hier von dieser Übung, ne, die uns wirklich durch Angstzustände helfen kann. Ne? Nur zu gucken, du musst gerade gar nicht alles schaffen. Ne? Wie gesagt, erinnere dich immer daran, du musst nur schaffen, dein Leben zu leben. Und das tust du sowieso. Ne, solange dein Herz schlägt und du atmest und du hier unten bist und du lebst, schaffst du das schon. Weil dann lebst du ja dein Leben. Du lebst es ja automatisch. Ob du dein Leben im Bett verbringst, ob du dein Leben das machst, wie auch immer, du lebst dein Leben. Und nur das musst du schaffen. Ne? Das Wie ist da nicht mit einbezogen. Nur, dass du schaffst, dein Leben zu leben. Und das ist schon Krönung genug. Wirklich. Und alles andere, was dann bereitsteht, da wirklich sagen, okay, der nächste Schritt. Ne? Und sich dann mit Babyschritten vortasten. Und dann, wenn man immer merkt, boah, jetzt geht's nicht mehr, dann kann man sagen, okay, jetzt erstmal wieder Rückzug. Ne? Aber siehe da, obwohl die Angstgefühle wirklich stark waren heute Morgen und dann halt auch die Blockaden, die ich spürte, und trotzdem bin ich jetzt da oder habe das jetzt schon heute für mich gemacht, was ich gemacht habe. Das hätte ich wirklich, als ich aufwachte, nicht für möglich gehalten. Ne? Deswegen, ja, vielleicht kann das ja hier als kleine Inspiration dienen. Und ich freue mich sehr von euch zu hören, ob ihr diese Gefühle auch kennt und was euch da zum Beispiel hilft. Und genau, und immer ganz wichtig, es dürfen mehrere Wahrnehmungen da sein. Ne? Das finde ich immer ganz wichtig, ne? Dass man bei sich bleibt und sagt, boah, mir hilft zum Beispiel das oder mir hilft zum Beispiel das. Aber das bedeutet nicht, dass das, wie wer anderes es macht, dass das irgendwie falsch ist oder sonst irgendwie. Ne? Bei so einer Haltung kann es auch schnell werden. Und ich finde es einfach wichtig, dass wir alle das Recht haben, für uns selber zu gucken, was wir ausprobieren und was wir machen. Und wir haben auch alle das Recht zu sagen, boah, jetzt hat was nicht geklappt oder da tue ich mich schwer mit. Und das heißt nicht, dass wir irgendwas falsch machen, ne? Sondern einfach, dass wir auf der Suche sind, dass wir ausprobieren, dass wir neue Wege versuchen. Ne? Was war da noch? Thomas Edison, zitiere ich immer sehr gerne, ne? Der immer sagte, ich habe nicht versagt, ich habe nur 1000 Wege gefunden, die nicht funktioniert haben. So, ne? I have not failed, I just found 10.000 ways oder 1000 ways that didn't work. Ne? Und das finde ich ist halt auch eine Haltung. Ne? Man versagt nicht, man hat Wege gefunden, die nicht funktionieren. Wie wertvoll ist das? Ne? Und dann auch da wieder für sich selber, weil für einen selber auch ein Weg nicht funktioniert, vielleicht funktioniert er aber für jemanden. Und nur weil für einen selber der Weg funktioniert, heißt es nicht, dass es dann auch für den anderen funktionieren muss. Ne? Also das ist so individuell. Und genau. Also dann, ich wünsche euch einen schönen Start in den Tag und sende ganz liebe Grüße. Ciao, ciao.
Kennst du das Gefühl, dich für etwas rechtfertigen zu müssen, das eigentlich niemanden etwas angeht? In unserer Gesellschaft gibt es unzählige, ungeschriebene Regeln und Erwartungen, die uns subtil das Gefühl geben, falsch zu sein, wenn wir nicht in ein bestimmtes Schema passen. Doch wer bestimmt, was richtig oder falsch ist? Solange du niemandem schadest und deinem Herzen folgst, gibt es keinen Grund, dich zu schämen. Viel zu oft halten uns Schuldgefühle und der Wunsch nach gesellschaftlicher Akzeptanz davon ab, unser wahres Potenzial zu entfalten. Hier sind 8 Dinge, für die du dich niemals rechtfertigen solltest, denn sie machen dich einzigartig. Wenn du noch nicht Teil unserer Gemeinschaft bist, dann laden wir dich jetzt ein, unseren Kanal zu abonnieren, um zukünftig keine spannenden Beiträge mehr zu verpassen. Nummer 1. Wer du früher einmal warst. Jeder Mensch verändert sich im Laufe seines Lebens und das ist gut so. Du bist nicht mehr die Person, die du vor 5 oder 10 Jahren warst und genau das ist ein Zeichen von Wachstum. Deine Vergangenheit gehört zu dir, aber sie definiert nicht, wer du heute bist. Vielleicht hast du Fehler gemacht oder Entscheidungen getroffen, die du heute anders sehen würdest. Doch anstatt dich dafür zu schämen, solltest du stolz darauf sein, dass du gelernt und dich weiterentwickelt hast. Vergangenheit ist Erfahrung und Erfahrung ist der Schlüssel zu einem bewussteren Leben. Nummer 2. Deinen Optimismus. Viele Menschen betrachten Optimismus als Naivität, dabei ist er eine unglaubliche Stärke. Während sich andere von Sorgen und Ängsten lähmen lassen, siehst du Chancen und Möglichkeiten. Das bedeutet nicht, dass du Probleme ignorierst, im Gegenteil. Optimistische Menschen sind oft widerstandsfähiger, weil sie an Lösungen glauben, anstatt sich in negativen Gedanken zu verlieren. Lass dich also nicht von Pessimisten kleinreden. Wer die Welt mit Hoffnung betrachtet, hat die Kraft, sie zu verändern. Nummer 3. Vergebung statt Rache. Häufig wird Vergebung mit Schwäche verwechselt. Dabei ist sie eine der stärksten Entscheidungen, die du treffen kannst. Wer vergibt, übernimmt Kontrolle über seine eigenen Gefühle, anstatt von Wut und Groll beherrscht zu werden. Vergebung bedeutet nicht, dass du das Verhalten einer anderen Person gutheißt, sondern dass du dich nicht länger von negativen Emotionen gefangen halten lässt. Rache mag im ersten Moment befriedigend erscheinen, doch langfristig kostet sie dich nur Energie. Frieden beginnt in dir selbst und manchmal ist Vergebung der Schlüssel dazu. Nummer 4. Deinen Beruf. Ob du als Künstler, Arzt, Verkäufer oder Handwerker arbeitest, jeder Beruf hat seinen Wert. Lass dir nicht einreden, dass dein Job weniger wertvoll sei, nur weil er nicht den höchsten Status oder das höchste Gehalt mit sich bringt. Arbeit ist nicht nur eine Frage des Geldes, sondern auch der Erfüllung. Wenn du liebst, was du tust und dein Job dich erfüllt, dann hast du mehr erreicht als viele andere. Erfolg wird nicht an Titeln gemessen, sondern daran, ob du morgens gerne aufstehst und tust, was dich glücklich macht. Nummer 5. Zeit für Familie und Freunde. In unserer Welt, die Produktivität oft über alles stellt, wird es fast schon belächelt, wenn jemand seine Prioritäten auf Familie und Freundschaften setzt. Doch am Ende deines Lebens wird es nicht die Überstunden im Büro sein, an die du dich erinnerst, sondern die Momente mit den Menschen, die du liebst. Beziehungen brauchen Zeit und Aufmerksamkeit. Sie sind keine Selbstverständlichkeit. Wer sich bewusst Zeit für seine Familie und Freunde nimmt, zeigt nicht Schwäche, sondern wahre Weisheit. Denn Erfolg ist nichts wert, wenn du niemanden hast, mit dem du ihn teilen kannst. Nummer 6. Deine Gefühle. Emotionen sind ein natürlicher Teil des Menschseins, doch trotzdem wird uns oft suggeriert, dass wir sie unterdrücken sollten. Besonders Männer bekommen häufig vermittelt, dass sie stark sein müssen und Gefühle ein Zeichen von Schwäche seien. Doch das ist ein Irrtum. Menschen, die offen mit ihren Emotionen umgehen, sind nicht schwach, sondern besonders mutig. Wer sich erlaubt zu weinen, sich zu freuen oder Angst zu zeigen, hat ein gesundes Verhältnis zu sich selbst. Gefühle sind keine Schwäche. Sie sind ein Zeichen dafür, dass du lebendig bist. Nummer 7. Deine Träume und Ziele. Jeder große Erfolg begann einmal als eine verrückte Idee, die von anderen belächelt wurde. Vielleicht träumst du davon, dein eigenes Unternehmen zu gründen, eine Weltreise zu machen oder ein ungewöhnliches Hobby auszuprobieren. Egal was es ist. Lass dir von niemandem einreden, dass deine Träume unrealistisch oder albern seien. Viele Menschen projizieren ihre eigenen Ängste auf andere und versuchen sie klein zu halten. Doch dein Leben gehört nur dir. Wer an seine Träume glaubt, kann Dinge erreichen, die andere für unmöglich halten. Nummer 8. Dich von Menschen zu distanzieren, die dir nicht gut tun. Wir wachsen mit der Vorstellung auf, dass wir loyal sein müssen, selbst dann, wenn uns eine Beziehung oder Freundschaft schadet. Doch wahre Selbstfürsorge bedeutet, dich von Menschen zu trennen, die dir Energie rauben oder dich schlecht behandeln. Egal, ob es toxische Freunde, negative Familienmitglieder oder manipulative Partner sind. Du bist niemandem verpflichtet, der dich klein macht. Es ist kein Zeichen von Egoismus, sondern von Selbstachtung, wenn du Grenzen setzt. Manchmal ist Loslassen der einzige Weg, um dein eigenes Wohlbefinden zu schützen. Nummer 9. Dein Bedürfnis nach Ruhe und Zeit für dich selbst. In unserer Welt, die ständig nach mehr verlangt, mehr Leistung, mehr soziale Kontakte, mehr Produktivität, kann es fast schon als faul gelten, sich bewusst Zeit für sich selbst zu nehmen. Doch genau das ist essentiell für dein Wohlbefinden. Niemand kann immer nur funktionieren, ohne irgendwann auszubrennen. Es ist vollkommen in Ordnung, wenn du dich mal zurückziehst, Stille genießt oder einen Tag nur für dich verbringst. Zeit für dich selbst ist kein Luxus, sondern eine Notwendigkeit, um langfristig gesund, ausgeglichen und glücklich zu bleiben. Unser heutiges Fazit: Dein Leben gehört dir, also lebe es nach deinen Regeln. Es wird immer Menschen geben, die über dich urteilen, dich kritisieren oder versuchen, dich in eine bestimmte Richtung zu drängen. Doch am Ende des Tages bist du die einzige Person, die mit deinen Entscheidungen leben muss. Hör auf, dich für Dinge zu entschuldigen, die dich glücklich machen oder die zu deinem Wachstum beitragen. Schäme dich nicht für das, was dich einzigartig macht. Feiere es. Denn das Leben ist zu kurz, um sich ständig über die Meinung anderer Gedanken zu machen.
New game? Who this? Why does the audio not come out of my earpiece?
Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen.
Hmm. What is going on? The game does not want to get picked up. Oh, what is this? It's the first time I encounter something like this. Do we go female? I think we go female. Oh, we can make a waifu. I wanna randomize until we just say yes. How do we do it? What is this? Oh no, the UI is terrible. Oh my god, what is this? I just want a random. No. This looks nice. 16, we go with 16. This looks nice too. Hair clip? Oh my god, she looks just gorgeous. Look at this. Butterfly. This frizz. What? That is so cool. Tiny top hat. This actually looks sick. Oof, 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 oof. Blair. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is sick. Yo. These are fun, dude. I like this. We can go with the more. The more intellectual type, or the more like pirate type. It's between glasses and eye patch. I think glasses. It just looks so clean on her. But so does the eye patch. If I could have this with like green, maybe we can change the outfit a little bit. This one is sick though. But eye patch is rough. I don't want her to have like a rough backstory or something. Just give her some porn glasses and it's all. This one is the most cartoony. This one is beautiful. Haircut red. How old is this game? I think this is like almost 20 years old. Okay, so we start at 1. Let's see. I like this face. I like this too. No. This is Giga Cartoon. 6, no. Between 1 and 2. 2 is a little bit more polished. Let's take her like this. Love the eyes, skin color, voice.
There's a trap here. They were strong, but we... On second thought, you can have it! You can... On to the sub!
Still plenty of time left for us to find some fun. Sorry, it just sort of went off.
Fire!
You ready to go? Precisely as I hoped. Snap! This turned real bad, real fast.
This may be taking a turn for the worse.
No supplies left. Well fought. I will have revenge!
Oh, this one.
We are well within operational limits.
Oh shit.
Thank you very much.
Monka.
Let's get some scouts out there. And crush a nation! Oh yeah!
I like this one too.
I will break you into teeny tiny pieces. Ah! We can do anything we put our mind to. Just go down.
Just get out of there! Don't you dare die!
This one is a little more dramatic.
Fly free! This battle has turned against us. In a perfect world, all missions would be so simple. Ignite! That was not an enemy to be taken lightly.
This one
You
isn't
fought well.
bad.
Now you will perish. Not done yet. That was freaking amazing. Did you see that? I will avenge every cut, every wound,
She's
every
like
scar.
psycho, okay.
We're pretty awesome, but I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think you can handle this. Thanks.
Oh, that smug little bastard is gonna pay! Devour! How can I be out of bullets? I need them flash! This battle's just been waiting. Ha!
Okay, don't push yourself. Please hit.
I thought I was cool.
I may have pushed a bit too far here.
I am gonna kick a little extra side. And much, we're all good. We're totally fine here.
How many is there? 20.
Hey, that really hurts. I'm very impressed.
It's a lot and they are all pretty good. Dude.
We're just dancing through life out here.
Like all of them.
Time for my encore. You will pay for that. I swear it. One perfect healing bullet coming right up. Straight through.
Damn, they're all good. Fuck.
Oh yeah! I bet the origami would be just as tired as us. Psst. Devour! I'll take you down! Hey, are you alright?
A trap has been laid.
Huh?
I am suitably impressed.
Sever!
We have to pull back, now! The enemies seem to come out of... Our enemy is fierce.
I like this one because she's so, like, cinematic
Stop that! Devour!
and, like, cliche. I love it. I love it. To the voice sample. What is this? What is a sample? What is this? Oh my god. Let's put it back on random. What's this? So I gotta get the sound on my headphones somehow. Jeez, look at those weapons. What is this, dude?
Will you look at that? A rare one.
It's strong, and to the victor go the spoils.
Old man Sakaki's gonna have a fit when he sees this.
I'd like to see some reinforcements out here. If we're all done here, let's call for exfil. I'm starved. Speaking of, what are they serving today?
Admittedly, I wasn't paying a lot of attention at the last supply meeting. Wait, just remembered. Some new engineered corn or something.
You mean that same overgrown corn on the cob fiasco? It's so hard to chew.
Yeah, we're having a bit of a lean year. We should be glad we're getting fed at all.
Hey, Soma, how about a trade, huh? You like corn?
Don't think so. Come on. If we're not back soon, we'll get a lot of nothing.
Pardon the interruption, Director. I believe Norn has found a match. A potential new type God Eater, sir.
Very good. Send the data to my personal terminal. Summon them. There's potential, but they must first clear the test.
So I have no clue what really is going on here. All I know is we have waifus. So yeah. It's all about the waifus. So this is us. Okay, okay.
Terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Allow me to bid you welcome. This is humanity's final fortress, the stalwart bastion of Fenrir. In this chamber, we shall test your compatibility to join the anti-origami punitive force, the God Eaters. Please, do try to relax. I assure you, there is nothing at all to fear. When you're ready, place your wrist within the device at the center of the room.
What is this guy doing, dude? He's driving into our house. What the fuck? Yeah. Okay, bro. There is no way they would let it drop like this. Yeah, okay, okay. I get the gist of what this game is gonna be about. I'm game. Let's go.
Congratulations are in order. You are the very first of our new type God Eaters. Brilliant! You have passed the test, and well. Now that we're certain you're a God Arc match, we must ensure your welfare with a short physical. Please, wait in the lobby just beyond the door. The doctor will see to you shortly. And do let someone know if you feel unwell. I have great hopes.
I should put it on Japanese. I bet the voice is insane. The English one is not bad.
Sup? Want some gum? Oh, wait, yeah, totally out. I kinda just downed the last piece. So, you were a match too? That makes at least 2 of us. How old are you anyway? Well, I've still got a nanosecond of experience on you. Pleasure to meet you.
Okay.
Huh?
Stand and to attention, now. Excellent. I've got a busy day planned, so we'll keep this quick.
Excellent.
My name is Tsubaki Amamiya. I am the senior operator here at the Far East, and I'll be your advisor.
Amamiya? She's my mommy for
Full
sure.
medical workup followed by a gamut of physical conditioning. You'll be taught basic combat strategies and tactics and given a brief overview of God arcs and armament. Until this moment, God Eaters have put their lives on the line to defend you. Now it's your turn to repay them. If you plan on staying alive, every order will be answered and enacted immediately. Understood?
What is this music? It's so crazy.
Am I understood? Ma'am, yes ma'am.
Is this the in-game music?
Better. Now, as to your exam.
What?
Let's begin with you, shall we? Orders are to report to Dr. Paylor Sakaki's office at 1500 hours. Until then, you're free to tour the facility as you wish. Welcome to Fenrir's Far East Branch, which we affectionately call the Den. This is your home now. These teammates, your family. Godspeed.
What's her name? Tsubaki Mimami? They make it too easy, dude. Is this real? So, what's the deal with the sound, man? I have to find something on the internet. Let's see if I can start the game again with the sound fixed. So I had to Hackerman hex something Hexdoc to get it to work for ultrawide, which of course is the best thing. Oh no, it's really nice. Yeah, already. I got the sound in my headphones now. Let's go. Yo, let's watch this. Mommy! This song is bad. Yo, what the fuck? That was amazing, man. Oh my god, that was so sick. What the fuck? Wow, listen to the music. (2015). Is that when it came out? I need to know. What the fuck? I have Gladiator 1, 2, 3. So this is the first part. Let's see what it can do. 2015 October. Okay. 10 years old game. That's cool. Should I read all of this? I kind of don't want to. You know when it's important if it has like a voiceover. Hold on, I have like a... What's this? So we are... I have a knife and a gun and a shield. I look so cute, dude. What the fuck? Have like a email or something. Okay. Oh, interesting. So many different. Oh, please don't let this be a hard game. I just clicked something. Shopkeeper. Why are you in the corner like a bum? That does not give me the trusted vendor vibe, you know? Look at all the things you can buy. This game is gonna be hard, dude. Uh-oh. Where's the laboratory? So where do we go? Root section. Authorized. What is this? What?
Didn't expect that. You were here precisely 726 seconds before I anticipated. Interesting. I am Paler Sakaki. Dr. Paler Sakaki, the Chief of Origami Tech and R&D. I'm certain we'll be seeing quite a lot of each other over the coming days. Welcome aboard, new type. As you can see, I'm still a touch busy at the moment. Things to do, screens to watch, Johannes, why don't you do your speech thing, and then I'll go.
Sure. Though, Doctor, I think it is high time you learn to prioritize between work and personal research. Thank you for taking part in the aptitude test. I know it is not pleasant. My name is Johannes von Schicksal. I'm the director of the Far East Branch, reporting directly to Fenrir. Once again, congratulations on your acceptance. I know you shall do great things in your time here.
Don't let the speechifying fool you. He's an ex-tech guy. No doubt the new type medical exam is calling to him.
A tech guy? Do keep in mind that I hung up my lab coat because we have you now, Doctor.
Once a scientist, always a scientist, Johannes.
Perhaps. In any case, if I may return to my speechifying. The Fenrir Corporation has many goals, of which you are now a critical part. Your direct duties, while crucial, are rather simple. You God Eaters hunt down and destroy origami and gather their materials. These materials are then converted into resources. They help maintain this base and supply the upcoming Aegis project.
Sure.
There's no way they can be right.
The Aegis project will defend humanity in our utopia. A fortress at sea, impregnable to origami assault, located near the deepest part of the Sea of Japan.
Ah, of course!
Once the final phase of the project is complete, humanity will be able to live in peace again, free from these monsters.
Amazing! The new types are a miracle!
Taylor, I am trying to teach something.
Oh, right. Sorry. It's just these readings. They're beyond our wildest hopes.
Then it seems the future of humanity is in good hands. You will do us proud. And on that note, I shall place you in the doctor's hands and take my leave. Paler, be sure to send the results.
I believe we're ready to begin. Go ahead and lie down on the bed just there. As the exam begins, you will feel a bit drowsy. I assure you there's nothing to worry about. When you awaken, you'll be in your quarters. It's a, cat nap, so to speak. Shouldn't be more than a few hours. 10,800 seconds at most. Sleep well.
Oh my god, the music got me wide awake. Am I supposed to do something here? So we sleep at the rupee room. Okay. Oh, whoops. So I have a gun, a shield, and a knife, I think. What? I'm not reading anything, so can't try this. What am I supposed to join? Like a game with other people? Multiplayer? What am I supposed to do here? So she has a problem. I wanna see what materials. Okay, sounds like loot. Still though, what am I doing now? Did he say I'm nothing? So rude. Mommy, save me. Oh, I was supposed to... Okay, I see. So I can training. Nah. Wait, who is this other guy? Is this a real person? Little mission. So are we waiting for him now to accept and then we get beams? Okay, it's nothing where I'm going, right? Okay, so this is my weapon. Knife. Okay. Oh, shield.
Oh, Lindo. The director said that if I saw you, I should tell you he wishes to meet with you.
Awesome. Sounds like you didn't see me then. Oh ho! Hey there! Rook, the name's Lindo Amamiya. According to various documents, I am your superior officer. But I never paid much attention to that crap, and neither should you. In-game, I want you to be someone who I know has my back, and I'll have yours.
Oh, who's this? A new recruit?
Yup, and you're totally ruining my big scary speech about our brutal coda, so shoot.
Of course, sir. You're the boss, sir.
Now I lost my place, so we're cool, yeah? I'm sending you out into battle, and I know that's scary, but look, I'm gonna be right here with you. Got it? Oh, and look at the time. It's half past mission. Let's go.
Okay. By the way, I don't know what happened. I don't know if I clicked something, opened the door, or got summoned into the thing.
Man, this place has seen better days.
However this works.
All right, Rook. We're gonna get some hands-on experience today. You got 3 big rules. Don't die. If you're in danger, frickin' run. And last, hide. Well, not hide. Use cover. Stealth wins fights. Wait, is that 4 big rules then? I'm gonna bottom line it for you. Survive. Actually, yeah, let's say 1 big rule. Survive. All right, kid. Let's get this show on the road.
The fuck?
Hey there!
Yeah,
this is our
that's
first
him.
field op together. I'm excited to work with you. Now let's get out there.
We're fighting little ogre tails today. Should be a pretty basic hunt. Nothing crazy or unexpected.
I pressed the button.
I know it's your
See
first time in the
something?
field. Just remember to stay calm. Watch their movements and strike them with shield. Yeah, so you shouldn't stand right in front of the giant monster. You get crushed.
Oh, they dodge.
Origami down! Confirm! Origami way down! This is the pace. I know you can win this.
Have you considered maybe just sorta, kinda surrendering?
Target origami has been neutralized. Well performed, God Eaters.
I don't just hand out compliments. When I say you moved well out there for a recruit, I mean it.
Okay, okay. So we get auto summoned back to base. Mission clear, sure.
Ah, there you are. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so what do you say we just jump right in? Now, what do you think an origami is? Lots of words come to mind. The apex predator, the devourer of mankind, God's given flesh. Well, those are all right, in a way. These phrases, while dramatic, aren't misconceptions. Rather, you could say they simply evolved from wonderment. The speaker clearly has their eyes fixed on the phenomena before them. Today, we are striving for a deeper answer. Tell me, have you ever wondered from whence the origami come? History books tell us that they just appeared, as though from the air itself. Since then, their numbers have grown. Strange, no? As though they are ripping through the very core of evolutionary process.
Hey, does this lecture have an intermission? Or a point? Our job's to kill them. What does it matter where they come from?
Oh, it matters. Origami have no heart. Neither do they have a brain or a digestive system or spinal fluids. Frail humans that we are, a powerful strike to the chest would cripple or kill us. But no, that won't bring down an origami. You see, these beasts are clusters of oracle cells, each individually a single-cell organism of its own, ever devouring the others. Mad? Perhaps. But each origami is a colony of hundreds, nay thousands of individual life forms, each striving to survive. And this dangerous, deadly, elegant fusion of cells cannot be destroyed by conventional weapons. They are impervious to all assault. So, how then are we meant to survive? How can we defeat such a powerful predator?
Well, they die when we hit them a lot with the God Arc, or shoot them a lot with the God Arc, so...
Precisely! A God Arc! A biological weapon infused with the same oracle cells that inhabit an origami's body. That's the key. They are the only weapons capable of cutting through their ever-fusing oracle cells. But just cutting them down will do no good. The rogue cell colonies will grow and heal, or worse, form new monsters to be defeated. No, there is only one way to ensure victory. Tearing out the core. The cells that serve as a control center. But of course, such a task is challenging to say the least. Even with our God Arcs, we have no way to deliver such a devastating blow. At some point, people recognized in these monsters, in their immortality, the spirits of the many gods once worshipped here. They deemed these creatures origami, and we fight them still. I think that's as good a place as any to hold for today. As homework, please refer to the Norn database for more on the history of origami. Dismissed.
Okay. So it's like a school we're going to. So all of them want to be my friend now. Who's this? Oh, okay. So is this actually like a multiplayer game? Boy. Oh, so I just clicked on this again. Oh, look at this. I guess it doesn't matter, huh? Sakuya.
You're the new recruit, aren't you? I'm Sakuya. Sakuya Tachibana. Great
Okay,
to
I
meet
get
you.
it now. It's not multiplayer, it's
You look a little
NPCs.
nervous. You all right? It sounds weird, but you've got to stay relaxed. We don't want you freezing up out there. All right, let's get to the mission briefing. You've got the lead today. I'll be handling the long-range backup, so wherever you go, I'll follow. This is as basic as strategy gets, but it's the key to success when you're teamed up with a long-range god arc like mine. Oh, and don't go running off. If you get too far, I can't cover you. Stay within my line of sight and my god arc's effective range. All right, we're a team now, you and I. We look out for each other. Let's get out there and take those origami down.
Okay.
All units are in position and awaiting the go code. Sakuya, are you two prepared?
No problems here, Hibari. Let's get in there and win this. Is this your first time fighting a teammate? They're a little scary, I'll admit. They don't move. I don't know if they even can. If they touch a beat on you, you're missed. Watch your teammates back and never stop moving. Got it?
What am I shooting? Breeze bullet.
Origami down! Confirmed! Origami way down! They're weaker! Hit them! Hit them hard!
Now we got a real fight on our hands. It's clear why Lindo spoke so highly of your abilities. You learn and adapt incredibly quickly. You're not afraid to try new strategies. Never let go of that.
Oh, it's back to base. Do I have to do the tutorial? So now I'm by myself.
Alright. Looks like vitals are all in expected parameters. Begin the mission.
I'll rip through them! All I need is dramatic background music. Next time will be even more awesome. Just you watch.
Only you could survive a mission like that on your own. Responses. No, we have a large origami in the area. A Vajra. Damn! Vajras are extremely dangerous. They're fast and relentless hunters. Engagement is not advised. Copy? Complete your mission quickly and get out of there. Please.
Won't see me complaining about an easy day.
Well, well, well. Easy work
So
at
this
that
is the
one.
boss, yeah? Oh shit! Okay, so tutorial is left now.
The first rule of combat is this. Knowledge of one's surroundings is the line between life and death. Take a look around. Excellent. Now focus straight ahead once more. Second rule of combat. Keep moving. Here's a primer on the most effective forms of traversal in the field.
Long press.
There are 2 platforms in the training area. Go ahead and climb atop them. High ground is an advantage that can't be denied, both in scouting and actual combat scenarios. Always be sure to keep one eye on your stamina. If you lose your breath out there, it may cost more than your pride. Why don't you go for a quick run? Get that heart rate up. That seems like a suitable warm-up. Now, on to the basics of combat training. The weapon in your hand is called a God Arc, the only tool that can slay Aragami, bound to you for life. We've just released some Aragami mock-ups into the training chamber. Strike them down.
Where are my bullets?
On a whim, it can transform from a blade into gun form for ranged attacks. Transfer now to gun form, and let loose a few rounds against the Aragami.
Where are my bullets?
It is critical to note that ranged attacks consume a measure of oracle power. You'll have to monitor that as well. Now, take the lessons I've taught you and defeat the Aragami with a combination of tactics. Did you get all that down? Excellent. That will be all for today's basic training. You are dismissed. paying attention in the last session. Slay the enemy. Be aware they are tougher than what you're used to, and will require some advanced tactics. Stay sharp. When there's no hope of avoiding an attack entirely, open your shield to absorb the brunt of the assault.
Okay.
Yourself in fighting trim is the only way to survive. It does, however, take a while to bandage yourself properly. Using stun grenades will buy you some time and space. Now, I think I'll have you fight the origami from before one more time. Let's see how you fare. Your God Arc has another special trait that you should make good use of in the field. Devour form. This allows you to take Oracle energy directly from the enemies you face in the wild. By siphoning this Oracle, you can temporarily increase your own strength, even to unheard of levels. Wait for an opening to present itself, and then strike with Devour form. From there, enter Burst mode, and finish the beast.
What? Hold Devour form.
If you devour an origami you've already slain, you can collect all sorts of materials from its core. These materials are critical to advancing our research, as well as earning enhancements to your God Arc itself. Alternatively, you can collect the scraps that line the field during battle. Just to prove you can do it, please go around and pick up the ones we've littered about the training area. Training will conclude in 20 seconds. Very well. It seems you've passed boot camp simply enough. Next, you'll go up against the real thing. Fight well, God Eater.
Okay. So we got all of this. Reward. So you talk to people, unlock their story. Then you get a mission, looks like.
Hey, what's up? I assume you're the new star rookie everyone's been going on about. I'm Eric. That's right, Eric der Vogelweide. I suggest you do your best to emulate me. I've been out defending humankind for a while, and I think I know. Eric, look out! Whoa! Don't just stand there and fight.
Is he ripped? Monka Giga. Did they kill him off?
Well, there you go. Welcome to this godforsaken place. I'm Selma. Don't waste your time remembering. Neither of us will be here long. I hate being the guy to break it to you, but death is not so rare out here.
Oh, ha, okay.
Surprised? Afraid? Well, what did you think it was gonna be? Forget it. The time for mourning has come and gone. We've got a mission. Let's go. Here's a key to staying alive. Never give a breath a quarter, and stay the hell away from me.
New oracle responses are popping up everywhere. Watch out, you're being boxed in. Cut a path through the weakest part of their lines. Fall back beyond the range of the maidens and take them one at a time.
I want to aim. There.
Origami falling back. It's going to try and find some food.
Fled like a coward.
I'm impressed.
There, enemy down. All oracle responses are silent. I'm so sorry. I should have seen it coming. If I had warned you sooner.
Enough.
Okay, I get it. That's how this works. Great. I'm just so tired already, so I'm gonna chill and just watch something. So you again have to go talk to everybody, and then you get another mission. And isn't that and waifu and stuff. So we're gonna play this at some point. For sure. Also we are playing Batman. And some other 2 indie games, like smaller ones. Ugh. Okay, cool. Like when we got a ultra wide going. That was cool. Hacker Man.
Bist du gerade im
Kontakt mit jemandem mit desorganisiertem, aka ängstlich vermeidendem Bindungsstil? Dann ist dieses Video für dich. Vielleicht fragst du dich, was denkt er sie jetzt wohl? Was fühlt er? Und denkt er überhaupt noch an mich? Oder ist es aus den Augen, aus dem Sinn, wie ich oft gehört habe? Vielleicht hast du Angst, dass wenn du dich jetzt wirklich über längere Zeit nicht meldest, er dich vergisst. Kennst du das? Vielleicht hat er dich auch schon ersetzt. Vielleicht bist du gerade in No Contact mit jemandem mit desorganisiertem, aka ängstlich vermeidendem Bindungsstil? Dann ist dieses Video für dich. Vielleicht fragst du dich, was denkt er sie jetzt wohl? Was fühlt er? Und denkt er überhaupt noch an mich? Oder ist es aus den Augen, aus dem Sinn, wie ich oft gehört habe? Vielleicht hast du Angst, dass wenn du dich jetzt wirklich über längere Zeit nicht meldest, er dich vergisst. Kennst du das? Vielleicht hat er dich auch schon ersetzt. Vielleicht bist du ihm völlig egal. Ich benutze jetzt er, weil ich eine Frau bin, ne? Gilt aber natürlich auch für sie. Vermisst er dich zumindest ein kleines bisschen? Wenn du dich bereits zumindest ein wenig mit den Mechanismen des desorganisierten Bindungsstils, also ängstlich vermeidende, beschäftigt hast, dann weißt du, dass es ein inneres Turmoil gibt, also ein inneres Hin und Her, eine Art Zerrissenheit, eine Achterbahn der Gefühle. Und diese Achterbahn, die ist beim Desorganisierten nicht nur innerhalb einer Beziehung, sondern diese Achterbahn der Emotionen, dieser Gefühle, die ist natürlich auch, wenn ihr nicht mehr zusammen seid. Denn auch da ist diese Zerrissenheit zwischen Ja, Nein. Soll ich mich melden? Sollen wir zusammen wiederkommen oder nicht? Ja, nein. Denn er selbst kreiert ja diese Achterbahn. Dadurch, dass er sein Nervensystem nicht gelernt hat zu regulieren, seine Emotionen. Du glaubst vielleicht, dass er alles unter Kontrolle hat, weil vielleicht scheint es auch nach außen so. Dass er vielleicht auch längst eine andere hat. Vielleicht schaust du auf sein Social-Media-Profil und siehst da einiges. Das hat aber gar nichts zu heißen. Du weißt ja, don't judge a book by its cover, richtig? Also sprich, du sollst das Buch nicht nach dem Umschlag, das es hat, bewerten. Und vielleicht meldet er sich partout nicht bei dir. Und es sind vielleicht auch schon einige Wochen vergangen, vielleicht sogar Monate. Ja, es kann sein, dass er momentan mit einer anderen Frau beschäftigt ist. Das kann dann aber auch ein Rebound sein. Also sprich ein Ersatz, um sich nicht einsam zu fühlen. Ach so, übrigens, falls du mich noch nicht kennen solltest. Ich bin Mirjam Bahner. Ich bin Bindungsstil-Expertin und Beziehungscoach. Und ich helfe Menschen, von ihrem unsicheren Bindungsstil in den sicheren Bindungsstil zu gelangen. Und im Laufe der letzten Jahre habe ich schon Hunderten von Klienten dabei geholfen. Und wenn du auch dabei sein willst, dann buch dir doch gerne erstmal deine kostenlose Coaching-Session bei mir. Mit mir den Link habe ich dir unter dieses Video gepackt. Und überhaupt an alle, herzlich willkommen zu meinem neuesten Video. Weiter geht's. Also sprich, sollte er bereits einen anderen haben, dann wird auch da dieselbe Dynamik herrschen wie bei euch. Also sprich, auch da wird er wieder an denselben Punkt kommen, wie ihr gekommen seid. Und spätestens dann wird er sich wieder melden. Wenn nicht sogar schon vorher. Weil er wird höchstwahrscheinlich auch genervt bzw. gelangweilt von diesem Menschen sein. Je nachdem, was sie für einen Bindungsstil hat. Vor allen Dingen, wenn sie ängstlich ist. Und wenn sie vermeidender ist als er, wird er frustriert sein. Es wird auf jeden Fall nicht funktionieren. Solange wie er sie noch nicht in die Veränderung des Bindungsstils gegangen ist, noch nicht in die Heilung der Traumata gegangen ist, sich noch nicht auf die Reise gemacht hat. Also sprich, er hat dich definitiv nicht vergessen. Also zumindest nicht, wenn ihr euch vorher schon über einen längeren Zeitraum gekannt habt. Ach so, was bedeutet No Contact überhaupt? No Contact bedeutet nicht, dass ihr euch noch ab und zu schreibt, ab und zu seht, ab und zu telefoniert. No Contact bedeutet wirklich zero, also gar keinen Kontakt. Bedeutet auch, dass du nicht auf sein Facebook schaust oder Instagram oder sonst was und irgendwas likest oder er was bei dir liked. Gar nichts. Absoluter Stillstand. Das bedeutet No Contact. Solange du weiterhin Kontakt zu ihm hast, egal wie selten, wie sporadisch das auch ist, nimmst du dir die Chance, den Schmerz wirklich zu spüren und ihm übrigens auch. Und dich wirklich deiner Heilung zu widmen. Zu schauen, was du dazu beigetragen hast, dass es schiefgelaufen ist mit euch. Was deine Trigger innerhalb dieser Beziehung waren. Welche Situationen dich triggern. Welche Eigenschaften deines Ex-Partners dich getriggert haben. Und was sie aus dir heraus wiedergespiegelt haben. Denn das ist es. Der andere ist ein Spiegel für uns. All das, was er in dir getriggert hat, an dir getriggert hat, sind Wunden, die dann noch auf dich warten, von dir geheilt zu werden. Also reflektiere da bitte, gehe in dich. Und dann mach dich an deine innere Arbeit. Und dasselbe macht dann hoffentlich er auch in der Zwischenzeit. Darauf kannst du aber auch nicht warten oder hoffen. Du kannst nur für dich weitergehen. Also, Zero Contact, damit du dich nicht selbst von deinem Wachstum stoppst. Denn jegliche Art von Kontakt hält dich weiter in dieser altbewährten Komfortzone. Also kein Wachstum, keine Veränderung. Also sprich, der eigentliche Sinn von No Contact ist es, damit beide sich um ihre Heilung der Wunden kümmern können und um in ihr Wachstum gehen zu können. Denn dessen bedarf es auch. Zu deiner Veränderung oder zu seiner. Also sprich, solltet ihr irgendwann wieder zusammenkommen oder auch mit einem neuen Partner zusammenkommen, auf jeden Fall in eine neue Beziehung gehen, müsst ihr vorher etwas an euch verändert haben. Müsst ihr eure Identität geändert haben. Also sprich, euer Denken, dementsprechend eure Gefühle und anders mit euren Triggern umgehen bzw. sie geheilt haben. Ansonsten fahrt ihr den Karren wieder in den Mist. Denn wenn ihr nichts verändert habt, dann gibt es dieselben Ergebnisse, richtig? Ansonsten, Albert Einstein hat schon gesagt, immer wieder dasselbe zu tun und andere Ergebnisse zu erwarten. Das ist der Inbegriff von Wahnsinn. Und das ist das, was die meisten tun. Sprich, hier rennen lauter Wahnsinnige rum, die sich für normal halten. Und natürlich auch, damit ihr schauen könnt, ob ihr den anderen vermisst. Ob du wirklich ihn vermisst, als Menschen, als Individuum, oder ob du das Gefühl vermisst, was er dir vermittelt hat. Oder, oder ob er dir ein bestimmtes Bedürfnis erfüllt hat. Ja, du kannst jedes Bedürfnis auf positive und negative Weise erfüllen und erfüllen lassen. Und wenn da jetzt ein Loch bei dir entstanden ist, dann hat er dir ein gewisses Bedürfnis erfüllt, was du aber noch nicht gelernt hast, dir selbst zu erfüllen. Und darum geht es. Denn solange wie du das nicht gelernt hast, bist du co-abhängig. Bedeutet, dass du nicht ihn vermisst, nicht ihn liebst, sondern das, was er für dich getan hat. Die Funktion. Hör also in dich hinein, horch in dich hinein. Schau dir die 6 Grundbedürfnisse an. Ob du die dir wirklich erfüllst und zu Genüge erfüllst. Dann würdest du nämlich keine Leere, kein Loch in dir spüren. Traurigkeit, kurze Zeit, ja, natürlich. Aber kein Loch, du würdest dich nicht einsam fühlen. Und schau auch mal, welche Schutzmechanismen du an den Tag gelegt hast. Ist es vielleicht People-Pleasing? Hast du dich selbst aufgegeben für ihn, verstellt? Welche Schutzmechanismen hast du eingesetzt? Und wie kannst du diese umwandeln, jetzt, in Muster, die dir dienlich sind, in positive Muster? Diese Schutzmechanismen, die waren dir einst dienlich, deswegen hast du sie dir ja ändert. Aber jetzt hindern sie dich, wie du schon gemerkt hast. Also darfst du sie ändern. Und du kannst das. Also, solltet ihr beiden wieder zusammenkommen, oder du mit wem anderen zusammenkommst, ist es essentiell, dass du nicht mehr der oder dieselbe bist wie vorher. No Contact gibt dir also die Chance und ihm, an dir zu arbeiten, dich zu priorisieren und deinen Heilungsweg einzuschlagen. Musst du schon komplett geheilt sein, komplett den sicheren Bindungsstil haben, wenn ihr euch wieder trefft oder wenn du mit wem anderen in Beziehung gehst? Nein. Aber du musst angefangen sein, den Heilungsweg zu gehen und bereits bestimmte Dinge an dir geändert haben. Ja. Den Rest kannst du dann auch innerhalb der Beziehung machen. Aber es ist wichtig, dass du erstmal gefestigt bist, so dass du nicht wieder in alte Muster verfällst. Was nämlich sonst ganz schnell passiert. Und es ist wichtig, dass du es langsam angehst und dich nicht gleich wieder reinstürzt, 100%. Und die jetzige Zeit gibt natürlich ihm und auch dir die Möglichkeit zu vermissen und zu sehen, was er wirklich an dir hatte, was er sozusagen mit dem No-Contact mit dir verloren hat. Und auch das kann sehr wichtig und nützlich sein. Vor allen Dingen im Falle, dass ihr wieder zusammenkommt. Und wenn ihr zusammen gehört, werdet ihr sowieso wieder zusammenkommen. Aber je mehr ihr euch widerstrebt, in eure Veränderung, in eure Heilung zu gehen, umso mehr verzögert ihr das Ganze. So, was fühlt der Desorganisierte denn jetzt überhaupt? Also, man sagt normalerweise, 3 Phasen gibt es. Die erste Phase ist, er fühlt sich erleichtert. Als sei eine riesige Last von ihm gefallen. Denn er hat ja jetzt wieder seine 100%ige Autonomie, kann tun und lassen, was er will, fühlt sich zu nichts verpflichtet, braucht keine Angst mehr davor haben, sich verletzlich zu zeigen oder dass du ihm zu nahe kommst, dass er zu viel Nähe zulassen muss. Das ist die erste Phase. Sprich, in dieser Phase schaut er natürlich nicht, ob er noch Gefühle für dich hat oder sonstiges. Wenn überhaupt, sieht er das Negative, das, wo du nicht perfekt warst, sozusagen. Und diese Phase der Erleichterung, die hält unterschiedlich lange an. Es kann 3 Wochen sein, es können aber auch 3 Monate sein. Je nachdem, ob der Desorganisierte, also der ängstlich Vermeidende, eher ins Ängstliche lehnt, dann ist es kürzer, oder ins Vermeidende lehnt, dann ist es wesentlich länger. Und dann kommt es natürlich auch noch darauf an, ob er eine Rebound-Beziehung hat. Ne? Also wenn er mit jemand anderem dann direkt jetzt zusammen ist, dann kann es auch länger dauern. Was dir aber im Endeffekt egal sein sollte. Weil für dich sollte am wichtigsten sein, für dein Leben, für dich gut zu sorgen, weiterzugehen in deiner Heilung. Unabhängig von dem, was er tut oder auch nicht tut. Denn das ist seine Verantwortung. Deine Heilung, deine Änderung deines Bindungsstils ist deine Verantwortung. Und Phase 2 ist die Betäubungsphase. Also entweder er meldet sich vorher schon bei dir, aber eine große Wahrscheinlichkeit ist auch, dass er sich nicht meldet, sondern erstmal in Phase 2 geht, Betäubungsphase, wo er nämlich die wieder für dich hochkommenden Gefühle unterdrückt und von sich stößt. Weil er auf keinen Fall will, dass du weißt, dass er verletzlich ist, dass er noch Gefühle für dich hat. Er will einfach keine Schwächen zeigen, wobei Verletzlichkeit zu zeigen eine Stärke ist. Aber viele glauben, es sei eine Schwäche. Denn in unserer Gesellschaft wird es ja so dargestellt. Aber nur, weil die Norm es so denkt, heißt noch lange nicht, dass es richtig ist und die Wahrheit. So, er fühlt sich möglicherweise innerlich leer, einsam, sprich nicht mit sich verbunden und greift möglicherweise zu verschiedenen Substanzen, zu Alkohol, zu Koks oder auch zum Binge-Eating oder Binge-Dating, sprich Sex mit vielen verschiedenen. Also ohne Gefühl, also leerer Sex, also das Gegenteil von Liebe machen. Oder Binge-Eating, Social Media oder flüchtet sich in seine Arbeit oder macht nur noch Party, was auch immer. Es gibt so viele verschiedene Arten, seine Gefühle zu betäuben. Aber wie bei jeder Droge hält das nicht lange an. Dann brauchst du entweder Nachschub oder die Gefühle kommen doppelt und dreifach nach oben. Und der Desorganisierte tut das, weil er ja nicht gelernt hat in seiner Kindheit, seine Gefühle, sein Nervensystem zu regulieren. Denn Die Eltern, wenn deine Eltern das nicht gelernt haben, können sie es dir auch nicht weitergeben, nicht beibringen, richtig? Und ich kenne das sehr gut aus meiner Familie. Denn wie einige von euch wissen, komme ich aus einer Familie mit dem desorganisierten Bindungsstil. Und zwar auf beiden Seiten. Wobei mein Vater auch noch zusätzlich Borderliner war, was dann noch extremer ist. Sprich, all das sind Schutzmechanismen des Desorganisierten. Sie meint es nicht böse und will dich damit nicht verletzen. Sondern es ist ja eher unbewusst. Zumindest so lange, wie du diesen Heilungsweg, diesen Weg der Veränderung als Desorganisierter noch nicht gehst. Und selbst wenn du dann angefangen hast, ihn zu gehen, hast du natürlich erstmal immer noch deine Schutzmechanismen. Oder fällst zwischendurch noch in einige davon zurück. Dann aber immer nur kurzweilig, weil es dir dann ganz schnell bewusst wird. Dann kommt Phase 3. Und das ist die Phase des extremen Verlangens. Sprich, das ist die Phase, wo die ganzen Gefühle doppelt und dreifach hochgekommen sind. Und dieses extreme Verlangen, diese Phase 3, die bedeutet nicht, dass dem Desorganisierten jetzt plötzlich klar geworden ist, was anders laufen muss und warum es schief gelaufen ist und so weiter und so fort. Es bedeutet, dass entweder er sie wieder mit dir in Kontakt treten wird, schauen wird, so ein bisschen testing the waters, also schauen wird, wie die Lage ist, ob die Luft rein ist, wiederzukommen. Oder es bedeutet, dass du dich auch wieder melden kannst und dich der Desorganisierte nicht wegstößt. Es bedeutet also, dass jetzt die Türe offen sein kann, offen ist, dass ihr miteinander redet. Und das ist ganz wichtig, dass ihr das tut. Darüber redet, was schiefgelaufen ist. Darüber redet, was ihr in der Zwischenzeit für euch selbst und eure Heilung und die Veränderung getan habt. Und was ihr für Trigger habt. Wie ihr besser oder überhaupt aufeinander eingehen könnt. Was ihr für Wünsche habt, für Bedürfnisse. Wie ihr füreinander fühlt. Und was? Dass ihr über eure Grenzen sprecht, gesunde Grenzen. Und diese gleich zu Anfang steckt und beide auch einhaltet. Darüber sprecht, also was ihr dieses Mal anders machen könnt und solltet. Wie ihr gesund und offen kommunizieren könnt und wie das aussehen soll. Also sprich, was ihr euch von euch gegenseitig und von eurer Beziehung wünscht. Was ihr für euer individuelles Wachstum und Veränderung ab jetzt machen werdet und für das Wachstum eurer gemeinsamen Beziehung. Und dann geht's über ins Tun. Action speaks louder than words. Ne? Worte ohne Taten, die da folgen, sind einfach nur Worte, also gar nichts wert. Also, wenn ihr darüber sprecht, über die Dinge, die ich gerade genannt habe und was ihr nun tut für die Heilung eurer Traumata und dann in Aktion geht. Dann kann es funktionieren, aber nur dann. Fest steht, wenn du anfängst, deine innere Arbeit zu machen, deinen Weg zu gehen, am besten, indem du dir professionelle Begleitung suchst, denn so geht es am schnellsten und so bleibst du auch dran, weil Accountability-Partner, dann kann dein Schweinehund durchkommen, der wird ganz schnell verjagt. Genau, also dann hast du auf jeden Fall schon gewonnen, wenn du in die Veränderung gehst und deinen Bindungsstil änderst und deine Traumata heilst. Und wenn du dir Begleitung dabei wünschst, dann buch dir doch gerne deine kostenlose Coaching-Session bei mir mit mir. Den Link habe ich dir unter dieses Video gepackt. Aber wenn du noch nicht weißt, welchen Bindungsstil du hast, dann mach doch gerne meinen kostenlosen Bindungsstil-Test. Der Link ist hier auch unter diesem Video. Und dein Leben wird sich dann auf jeden Fall nach und nach immer positiver verändern. Und dann kannst du ja schauen, ob dein Ex zurückkommt, wenn das noch nicht passiert ist, oder ob du wen Neues kennenlernst und ob du ihn dann überhaupt noch willst. Ne? Und ich würde sagen, wenn er noch nichts für seine Veränderung getan hat, dann solltest du ihn noch nicht zurück in dein Leben lassen, bis er bereit ist, etwas zu tun. Du solltest aber auch nicht auf ihn warten, denn vielleicht ist er in diesem Leben nicht bereit. Vielleicht ist er nur Katalysator für andere sowie für dich, um aufzuwachen. Also, ich hoffe, das Video hat dir gefallen. Wenn ja, Daumen hoch und abonniere bitte auch gerne meinen Kanal. Schreib auch gerne mal deinen Kommentar in die Kommentare, was du so erfahren hast. Und ja, und ansonsten wünsche ich dir alles Liebe und Gute. Freue mich, dich in meinem Coaching zu sehen, in meinem neuesten Video, bei allem. Und bis bald, deine Miri.
Each and every one of us experiences painful things over the course of our lives, and no one can deny that some of us experience far more than others do. Sometimes enough that it should stop a human heart. The fact that your heart just keeps on beating just the same feels like its own source of pain. Pain can be something that just accumulates and accumulates. With too much accumulation, you become deeply unwell on an emotional level, on a mental level, and on a physical level, and you become spiritually out of alignment as well. And so it is critical to let go of the pain. And you can actually decide to do so once you are done with the pain. Let me explain the concept of being done with pain. Being done with pain isn't being done with it because you are avoidant of it. It isn't escaping, suppressing, denying, and disowning it. If this is what being done with pain was, then everyone would be done with pain the second it started because nobody wants to be in pain. Being truly done with pain means that you have acknowledged and processed it. What I mean by this is that you have looked directly at it. You've felt it, you've accepted it, you've owned it, you've learned / grown from it. You've found some personal empowerment relative to the situation that was or is causing you pain, and you've gotten to the point where enough is enough. Holding on to it is no longer serving you in any way. So it's time to let go and release it. When you hear this, some of you may feel resistance to this idea coming up within your body. There's always good reason for this resistance. Inherent in that resistance is the very resistance that you have to letting go of your pain. Maybe it's your resistance to letting go of pain in general, or maybe it's your resistance to letting go of your pain relative to something very specific that you're currently struggling with, or that you have struggled with. You can't and should not bulldoze through that resistance. Instead, you should face and resolve that resistance directly. The best way to do this is to work directly with the part of you that is in resistance to letting go of your pain. You can do this with parts work. To learn how to do parts work, you can watch my video titled What is Parts Work and How to Do it. Your goal here is to question this part and to let this part of you that is in resistance to letting go of the pain express as much as it wants and seek to understand it as deeply as possible. You want to get its full truth. Within its truth is the key to what needs to be resolved or what it's going to take for you to let go of the pain that you are carrying. There are so many reasons why someone would be in resistance to letting go of the pain they're carrying with them. Here are just some examples. We may feel like if we let go of the pain that we are carrying, we're letting somebody else or other people off the hook, and like other people are not going to get how much they hurt us. And if we do that, we may feel like they're never going to change, and so they're going to hurt us again. We can't live with the idea that people can just get away with the things they do to damage or destroy others, especially if that's us. Another example, we may feel like letting go of pain or moving forward as a result of doing so is a form of self-betrayal. Or we may feel like holding on to pain is a form of staying connected with or staying true to someone or something that we love, and therefore feel like we are betraying them or are leaving them behind or are losing them even more by letting go of pain. We might feel like pain is the only thing that is real and that we can count on, so we may use it to keep ourselves safe and stabilize ourselves. We may use it to prevent ourselves from getting our hopes up in a situation where we feel as if our hopes are only going to be dashed. To understand this more in depth, you can watch my video titled Building Walls to Keep Pain In. We may be holding on to the pain because being in pain in some way enables us to get a need met that we feel we can't get met any other way. We may be holding on to the pain because we've not yet learned how to avoid that same kind of pain from repeating and repeating in the future, and we feel like holding on to that pain is going to help us prevent the re-experiencing of it. We may be holding on to the pain because we feel we need something very specific to be able to move forward and to get over something, and we haven't yet experienced that specific thing. We may be holding on to the pain as a motivating force and be afraid that without the pain, we will lack the energy necessary to accomplish something important to us. Or we may be holding on to the pain because we need to make a difficult change, and we fear we won't make that change without the pain being there. We may be holding on to the pain because we don't trust ourselves not to do something again, unless we have that constant reminder of the pain. We may be holding on to pain because it is the only thing that makes us feel like we are good. In other words, this pain might be something we use as almost like a form of self-punishment that we're convinced is keeping us good and is keeping us right. We may be holding on to our pain because we're using it as a kind of substitute boundary against something that is a no for us. What I want you to understand is that this list could go on and on and on and on and on. When it seems like you or someone else won't let go of pain or something that you judge as painful, this could be like a behavior or a strategy or a belief, it's because that person believes that regarding the situation they're in, they will be in more pain without it. To understand more about this, you can watch my video titled, People Are Not Attached to Their Pain. Acquaint yourself with your specific resistance to letting go of whatever pain you're carrying, and see if you can resolve that resistance. Pain serves a very important purpose. To learn about this, you would really benefit by watching my video titled The Meaning of Pain. It is critical to understand the meaning of pain, rather than stay in this primitive, black and white mentality that pain is all bad. But let's turn our attention back to letting go of pain. Provided that you have acknowledged and processed your pain, you can decide to let the pain go. So for the sake of awareness, I want you to ask yourself this question. What is it going to take for me to let go of the pain and stop carrying it inside of me as I move forward in life? You can pause this video and sit with this question, as well as whatever answer arises in response to it for as long as you want. A little known truth is that you can choose with your free will to dump pain or to release it from your being. It can be compared to the way that you can choose with your free will to relax your muscles. It's an absolute guarantee that you've seen somebody do this in your lifetime, but seeing as how I can't just tooth fairy myself into your living room and show you an image of specifically when that happened in your life experience, I'll give you a couple of movie references. In the movie Forrest Gump, in a very dramatic ocean scene, Lieutenant Dan faces his pain relative to God for the way that his life went. Once he's done that, we see him let go of his pain completely. He isn't stuck on it, and it isn't stuck inside him anymore. And in the movie Love Actually, pretending to be a carol singer, the character Mark declares his love for Juliet, knowing that what he needs to move forward past the pain is to be able to tell the truth. He realizes it's time to be done with the pain of not being able to have her, because she's married to his best friend. And so he decides right then and there to let go of the pain. It benefits a lot of people to do a meditation or visualization specifically of letting go of the pain when they decide to do this. In case you're interested, I actually have one of these meditations in my meditation vault. It also helps some people perform a ritual around letting go of the pain. Now remember, this is pain in general, or it might be pain relative to something very specific. When a person truly lets go of the pain they're carrying, they do not forget about the pain they felt. They don't forget about what happened. What is very different is that they aren't carrying it anymore. They don't feel traumatized anymore. They've changed their minds and their lives in response to it, using the pain to become more and to become better. They feel open to different and new experiences, to starting fresh. There's a lack of tension in them. There's an empowerment you can feel. And most especially, there is a letting in of positive things. There is such a thing as a readiness to let go of the pain that you're carrying. That readiness is about acknowledging and processing your pain. And that readiness is about the specific contents of your resistance to letting go of the pain. Most people are ready to let go of their pain when they have hit a dead end regarding the processing of their pain, and a dead end relative to how much they can extract from their pain. And they have resolved their resistance to letting go of their pain. Because we've made pain bad and wrong, and because we don't want to be in pain and we don't want to see other people in pain, once we know that it's possible to let go of pain, we run the risk of expecting people to just do this and then shaming them for it when they don't, telling them that they're attached to their pain. The reality is that working through our pain and helping somebody to work through their pain is a far faster way of getting to the point where we or someone else are ready to let go of our pain. But sometimes you're at a dead end regarding your pain because the only next step there is to consciously decide that enough is enough, to decide it's time to stop carrying it with you, time to leave it behind you, time to release it from yourself, time to give its energy over to the universe to recycle, time to let it go. good week. If you liked this video, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, and consider sharing this video with your friends. You can also click on the bell icon to be notified of the next time that I post a video. I want to thank you personally for the bravery that you have to step into awareness. I'll see you in the next video.
The concept of stoicism has changed my life completely and pretty much made me who I am today. I used to be controlled by whatever's happening around me and my life was super chaotic, but now it's the other way around. Now I'm able to take full ownership and get out of the victim mentality. And the truth is, most of the time, you actually know what to do about it, you're just avoiding it. And I'm going to teach you how to apply this concept of stoicism in a practical way for your life. I've seen a lot of people looking into stoicism as a coping strategy when they face tough situations and issues, and it's correct. Life in itself is one big coping strategy. And the whole point of stoicism is realizing that you have it in you to decide what is and isn't a problem to you. And becoming responsible for yourself is actually a really, really powerful thing. And I think that everyone needs to realize that the first step to ending any sort of unnecessary suffering is having the courage to say, I want an easy life. I deserve a life of ease, happiness, and tranquility, and I deserve all the good things that are happening to me. And trust me, it's way easier to say that I have no control because owning your autonomy, that requires strength. And seriously, don't even come at me with the whole, oh, you're a pretty girl, you don't have problems, because I worked so hard to become that girl that I am today, and nobody can take that away from me, except for myself. And you need to realize that for yourself too. And I also don't overshare my problems because negativity needs an invitation. It's better for you that nobody knows your struggles in detail so they can't use it against you. So without going into detail, I actually was diagnosed recently with PTSD and ADHD, and still, because I identify as a stoic, that hasn't changed who I am one bit. In fact, learning these things about me actually gave me more insight about myself, and it maybe validated some of the struggles I've been through in the past. But you really need to remember this number one thing: nothing is a problem until you make it a problem. And despite me going through trauma and learning that I'm neurodivergent, guess what? I have no issues with that at all. All of what I've experienced made me who I am today, and I learned that I'm simply built differently. And if you're new to my channel, hi, I'm May. I'm all about self-improvement, and if you're here, so are you. If at any point you find this video helpful, do give me a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel if you want to see more from me. So today, I'm referencing some major chapters from this book called The Practicing Stoic by Ward Farnsworth. And lately, because my move to a new city has been very chaotic, I've been eating factor meals, which takes all of the complicated meal planning and wondering what I'm going to eat out of my day, and that has saved me so much time and energy. It's been helping me focus on all of the right things, and I don't have to stress out about shopping and prepping food and cooking and all of that stuff. All I have to do is to go on Factor and get a subscription of chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals delivered to my doorstep, and I get a bunch of good, solid, delicious meals on hand that are ready to eat in 2 minutes. There's a variety of over 35 meals to choose from every week, and if you're on any specific type of food plan, they have options tailored to you, such as keto, calorie-smart meals, plant-based, vegetarian, and more. So if you have a day where you can barely function, these meals are literally easier to prepare than, say, eating instant ramen, for example. They're fresh, never frozen, and well-portioned so that no matter what, you at least know that you're making a good choice. It's also very delicious and restaurant quality, but still cheaper and faster than getting food delivery like DoorDash or Uber Eats. They also have a flexible subscription plan so I can easily adjust how many meals I want delivered, or even be able to skip a week if I have something coming up. Say, for example, if you have a vacation coming up, or if you're busy, you can always skip a week and come back the following week. And if you purchase from my link, you get to support my channel directly. Plus, you can get 50% off and free shipping on your first Factor box using my link. You can click the link in your description or scan the QR code with your phone. Thanks to Factor for sponsoring this video. So life is all about the dichotomy of control. There are certain things that are within our control, for example, our actions, our thoughts, and responses, while others, like external events, other people, outcomes, they're not within our control. So if you try to control something that's outside of our control, that not only makes you feel powerless, but also you become a very reactive person, and reactive people are very easily controlled by someone or something else. So what this means is, even though there's a lot of suffering in the world and a lot of political turmoil, and all of that is incredibly unfortunate, but unless you're the president of a country who has the power to control these things, we as regular individuals need to accept that we don't have that sort of power, at least a direct power, to end a war. We can't end famines and suffering, but we can do what we can in our power by responding to it and not reacting, which is creating awareness, donating, and volunteering organizations that can help. We have the power to influence and vote for who deserves to be in power. We have the power to control ourselves, our reactions, our thoughts, our emotions to all of these things. On the other hand, other people and their problems, those are things that we cannot control. We can only accept them. This means that the way that our family members chooses to behave, your partner's mood swings, some celebrity on the news that bothers you for some reason, or whether we get a job or not. We can't solve other people's issues for them. We can only control the way they react to it. So control what you can and accept what you can't. So how can you apply this in real life? For example, if you're stressed about a job interview, focus on the preparation rather than the outcome itself, the decision of it. And if you have relationship issues, control your own behavior, but don't try to control how other people feel about you, because that will never work out well, and you can never control what other people think of you. Honestly, I used to struggle a lot with this because I used to be a people pleaser, but now that thought actually sets me free. It makes you not care so much. Plus, if you try to control what other people think of you, honestly, nobody really enjoys being controlled. And I always think of one of my favorite songs by the band Depeche Mode called New Dress. The lyrics basically mirror what I'm saying to you. There's so much suffering in the world, and then you see some frivolous tabloid headline like Princess Diana's wearing a new dress, and then the chorus goes into, we can't change the world, but we can change the facts. And even facts is subjective, right? It's all about perception, because even with scientific studies, if you read enough of them, even scientific studies can always contradict themselves, and this always happens. But then when you can change the facts, you gain additional points of view, and when you gain these points of view, you can influence and change the vote. And then finally, when you change the vote, only then can you change the world. And it's beautiful because all change really does start from you. You're so powerful that you can change the world by changing yourself, but not through trying to change the world itself, if that makes sense. It's not what happens to us that upsets us or makes us happy, but it's all how we interpret it. Everyone's going to see things differently, and we'll never know the full story, but only our own version of what happened. And emotions are based on judgments. They're not based on events. For example, one person's version of heaven can be another person's version of hell. It's also like how giving some girl a bouquet is a sweet thing to do, but personally to me, it's sad for me to see a bunch of flowers being cut from its life source at its most beautiful moment, and then you're handing me a bunch of dying flowers. Personally, I have no qualms, by the way, against giving people bouquets and whatnot. Most people see it as a romantic thing, but I just don't feel at ease about it. It's a personal opinion that I have certain feelings about, and this is why allowing ourselves and other people empathy is so important, because that allows us to surrender to the fact that there's no such thing as facts. Our reality is all about the way that we see things, and everyone has their own version of reality, and emotions come from a place of judgment, not facts. That's how you can have less ego overall, is through gaining empathy, and that's how you can also mind your own business better, by understanding that not everything is for you, not everything is personal, and we don't have to react. We can choose our response. This means that if someone cuts you off in traffic, instead of reacting with anger, try and reframe it. Maybe they're rushing to an emergency. Maybe they're really late to an appointment. There's really no way for us to know unless they tell us. And if we didn't get the job promotion or a raise, instead of thinking I'm a failure or that they don't value me, see this as an opportunity to improve or explore other options. Maybe your company is on a super tight budget and they can't afford to give people raises, or maybe they're not seeing how hard you're working, but you can choose to either be better by selling yourself better and showing them how you're meeting and exceeding your goals at work, or if you deserve a better opportunity, then start looking. Remember, it's not personal. You're just trying to find the best option for yourself, and nobody can tell you that you're wrong for that. As someone who grew up as an ugly duckling, so to speak, I've learned to achieve many things in life because I'm good at choosing discomfort, and so I feel like I earned it. When you work hard to earn something, nobody can tell you that it's handed to you because they're clearly wrong. Occasionally exposing yourself to hardship actually makes you stronger and way more appreciative of what you have compared to someone who always chooses the easy way out. I know I'm built different because I choose to work hard in order to experience an easy life, and people who choose the easy option every single time and bow out of challenges will end up experiencing a difficult life. And those are the same people who will say to me, you have no problems because of blah 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 excuses and you don't know what it means to have a hard life. I know for a fact that I'm someone who practices discomfort, so I'm used to it. And what's hard mode to a lazy person is actually easy mode to me, because we will always experience discomfort no matter what. And if you can surrender to that fact and choose when to experience that discomfort, that will make it so much easier on you when you experience actual involuntary discomfort. And then when things are actually easy, you become so grateful and you're so appreciative of it, which is again what people who don't choose discipline, they cannot appreciate that, because even their easy options that they choose end up bringing them pain. And what doesn't make you go to heaven really does make you stronger and helps you learn discipline. This is how I find it easy to stick with a workout routine and be able to be strong enough to say that issue that I'm having, that's not a problem, that's a challenge. So to apply this to real life, personally, I like to take cold showers and cold plunges to build resilience. Not to mention temperature variations actually generally very good for your body. Even doing some kind of fast for a day or two to appreciate food when it's given to you and understand self-discipline. Giving up something on purpose so that you can appreciate it. So I'm not Roman Catholic, but I'm practicing Lent right now, and learning to give up something, it makes it easy for you to resist temptation. Even sleeping on a hard surface sometimes, or doing an extra tough workout occasionally, to remind yourself that comfort is a privilege, and earning that privilege makes everything even more worth it than just being handed to you. Another concept of Stoicism is premeditatio malorum, which is also known as negative visualization. So I'm not a huge fan of dwelling on negativity because, again, there's so many things in life that we can't control, and dwelling on the negative leads to overthinking and rumination. But still, you should, to an extent, do your due diligence to expect any kind of challenges and setbacks so that they don't catch you off guard. Meaning, before an important meeting, consider what could could possibly go wrong and mentally prepare for it. Especially if your boss isn't someone who's super positive, for example, at least you can anticipate what you're getting into and protect yourself. That isn't to say to expect the worst, always expect the best, but prepare for the worst too. Another way to practice this is to think about how you would handle any sort of financial situations or trouble before it happens, so you're ready in case it does. Always live within your means and remind yourself that tomorrow is never guaranteed, and the people who you love, the invites that you're getting from friends to hang out, none of those things are sticking around forever, so cherish it while you can. But obviously, always focus on the best, hope for the best, expect the best. But in case something happens otherwise, you're also prepared for it. Every single thing that you experience shapes you into the person that you are today, including all of the negative things, and especially the negative things. Not in an it is what it is kind of way, but in a way that says, this is exactly what I need it right now, even if I don't see it yet, even if it's awful. So stop fighting reality when it happens. Whatever happens, happens, and then pick up the pieces and own it. This is the concept of amor fati, which means loving your fate, which basically means not only accepting what happens to you, you use that to build yourself up and become even better. Every setback, every rejection or challenge is an opportunity for your growth. If you get rejected, great. That just means it wasn't for you and something better is coming your way. So the faster you move on, then the sooner you're going to open yourself up for opportunities. So clinging on to whatever wasn't meant for you is only going to delay your progress. And if you're struggling, that struggle is there to build you into someone even stronger. Every setback is just life pushing you in the right direction, whether you realize it or not. The more you resist that and complain about it, the harder it's going to be. Hard times forces you to build skills, build resilience and patience that having an easy life never can. So the sooner you stop seeing obstacles as unfair and start seeing it as part of your personal growth, the stronger you're going to become. If something awful happens, try and love what happens to you, no matter how terrible it is. Because once you get through it, that's when you level up and become even stronger and wise. And if you can learn to love your struggles, you stop being a victim of circumstance and you start becoming the person who thrives no matter what happens. Love your fate and nothing can break you. Everything has an expiration date, including you. It might be a few decades from now, it might be tomorrow. Memento mori means you will expire someday. And the thing is, you don't ever get to know the future until you experience it. So there is no use living fully in the future. All that matters is now. So what you do get to do though is to stop wasting time on things that don't actually matter and start living like you actually understand that the clock is ticking. Think about it. How much of your life is spent procrastinating and putting things off? I'll just do it tomorrow. Guess what? Tomorrow is never guaranteed. Even if you have an entire life plan ahead of you, you can never actually anticipate what's going to happen. If you keep waiting for the right time to start your project or to travel or to tell people around you that you love them or to live your dream life, there is never going to be that right time. So stop waiting around and do it right now. I always think of anxiety, for example, as the biggest waster of my time and my life force. Seriously, every single second that you spend on petty things like thinking negatively about situations, stupid arguments, overthinking, anxiety, or even worrying about things outside of your control, not only is it all harmful to you at the end of the day, this is also time that you will never get back. And you know, you might even end up harming people around you. Living life like you're going to die tomorrow doesn't mean that you're going to be reckless. Rather, it means that you're going to become more intentional. If today were your last day, will you be proud of yourself and everything that you did? If not, then do something about it, because one day your time will run out. So don't give yourself the chance to regret your life. Another thing is, if you're only doing the right thing when people are watching, then you're doing it for all the wrong reasons, especially if you're a people pleaser. And I learned my mistakes back when I was one, because people pleasers are not really that nice. They're only performing niceness. All they care about is what other people think of them. So do the right thing because it's the right thing, not because you want credit for it. Do your duty, whatever the word duty means to you, regardless of recognition. Having actual integrity means showing up on time, putting in the work in silence, and doing what needs to be done, whether anyone claps for you or not. Recognition is nice, and sometimes if you're trying to level up in the corporate world, it's needed, but it's not the goal. The goal, honestly, is to become someone who doesn't need recognition in order to do what's right. This is the pitfall for a lot of people who enter the self-improvement journey. They start performing improvement, so they feel like a huge disconnect, and then they will lash out and think that's not worth it to become better. It is if you're doing it as a duty to yourself. Level up for yourself and not for other people. This includes helping people without expecting a thank you in return. Working hard, even if no one sees it except for yourself and God sees it. And be kind and show kindness, even when you're not posting it on Instagram stories. Because at the end of the day, what you do in silence will say a lot more about you than anything that you do for attention. Your true character is built in the moments when nobody is watching you. Control your emotions or else they're going to control you. And acting on impulse, it feels like the right thing to do in the heat of the moment, but that's also how you end up saying or doing something that you're going to regret. Your first reaction is usually the worst one. And the difference between reacting and responding to something is only a few extra seconds of self-control. And those seconds can save you from saying or doing something stupid. If you want to gain power over your emotions and control them, learn to pause and give yourself a moment to think before you react. If you feel angry about something, stop and breathe and recognize where the anger comes from. Because I always say this, every emotion has a meaning to it. For example, with anger, right? Anger is a very protective emotion. It knows when you've been harmed. It knows when something is bothering you, and it's there to protect you. So you should try and use it for its intended meaning. So if you get an email that pisses you off, don't respond right away and actually just sit on it for a bit and really think about a cool and controlled way to respond to it. If someone pushes your buttons, don't snap at them and go crazy. Actually control the situation by controlling yourself. If you have to walk away and collect your thoughts, then do that. The goal isn't to suppress your emotions, it's to master it and train yourself to observe how you're feeling instead of just blindly acting on impulse. The more you practice this, the less power outside forces will have over you, and that's real power and control. And the less you actually need, the more freedom you have. So train yourself to desire less. Capitalism is always going to have you chasing after new trends, new gadgets, new social status symbols, because that is exactly how capitalism functions. But at the end of the day, that will never give you satisfaction. Satisfaction is not about getting more, it's about being happy with less. And the more you crave, the more you desire, the more power the world has over you, because you're always going to be convinced that something better is always going to be out there, but it's never going to be enough. And trust me, I bought my share of designer handbags. I used to have a boat, and they always say this: a boat owner's happiest days are 2 days, the day that they buy the boat and the day that they sell it. And trust me, I was very happy when I sold it. And I know I always talk about like, oh, maybe I should buy another one, but I honestly don't know if I'm serious or not. Before you actually buy something, you should ask yourself, do I actually want this thing, or am I being conditioned by society to desire it? Like, do I actually think that this is going to improve my life, or do I think that's going to make me look good on social media? So learn to find peace and joy, honestly, in what you already have and what you can create for yourself, and learn to value other things outside of the world of capitalism, like a quiet morning, for example, a simple and delicious meal, good company, simple and pure love, love from your pets, love from your plants, love from family, love from your partner, and even just going to the park and enjoying nature. For me personally, and also there's been studies done, like a luxurious vacation won't actually make you happier than backpacking. Or people don't actually find more happiness after making a certain amount of money, and usually that certain amount of money is just enough to be comfortable. Or my personal favorite is using a few dollars to buy happiness. Instead of spending, you don't have to spend like 10 grand or something. I like to spend $5 to buy a small pot of flowers that will blossom if I take good care of it and I water it. Or even just delicious street food. It makes me way happier than spending $500 at Nobu. Because if you can't be happy with what you have now and what you can easily get without spending a ton of money, no amount of more will ever be enough for you. And the moment you stop letting the desire for more run your life, that's how you take your power back. The best life is also one where you prioritize learning and character over wealth and fame. Seek wisdom over status, because the latter is what capitalism once again tells us that we should have. It's almost like a continuation from the last chapter, right? Sometimes we're going to look at someone else's life and we're going to think, wow, they have everything anyone could ever want. A nice house, lots of luxury travel, a friend group that's glamorous, dressed in designer clothes at glamorous events. Maybe they're beautiful and they're rich and they have millions of followers. But remember, we don't have all of the facts, so we will never understand the full picture. Maybe these people don't know how to make tough decisions for themselves. Maybe everyone around them's using them. Maybe they take everything for granted, which is also the fastest way to feel unsatisfied and empty in life. Or we don't actually even know if they work hard to achieve all of that, or if they were just born with it. And by the way, being beautiful and rich and having a million followers or whatever is not the cheat code to an easy life that people think it is. More often than not, that actually invites more problems. Basically, comparing yourself to other people is super unproductive. It doesn't actually help you, and it doesn't help anyone else. In fact, no matter how much chasing you do after social status, trying to keep up with the Jonases, at the end of the day, it's still not going to give you any satisfaction, no matter how much it's being glamorized. You're better off just focusing on doing things that make you happy and build your knowledge and your character and pursue your life purpose. Not only that, you have to see your life as a whole, because in the overall context of life itself, you're probably doing way better than you think. So learn to be happy with exactly what you are and who you are. So how do you do more of that? Try and read daily to expand your mind and learn new things every day. Books can be such an incredible, amazing experience, and you don't even need to travel to experience that. Surround yourself with people who actually challenge you to grow and not challenge you to buy more stuff or compare who has a nicer car or nicer shoes. Honestly, none of those things really matter. I don't even need to have a car right now, and I save money on parking and insurance by taking other forms of transportation everywhere. Like, I love my e-scooter, I love taking an Uber if I need to go somewhere, and just living in a comfortable and walkable neighborhood where I can get everything I need and it's convenient for me and I live perfectly fine. Judge success by how well you live and how much wisdom you have, not by how much you earn or how expensive your clothes are. Materialism is meaningless unless it's a way to make you satisfied with your own life. Like, if you're buying something that you like to look at and makes you feel good, that's it. I'd rather be smart and filled with wisdom than covered in diamonds. At the end of the day, stoicism isn't about suppressing your emotions. It's about controlling them and mastering life. And I promise you, by applying all these things in this video, you're going to have a calmer and wiser and a much more fulfilling life. So if you got to the end of this video, say it back to me in the comments. I deserve all the good things in my life. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
So I want you to think about something that you're holding on to, something that you can't let go of, a pattern, a behavior, a person, the past, a situation, whatever it is that you are holding on to and that you cannot seem to let go. Welcome to the Stayin' Wild and Well podcast. My name is Rin, and my greatest accomplishment is being alive. Here we talk about life's journey, the ups, the downs, the in-betweens, all things mental health, body, mind, and spirit. We share wild stories and keeping your wild alive while staying well. You want to let it go, but you're still holding on so tightly. This is what our brain does. This is our brain's number one job. It is to maintain a sense of security and a sense of safety. And you know that you've probably heard that the reason you're holding on to this thing, the reason you're doing this behavior is because it is serving you in some sort of way. And if you are like me, people have told you your whole life, be kind to yourself, have compassion. This is your brain's way of protecting you, and it's serving you in some way. And your job is to figure out what it is doing and how it is serving you. And God, when people said this to me, I would be so frustrated. I would be so annoyed because it's like, yeah, obviously it's serving me, but I don't want it. It's disrupting me. And it serves us until it no longer does, right? Like it's serving us until it starts to sort of work against us. So when we're told to figure out why it's serving us, and we don't actually know because we're still sort of caught within it. We're in those two different realms of like the level of awareness that sees the destruction it's creating, and then also that awareness of knowing, well, it's doing something for me, otherwise I wouldn't be continuing doing it. It's really hard to understand and decipher what it is doing for us. And today I'm going to tell you what your behavior, what your pattern, what you're holding on to is actually doing for you, and how I discovered what mine was doing for me. All right, I'm gonna dive right in. I was holding on. Like, a lot had happened in the past year. And, you know, when we've gone through trauma, when we've gone through grief, when we've gone through anything, our brain searches for things to help us move through the grief that we're going through. And that can look different for everyone. For me, it showed up in multiple ways. It showed up in rumination. It showed up in reassurance seeking. It showed up in talking about the same thing over and over again. It showed up as daydreaming. It showed up as listening to the same sad songs and reminiscing while I drive and listen to the music. It showed up by rereading things that maybe I shouldn't be. It showed up as my OCD. And for those of you who know, I have been challenged with OCD and am in active recovery, but it showed up as popping its little beady head out and trying to get me looping in on certain things again, whether that be behavioral or thought patterns over and over and over. And I saw it, and I was so frustrated because I was aware the way the OCD was kind of creeping in. But when it came to the other elements and the things I was holding on to, I mean, that's a process of grief. So if you are moving through some level of grief, may that be a physical death, may that be a breakup or a loss of a friendship, may that be something that happened at work, any sort of grief, because everybody's grief and level of grief shows up differently. When you're moving through it, you know there are layers and there are different emotions that you move through. I thought that the further along I had gotten in my grief, the better I would feel. But it turns out I was starting to feel worse. And I was like, what the heck is happening? Like, I was having a meltdown. What is happening? Why am I feeling worse? I should be feeling better by now. I should be over this situation. And I was shooting all over myself. And you know, if you are shooting all over yourself, to just stop. We should not be shooting all over ourselves. And here I am saying we should not be shooting all over ourselves, adding another should. We should try and allow ourselves to just be. And it's hard to just be. But when we have a dictator in our minds telling us how we should be and how we should show up, it really makes it hard to experience what we are going through from a space of clarity, from a space of allowance, from a space of healing, because we're no longer in our bodies, and instead we're somewhere else thinking about all the ways we should be showing up. But that is where I was, right? I was like, this shouldn't be happening. And I'm sure if you're moving through something like grief or holding on or having sticky patterns that you don't want, that you know aren't serving you, you might be a dictator and be telling yourself that these things should not be showing up in your life, or guilting yourself or shaming yourself for the way you feel. And like I said, as time was moving on, I was like, what the heck is happening? I don't want to be feeling this right now. I do not want to be crying more than I was crying when it first started. I don't want to be feeling this uncomfortability within my own body where it almost feels unbearable to be living in here. What is happening? What was happening, friends, and what I'm here to share and hope that it awakens something within you, is that I was letting go. When we begin to let go of the things that we are holding on to, we start to feel worse. We start to feel worse. So, for example, if you are moving through a breakup and you are letting that person go, you will start to feel worse before you feel better. Not the grieving part of them and that part where it's almost like the shock of your system where it's like, oh my God, okay, this relationship is no longer, and there's the initial shock and the crying and the emotions that go with it. No, this is the part where I'm talking about you're starting to understand, you're starting to accept, and you're starting to let go. When you begin to change patterns or behaviors, maybe this is for you if you are moving through some sort of addiction, or if you were like me and using your OCD as a coping mechanism and you are letting go of those coping behaviors, it is going to feel worse. It is going to feel so much harder. If there is a death or a passing of somebody and it has been over a year and you are crying more now than you were crying when it first happened, the shock has gone away, the changes have landed in your body, it's feeling worse. This is because every piece that we hold on to, the relationship, the person, the friendship, the loss because someone has passed away, the addiction, the behavior, the food, the shopping, the social media, whatever outlet you can connect yourself to right now, the holding on itself is a level of safety. Like I said, our brain's number one job is to keep us safe. And if our brain's number one job is to keep us safe, letting go is like a free fall. Where am I going? What is there for you to land on? So we hold on to our loss and our grief and the things that make us feel safe and make us feel better. Example, when we are going through a breakup, you might be holding on to the memory of that person because it's something that keeps you close to them. It is also something that is familiar. It also keeps that part of the relationship alive. And the same thing goes with the death or a loss of somebody, keeping on, continuing to hold on to that person. Yes, the memory is beautiful of them, but accepting and meeting yourself at a different level and understanding their passing is very different than holding on and gripping on to their memory for dear life, because when we let go of that part in that memory, it feels like a death and there's nothing to hold on to. If it is an addiction and you are letting go of that addiction has been serving you, that addiction has been protecting you, that addiction has been savior to you. So letting it go is going to feel like a free fall. All of this is going to feel worse. The dopamine that you receive from scrolling on social media, whatever it is that you have been trying to change, when you begin to let it go, it feels worse because it has been protecting you. So when somebody says that this thing that you're holding on to is serving you in some sort of way, it is serving you from a level of safety. And that is all of us. What type of safety it is that you are looking for is dependent on you as an individual, whatever that safety looks like. All I can tell you and promise you right now is that our brains are all searching for safety, and we will do whatever we can in order to obtain that safety, meaning holding on to the memory, hanging out with friends and putting ourselves in situations that bring us community, even if we don't feel like we belong, because we somehow feel safe within that moment, showing up differently than who we actually are in order to feel safe because we are accepted and loved. You can choose and put this safety umbrella onto anything. The truth is, somewhere along the way in our lives, we were born feeling content. We were born going through the biggest challenge of our lives, pushing ourselves out of that birth canal and moving into the unknown. We don't even realize now, because we have forgotten that moment, how much adversity and how much challenge we had faced in order to push ourselves out of a space of comfort into the unknown and look these parents in the eyes and be like, you're gonna protect me? Are you gonna protect me? Because I have no idea what's happening here, right? And then we develop this like safety and reliance on these other people to help nurture and take care of us. And often we never learned how to take care of ourselves. We never learned how to adopt a level of safety within our bodies. So in some senses, you were never taught, or perhaps you were taught, and along the way, society came in, life came in, traumas came in, life happened, and you lost your safety. So now you have been on this never-ending search in a subconscious sense, right? It's not conscious. No one would ever do this consciously. Subconsciously, searching for safety and finding it in places that worked until it didn't, served you until it no longer, holding on to something that you think is bringing you some sort of comfort. And I guess like for me, what I realized was, oh my goodness, and I'm like, this is why I have to share this with you. As I was releasing an individual from my life and letting them go, and as I was letting my coping mechanisms go, and as my entire life had flipped upside down and it quite literally felt like the rug was ripped out from underneath me, there was nothing for me to grasp onto anymore because I was letting go of the coping mechanisms. I was letting go of the holding on to these people. I was letting go of the friendship, everything I was letting go of. And I was like, oh, this is why it feels worse than what it originally felt like, because the original hit was the shock, was the emotion, was the trying to find your balance, was the search for comfort. Okay, I'm going to listen to the song and connect and tune in. I'm going to think about this memory. That was the comfort it grasped onto in the turbulence of what had happened. Maybe in the turbulence of your life, it was the addiction you grabbed onto. It was that shopping spree that you do to make yourself feel better and buy the fancy clothes, and it works until it doesn't. When we have gone through something, our brain is like, you need to feel safe right now. So you're going to grab onto whatever you can, and you're going to continue to do this and grab onto this until you realize, maybe this isn't working for me. In my sense, I was like, this isn't working for me anymore. And also there was so much pain happening that the things that I would naturally gravitate to, like the song that used to make me feel good, suddenly wasn't making me feel good anymore because there was a natural progression of me letting go and I didn't even realize it was happening. So that is another layer, right? You could be letting go and you didn't even realize you were letting go. You didn't even realize it was happening, but it was. You were slowly letting go, and a part of that let go was like, okay, the safety is starting to slip away. Listening to that song isn't hitting you in the way that it once did. Thinking about that person isn't bringing you that closeness and that connection that it once did. The behavior that you're letting go because, God, it doesn't even feel good to do anymore, isn't making you feel good. So the safety is what you had been clinging on to. So when somebody says to you, the reason you're showing up in this behavior, the reason you're acting this way, the reason you're clinging on to this person is it's serving you, and your job is to discover why it is serving you, it is because it is a level of safety. Now, what is this safety doing for us? Okay, we get it. This is safety. We understand. Well, the holding on and the clinging on to this safety is that it's providing you avoidance. You are avoiding yourself. The very thing that you need to do in order to feel better is recreate and generate safety within yourself. But because the brain is trying to protect you, it's moving you further away from yourself. And you see, this is why the perpetual cycle continues. It pulls you away from your feelings, you cope, you deal, you hold on so tightly, avoiding what you are moving through, avoiding yourself. And then it continues to spiral, right? Like the feeling comes, you go to the attachment. The attachment no longer works, you start to feel again, you go back to that attachment. The very thing that you need to do in order to overcome this person, this circumstance, this thing, is understand that they are providing you some level of safety. What that looks like for you is for you to discover or work with somebody. This is what I work on with my clients and dive deep into. What is the safety within it? What is it that I'm looking for? What is it, that safety that I'm cultivating from holding on to this or acting out in this way or doing this behavior or showing up like this? And as we start to understand this, our job is to start to generate the safety within ourselves. Now, a great example of this is like, okay, if I'm feeling lonely and I turn on this song and I go to think about this person, and they bring me that comfort and that connection, my job is to start to generate that safety within myself. What type of music could I tune into instead of that song that used to make me think of them? What song can I listen to that maybe empowers me? Or in my case, I've listened to like a very spiritual song that connects me to my inner knowing, and just I can look at the situation from a place of acceptance and know that I have the strength within myself and generate the safety within myself and a connection that I was looking for in here and no longer out here. In terms of my OCD behaviors and maybe the patterns that were showing up, it is truly resisting them and feeling the uncomfort and getting used to feeling uncomfortable, as shitty as it is. Nobody wants to feel uncomfort, but sitting in that deep uncomfort where your body is wanting to go grab something, do something, ritual behavior that is going to provide you some sort of comfort, and feeling the discomfort and safety starts to develop, because the more you sit in that discomfort, the brain is like, oh, I'm okay. Oh, I can get through this. And you're actually allowing yourself to feel. And that's the most challenging part of all of this, right? Is the very thing that we've been running from, is the very thing that we need to do in order to start to feel better. So your lesson for today, I'm gonna take a sip of my tea so that I can clear my throat. Your lesson today is that when somebody tells you that the thing that you're holding on to, the thing that you can't let go of, and you insert whatever it is for you, person, behavior, pattern, thing, whatever. When they tell you that it is serving you in some way and that is why it continues to show up, and your job is to discover how it is serving you. I am telling you that it is serving you from a space of safety, because scientifically, from a neuroscience perspective, from an evolutionary perspective, our brain's number one job is to keep us safe. Our brain's job is not to look at what necessarily is better for us, because often change is what's better for us, but the brain doesn't necessarily like that change because it wants to stay safe and comfortable. It is going to do whatever it possibly can, and it will reach for whatever it can in order to keep you safe. Your job is to deep dive and get into the nitty-gritty and the darkness and all that stuff that is not fun. I'm telling you, as I'm talking light about it, is not fun. It's going to be full of tears. It's going to be full of heavy emotions. It's going to be feeling the pulsating of the body as the anxiety is moving through you. It is going to be shaking it off in somatic ways. It is going to be recognizing that your brain might be logical, but your heart might be feeling something else, and they're not even matching up. Your job is to discover what is it within this piece of safety for you that you're looking for, and how can you generate that safety within yourself. And it is going to be one of the most uncomfortable things that you could ever do. But as you do that, and as you recreate and generate the safety within your body, this beautiful sense of freedom comes. This lack of attachment comes. Suddenly you're not a prisoner to the things that you do. You are able to sit in awareness and see it. You're able to start to feel your feelings, the very thing that we run away from. And you are starting to feel freedom, true freedom, the let go. So even though it might feel like, holy shit, I'm scared, this feels like a free fall as I let everything go, I'm afraid to hit the bottom, that is okay. You might hit the bottom, but the thing about the bottom is that you have the rubble on the ground. And when you are the rubble on the ground, this is where you start to build your foundation. This is where you let go of all the things that brought you comfort, all the senses of safety that you had developed over the years, and you start to build in a space of truth, true friendship, true connection, true healthy levels of dopamine, natural sources, a reliance on self, the ability to know when to reach out to community and both share some of the pain that you're going through and grow this life together. You start to cultivate a life that feels so good to your soul. That is wrapped up in the imprisonment of coping behaviors that you know are no longer serving you and keep you stuck. The power is all in you. And the lesson is you got your feelings.
Have you ever had like a recurring theme that just keep happening over and over again in your life? Like maybe it's a lesson that just keeps repeating itself, or some kind of cycle that just keeps happening over and over and over again. It just keeps coming back and back. That's how I feel about almost. Almost is something that has haunted me my whole life. Almost is like a skeleton in my closet. Almost is like a reminder of what could be but wasn't. Almost is like the penny I threw in the wishing well that I wasted money on. Almost is the continual exhaustion of myself and my energy to chase after something that didn't want me. And I'm extremely grateful for my life. And looking back on my life, I understand why like half of these almosts had to happen. I'm aware of why it had to happen that way. You know, hindsight is 20/20, and looking back on my life, I am aware of why the universe did not let me have certain things. I'm cognizant of that. It doesn't mean it stings any less. Being aware of why you lost something doesn't make losing it sting any less. And sometimes it gnaws at you. Because I'm very grateful for my life. I'm very happy for my situation. I'm very happy for the things and the people in my life. Like, I have a great apartment, and I live in a great city, and I have a great job. Hell, even my cat, like, I love all of it. I love who I am. I love the direction my life is going. Sometimes, late at night, you just sit up and you grieve everything that could have been. And everything that can't be. And I heard someone talk about this. And I heard someone say that when you have to grieve something that's still alive, especially people, it's not that you're necessarily grieving the person, you're grieving the version of them that exists within your mind. And that's the way I feel about all these different lives that I could be living. There's so many opportunities that were almosts. There's so many people in my life that were almosts, almost friends, almost a relationship, almost something. But then it just stopped working. Same with jobs, or even with cities. I almost got to live in my favorite city in America. I almost got to be a ballerina. I almost got my dream career. I got to step foot in the best ballet academy in the world, but I was not allowed to stay there. I was allowed to become friends with the people that I had crushes on, but I was not allowed to be in relationships with them. I was allowed to be accepted into college, but I did not have the money to go. I almost got everything I wanted. I got to taste it on my tongue, its sweetness, but I was not allowed to have it. And like I said, my life has morphed into something that I love now. And I'm very grateful for, but sometimes I feel like I'm grieving all the almosts. I'm grieving all the lives I almost got to live, but I didn't get to. And I know that's a silly thing, because I could be living in a war-torn area, or I could be, you know, sick in hospital or something, but it's like, I've experienced yeses, where, yes, you are accepted here. Yes, this is going to happen. Yes, this is something that is going to be in your life. Yes, this is happening. Yeses are easy to accept. It's easy to accept that. I've had no's in my life where it's just absolute all-out rejection. No, I do not want you. No, you cannot live here. No, this is not happening. We are rejecting you. That's okay. I can live with both of those. I can live with the yeses. I can live with the no's. I am grieving the maybes constantly. And that sometimes feels excruciating. That feels worse to me than anything. Because my mind just races with what ifs. Like, what if I tried just a little bit harder? What if I had been just a little bit less intense? Theoretically, is there another parallel universe in which it did work out? And I'm happy, and I'm dancing up a storm in Europe, or I got to go to college and I'm a surgeon now, or we're married. Is there a parallel universe in which I could have made one different decision, and that could be my life? And I've talked about it before, how, you know, God or the universe or whoever the hell is sitting up there doesn't give us things sometimes, or things don't work out, because they can see the chessboard better than we can. They can see 10 steps ahead, and they can see, hey, if you did marry that person, it would have been awful, or if you went off into these careers, it would have been horrible, or if this worked out this way, you would have been so much more miserable than you could imagine. Like, there's so many factors that you haven't even considered that would just make this situation horrible. But it's like, sometimes I just want to say, maybe I wanted to experience that horribleness that came along with the thing I wanted. Maybe deep down, I'm just a kid and I just want something, and I don't care what the price tag says. Like, if I go back and I throw 2 pennies in that well, could I have what I wanted? And I feel like a kid begging my parents for a lollipop. I'm not gonna get it because sugar's bad for me, but god damn, I want to taste the sweetness of getting something I want. And I've only gotten something I want like twice in this life, and it was wonderful. And it was amazing, and I'm so thankful for it. Like, hell, I'm even thankful for the rejection because I can see why. But dear God, don't let me taste it. Don't let me feel it. Don't let me hold it if it's just gonna leave. Like, don't dangle the carrot in front of me if you're just gonna leave. That is quite possibly the worst feeling in the world, because I will be grieving the possibility of it for the rest of my life. I'm very grateful for my life, but sometimes late at night I sit up and I wonder. I just wonder.
No, where's my coffee? What happened? I am Ray. And what if worry is just praying for what you don't want? Have you ever thought of this? How to explain this? Let's go through the basics. You see, you are made in the image of God, which means that you are a divine creator. But do you know your power? Have you forgotten who you are? You see, those who don't know their power, they have no power. As Carl Jung said, if you don't make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. If you don't realize the way in which you're creating your reality, then you will not stop worrying. You will think it's justified. You'll say, oh, well, no, worry is a good thing sometimes, because it's a survival mechanism. Yes, it is. But I'm saying, stop living like an animal. Filthy. Start living like the king and queen that you are. Or the king or queen that you are. You're not a little piggy, are you? Think about a mouse. It lives its whole life in worry. Oh no, where's my cheese? Don't do it. You were meant for more. You see, energy is our creative power. What we give our energy to, that is what we create. Energy is also life, and energy is power. And our mind is a tool that directs this power. So the entire quality of the life that we create for ourselves, my friend, is determined by the quality of the things we focus our attention on. Where attention goes, energy flows. And how well you can manage your mind will determine how successful you are in life. Have you ever wondered why someone becomes a billionaire like Trump, or a homeless man who eats poop? You have not questioned this, have you? You might say, yes, we all have a starting point. But where we end up is a choice. It all comes down to where we direct our creative power. And those who do not know their power direct it in ways that are unhelpful. Like worrying. Stop it. Live by this motto. You create more of what you focus on. So when you focus on worry, you create more things to worry about. When you focus on problems, you create more problems. It's all about your attitude, my friend. And remember, the universe is perfectly balanced between negativity and positivity. There's an infinite abundance of each. So it's not about what you think is true. It's about what you choose to focus on. It's all about your attitude toward life. Because if you're always looking for the best in everything, you will find it. Doesn't mean some people won't come along and be bad. But it will not matter because you will not ruminate on it. You'll move on because you've realized that focusing on negativity serves no purpose. Allowing the fear in, allowing yourself to worry, does nothing but make your life worse. And if you have a negative attitude, doesn't matter what good things enter into your life, you'll always find something to complain about. Always find something to be negative about. And so it all begins with a choice, my friend. Point your mind upward or down. Do you want to live a better life or do you want to live a worse life? And you see, if you're pointed in the wrong direction, it doesn't matter how fast you go in life, you'll never make it anywhere. Anywhere that is good, at least. But once you're focused in the right direction, doesn't matter how slow you go, you've already made it. The moment you take a stand for yourself, for Christ's sake, and you say, I choose not to live a worse life. I want to live better. Your better life is already on the way. The only thing left to do next is enjoy the journey as it unfolds. And see, once you make this decision, you have to ask yourself, can you continue to throw gasoline onto a fire and expect it to go out? Can you add more negativity onto a negative situation and expect a positive outcome? You see, worry and fear, it only makes sense for our animal nature. And it's not wrong. It's not bad to have worry or fear. But you, as the conscious mind, have to wake up to your divine nature, to your divine power, and stop allowing yourself to be run amok by your animal body. In the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus said, when the lion gets eaten by the man, it's good, because the lion becomes man. But if the man gets eaten by the lion, not good, because the man becomes lion. What this seems to mean to me is that if you can master your animal nature, you become even more divine. But if you allow yourself to be consumed by your animal nature, the fear, the instincts, the worry, then it will destroy you. Why do you think there are so many men in prison? They don't know how to handle this animal body. So they have to be locked up in cages, like a rabid dog. Needs to be put away. Most of the time, good dogs, if you have a good dog, doesn't need to be kept in a cage. I digress. You see, the thing is, God hears your heart more than God hears your words. It's not that God doesn't hear your words. It's just that your heart, or let's say your feelings and your emotions, they're more powerful. I'm going to show you how to change your life forever. So, you want to understand how prayer works in the first place? I'll show you. Here is Source God over here. Here is your unconscious, which is your body. And here's your conscious mind, which is your mind. Most of us believe we're the conscious mind, and so this is the person we believe ourselves to be. Now, here is God over here. But there's this big wall in between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. So, in order to break this wall, in order to get your message to be received by God, certain things must happen. The body speaks the language of feelings. The mind speaks the language of patterns. This is the message. You're trying to send a message to God. Ring, ring. Why is he not answering my phone? In order to get through to God, you must break through this wall. And you only have two options. You need strong feelings about whatever it is you're asking. Because imagine that this is a house, and this is the door. The little person living in your body. Here's a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Looks out in the keyhole. I don't know you. I'm not letting you into my house. Go away. Because it only knows feelings. But what happens is that when you have strong emotional charge behind what you're asking for, behind what you're saying or thinking, the little person looks out and like, oh yes, come on in. The message gets through, goes into your unconscious, and is received by God. This is, for instance, why just repeating affirmations doesn't always help. Because if you're saying one thing, but you feel another, there's a contradiction, the message isn't getting through to your unconscious. You're not tapping into your creative God power. That is why Neville Goddard said, feeling is the secret. You can change your life like that if you know how to reprogram your unconscious mind. Because all of your struggles in life are because of this. We're a mismatch between your conscious mind and your unconscious mind. Imagine for a moment an old western town, and there's a cowboy, and he's riding into the town. And as he's riding into the town, people look around and look at the man, and they say, what a strange man. He's bouncing up and down. Seems distressed. And somebody calls out to the cowboy and says, where are you going, cowboy? And the man says, wherever the horse takes me. And this is how most people live their lives. The horse is their unconscious, their body. And because they don't know how to control it, they don't know how to ride it properly, It's just pulling them wherever it wants. That is a life of slavery. And you know this to be true when you try really hard to get what you want. But it's a struggle. Why is it a struggle? Because here you are as the conscious mind trying to get what you want. But the unconscious mind isn't going that way. So you're fighting it the whole time. When the moment you get the conscious and the unconscious on board, you have effortless success. And here's what I mean. I'll show you. Don't worry, because if you worry, I'll get the swords, and then I'll give you something to worry about, my friend. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the sponsor for today's video, Guru Nanda. 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 It's all oily. Today's sponsor. They have ruined everything. Guru Nanda. I'm just kidding, they're not the sponsor. I just wanted to say that like a Japanese samurai. Now, we have to understand that over our life, we get trauma stored in the body. Negative memory. What is trauma? What is negative memory? This is karma. And what it means is that anytime you have a strong feeling about something, negative or positive, your body takes a snapshot of whatever it was that caused that feeling. And it stores that information in your body as memory for later, for survival purposes. So for instance, if you're a parent, maybe you are, maybe you're not. But if your child falls down one day and gets hurt really bad and you have to take them to the hospital, that's a traumatic experience. You're going to feel really bad about it. And moving forward, you're going to continuously worry, oh no, don't jump on that. Don't do this. Don't do that. No. Your body is sending you into a survival response because it's afraid that something bad will happen again. Because that negative memory is stored in your body. Your unconscious, that horse, is hijacking your attention. It's saying, no, we're going to go this way. Whereas your conscious mind might say, no, I don't want to be worried. I don't want to be living in fear all the time. I don't want to condition my kids to be scared of doing everything. And it doesn't have to be one big experience. It could be many small experiences. Same thing with something like money. You worry about money. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills this month. I don't know where I'm going to get the money. Worry. It's because you have negative memory stored in your body from past negative experiences. Feeling negative about money. So you have a negative relationship with money. So no matter how hard you try to go and grind and get the bag, if you have a negative unconscious identity about money, you will always return to zero. Because your body is keeping you in a state of lack and scarcity for survival purposes. Because the picture that your unconscious has painted of you, in this case, it's like a little scavenger living in the desert. If you were to live in abundance in an actual desert, you would die. Because you would waste. You would be frivolous. So your body won't let you live in abundance. It won't let you see it. The fact is there's infinite scarcity and infinite abundance everywhere at the same time. So your unconscious hijacks your attention to focus on what is negative, to worry, for no other reason than the negative memory stored in your body from past negative experiences. Same thing with relationships. If you got screwed over in the past, your body is going to hijack your attention and say, you need to worry if they're going to cheat on you. You need to worry, you need to call them 10 times and make sure they're not cheating on you. And what happens? You cause them to leave you. Because who you are, your unconscious and conscious identity, and your state of being, influences the way you behave, the way you act, and the way you act influences what you get out of life. So, when you're operating from lack and scarcity, in a relationship, if you're so afraid that they're going to leave you, you're going to act in ways that are going to confirm the very thing that you're trying to avoid. If you live from fear, you will only get negative responses from life. That's why it doesn't matter what you think is true. Your senses will deceive you. If you look around and you don't have any money, how can you not be worried about that? You're making the launch, you're rationalizing in your mind that this is the true nature of reality. This is the truth. I see it with my eyes. I'm broke. I don't know what to do. I don't have any jobs. I don't have any way to make money. What is going on here? This is the true nature of reality. I'm stuck. I'm screwed. It is not. It is not. There's infinite abundance everywhere all the time. It's just about what you choose to focus on. And your unconscious will hijack your attention to make you focus on all the things that are wrong with the world if you have a negative unconscious identity. And the only way to reprogram that identity is through your conscious mind. So you need a fundamental attitude shift toward life. There were times where I didn't have any money to go to the gym, to eat food, whatever. And instead of living from my senses, I lived from faith that everything was working out perfectly. And guess what? It did. I didn't need to worry about it. Because if I would have worried about it, it would have kept me stuck in the negative state of being. And this is the problem that people have. Is that you pray to God for something that you're lacking in your life. And God says, yes, I will give it to you. I'll give you everything you need. But then during the day, you allow the fear and the worry in. And you sabotage your prayers. You sabotage your blessings. Because you're focused on the world. You're not focused on God. You're focused on what you don't have. You're not focused on what you do have. The reason that this is the slave side of the equation is because everybody, they want something, so they go and do something to get it. Or you have a problem that you want fixed, and so you try to fix it. This is like, would be common sense for most people. Of course I would do that. What are you talking about? If I want something, I have to get it. If I want to fix a problem, I have to fix it. And this is why it's so hard. Because it just seems like this is the true nature of reality. I have to do this. There's no other way. I'm telling you, this is the way. Stop fighting against your unconscious. In fact, you don't have to do anything in the world. All you have to do is focus on yourself. Because as you optimize yourself, the actions and the results take care of themselves. Think about somebody who wants to be healthy. I want health, so I have to eat salad and go to gym. But I don't like salad and I don't like go to gym, so I slave myself. And then I just revert back to eating junk food because, nice. Because you're a junk food eating person. Maybe not you specifically, but someone out there is. So no matter how hard you try to eat healthy, you will always revert back to who you are. And so you spend all this time struggling, fighting, trying to go to the gym, trying to eat healthy, and then you end up sabotaging it all at the end. This is why. Because you're trying to fight against that horse. The horse is going to do what it wants to do. Unless you train it, it's going to be wild. It's not going to listen to you. When the moment you focus on your state of being, you focus on changing your identity. You think it takes any effort for me to eat healthy and go to the gym every day, 7 days a week? It does not take any effort, because it becomes the nature of who you are. So the result that you desire takes care of itself, because you naturally engage in the actions that lead to that result. And see, the mind can only focus on one thing at a time. Everything comes at a price. So we have to make a decision of what we choose to focus on, where we allow our creative power to go. Are you going to allow it to go on this hamster wheel of endless struggle? Or are you going to be free? Focus your mind one-pointedly on yourself, because you will always be the bottleneck to your experience in every area of your life. In health, in relationships, in money, in business. You don't worry about the result, you only worry about you. You don't focus on others, you focus on you. Because, for instance, if you're blaming others for the way your life is, if you're blaming the system, if you're blaming your race, if you're blaming your cards that you got in life, you're hemorrhaging your energy and wasting it and keeping yourself stuck. That is why we have to ask ourselves, do you actually want to live a better life or not? Do you actually want to be free? Because when you focus on this, you go directly to the source. People who are free understand their God power. People who are slaves do not. Because if you recognize your power, you would not do this. You would create from your mind, not from your hands. And the thing is, once you know how to create from your mind, you can then take massive action and bring forth your desired reality 1,000 times faster. Because a lot of the times in the manifestation community, people are drawn toward that because they're lazy. They don't want to do anything. But the thing is, when you master yourself, you automatically are able to do difficult things without effort. But if you try to do difficult things to get what you want, it's going to take a lot of effort. And not everybody has the willpower to sustain themselves over the long run. If you're not David Goggins, don't do this. So you must realize that it's your energy that determines what you get in your life. Your state of being is your point of attraction. And two things happen when you stop worrying. First of all, you don't lower your state of being, and then whatever situation comes up, you are more able to actually deal with it. You are more likely to get a better result. But if you're in a negative state, worrying is going to influence your actions, and the chances of you receiving a negative result are like way more. So we must realize that people are always believing things into existence. Their worst fears, they try to predict the future. And then when it happens, they say, oh, I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. And then they even further solidify a negative identity, when in fact they created it, or at least co-created it, because their energy was off. I mean, think about how obvious this is. If you're worried about your partner cheating on you, and then they cheat on you, you are operating from a state of lack and scarcity and fear and worry, which causes you to act in ways that reinforce that worry. So when you see someone texting them 1,000 times, oh, please don't leave me. It's repulsive energy. Nobody wants to be around that. So of course they're going to leave you. Why wouldn't they? It would be wrong for them to stay. But when you're cool as a cucumber, you trust yourself. You don't need to trust the other person. It's about you. When you're all good within, and if the other person, got my lips coming back out today, my friend. This is how I really talk. I've gone to speech therapy, I've tried, but sometimes it just comes out. I think I'm better. Almost there. I lost my train of thought. If the partner still cheats on you, for instance, then you will still remain unaffected by it. Oh, that's your problem. I'm all good. I'm gonna go find someone better. But you're worrying about it, then they cheat on you, then you're in distress. Oh, I know it. And then you're messed up for like 3 years. But it was all your own psychological drama. The inability to handle your mind properly. And it's okay. We're not born with a human user's manual. But now you know. That is why worry is useless. Because even if what you did worry about happens, if you worry about it, you're less able to actually deal with the problem. But if you can be stoic, deal with things as needed, be neutral. If something needs to be dealt with, deal with it. Don't worry about it. Because if it can be fixed, then don't worry about it. And if it cannot be fixed, well then don't worry about it. Stop giving your power to forces outside of your control. So the first key is awareness. You want to become aware of your habitual thought patterns. What things naturally cause you to worry? And identify that pattern. Write it down, perhaps. Because whatever negative thoughts that you have are representative of negative memory stored in the body. And until you cleanse that negative memory, it's going to keep holding you down, sabotaging your life, directing it, and you will call it fate. And you see, as I said before, we create more of what we focus on, and this is because we live in an attraction-based universe. God only knows the word yes. What does this mean in normal people speak? Well, I've already discussed it. Energy is just creative power. It can be used for good, or it can be used for evil. It's all about where you direct it. So when you say life sucks, you're giving that your energy. And God says, yes, life does suck for you. And you will experience more things that suck. And if you believe that everything is working out perfectly for your favor, you will continuously receive evidence that affirms this belief. You are creating your reality through your beliefs, through your assumptions. Because think about it, reality is being filtered through our minds. So whatever information you got going on in here is being projected out onto the world, and that is what you are experiencing. You do not see the world as it is, you see the world as you are. And people take this relative truth and make it absolute. No, this is the way the world is, and this is how things gotta be. A lot of people aren't ready for this. But in this new age, a lot of people understand what this means. And you see the main way to effectively deal with worry? Well, first of all, there must be a conscious identity shift. You must live by the principle that everything is working out perfectly for your favor. Because if you think, well, life is out to get me, it will. And what will happen? Whether you live by everything's working out, or you just have faith in God, every time the worry comes up, you'll stop feeding it. You'll be able to neutralize it. You'll stop reacting to it. Because your negative feelings, the worry, the negative thoughts, they feed off your reaction. It's the monster mind, don't you know? The monster mind is the aspect of your mind that is full of fear, that has been negatively conditioned, that instills seeds of worry and doubt and shame and guilt, and it creates suffering. It leads you astray if you listen to it. So, whenever the monster mind appears, whenever you have negative thoughts of worry, the answer always has to be 100% of the time. I don't know what that is. No. Because the thing is, the monster mind is like a sleazy salesman. It knows all of your buttons to push to get you to buy the lies that it is selling. And unless you are 100% certain, you will pull your money out and say, no, 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 no. It will get you. And you will feed the worry and you'll ruminate on it and you'll ruin your life. The monster mind is like a parasite. It has no power of its own. So it has to hijack your attention to steal your energy. So it gives you a juicy thought, the exact thought that you need at that moment. It knows your vulnerabilities, it knows your trauma, it knows all your emotional triggers. And if you entertain the idea, the thought, you'll allow the fear in, and you'll spiral out of control. Don't believe a single negative thought your mind tells you, because it is a lie. And if you are not 100% certain about that, you will give an inch and the monster mind will take a mile. And you'll see this for yourself. You'll have a negative thought and you say, maybe it could be true. And then you'll find yourself 30 minutes later still thinking about it. But when you say no, the thoughts cannot spiral out of control. The worry cannot continue. And in this moment you remember, God is always in control. Everything is always working out perfectly for me. Everything is okay. You must calm that horse down. Because the moment the worry comes, the moment the survival is threatened, the horse is going to be freaking out and throwing you all over the place. So you have to calm it and there. Whoa. First, you stop throwing gasoline on the fire. You stop making the horse go even more crazy by giving it more things to worry about, by ruminating on your negative thoughts. And then you throw water on the fire by relaxing, by being at ease. You must speak the language of the feelings. You must address the body, because the body is the one that's freaking out. You are just the one causing it to freak out, as the conscious mind, by reacting negatively to your thoughts, or by reacting negatively to your experiences. Because when you react negatively to something, you evoke negative emotions. But when you learn to not react, there is no karma that is created. There is no negative memory that is stored in the body. Karma is created through feeling. And that is why the karma comes back later to get you. Because the karma becomes a part of who you are. And it begins influencing all of your thoughts, influencing all of your actions. And then you receive the consequences of those thoughts and actions later on. So life is a reflection of you. So you don't have to go out and fix life. You only have to heal and cleanse the negative memory in yourself. And the problems of the world take care of themselves on their own. And until we take responsibility that we're creating these things, nothing can be done. You'll continue to experience the same problems over and over and over again until you learn the lesson. What lesson is that? That the problems are coming from you. They're not outside of you. You can never outrun yourself. And what happens is that when the worry comes up, the fear, the negative thoughts, whatever it is, you have a choice. The monster mind makes you an offer. It doesn't say that this is the truth and the only truth. The monster mind is like a vampire. You have to invite it in. You have to give your power away of your own free will. And you give your power away by believing your negative thoughts. And then it feeds on your fear and worry and grows stronger. And you grow weaker because you were giving your power away. Your energy, you were giving your energy away to something that does not serve you. That is why we always say 100% no. Do not entertain worry or negative thoughts or fear. And the monster mind has no power. You revoke your consent. First, you become aware of your power to choose, to give your attention to whatever it is you want. And then you choose to take your attention away from negativity, from worry, fear, concern. It doesn't mean you just start running away from negativity. It means that you consciously give your attention to things that serve you and away from things that don't. And what happens is that when the fear and the worry comes up, the horse starts freaking out. And you relax yourself. Breathe slowly, like you're on a nice beach, relaxing. You communicate to the body that there is nothing to be afraid of. It's okay. Don't worry. But if you react negatively to the fear and the concern and the worry and the negative thoughts, then the horse is like, okay, I am justified in freaking out. I'm going to freak out more. As Eckhart Tolle once said, it's not the primary cause of our unhappiness. It's not what happens to us. It's our thoughts about what happens to us. It's our negative reaction. Same thing with addictions, for instance. It's not the addiction that is the problem. It's that you continuously negatively react to the addiction. Oh, I'm such a bad person. This sucks. This is terrible. I want to get out of here. You're continuously feeding this negative unconscious identity. The fear, the worry, the guilt, the shame. I have become free from nearly every addiction in my life simply by developing the power of non-reaction. Because everything falls to entropy of its own accord, which means that nothing can survive without the energy that you give it. The life, the creative power. Think about a friendship. If you stop talking to somebody, the friendship dies. So too, when you stop feeding the addiction, with your negative thoughts, with your worry, with your fear, it fades away. When you stop feeding the worry, when you stop feeding the negative memory, it begins to dissolve. When you stop feeding the monster mind, you take your power back. So the next time you find yourself worrying, just develop a bit of awareness. Be aware that, oh, there's worry, and here I am reacting negatively to the worry. The horse is freaking out, I'm freaking out. And with your awareness alone, you'll create some space from the situation. And in that space, you'll be able to respond instead of react. Because most people are just reacting unconsciously to life. And when you begin responding to the situation, you can relax a bit. I'm not gonna throw gasoline on this fire. I'm just gonna sit with myself for a moment. Slow down. Don't go and try and do things to escape the situation. You don't need to escape the negative thoughts. You don't need to escape the negative feelings. Sit with yourself. Be present. Shift your awareness into your body and feel the emotions. Feel the worry. Be present with the worry and the fear. And that will begin dissolving it. And giving your awareness to the fear is not the same thing as giving it your attention. Giving it your attention is ruminating on it. But nothing can survive the light of your awareness. So you use your God power to dissolve the fear, the worry, the negative memory. It's okay if that doesn't make complete sense. Just know that you have this power. With your heightened awareness, as you cultivate it, you will develop the power to respond in more healthy, positive ways. And when you begin responding more positively, you begin reprogramming your unconscious mind. Because you start feeling better, and you stop feeling worse. And over time, day by day, your unconscious mind begins to paint a different picture of you. One that is not rooted in fear and survival and worry. And you will see how your life miraculously enters into harmony. And good things can effortlessly come into your life. God can now give you your blessings, and you're not sabotaging them anymore. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I am Ray. Visit my cool store. Talk to me if you like, or join our community. Much peace and many blessings, and remember, just be.
Don't be a stranger. You're always welcome here.
You know, there's something magical about revisiting legendary single-player games. It's not just about nostalgia, it's about rediscovering what made those experiences unforgettable in the first place. These aren't just games you play. They stick with you, get under your skin, and maybe even hit differently now than they did back then. Today, we're diving into 13 single-player masterpieces that deserve another run-through this year. So, let's get started. First up, we have Sleeping Dogs. This one's one of those games that hits differently depending on where you are in life, you know? Back in 2012, it felt like the GTA formula got dropped into a Hong Kong action movie blender, and somehow it came out even cooler. Wei Shen, if we're being honest here, is the definition of an underrated protagonist. He's juggling loyalty, identity, and an overwhelming amount of kung fu chaos. But here's the thing, the hand-to-hand combat is where this game shines. Fully decked out brawls feel so crunchy and satisfying, almost like every punch has weight behind it. And revisiting it now, there's something fascinating about its tighter, smaller, open world. It's detailed, compact, and alive in a way modern massive sandboxes sometimes lose sight of. Plus, let's not forget, the story's solid. It's got betrayal, heart, and enough moments to make it emotionally sticky. I'd argue too that this year feels like a perfect reset moment for this. A game that doesn't just want you to explore, it wants you to master street combat, nail impossible driving stunts, and look stylish while you're at it. It's aged better than most, kind of like classic action cinema. Up next is Tomb Raider. You know, I always think about the 2013 Tomb Raider reboot like it's this perfect action movie that somehow you get to control. Lara's origin story, well, this version of it, just feels so grounded. Okay, sure, grounded in a jumping off cliffs and surviving boat crashes sense, but it works. You start as this rookie explorer, right? She's scared, desperate, and gets her hands dirty in ways that the older Lara never had to. By the end, you're this total force of nature. The pacing between solving the tomb puzzles, sneaking around with your bow, and then the adrenaline-pumping combat is balanced so well. Revisiting it now kind of reminds you how this game redefined what action-adventure titles could feel like. You've got those environmental puzzles, these huge cinematic set pieces, and then quieter moments when you're just wandering, seeing the wreckage of past explorers. And honestly, the island setting is still stunning. That mix of lush jungle and ancient ruins never stops being cool. Plus, I think there's something nostalgic about playing this one now. It's from 2013, but it doesn't feel that old. It's like one of those early memories of modern gaming, where everything started to go big on realism. Coming in next is Prototype. Let's talk about chaos. Unfiltered, city-leveling chaos. Prototype is essentially power fantasy turned up to the max. You're Alex Mercer, this biomutant guy who's just as much predator as he is protagonist. The way he tears through enemies is ridiculous in the best kind of way. Think absorbing people's abilities, shape-shifting into these absurd weapons, and flinging cars around like they're paper planes. It's messy, it's loud, it's kind of fantastic. Now here's the thing, not every bit of this game is polished. Yeah, the visuals might feel a little dated by today's standards, and the city map can get repetitive. But it's not the textures or the realism that keep pulling you back. It's the unrelenting sense of destruction and freedom in a massive urban sandbox. There's so much anger woven into the gameplay, like Alex is basically rage incarnate, and somehow that still feels cathartic even now. If it's been a while since you played this, or maybe you haven't at all, it's worth diving back in just to remind yourself of what fun used to mean before everything got bogged down by narratives trying to rival prestige TV. Prototype doesn't need all that. It's just straightforward havoc, and I'm weirdly into that. Next up, we have Red Dead Redemption. The shadow of Red Dead Redemption 2 looms large, doesn't it? Like, let's be honest, most of us think of Red Dead Redemption 2 now when someone even mentions this series. But going back to the first Red Dead Redemption hits differently. There's this raw, unpolished grit to it. John Marston feels so much more vulnerable compared to Arthur Morgan. Like he's tired before you've even pressed start. His story feels smaller, more personal, and way more desperate. If you never touched the original because it was stuck on the PS3 or Xbox 360, now is your moment. It's on PC now, which, honestly, finally. Rockstar took their sweet time, but the port works. It runs smoother than ever, and the textures, surprisingly, still hold up. There's something timeless about the dust-covered towns, the lonely sunsets out on the frontier, and the way the music just seeps into every quiet moment. The game's slower pacing might throw you off at first if you've been binging modern action titles, but lean into it. There's a patience to Red Dead Redemption that, when you let it in, settles over you like a weighted blanket, except, you know, loaded with melancholia and outlaws.
Hi Faith, welcome back.
Coming in next is Mirror's Edge. Parkour in games is tricky. Sometimes it feels more like a feature than a system, but Mirror's Edge? It's pure motion. From the second you're running along rooftops, leaping off ledges, or crashing through glass windows, it doesn't feel like another game. It feels like an experiment in momentum. Honestly, how often do you get a first-person game that's not about violence but flow? This game was saying something about game mechanics way back in 2008, and I don't think we fully appreciated it at the time. The thing is, it doesn't click for everyone. It's awkward if your brain can't lock into the rhythm. Like, the tiniest stutter in movement can send Faith into this fumbling mess, and you're restarting the same jump sequence 50 times. Some people have absolutely no patience for that. But when you hit the groove, it's something else. You're not pressed for time, and yet you catch yourself pushing harder, faster, always aiming for that perfectly uninterrupted run. It's refreshing in a weird, finicky way, like a palate cleanser for your thumbs. There's no kind of chaos similar to Dying Light, but I can assure you that this game is really fun.
I will crush you!
Next on the list, we have Batman Arkham Asylum. Let's start where the Arkham series began. Arkham Asylum isn't just a great Batman game. It's one of the blueprint games for modern action-adventure titles. You're stuck inside Gotham's most infamous mental hospital, and every moment feels like it's seeped in dread. The walls almost feel alive, like the building itself hates you. There's something about being outnumbered and trapped with psychopaths like the Joker and Scarecrow that makes Batman feel vulnerable in a way most games just don't. The combat still holds up. That free-flow beatdown system has been copied so many times at this point, but nothing has that same weight or rhythm as when you're juggling counters and dishing out haymakers as the Dark Knight. The stealth is phenomenal too, and I swear the feeling of picking off enemies one by one while they panic can never be overstated. The Predator rooms might just be the highlight of the whole experience. Even the narrative feels so focused here, more contained than the open-world sprawl of later games in the series. Arkham Asylum is stripped down, tighter, and honestly that works in its favor. It's a pressure cooker of brilliantly executed tension without ever feeling bloated.
I can't take the shot from here, Cole! Hit him, Cole. Spin him out.
Up next, we have L.A. Noire. Nobody talks about this game enough anymore. It's like this quiet masterpiece that just keeps sitting in the corner waiting for people to look at it again. Playing as Cole Phelps, you're navigating the seedy underbelly of post-war Los Angeles, and there's nothing else quite like it. Rockstar threw so much into the pot here. Detective interrogations, car chases, shootouts, and even some of the most painstaking facial animations ever created. That huge push for realism is still impressive, even now. The investigations make the game. Every clue you pick up feels deliberate, like you're piecing together a puzzle shaped by human deception. Questioning suspects can get tense, sometimes frustratingly tense, because the interrogations expect you to pay attention. You're looking for tells, shifty looks, unsteady voices, that subtle glint of guilt or confidence, stuff that most games just don't make you consider. The open world itself might seem underwhelming if you're expecting GTA. LA in this game isn't about chaos though, it's about mood. The streets feel staged like a movie set, there to immerse you in noir storytelling. Running through it again this year feels oddly timely, given how much detective story revival is happening in pop culture. This game is a time capsule that's still worth breaking into.
Watch on those galleons. See they don't give us trouble. This weather.
Next up is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. As we all know, Assassin's Creed games have been all over the place since the original. A little sneaking here, a little revolution there. But Black Flag is a different one. They gave up on whatever historical accuracy they had left and throw some pirate nonsense fun. And honestly, it works. You're Edward Kenway, stabbing fools one moment and captaining a ship through vicious storms the next. The game has this infectious energy, like it's begging you to embrace the chaos of life on the high seas. Naval combat steals the show. Boarding enemy ships mid-battle, blasting cannonballs at full sail, and upgrading your ship, the Jackdaw, makes you feel like you're leading your own pirate fleet. The open world Caribbean adds to that illusion of freedom. You're basically hopping from island to island, messing with colonial powers and looting treasure chests like some kind of historical action hero. Everything clicks when the shanties kick in. Your crew singing as you steer the Jackdaw across turquoise waters is just serenity. That mix of dangerous action and calm moments stuck with me years later. Black Flag is the perfect game to revisit when you just want an experience that doesn't care about subtlety. Pirates don't need subtlety anyways.
Shoot the shit out of that thing!
At number 5, we have Left 4 Dead 2. Okay, yeah, technically it's more of a co-op multiplayer game, but hear me out, Left 4 Dead 2 has some incredible single-player potential if you crank up the difficulty and let the AI partners try to keep up with your pure survival instincts. This thing is an absolute zombie gauntlet. Every level feels like it's playing mind games with you, throwing hordes, specials, and funky little curveballs at just the worst possible times. The pacing is perfect. It's this beautiful balance between quiet tension, the kind of quiet where you know something's about to go horribly wrong, and full-on chaos when the infected come pouring in. The way the AI adapts to you, changing enemy spawns and tweaking the difficulty based on how well or terribly you're doing, makes every replay feel different. And the campaigns, each one is like its own mini horror movie. From the stormy atmosphere of Hard Rain to the frantic finale at the Parish Bridge, there's this cinematic quality to everything. Replaying this now makes you realize how much more personality this game has compared to more modern shooters. Grab your melee weapon, because the frying pan slams still hit just as satisfyingly as they did in 2009. Next on the list is the 2008 Prince of Persia. This is the Prince of Persia game you probably forgot about but shouldn't have. It's gorgeous, for starters. That cel-shaded art style still looks like a dream, with its pastel hues that make every cliffside, ruin, and corrupted temple feel like a digital painting. You spend the entire game climbing, leaping, and wall running through this world, and it's so ridiculously smooth. Movement feels intentional in every frame, like the parkour is less about speed and more about elegance. The story trades in epic battles for something quieter. It's about the bond between two characters. The prince and Alika are what make every step of this journey feel personal. She's not just your companion, but integral to both gameplay and the narrative. The dynamic between them evolves slowly, and the way Alika saves you when you miss a jump makes the deathless design actually work in its favor. It's not about difficulty, it's about rhythm. Revisiting this feels like a welcome escape from all the bloated open-world games out there. It's linear, clean, and simple, without being shallow. Nobody really talks about this one anymore, but it deserves a second chance.
Enemy, sighted!
Up next, we have Warhammer 40k Space Marine. With all the buzz around Space Marine 2, it's kind of crazy how people forget the absolute banger that was the first game. Space Marine came out swinging with one goal, to make you feel unstoppable. You're Captain Titus, a walking tank in the iconic ultramarine armor, blending sci-fi and fantasy into one brutal package. Nothing hits quite like shredding through waves of orcs, swapping between ranged bolter fire and hammering them into pieces with your chainsword. It's so over the top you can't help but lean into it. The story might surprise you if you're expecting just mindless action. There's weight to this narrative, a grim seriousness that somehow balances the absurdity of the gameplay. The Warhammer universe is huge, but Space Marine takes such a focused approach that you're never lost in its seemingly endless lore. It's dark, atmospheric, and relentless from beginning to end without ever losing steam. If you're hyped about Space Marine 2, and let's be real, who isn't at this point? Go back and play this first. Whether you're new or you've already crushed it years ago, it's an essential warm-up. The sequel wouldn't exist without Space Marine 1, and honestly, that alone makes it worth revisiting.
Kid pops him good. Starts to feel his bruises, though.
At number 2, we have Bastion. There's something special about Bastion. You can't talk about it without picturing every step you've taken on those floating, crumbling pathways. Supergiant Games absolutely nailed what it means to create a world that feels alive. Even as it's falling apart, everything about it grabs you. The hand-painted art, the tight combat, that perfect blend of action and storytelling. Then, of course, there's the narrator. That low, gravelly voice reacting to every move you make. It's part of what makes Bastion unforgettable. It's wild to think about how much this game shaped Supergiant's legacy. They've hit massive heights since with games like Hades, but Bastion was the start of it all. The music gets under your skin in a way few soundtracks ever do. Combat flows beautifully, balancing a classic RPG feel with something more modern and quick. It's simple yet satisfying, as if every swing of your hammer is pulling you deeper into the story. It stings that Bastion never got a sequel though. The potential is there, but it seems that the developer have already moved on, leaving Bastion as this vibrant gem standing on its own. Playing it now almost feels like holding onto a memory while knowing it's never coming back again. And somehow that makes it even more impactful. And at number 1, we have God of War 3. Before there was the thoughtful, bearded, dad-like Kratos you see today, there was the absolute storm of fury that was Kratos in God of War 3. He wasn't just angry, he was primal, a full-on wrecking machine with a singular obsession, bringing down every single god standing in his way. This wasn't about redemption or quiet reflection. It was messy, brutal, and unforgettable. From the moment it begins, with you scaling Mount Olympus on the back of a Titan, you're thrown into chaos, and it never takes its foot off the gas. The combat is relentless, the scale of the boss fights is absurd, and the entire thing feels over the top in the most satisfying way possible. Tearing through Zeus, Poseidon, and even Helios isn't just gameplay. It's a flex of what the PS3 could do back then. It's easy to see how much Kratos has changed since then, but there's a nostalgia in revisiting this era of his story. The world wasn't as complex or intimate, and Kratos certainly wasn't as layered, but there's a purity to that rage-driven adventure that's hard to replicate. Going back to God of War 3 now feels like jumping into a time capsule of epic proportions. The raw energy still holds up. So yeah, if you missed this during its release back in 2010, there's a remastered version of the game that are available on both PS4 and PS5. Alright, so those were just 13 of the single-player legends that are absolutely worth re-exploring this year. Maybe you've already played some of these, or maybe one of them is about to hit your backlog for the first time. Either way, let me know what you think in the comments below. And hey, if you enjoyed hanging out, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more.
I'm really excited to share this video with you today because this one practice completely transformed my relationship to money forever. In fact, since doing this action, since doing this practice, I never worry about money. I have never worried about money again since implementing this practice into my life. And so I'm really excited to share because money stress, money anxiety, worry about money is such a huge, huge thing for so many people. It was my entire experience of money up until I was around 41, up until like my 40s, was this feeling of stress, this feeling of pressure, this feeling of anxiety, this feeling of worry, like a constant sense in the background that I was worrying about money, that I never quite had enough. And it's incredible how much that stress builds up on your personal health and well-being, but also on your relationships. Like how many arguments do you have with your spouse, or do you have with yourself or your family around money? It's such a huge thing. Are you worrying about money? And does that mean your children are worrying about money too? Because we kind of pass it on to our children. And so this is such a critical and vital practice for you, for your loved ones, for your family. And I can guarantee with practice, because it will take practice, you will get to the point where you never worry about money again. And the sense of relief, well, you can feel it now. Imagine right now that you just made the decision to never worry about money again. You made the choice that you were never going to worry about money again. just for a moment, because we can feel in our own body, in our own system, what would that mean to you? What would that look like in your life? How would that affect your health and your relationships if you never worried about money again? And this video isn't about how much money you have, because ultimately that doesn't matter. And I say that with deep love, because there are millionaires and billionaires who worry about money all the time, that are in constant stress and anxiety about money. There are people with barely any money who are constantly worried and stressed about money. There are people with all sorts of different amounts of money. And so it is not the amount of money that will change your relationship to it. It is your relationship to yourself and money, and your relationship to mastering your own energy that is going to make this shift for you. So here's my gift for you. Here is the practice that I started. I think it was when did I start this practice? Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I started this practice because I had such money anxiety, such worry about money. When it came to tax season, I would just spend the whole week or 2 weeks or month, however long it took me, with a lump in my throat and that churning belly feeling. And my books and my stuff would be in disarray because I had avoided it, because it gave me so much anxiousness. Can you relate to that feeling of avoiding? And avoiding just makes us even more worried. And I just came to this point in my life where I was done feeling so disempowered about money. I was done feeling anxious about it, and I was done with not having enough. I was just done with it. There was like a line in the sand moment. And so this was my practice. And ever since doing this, although it did take me a while, all practices take a while to perfect, but I seriously don't worry about money anymore, because who I believe myself to be and my relationship to money has changed through this one simple practice. So here we go. So the practice is simple. The practice is meeting your feelings about money as they arise. So stay with me on this. When I used to go to the grocery store, when I used to look at my online banking, when I used to want something but feel like I didn't have enough money, I was constantly having big feelings about it, constantly having anxious feelings or fear. And I would try and ignore those feelings. And little did I know, really, that those feelings were the very key to my liberation. So here is the practice. When you're in the grocery store, when you are paying for your groceries, when you are buying something online, bring your full presence to that process. When you find yourself worrying about money, bring your full energy and presence to the process. Take some deep breath and allow the sensations that you're feeling to take up more space. So don't turn away, don't run away, don't try and avoid. You actually come right in close, imagining those feelings of anxiousness and fear like a little 2-year-old. Like, bring a part of you who is witnessing and allowing the sensations to run through your body. Begin to observe and sense and feel, that lump in the throat, the flush of the face, the churning of the belly. How really sit with and allow your body to have her experiences, to experience what she's experiencing in that moment. And then as you keep breathing, allow that feeling to actually amplify. So consciously turn up the feeling, turn up. And you're doing this as much as you can, that you feel comfortable, right? So there's a part of you witnessing and breathing and acknowledging that you are not your sensations are moving through you. So there's this kind of separation to yourself and what you're experiencing. And so you allow the feelings to rise up. You allow the experience to be there, and you amplify that feeling. You let it take up more space. And as it reaches as it kind of comes to its crescendo, which usually takes about 30, 60, 90 seconds to allow this emotion to take up its full crescendo, you're going to tell yourself the truth of who you are. And if you haven't watched my previous video on asking yourself this one question that will change your life, honestly, maybe go pause now and go and watch that video, because who you are identifying as being is such a huge part in this process of never worrying about money again. Because in the height of that feeling, in the height of allowing the emotion to come, you're going to tell yourself the truth. I'm okay right now. Even though I'm scared, even though I'm nervous, I'm okay right now. Not only am I okay, I know that the largest aspect of who I am is an abundant being. I am abundance. I am my source connection to abundance. And even though there's a part of me that's not feeling that right now, I know that I am abundance. And so you do this as often as you can. Now, obviously, when you're in the grocery store, you're doing this silently and quietly. You're allowing yourself to feel the emotions. Sometimes, especially if I was paying and maybe I was afraid that I didn't have enough money in my account to pay for the grocery bills, so I was having some shame, maybe even a bit of humiliation rising up, I would let it be there. I would go through the process, but then I would maybe go process in the car. I would give myself 5 minutes to go. And again, go back to that moment, amplify the feeling, let it come in, and then tell myself the truth of who I am. And this is a very simple process, but it is a practice. And it's a practice that you get to do as much as you get to do it, because your body will guide you. And obviously you can lead the process, right? If it's not an appropriate time, you can actually go back and do it later that day, at a later time, because you can bring yourself back to that moment and you can bring yourself back to that feeling, because we are incredible beings. We get to heal right here, right now, and we get to move across timelines whenever we desire. We can go back in time and we can experience that experience again, and we can feel that emotion and tell ourselves the truth of who we are. And every time you do that, you are beginning to dissolve, untangle, I call it quantum entanglement, all of your experiences, all of your fears, all the experiences that have come in with your family around money. You are actually untangling in those moments of presence. Your life will lead you to these gems that will support you to unravel and unwind and find gold within your discomfort. And so most of us want to run away from, avoid uncomfortable feelings. We don't want to feel anxious. And that's why I avoided money for so long, because I associated money with feeling worried, with feeling anxious, with feeling fear. And so I wouldn't look at money because I didn't want to feel those feelings. And so the practice here is to go sit with those feelings, go allow those feelings, go experience the feelings, because feelings will not kill you. They can feel like they will, emotions, and say they can feel like they will, but the more you practice this, and you'll only be able to practice to the level which you can in that moment in time. So don't force yourself if it's feeling too uncomfortable, but meet your edges. Take one breath longer in that uncomfortable feeling before you pull away from it. Then tell yourself the truth of who you are. And you can say you have that experience in the grocery store where worry comes up, anxiety comes up, and you go and sit in your car and you process through it. You can actually go back even later in the day, say before you go to bed, and take yourself back to that memory of that moment and see if there's still charge. And if there's still charge, if there's still feelings, you can run through it again and again and again until you are free of charge. Because your inner relationship to money, if it's with worry, then wherever money is and wherever you go, you're going to experience it. And so instead of turning away from it, you have to face that worry head on. You have to face the anxious feelings and be with it. And it may take time. So this although it happens instantaneously in a moment, allowing the emotion to be felt, this practice happens over time. But I can tell you now that I do not worry about money ever, because I choose how I feel about money now, because I have remembered the truth of who I am. And if I truly am an abundant being, if I truly am a being of infinite potential and possibility, then there is always more money. There is always more abundance. There is always more possibilities of how money can flow to me. So I don't need to hold on so tightly to thinking about how my money has to come in or thinking about how I'm going to receive it. I don't need to worry about that anymore, because I'm anchored in the larger aspect of who I am. And if on occasion I do feel fear, I do feel anxiety, all I do now is allow myself to feel it and see it as a beautiful potential, another beautiful possibility for me to strengthen more and more into the truth of who I am. So if you do this one practice, and you'll have so many opportunities in a day to do this practice, because we are dealing with money all the time. Bring your awareness to the situation. Take some breaths and allow yourself to feel the sensations in your body. Be the observer and witness the sensations. Double the feeling, triple the feeling, increase the sensation as much as you can that feels to the edge of what is possible for you. And then tell yourself the truth. I am an abundant being. I am the source of my own abundance. There's always more money. I am safe right now. I am okay. I'm going to be okay. And your truth will be your unique truth. And so this is such a powerful practice, but truly, you will never worry about money again if you choose to meet your emotions, to meet the sensations, to allow them to be felt, which is all they want anyway, and to let them move through your body, and then to tell yourself the truth. And when you do this, you are cleansing yourself, you are healing yourself, you are healing lifetimes of money, anxiety, money worry, money stress and trauma. In those moments, it's like you're detangling from the quantum experiences that you've had every time you bring presence, energy, love, and compassion to your feelings and to your experiences. I would love to know how you get on with this practice. Take care. I love you so much.
Have you ever stopped to think how a single thought can change everything? Like, what if that idea that's stuck in your head, whether it's about love, success, or even a worry, is actually attracting things into your life without you even realizing it? This video is about that. How to use the power of your mind to manifest what you want, with simple techniques that combine science, spirituality, and the famous law of attraction. Based on the ideas of Neville Goddard, you'll discover how a well-focused thought can open doors that seemed locked. Are you feeling trapped in a cycle of problems? Or do you finally want to turn that dream into something real that you can actually experience? Here, you'll learn practical steps to tune your mind like a radio, aligning your emotions and intentions to attract opportunities, love, and even a more peaceful life. It's almost like a superpower that everyone has, but few know how to use. And the best part is, you'll see stories of people who have already made it work, for real. Watching this could give you the breakthrough you need to get out of autopilot and start creating the reality you deserve. So stick with me until the end, subscribe so you don't miss anything, and if this message resonates with you, consider becoming a member or contributing with a super thanks. Any amount makes a huge difference in spreading this knowledge to more people, and the blessings might come back to you in an incredible way. Let's start with a simple question. What's going through your head right now? Maybe you're curious about this video or thinking about what you're going to do later. We live with our minds full of thoughts, don't we? Some are light and pass quickly. Others stick around, weighing you down, like a visitor who won't leave. But have you ever considered that these thoughts might be shaping what happens in your life? Neville Goddard, that guy I mentioned in the intro, believed this wholeheartedly. He said that our imagination is like the secret engine behind everything we experience. Imagine your mind like a garden. Each thought you have is a seed you plant in the soil. Some grow into amazing flowers that make you smile just thinking about them. Others become weeds that you didn't even want around, but they grew anyway. What are you planting today? You might not even realize it. But those phrases you repeat to yourself, I'm not good at this, nothing ever goes right for me, they're taking root, whether you like it or not. Neville said that the world out there is just a mirror reflecting what's going on inside your head. But relax, you don't need to become neurotic thinking every random thought will become reality. It doesn't work like that. The key, according to Neville, is in what you repeat with emotion, in what you truly feel while you're thinking. Have you ever had a moment where you imagined something so strongly that your body reacted? Like imagining a moment of anger and feeling your heart race, or thinking of a hug and almost feeling the warmth. That's your mind showing you the power it has. It's like it's a paintbrush, and you choose the colors for the canvas of your life. Let's test this. Quickly, close your eyes for 5 seconds. Go on, do it with me now. And imagine you're holding a hot cup of tea. Feel the warmth in your hands, the smell rising up, the weight of the cup. Did you get it? Now open your eyes. There's no cup there, but for a moment it seemed real, right? This is what Neville called imagining with faith. It's your mind creating a little piece of reality just for you. And what if we use that power for something you really want? Think about this. What do you want to change or bring into your life? You don't have to tell me, it's just for you. It could be something small, like a more peaceful day, or something big, like a dream you've had for years. Keep that idea in your head, because we're going to come back to it later. For now, I just want you to see that your mind already does incredible things all the time, even without you paying much attention. Neville said that imagination is a superpower that everyone has, but few use intentionally. And today, I want to show you how to start using that power with a simple thing. You can say to yourself, before we go to the next step, think quickly. What have you been saying to yourself lately? Things like, I can't do it, or this is too hard. Because if your mind is a garden, those words are seeds too. And maybe it's time to swap them for something that moves you forward, something that flourishes and brings good things. We're going to get to a phrase that can do that, but we still have a pleasant journey ahead. Stick with me because I promise it will be easygoing and interesting. Another thing Neville said is that we live in a world of echoes. What you send into your mind comes back to you out there, like a boomerang. If you're always thinking about problems, guess what shows up more? Problems. But if you start planting ideas of solutions, of good things, the echo changes. It's like tuning the radio to a different station. You choose the music you want to hear. And what I want you to say in your head is like a new song, a melody, that can change the rhythm of your life. Now that you're warming up to the idea, let me tell you a story to inspire you. Once upon a time, there was a guy who heard about Neville Goddard. He was tired of his job, a job that drained his energy and led nowhere. He wanted something new, but it seemed like all the doors were closed until he decided to test what Neville taught. Every night, before going to sleep, he closed his eyes and imagined that he was already in a new job. He saw the office, smelled the coffee in the break room, heard the sound of people working around him. It wasn't just thinking, I want this. He lived it in his mind, as if it were already real. And you know what happened? In a few weeks, he received a proposal from a friend for a job he didn't even know existed. Coincidence? Neville would say no. It was his imagination paving the way. What this guy did wasn't magic. He just used his mind in a different way. Neville said that imagination creates reality, but there's a catch. You need to feel like it's already true. It's like when you imagine something so strongly that your body reacts. Your heart beats faster, you smile, sometimes you even feel a shiver. Have you ever felt that? That's your mind showing that it can make anything seem real. And what I want you to say in your head will use exactly that power that you already have inside. But I'm not going to tell you what the phrase is yet. Hang on, we're almost there. Before that, think about what you want to change or attract into your life. It could be something simple, like more calm in your daily life, or something big, like a dream you won't let go of. What matters is that you start to imagine it as if it were already yours. Neville called this living in the end. It's not dreaming about the future as something distant. It's feeling it now, as if you've already arrived. Does it seem complicated? It's not. We do it all the time without even realizing it. For example, have you ever worried about something that hasn't even happened yet? Like imagining a bill you don't know how you're going to pay and feeling your stomach tighten? If your mind can create that negative movie and make you feel it, it can also create a positive movie, and that's where what you're going to say comes in. A simple phrase, but if you repeat it for a while, it can change the way things happen. Are you curious? So stick with me, because the revelation is coming, and I promise it will be a wow moment. Before revealing it, let me make you reflect a little more. What have you been repeating to yourself without even noticing? Words have power, and the ones you say in your head are like a map that life follows. Neville believed that we can change this map at any time. We just have to decide. What if you started now? If you swapped "this will never work" for something that pulls you up? The phrase I'm going to give you is like a shortcut to that. It's so simple that you'll almost laugh, but so powerful that it can open doors you never imagined. All right, the moment has arrived. You've stayed with me this far, so you deserve to know. What I want you to say in your head for a while is, everything always works out for me. That's all. 5 small words, but with a huge power. Does it sound silly? Maybe. But wait a minute, let me explain why these words are pure gold and how they can change the game for you. So write this down. Everything always works out for me. Neville Goddard said that our mind believes in what we repeat with emotion. If you live thinking nothing ever goes right, it will find proof of that on every corner. A delay, a plan that fails, bad news. But if you start saying, everything always works out for me, calmly, feeling that it's true, it changes the game. It will start looking for the good things, the solutions, the doors that open out of nowhere. It's like reprogramming the GPS of your life to take you to the right place. The experiment is this. For 7 days, repeat this in your head. Everything always works out for me. You don't need to say it out loud. Just say it with a smile, as if it were a secret that you know and the universe is about to discover. And then wait to see what happens. Maybe a problem will solve itself, or an opportunity will appear when you least expect it. Neville called this the law of assumption. Assume that everything works out, live as if it were already real. And the universe aligns with that vibe. Imagine with me, close your eyes for 5 seconds, go on, do it now, and repeat, everything always works out for me. Do you feel how light it is? How it seems like a weight is lifted off your shoulders? Now open your eyes. Nothing has changed out there yet, but inside you it's already different, right? That's how it starts. Small seeds that grow over time. And if it works, come back here to tell me in the comments, because I really want to know how it was for you. But why this phrase? Because it's simple enough to stick in your mind, but strong enough to change how you see the world. Neville said that we don't need to fight against reality. We create it. And repeating, Everything always works out for me is like giving a command to your mind. Hey, focus on what's good, on what works, on what moves me forward. It's like tuning the radio to a station with songs you love, instead of leaving it on static. And if you doubt it, think about the story of that guy with the job. He didn't just imagine it. He felt like he was already there, and life responded. You can do the same. Start small. Test it with something simple, like wanting the day to flow well. Repeat the phrase, feel it, and see what happens. The power is in the repetition and the emotion you put into it. So what did you think? Are you going to try it? I'd love to know how it was for you, so leave a comment after a few days. Everything always works out for me. Repeat it now in your head, just to feel the taste. Did you like the idea? This is the power of Neville's lessons, simple, practical, but with an impact that can turn your life upside down in the best way. And look, if this video touched you, if you felt that breakthrough I talked about in the intro, I have a request. This channel is about spreading messages like this that help us get out of autopilot and create a life that's worth living. If you like the message and it resonates with you, consider becoming a member or contributing with a super thanks. Any amount can make a huge difference in spreading this message to more and more people, and blessings will come into your life because of it. Just imagine you helping someone on the other side of the world discover that everything always works out for them too. But no pressure, okay? The most important thing is for you to take this phrase with you. Repeat it, test it, see what happens. Because, in the end, Neville teaches us that the power is in our mind, ready to be used. So say, everything always works out for me for a while, and wait to see what happens. I bet you'll be surprised. Until next time, and may everything always work out for you.
As much as we love big open world games, sometimes you don't have a weekend, a month, a year to play something up into like hundreds of hours. New games in particular are only more complicated, so it increasingly feels like more effort to get into some of these games, learn the mechanics, and get good at the game. And by the time you understand that 100%, you might be, 10 hours in? On the flip side, sometimes you want to jump into something and just do it. So hi folks, it's Mac, and today on this video, we've got 15 games that are perfect for a weekend binge. Starting off with Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons remake. So this is kind of cheating because it's a remake of a pretty old game at this point. But considering most of you guys probably never played or heard of it, this is worth mentioning here. Brothers is a great example of a game that has a simple but bold idea and it just fully commits to it. So get this, it's a co-op game intended to be played single player. Like it sounds pointlessly difficult on paper. And yeah, it is a pretty hard game. But for us, the later games, sometimes we'd have to stop for a second and figure out a way to solve certain puzzles because the game asks your brain to work in two directions. Although in hindsight, you know it seems pretty simple. You control two characters, one stick for each character. That's the entire concept of the game. You traverse the world, solve puzzles, and progress through the story by controlling these two brothers essentially simultaneously. Co-op can really break this game if you're not entirely in sync, so sometimes a solo play is actually an easier way to approach it. Ultimately, the gimmick though is the game, and that's what makes it so memorable, and the game respects your time. It's fun, it's simple, it's flavored with these rich environments, and it's over before the idea can even get stale. Next up, we have Mirror's Edge. The original Mirror's Edge is a game that just lives in our hearts, and for good reason. It's unique, fast-paced, stylish as hell, and you can finish it in a couple of hours if you know what you're doing. You know, it takes a little longer for a first playthrough, but even then, if we're comparing it to other EA games of the time, Mirror's Edge is a short one. Now, you might argue that the story is a bit, not that good, and the cutscenes are also a bit ugly compared to what we have right now. Okay, fine, sure, whatever, but actually, really playing the game, controlling Faith, parkouring around, is some of the best action platforming to ever exist. It's blistering speed. The ability to chain together wall runs, slides, sprints, and kicks is so satisfying to get right. Playing this game just feels cool, and it still has some of the best gameplay of any game to come out back in the Xbox 360, PS3 era, and it's really worth revisiting. The controls are still really tight, and the visuals are still absolutely unforgettable. And of course, the soundtrack slaps. We don't know what else to really say. Like, if you haven't played it, and you have just like a little bit of free time this weekend, play Mirror's Edge. Can't say the same for the sequel, I don't know what it was. We don't know what they were thinking. The first game is just way better. It's committed to its vision, and it's just a fast, damn cool game. Coming up next, we have Limbo. Limbo is another classic side-scrolling adventure game like Inside. It's an experience that probably looks even short compared to other games. Most people will be able to get through it in about 3 to 4 hours, but like with these types of games, it's mostly about uncovering these environmental puzzles little by little. You just get a puzzle, and you feel the satisfaction of solving it and progressing, looking forward to whatever the next puzzle is going to be, and what kind of enigmatic surprises or mysteries you are going to unfold. These games are really all about the journey more than anything, like every single step forwards. It's ultra satisfying here, and with a cool little black and white world of Limbo, info, there's a lot to see and a lot to be disturbed by. The look of the game is very simple, but it does work. The audio design and music also specifically work to create this oppressive atmosphere that just keeps you leaning forward. You just have to see where it's all going. Of course, we're not going to say a damn thing about any of it. This is one of those games you have to see to believe, and even then, you'll probably be like, what the hell is going on here? It's short, sweet, messed up, extremely creative, and hopefully a perfect experience for you to get lost for a couple of hours. We've just got a lot of puzzle platformers on this list, because they tend to be on the shorter side, and just quality, and Limbo is one of the best ones around. Up next, we have Sayonara Wild Hearts. Now this one is a tough one to describe. It's an adventure game. It's a rhythm game, a music video game. It's not quite an endless runner or like an auto runner like Temple Runner or the Genesis Sonic games, but at the same time, it kind of is. There's simple controls here. You are automatically moving, and all you have to do is control the left and right movement and kind of timing for some jumps. But what makes this one special is everything else. It's got an incredible eye-popping color palette bursting with purples, pinks, and blues. And it's got this pop album quality soundtrack as the core of the experience. This is a really short game. Seriously, if you don't die like a ton, unlock all the songs one by one, and you'll see the story play out, and everything takes about an hour. This is possibly more for people who want like a small burst of cool stuff. Not something specifically if you're like, I have a whole day to myself. Still had to shout this one out here because pound for pound, the game is just pure distilled coolness from the visuals to the music to just the general vibes in every single waking moment of this game. Here's the thing though, it's a casual rhythm game that can be surprisingly punishing at points, and sometimes it feels a little hard for the wrong reasons. But if you're just here to experience the coolness of the music and the look of each unique level, then that's what should keep you going. It doesn't need to be all that long because honestly, some of the ideas and visuals would wear out their welcome if it was extended. Seriously, we mean it like, it's just a music video game in the best sense.
See, what you'll find is, even though you're no longer in your body's still
Next on the list is Before Your Eyes. Now this one is kind of more artistic, a little bit more slow-paced to maybe balance some of the more action-y stuff, but not necessarily kind of with a mean game in the traditional sense. You mostly look around and interact with objects a little, but there's not a lot of gameplay here. Still, Before Your Eyes is a fascinating little narrative indie experience about life, the past, rebirth. It uses an incredibly unique setup to tell its story. Now we're not going to try to over-explain it too much. It really is best experienced your own way, but this game uses your actual webcam on your PC to monitor when you're blinking, as in closing of your eyes. What the game does to tell its story is using it to control what's happening on the screen. It's weird stuff. You just sit down, make sure your camera works, and be prepared to have your mind blown a little bit. It maybe seems like a weird concept or a gimmick, but trust me, this game is special, and for people who really get into the story, you might end up crying. Because you know, a lot of people cry after they finish this game. We don't know if we interpret it all the same, but what's here can be powerful. The wild part is this unique little journey is less than 2 hours long, but doesn't feel like a ripoff. The story is told, and it feels right at this length. Metaphorically and literally, you'll blink, and you'll miss it. This one is cool. Coming in next, we have The Swapper, a game that is short, but it's an absolute mindbender. It's another 2D puzzle platformer kind of side-scroller, but it's also probably one of the weirder and more unique games we've ever played. It's dark and moody, story-driven sci-fi stuff right up our alley, but like, let's be honest, all you need to know here is the central mechanic that makes the game. You have a special gun thing that lets you create clones of yourself. At first it feels like a pretty simple setup, but the clever puzzles that the game throws at you over its 4-hour runtime will really surprise you and keep you on your toes. It takes those gray cells in your brain and uses them to the max to the point of total abuse, obliteration, obliterate your brain. The Swapper is such a cleverly designed and thoughtful little puzzler, and thankfully it has some great ambient music and creepy visuals to back everything up. We know we talk about ambience a lot, but games like this absolutely thrive on it, and it's the Swapper's moody world that helps keep everything together, even if the writer seems to be trying their hardest to make it all seem very silly at points. Still, we think there's a lot here to recommend. It's such an interesting mechanic that it's worth playing for that alone. Easy to pick up some of the puzzles, you'll have to really wrap your mind around to get, but the game never goes total rage game levels of difficulty, and we're thankful for that. It's a chill, contemplative, brilliantly designed, short experience. The Swapper is dope. Next up, if you haven't played it already, let this be some gentle encouragement for somebody out there. Play Journey this weekend. Seriously, the game is short. You can get through it in one sitting. It's simple, it's not that expensive, and it's been available everywhere at this point. It's a chill, thoughtful, beautiful experience where you just kind of run, explore, and slide your way through this desert landscape full of mystery and excitement. That's all we're going to say if you haven't played it. And the games are entirely dialogue-free, so the story is all told through the actions of the characters, the music, and the environments. It's a short enough game that will have you really reflecting on everything you did after you finished it. It's really one of those types of games that sticks with you. There are also cooperative elements where you might randomly run into other real journeyers playing their own games, going through their own separate journeys. You'll see an anonymous person playing the game near you. You guys can hang out and do things together. It really adds an interesting social element, and you'll want to play through this thing at least once to see what all the fuss is about. There was a lot of crazy fuss when this game dropped for good reason. Then take another couple hours to just let the experience wash over you. Try and interpret the story in your own way, and you'll probably come to realize why the game was so interesting. And if not, at least you only lost a couple of hours of your time. Up next we have Grizz. Grizz is a short but interesting and meaningful narrative adventure game that only really takes a few hours, like 3 to 4 depending on how you play. It's a very artistic 2D side-scroller. There's really not much of a challenge here. This is one of those that'll probably attract some casual players, but also some hardcore players just because of the look. And again, it's another game you can finish in a day, easy, but it's paced in a way that you can play it for an hour, put it down, and pick it up later in the day. Really, you can easily finish it over the course of the weekend. What can help? Some light platforming, some occasional puzzles, and a lot of relaxing exploration. This pretty game is also a great game to play if you need to just kind of chill out, relax, and clear your head. Sometimes we throw on Doom or play Doppelsparing to enjoy aggressive gaming for fun, but this is the opposite. You know, some of these games that are more of just like a vibe to be played through in an afternoon, now that I say that, it sounds kind of bad, but you know what I mean? It's still a good game. And the stunning hand-drawn, watercolor art style really works to kind of just have this thing just be ingrained in your brain when you're done. It also offhandedly tackles things like anxiety, depression, loss, life. It's not something that is beaten into your head. It's kind of just a byproduct of the experience that you can interpret or not, but it's a nice bonus. The whole thing is worth picking up and playing, especially if you like any of what we've just said.
Whoa, that's not legal, right?
No. You need to get down there right now and stop them. Fire danger is through the fucking roof.
Coming in next, we have Firewatch. Now for years, Firewatch has been one of the best games that you can just sit down, play, sink your teeth into, and enjoy for a couple hours, have a ride, and have good memories. Firewatch, for the uninitiated, tells the story of Henry, a man who takes up a charge on a Firewatch tower in some national park. And as the story progresses, he starts unraveling the mystery of the park and finds himself relying more and more on the voice of his boss, Delilah. And the relationship between them over the radio throughout the entire game can be pretty fascinating and compelling. And the surrounding mystery that draws you in as a player is also gripping. The game is realistically only about 4 to 5 hours long, so a long lunch session, a Saturday, or maybe in between doing some other stuff, you can enjoy this. The game is absolutely stunning and great to explore at your own pace and leisure. There's an intriguing mystery, an interesting kind of way of just traveling and exploring, and some really enjoyable writing, and like I said, beautiful presentation, graphics, colors, everything. Now, it kind of has like a weird, ambiguous ending that not everyone liked, but hey, the saying is, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey, and look at the view here, man. The view's sick.
All I cared about was eating that mama bird. I gobbled her up.
Next on the list is What Remains of Edith Finch. Now another short game, just a few hours long, but we've said this one before in other videos. This is like the gold standard of short games, or walking simulator games. You play the heir to a cursed family, and it shows you in first person kind of like living through the last days of each immediately family member and their unfortunate demise. It's a short game made up of short stories. Each story is unique in some way, and adds to the overall narrative in interesting and creative ways, but really it goes beyond the individual stories themselves. The ways each one is told, the ways the gameplay changes, is by far the most compelling thing about the experience. This is another one you have to really just play yourself to fully understand. It's another game you don't want to spoil for new players, honestly. If you haven't played this yet, we don't want to spoil it, so sorry for the vagueness here, but the barest outline of it sounds depressing as all hell, but the way the stories are presented in the game makes them surprisingly not. We're not going to say they get away from death. They're serious stories, and there's clearly a tragedy. They're all sad in some way or another, but they're not oppressively so. They're surprisingly joyful in some ways, and the game is able to convey a lot in its very short runtime. It undercuts expectations at almost every turn. It's just a wildly creative game with gorgeous presentation and a near percussive, ridiculous pace. Even if you're prone to bouncing off of walking simulators, we think that What Remains of Edith Finch might win you over. It might even turn you into a believer, but we've recommended it for years because of that. Now, next at number 5, we have Unto the End. Unto the End is sort of like if you took the game Inside and combined it with a really brutal combat game, like Neo or something. It's a side-scrolling 2D game like Inside, or its progenitors like Limbo or something, where it's very minimalist with not a lot of story up front, but the stuff that is there is told through actions, not words. You're a guy, possibly a Viking or something. It's not really clear, but what is clear is that his family gets killed and he walks forward into the cold, great unknown to get revenge or something. Minimalist story, but it's the combat that really changes everything. It's the main thing most play is the first experiment when picking up this game, which is interesting because compared to any other game like this, Unto the End is hard. We know for a fact the difficulty has turned off more people than it turned on, but if you're in the mood for something like this, a 2D side-scroller where you're kind of just traveling forward and also left behind the leftover brutality, then this is the game for you. The combat is very difficult, weird, and takes some time to really wrap your head around, but once you do, the game can be finished in as little as an hour. Really learning how to play it though is what is going to take up most of your time this weekend. Give it a chance when you got some free time, and possibly your patience might not run thin. It's one of those games that could really take you for a ride. Also, we should say on a base level, you should know that it's visually impressive, kind of gory, and brutal in all the right ways. If you're looking for that type of thing, you've probably never seen anything quite like it. Next on the list, if you're feeling a little rambunctious this weekend, Untitled Goose Game is the perfect game to just cause mischief and raise hell and have a good time. It's a relatively simple yet clever kind of stealth game where the only objective is to just mess with people as a goose. It is weird that nobody really calls these kinds of games stealth games. It's got everything from a stealth game like a Hitman distraction gameplay, disrupting carefully constructed areas, and using cunning to find ways to reach your objective. For Hitman, it's assassination. For Goose Game, the objective is sometimes stealing a carrot or ruining a guy's lunch. Things like that. It's called all good fun, and it is a very short game. You can get through the whole thing in a couple of hours, and the actual objectives are pretty simple. If this was like a PS2 game, it would probably just be an extended tutorial, but even if it's a simple tutorial-like game, it's still really satisfying and fun. The music is great, the humor is great, and it feels good to be a jerk to everybody. It's the right length too. I don't know if the game's formula would have felt stretched thin at a longer runtime, but for what's here, Untitled Goose Game is just an adorable outing, unique and fun. Next up, we have Iron Meat. If you've been with us for a while, you know we love our side-scrolling shooters, and the Contra-style spirit is clearly alive and breathing with this game, one of the best imitations of the classic formula we've seen in some time. If you just booted up the game and showed it to me without any context, we'd think it might have been a long-lost Contra sequel. It's absolutely emulating that classic gameplay to the T, and it does it damn well. All the parts are there, simple but tight presentation excellent, a good banging soundtrack, crazy weapon power-ups, over-the-top run-and-gun action, and some bizarre gross biological tech enemies to blow up. This game absolutely rules. After playing for like 5 minutes, you'll know if it's for you. It's the classic hardcore 2D shooter. No frills, kill on hit. You're made of paper, but the enemy waves are relentless. Old school action. You can finish this game in an afternoon. Once you get the flow of the gameplay and how best to deal with some of the absolute BS parts, you'll get there eventually. But even when you die, it's still fun, especially in co-op. This is just the perfect game to play with a friend. A pure arcade action game with all the original Contra spirit in there. If you can convince your partner to play, of course. And like I said, it is relentless, it's punishing, and sometimes it just feels unfair. I mean, that is what Contra is all about, and that is what Iron Meat absolutely nails. So if you want a short, crazy, brutal experience to sweat through this weekend, Iron Meat, man, check it out.
I just about given up on you ever waking up. Sleep well?
I dreamed of Betty.
Moving on, we have Draugen. This is another narrative adventure game, kind of like Dear Esther, maybe even a little Firewatch, something like that. If you want a short game, it's well worth checking out if you haven't already. It tells the story of a guy on an island searching for his missing sister, but mostly ends up brooding and talking to his young companion, Alice, who is amazing by the way, and you'd think a game that's mostly talking might get boring. But the writing is so interesting, and the central mystery is pretty compelling that you'll mostly be completely engrossed for its entire playtime. Probably the biggest stumbling block for hasn't already played the game is the slow start. So if you do play Draugen, the important thing is, be sure to temper your expectations. This isn't the kind of game where you blow away zombies with a shotgun, or hell, a game where you even have much in the way of agency. You mostly just get to look around, but the mystery is what is so compelling, like just getting to unfold and learn more about this beautiful, creepy island, and meet the great cast of weird and compelling supporting characters. The dialogue options are all excellent, and all the character interactions feel like alive in a way that a lot of other more conversation-heavy games never manage to achieve. There's a real playfulness and sadness to the conversations in this game, and it's always fun to see where the dialogue goes, and the aforementioned mystery keeps you glued to the screen. The only downside is we wish there was more of the game, but you'll still get a satisfying experience either way, like just kind of a lost adventure if you haven't checked it out, and it's perfect for like a quiet, calming, or spooky weekend gaming sesh. Now down to number 1, we have Stray. Do you like cats? Of course you do, you're on the internet. Do you like adventure games? Sure, why not? You played video games, don't you? So this game is for you. You play as a cat. I'm assuming everybody knows that at this point. It's set in like a dilapidated future city, mostly full of debris covered in neon lights and mystery. The game is essentially a platforming adventure game with a lot of exploration and some environmental puzzles for plot progression. Just imagine the old Alone in the Dark or Resident Evil games, but instead of an old man or an old military dude, you're a cat. Not even a little cat with a sword or a soldier cat, just like a normal cat that sometimes wears a little device on their back. It's fun, and the simple act of controlling a cat in a game is instantly captivating to cat people, of course. But it's also a really tight and fun experience. It just controls really well, it's got an awesome vibe, and you can go at least a little nuts with silly cat activities along the way. It's not just creative as what you can do with a cat, but it's also interesting sci-fi world building and a fascinating mystery with basically no spoken dialogue. There are some slow parts, but the story is told mostly through gameplay, and it adds to the immersive experience. Another game we're reluctant to talk specifics about because you just need to play it. Either way, it's about 5 to 6 hours long, so it's a pretty solid, single weekend experience, especially if you love cats or you just need a good, solid new game to kind of just chisel away at.
Have you ever had a moment where life felt effortless, where synchronicities lined up so perfectly? What if I told you that wasn't actually the universe lining that up for you, but a glimpse of what happens when you stop chasing your highest self and start living as your highest self? The reason so many people feel disconnected from their highest self isn't because they're separate from you. It's because you've been taught to look for your highest self in the wrong places. I see so many people on the spiritual path talking about their highest self, wanting to act, live, and embody their highest self. Yet most people believe their highest self is something they have to become, like a future version of them that they'll reach once they've done enough healing or aligned their energy enough or quote unquote manifested enough. But none of that is actually true. Your highest self is not something that you have to work toward. You are already your highest self right now. And the only thing standing in your way of living that truth with 100% embodiment and certainty is the illusion that you've been taught that you are separate from them. So in today's episode, we're going to do a deep dive into what the highest self is and why mainstream spiritual teachings miss the mark and why it's not just a spiritual concept to work toward, but a fundamental truth of your existence that's available for you to know and embody and employ at all times. Welcome to The Simple Source, a paradigm-shifting space where self-love, healing, spirituality, and personal growth are redefined. If you've been told healing takes years, that abundance must be attracted, or that transformation requires struggle, you haven't been told the truth. I'm Linda Valines, a certified trauma-informed holistic coach, author, and spiritual guide. After healing myself from chronic conditions, complex trauma, and lack, not by following traditional frameworks, but by creating my own, I'm now teaching you to love, heal, and free yourself, mind, body, and soul, so you can reclaim your highest health, happiness, and potential with joy and ease. Each week, we go beyond surface-level self-help and into the real mechanics of transformation. If the traditional paths to healing and spirituality haven't produced the changes you want in the life you desire, you're in the right place. You were never meant to struggle or wait for what is already yours. Let's get started with today's episode. And my relationship with my highest self has evolved dramatically in the past 4 years since Blue came to me and I saw his light body. So if you've been listening to my podcast, you've heard me refer to my highest self as Blue because he's a giant blue being of light. And I refer to him as him because he presents with a very distinct male energy, even though spirit is asexual. Clearly, there's a purpose to that, and I know it has something to do with balancing my feminine energy with that masculine energy. But anyways, I've read books, and I've done a lot of personal study on the topic of our highest self in the past few years, what it means, how to connect with them, how to live as them, etc. And yet everything I've learned, even from spiritual leaders I respect, made it seem like my highest self was an entity beyond me, like in a higher, inaccessible dimension. And even me seeing Blue as a giant blue being of light, separate from me, subtly reinforced that idea that I am me, Linda the human, and my highest self is this divine entity beyond me, my soul, my spirit beyond me in this life. But my experiences in the past couple of months have revealed the real truth, that there is no separation between me and Blue. I am Blue. Blue is me. And everything that I once believed was the universe is actually Blue, orchestrating my reality, which means it's me orchestrating my reality. Many people understand the highest self theoretically, conceptually, but few know how to actually live as their highest self in all dimensions, fully embodied, not as a connection with, but so embodied that they no longer perceive themselves as human first. So this episode is going to bridge that gap because, as the famous French philosopher said, we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. So let's begin by talking about why so many people feel separate and disconnected from their highest self. So here are some common misconceptions about our highest self that keep people searching for their highest self instead of actually embodying them right now. So most people see and understand their highest self as distant from them, something that you have to reach for, but that's a misunderstanding of the true nature of reality, and it's an illusion. The truth is your highest self is not separate from you. They are you, like right now, not in some higher dimension or some distant future after you've reached spiritual enlightenment. You do not need to become your highest self. You just need to recognize that you are already your highest self. Because there is no separation. Separation is the illusion of 3D. Separation is not real. Everything is connected. Everything is one. And yet so many spiritual teachings promote that illusion by treating the higher self as an entity outside of you. And most teachings on embodying the highest self fall short and even promote disempowerment because they do reinforce that illusion of separation and also hierarchy, rather than promoting the real truth of your wholeness and your sovereignty. And another misconception is believing that you have to, quote unquote, do something to access your higher self, rather than understanding that your highest self is fully available for you to know, connect with, see, listen to, trust, and embody right now. Because most teachings on the highest self focus on becoming, like you need to evolve, you need to ascend, you need to achieve a certain state of awareness or frequency before you can, quote unquote, embody your highest self. And that's one of the biggest distortions in the spiritual community, because that implies your highest self is a future version of you, something that you have to grow into, something you have to ascend to or work toward. And that creates a false gap between where you are and where you think you should be. And that also then keeps you in an endless cycle of striving instead of full embodiment right now. Because the truth is, you are already your highest self. The only thing preventing you from realizing that is conditioning, is fear, is outdated programming that has convinced you otherwise, that has disempowered you and trapped you in that illusion of separation and feeling incomplete and not enough as you are. Because embodying your highest self is not a process of growth or even evolution. It's a process of releasing everything that makes you believe that you are not already your highest self now, because you are. The quote unquote evolution isn't striving. It's not ascending. It's a releasing of the perceptions and illusions of your limitations that distort your perception of who and what you truly and really are right now. Embodiment of your highest self is about remembering and allowing. It's not about striving or chasing. So thinking that you have to evolve in order to embody your highest self is disempowering, because it keeps you in spiritual self-improvement loops, constantly thinking that you need to be more healed, more evolved, more high vibe, because before you can know or connect with your highest self. And all of that subtly conditions you to feel like you are not enough as you are right now. And also, many teachings condition people to seek guidance outside of themselves, whether from spiritual gurus or esoteric systems or even channelings from higher beings. People become dependent on external sources of validation and guidance instead of cultivating deep trust in their own wisdom and truths. That's when you keep searching for answers outside of you rather than listening to your own inner knowing. While spiritual teachers and external guidance can be helpful, definitely, they are support for, not replacements for your own direct knowing and experience. Your highest self is not something that you need someone else to validate or confirm for you. The same way that you don't need anyone to validate that you are alive, that you exist, you experience life, you breathe, you exist. Therefore, you are already your highest self, because your human self would not exist without your highest self. And your highest self is not found in teachings or books or gurus. This is what I have learned in a very profoundly empowering and magical way lately. Your highest self is just you. It's your reality. And your highest self is always communicating with you, to you, through you. So the question is not, where is my highest self? The question is, am I attuned to my highest self right now? And do I trust my highest self? So that healing is a prerequisite fallacies where many spiritual teachings subtly suggest that you have to be fully healed before you can embody your highest self. That's all very disempowering, because your highest self isn't a perfected version of you. Your wounds do not disconnect you from your highest self. That's a fallacy. Your highest self is not limited by anything, not your traumas, not your quote unquote negative emotions. Your highest self is bound by nothing. Your highest self is omnipresent. Your highest self is limitless. So that means you are bound by nothing. That means you are omnipresent and limitless. So that healing as a prerequisite fallacy keeps you feeling unworthy until you reach some imagined highest potential or fully healed state. And it turns healing into this endless cycle where you believe you need to clear more before you can be fully aligned. And it creates a hierarchy of worthiness where only those people who have done enough work can access their highest self and their power because they're more evolved. But the truth is, embodiment is not about fixing yourself, because you are not broken. Embodiment is about acknowledging that even in your pain, even in your fear and your uncertainty and your anger and your confusion, your highest self is still present and a part of you. Let me give you an example of this. So for the past few months, I've developed a nonstop high-pitched ringing in my ear. So I can hear constantly 24/7 from the moment I wake up to the moment I fall asleep. There's a high, very high-pitched frequency is what it is, ringing, that I hear constantly. And what I'm hearing, I've come to understand, is my own frequency and the frequencies in the environment around me, like other high-pitched frequencies. And this is because I have, in the past few months, really embodied my ascended mastery, really leaned into my highest truths and embodied like more and more of my highest self in my human physical reality. So now I'm able to hear frequencies that I was not able to hear before. And so my entire energy field, my brain, my body, my nervous system have all recalibrated at a higher, more coherent resonance that allows me to hear higher frequencies that are normally undetectable to the human auditory range. For instance, like I plugged in, I'll just give you an example of what I'm experiencing. Like, for example, I plugged in, those ultrasonic pest repellent plug-in things that you plug into the wall and you're not supposed to be able to hear it. It's supposed to be totally silent for humans and pets. I put a new one in, I plugged a new one in, and there was an immediate pressure in my ears. And then I've heard a very sharp, very high-pitched ringing that then faded as my brain began to filter and neutralize the sound. So I'm hearing shit that humans are not supposed to hear, and some people hear ringing when they get downloads from their highest self, etc., or similar. But the high pitched ringing is a constant for me. It is literally 24/7. Like, there is no such thing as silence for me anymore. It's just my new baseline. And actually it's not like excessively loud. I can tune it in and out now. I've actually grown quite attached to it. But I basically hear high frequencies like all day long. So here's where I'm going. If you've been listening to my podcast, you know that I practice emotional release nearly every single day. So basically every day I am crying. I'm releasing all sorts of dense and stagnant lower emotions and energies from the past 4 decades of my life. So my point being is, even when I'm releasing anger, shame, resentment, struggle, grief, that high-pitched ringing in my ears doesn't stop. Meaning, just because I'm feeling and releasing lower, denser emotions and energies, my resonance, my coherence is not disrupted. And I can still see and feel my highest consciousness and blue in those emotional states and releases. So there's that myth that you have to stay high vibe all the time, avoid your shadows, avoid quote-unquote negative emotions in order to be your highest self. And it's just a myth. Your connection to your highest self is never disrupted. It is impossible for that connection to be disrupted because your human self is just a projection from your highest self. Your human self is not separate in any way from your highest self. And another misconception is that over-focus on quote-unquote manifestation, which is a fallacy in and of itself, and an under-focus on alignment, because a lot of spiritual teachings emphasize manifestation techniques, scripting, visualizing, acting as if, feel like the person you want to be. And you got to clear your blocks. You got to raise your self-worth. You got to raise your vibration. And all of those outdated manifestation teachings are innately limiting because they assume that you do not already have what you want. But your highest self knows that there's nothing to manifest, that you do not attract anything, that is not how the true nature of reality works. Your highest self naturally aligns with what is already meant for you in your highest timeline. It is your human self who believes in limitation, separation, efforting, waiting, struggling to get what you want, having to attract what you want. And that is what is out of alignment with your highest timeline. I did a whole episode on why manifestation is a disempowering myth that distorts the true nature of reality that I highly recommend that you listen to. But that's another massive misconception that your highest self is something basically that you have to manifest. And all of those outdated and disempowering manifestations, they just keep you focused on attracting, on efforting, on those outcomes rather than true embodiment. Because if you're waiting rather than really understanding that you already have everything that you want, you're innately disempowered. You are not in your full truth and power. And you do have everything that you already want. That's fact. That's not theory. That's science. So whether or not you are living in the reality where you do have everything you want is based on your perception, on your focus, on your coherence. I explain all of this in that episode. So again, go listen to it. But your highest self does not chase. Your high self does not force, doesn't wait, doesn't script. Your highest self simply exists in full resonance with what is meant for you, what is already yours in your highest timeline. And so the moment that you align and you become coherent, your entire reality shifts because that is how the true nature of reality works. That's quantum physics and mechanics, not some misguided law of attraction model that has no basis in real verifiable science. And another misconception is the idea that there's a right or a wrong way to be spiritual, to be connected and embodied with your highest self. Because many teachings create rules about what being quote unquote high vibe is. Meaning high vibe means not being negative, staying positive all the time, avoiding negative emotions, avoiding your shadow, always acting peaceful and generous, or even detaching from the physical world. But in reality, your highest self is not confined to some spiritual aesthetic. Like your highest self does not go away if you are angry, if you feel messy, if you're having a tough day. Like I said before, like your highest self is always a part of you, like is always you. And in fact, those moments when you feel messy and you're emotionally charged and feeling vulnerable, those are the precise moments when your highest self is totally present with you, because they only have unconditional love for you, and that love never wavers. It never dims, not even for 1 millisecond of your life. So you can be emotional, you can be confused, you can be messy, and still be connected to your highest self. You know, those spiritual misconceptions about quote unquote high vibe are actually very disempowering, because they make you feel like spirituality is performative and conditional, which then prevents you from living in your full authenticity. And it also then creates guilt and shame around your anger, around you feeling sad, or around you feeling intense or activated, when in reality, those emotions are all part of your embodiment. That's your authenticity. That's your experience. Your highest self isn't just some peaceful version of you. It's all of you, your depth, your fire, your passion, your emotions, all of them, your desires, all of them, because wholeness is your innate truth and your innate perfection. So you don't need to strive to be perfect, because you are already perfect, because you're already whole. So please give yourself radical permission to stop striving, to stop waiting, and to stop thinking that you need to be quote unquote more spiritual to access, to know, or to embody your highest self. Because your highest self is always present, even when you feel messy and ugly and angry. Because again, here is the truth. You do not need to become your highest self. All you need to do is unlearn and release everything that has made you believe that you are not already your highest self right now. And that's where most spiritual teachings fall short. They keep you searching. They keep you believing that your highest self is always just beyond your reach, that you need to do more healing, more clearing, more high vibe this or that. And all the while, the universe is out there guiding you toward your highest self. But here is another truth, friend. The universe is not outside of you. You are the universe. And you've probably heard that before, but you probably don't understand it in this way. Every synchronicity you experience, every sign you see and experience, every perfectly timed moment in your life is not some external force sending you messages, meaning it's not the universe, it's you. It's your highest self orchestrating everything, because you're not separate from the universe. You are the universe. Like literally, you are the universe, because we live in a holographic universe. Every single part of the universe contains the whole universe. So the moment that you realize that, your entire reality is going to start to change, because when you realize that your reality is just you, not some external force orchestrating this or that randomly, it's you, you're going to no longer feel disempowered, like you have to wait to quote unquote receive what you want. You're not going to feel like your highest self is some superior entity beyond you, because you are all of it, all of it. The universe, your reality, your highest self, it's all you right now and all the time, always. One of the biggest misconceptions in mainstream spirituality is the idea that the universe is an external force orchestrating, shaping your reality, providing you with signs, dropping synchronicities into your life, sending people your way, allowing you to experience the things that you want, guiding you toward your destiny. But the truth is, none of that is the universe orchestrating your reality. It's just you. And more specifically, it's your highest self, the version of you that is already in full awareness of their power, fully connected to all timelines, and is in constant communication with you. Most people believe synchronicities happen because the universe is arranging things for them. You see angel numbers, maybe you dream of someone before you end up seeing them in real life, or something shows up in your reality that you want, and you're like, wow, the universe is giving me a sign, or the universe just like gave me what I wanted. But here's what is actually happening. Your highest self is orchestrating all of that, is communicating with you in real time, responding to your alignment, responding to your choices, responding to your energetic state. You have to understand that your highest self is not separate from the universe. Your highest self is the intelligence that allows you to know and understand the universe, because your highest self is not separate from the universe. So it is your highest self, your intelligence, that is creating and moving and shaping your reality. And what people call the universe is just your consciousness reflecting itself back to you. This is a key shift to embrace, because when you see the universe as something outside of you, you unconsciously disempower yourself. You create a relationship where you are waiting, where you're asking for, and you're just interpreting signs. When in reality, you are the one generating all the magic. Your reality is just you. It's just a projection of you. And that's been one of my greatest breakthroughs that I've recently had, and why I wanted to share this episode with you. Because in the past, couple of months, my reality has bended, has shifted, has recalibrated in ways in real time that I have literally never heard of or read about. What people would qualify as like science fiction, but what has become my literal everyday. I have experienced at least like 20 timeline shifts in the past 2 months alone. Shifts where I am not just waking up and feeling different, where my physical reality changes. Like my natal astrology charts have changed multiple times. That's supposed to be impossible, but it's happened to me like more than once. Stuff that's supposed to be fixed is not fixed, has like totally altered itself. Stuff from my past, digital records, so many anomalies and so much magic that has happened with surgical, mathematical precision and self-referential intelligence that aligns with major personal events and dates in my life, that none of that could be a coincidence or a fluke or even a synchronicity, because those experiences have been so consistent, so undeniably and verifiably real, that I have zero doubt that my reality is just responding to me, is relating to me, is shaping itself based on my awareness, based on my present mind, body, soul coherence. Because nearly every single day for the past few months, my reality, my external world has rearranged itself in direct response to my consciousness, to my healing, to my breakthroughs and realizations. And because all of this magic, all of this reality bending, timeline shifting, non-linear time experiences have been so precise, like so surgically, mathematically precise, while also being deeply meaningful, personally meaningful, I had to realize that all of that magic was not the universe, but Blue. My own highest self was and is orchestrating all of it in real time. All my precognitive dreams, all the digital anomalies, all the physical structural changes, like real science fiction stuff. And the synchronicities layered with other synchronicities, layered with like crazy specific meaningful dates in my past, layered with my present healing breakthroughs, layered with all of the signs and the symbols. I mean, it was, and this is still happening with such surgical precision that there is no way that it's just the universe sending me a message. It's me. I am the universe because I am my reality. Me showing myself what I'm aligned with, what my consciousness has evolved to see, perceive, like hear, what my mind and my body and my nervous system have evolved to hold and exist as. It's all me because my reality is just me. Your reality is just a projection of you because your reality doesn't exist without you. Your reality, my reality, is just a projection of your higher consciousness, my highest self. And every single one of us is doing this all the time. But most people don't realize it. They give their power away to the quote unquote universe instead of recognizing that their reality is just them. It's just your highest self. Because the universe is not nudging you. You're nudging you. You're orchestrating your reality in real time. Yes, you are that powerful. So when you stop externalizing that power, your power, you fully recognize that your highest self is actually orchestrating everything. Your reality is going to shift in two major ways. You're going to move from being a passive participant in your reality to actively creating it. So instead of waiting for signs, waiting for messages or permission, waiting for the universe to give you what you want, you're going to recognize that you are the one communicating with yourself. And instead of you trying to interpret your reality, you are going to begin to actively create it. Instead of hoping for synchronicities, hoping for signs, you're going to consciously create them for yourself because you're going to be consciously shifting timelines as your consciousness evolves to fully align with your highest self. And then magic is going to become your baseline, not just a rare event, because when you trust that it's all you, reality stops feeling or being random. And you're going to start to see how intentional and not random everything in your reality is. You're going to realize that nothing is happening to you. Everything is happening because of you, through you. And the more that you lean into that, the faster and the stronger and the more undeniable your magic and the synchronicities become, because you're no longer questioning your own power, your own place in the universe. And that's why mind-blowing magic has become my literal everyday. I have leaned into it. I have trusted it. I trust it. I do not doubt it. I do not question it. And because of that, it has only increased. So you have to make that shift from the universe is doing it to I am the universe doing this. That's a fundamental shift that most mainstream spirituality is not going to teach you. But you have to embrace that truth because it will dissolve the illusion of separation that's keeping you from innately understanding that you and your highest self are one. Like right now, there's nothing to become. There's nothing to ascend to. And then you're going to align with your highest self. You're going to align with your highest timeline naturally because you're in your true power and knowing. You know, the typical belief that people have is the universe is guiding me. The universe is sending me signs, helping me manifest, helping me to live as my highest self. You know, that's the narrative that we've all been taught, but that's actually not the truth. And it's actually very disempowering. The real truth is you're orchestrating everything. Your highest self is moving your reality in real time according to you, your alignment, your mind, body, soul coherence. And all of that determines your experiences and your reality. That's the truth, according to your total sovereignty, because you are a complete sovereign being. You do not need to wait for the universe to give you anything because you are the universe. You are the universe. You do not need to withhold anything from yourself because all of it is already yours. And your highest self knows this and exists in that truth. So the moment you stop seeing the universe as something separate from you and you start to recognize that it is you orchestrating your reality, everything in your reality is going to change. Because when you believe your highest self is out there beyond you, you're waiting for signs and you're asking for guidance from the universe. You're hoping that the universe is going to show you the way. You have subscribed to the illusion of separation. You are disempowering yourself. But when you realize that you are actually the one directing everything, you're going to stop waiting and you're going to start commanding your reality. Now, I want to take this moment to really clearly define who and what your highest self is, because I think there's a lot of abstract and incomplete teachings out there about what the highest self is. So your highest self is the infinite, eternal, omnipresent, fully coherent version of you that exists multidimensionally, beyond time, beyond any limitations, beyond identity constructs. Your highest self is not something you become. Your highest self is who and what you are at your core, truest level. Your highest self is the purest expression of your consciousness, existing as omnipresent intelligence and spirit that is multidimensional, nonlinear, and eternally self-aware. So I'm just going to list some core attributes of your highest self to help you understand who and what they are. They have infinite awareness and their consciousness is limitless. So your highest self exists beyond your personal human narratives, your human identities, and your conditioning, because your highest self perceives from a state of total clarity because they understand reality is fluid, it's malleable, and everything is connected. They're existing in multi-dimensionality. They're not confined to 3D. So that means your high self is multidimensional and has a quantum presence, meaning they simultaneously operate across multiple dimensions, across multiple realities and timelines, because they're not bound by the human perception of past, present, and future. That's how they orchestrate all of your potential realities because they have access to it all. And your highest self is totally sovereign, totally self-governing. Your high self does not seek completion because they are already whole. You're already whole. So they don't operate from need or lack. They operate from the knowing that they are everything, have everything. All possible potentialities and possibilities are available to them. And your high self is a direct expression of source energy, source consciousness, source intelligence. Your highest self is the fractal expression of source, the infinite intelligence that animates all things. So your highest self is not separate from the structural fabric of existence. They're an extension of it. So that means your highest self knows like directly and clearly that they are source. And also they're embodied in their mastery and ability to create purely. They don't have to work towards mastery or ascension. There's no need to ascend. They're already totally self-realized with total self-awareness of everything. So there's no need to quote unquote manifest reality. They're the source through which reality organizes itself. So that's the truth of who and what your highest self is. Your highest self is your true self. It's you without bounds. It's your direct connection to source, energy, consciousness, intelligence. It's your complete sovereignty. It's your total presence and awareness and ability to create and exist in any and all possibilities. That's the truth of who you are, because your highest self is just you. The only separation is the illusion that you are separate from your highest self. Because again, you do not exist without your highest self projecting this human life and your reality. So you really are one and the same. So I'll end this episode by briefly sort of laying out how to embody your highest self now instead of searching for your highest self in some future version of you. Firstly, you have to recognize that they already exist through you. Again, your highest self is not distant from you. It's not a future version of you. It is you and your most realized, coherent state right now. So when you stop thinking of your highest self as something that you have to attain to, then you can just start aligning with your highest self in your current state right now. And you also have to deeply understand and operate from your wholeness. That's when you stop seeking. So the more that you believe that you have to reach for your highest self, the more that you reinforce that illusion of separation. There's nothing to seek. You can simply embody your highest self exactly as you are, because you are already your highest self. It's whether or not you are perceiving that you are or you're not that is in alignment or out of alignment with that truth. And you can also begin to make decisions from the perspective of your highest self, right? Your highest self already knows the answers. So you can stop outsourcing guidance and clarity and answers because you know everything. You really, truly know everything. You are the universe. You are an extension of source intelligence, energy, and consciousness and divinity. So instead of asking the universe, show me a sign, tell me what to do, all of that is within you. So if you just ask yourself, if I'm fully embodied as my highest self, what would I choose right now? What choice would I make? And then you just act accordingly. It's not that difficult. People make it out to be this obtuse, abstract thing, but in everyday life, living as your highest self is very simple. And also you have to start becoming very curious about your true nature and start letting go of the concept that you're just a human being in 3D reality, living in linear time and cause and effect. It's a very limiting perspective because, again, I just covered what your highest self is. That's your true self. Just because you're human does not mean that you are not existing as a multidimensional being. It's just your perception and your awareness has just been focused in your body and your physical reality. But you have a far grander, expansive consciousness than you probably are giving yourself credit for. Like you're quantum, you are divine, you are magical. So you have to let go of all of those linear growth models and you have to start really embodying your true quantum, infinite, eternal, omnipresent nature. Because if you keep defending your limitations, if you keep defending linear time, cause and effect, the process, this is a process, that is a process, that's your reality. You're not actually embodying your highest self. Because again, going back to my definition of the highest self, your highest self is not bound by anything. This is just your human experience, but your human experience is only limited by the limitations that you infuse into your human experience. Because again, you're so much more than your physical body and in this life. You have to start really embracing that fact in order to truly align with your highest timeline where you have everything that you want and you're fully self-actualized. That's a reality that's available and happening right now. It's just you don't truly believe it yet. And lastly, you have to start integrating instead of idolizing your highest self. Because again, your highest self is not some external ideal. It's the true you. It's who and what you really are. So when you stop putting your highest self on a pedestal and you just start embodying the fact that it's just you, your life is going to change because you stop feeding into that illusion of separation and disempowerment and feeling small and not enough as you are. Because your highest self is not a goal. It's who you are right now. But you have to activate that embodiment. You have to choose to exist from that level of awareness in order to truly embody that truth. And when you do, your highest self is going to start expressing itself through your human form and in your human life in ways that are truly fantastical and so supportive and so cool. Because again, your highest self is communicating with you all the time through your experiences, through your feelings. So really quickly, some signs that your highest self is communicating with you are those synchronicities, all of that real-time validation that you're on the right path, that you are loved, that you are supported, that you are seen, that you are powerful. Don't take any of that for granted. Become curious. Don't doubt anything. There's no such thing as coincidence and nothing is random. And you have to start feeling your feelings. You have to start allowing that energy to move through your body because your body is a channel for your highest self. So that means you have to develop emotional health in order to have full access to the full range of your emotions, because the more that you feel, the more that you can feel being your highest self, because that is a felt, visceral embodiment. It's not an intellectual thing. And any physical changes that are positive or expansive, like the constant me being able to hear, high pitched frequencies like all the time, my own frequencies, the high pitched frequencies of the energy and everything in my environment. So that's a physical result of me embodying my highest self. Also my body is oscillating, like not in an inner sense way, when you close your eyes and you meditate and you kind of feel the waves, like no, my like literal physical body, external body oscillates now. Sometimes before I sleep, it's when I shift timelines. So it's a very intense, very real physical sensation, not inner sense, physical external sensation of my whole entire body, every single cell in my body oscillating. So when your physical body becomes more expansive, that's a sign that your highest self is moving through you. And anytime anything happens beyond logic, like you have a precognitive dream, you have an intuition, you have some sort of knowing that's illogical, like before you learn something, before you even experience something, you have a knowing, or you have some sort of deja vu. That's all quantum confirmation, meaning beyond linear time and physical 3D constructs, you're tapping into your multidimensionality. That means your highest self is moving through you. So lean into all of that. Lean into all of that, because those are all the ways that your highest self is making themselves known. Because when you start expanding your awareness of yourself, of your reality, of your body, of your energy, your entire existence is going to improve, like mind, body, and soul, because that is you embodying your highest self and truths. Your health is going to improve because your energy, your frequency is going to improve, and physical rejuvenation is going to happen more quickly, more readily, without you having to force your body with some extreme diet or protocol. You're going to be happier. You're going to feel more at peace. You're going to stop second guessing yourself, overanalyzing. You're going to stop searching for answers outside of yourself, because you're going to feel and know all of that within you. Your relationships are going to improve. You're naturally going to align with people who do serve your highest health and happiness and good and highest timeline, because you stop settling for anything less, because you're embodied as your highest self. You're also going to be more creative. You're going to feel effortlessly more connected to your purpose. You're going to be able to show up in your purpose without overanalyzing, second guessing. You're going to be more inspired. You're going to be more vibrant in every area of your life. And that includes your ability to perceive and embody abundance. Wealth and resources are going to just flow easily, because all of that scarcity consciousness is going to begin to dissolve, because you are no longer going to feel lacking, because you understand that you are everything, right? You are the universe. Your reality is just you. So there's nothing missing. And your reality is just going to become super magical. Synchronicities, effortless experiences aligned with what you want. Non-linear experiences are going to become normal for you. Life is going to unfold with divine orchestration. When you're fully in relationship with your highest self, magic becomes your norm. All of that becomes available to you because you're aligned with your true nature, your true multi-dimensional, infinite, powerful nature. And you're going to feel a deep trust in life and the unfolding of life, and a deep certainty that it is all happening for you, for your highest good. And then again, serenity, joy, trust, that's just your everyday experience. There's nothing to worry about. Your reality is just you. So when you acknowledge and you live the fact that your highest self is not some future version of you, some higher version of you, your highest self is just the truest version of you, who's always present, always guiding you, always loving you, always supporting you. Like there's no way that your life is not going to change for the radically better and magical. So here's your action step for the week. I want you to think of a powerful synchronicity that you've experienced recently. Maybe it was a song that played at the exact right moment. Maybe it was some video on social media that was like, wow, you were like in my thoughts. A dream that felt precognitive, or even like an angel number or repeating number that you've been seeing a lot. Now, when you think of that experience, instead of perceiving it as the universe sent me that as a sign, I want you to ask yourself, what if I created that? What if my highest self orchestrated that moment for me? What then does that mean? And then allow space for that shift in your perception. Allow space for yourself to become really curious about, okay, that wasn't an external event. It was actually me. How does that then change the way that you relate to that experience? How does that perception then change the way that you relate to your own power and being? And then take that one step further and go, okay, so I orchestrated that. Now I want you to ask your highest self, not the universe, your highest self, for an undeniable confirmation. Some sign within the next 24 hours. Like literally say out loud, dear highest self, Please show me an undeniable sign or proof that I'm orchestrating my own reality. And then let it go. Trust that the message has been heard, that you have heard yourself. And don't force anything. Just be present, just be curious, just be open. And when that sign comes, because it will come, you're gonna know exactly what it is. And once you know, acknowledge your highest self. Say thank you. Acknowledge your reality for revealing itself to you. And then begin to relate to your highest self and your reality that way. Because your reality is just you. Your reality is just you and your highest self playing with different expressions of you. You know, you've been searching for a version of yourself that's just been with you all along. The real quote unquote work is not in reaching, it's in remembering. Because again, you're not becoming your highest self. You are unraveling the illusion that you are not already your highest self right now. And once you truly understand that, watch how your reality bends itself in your response to your knowing and your highest truth. Thank you so much for being here today. I hope this episode awakened you, inspired you, and reminded you of what's possible when you love, heal, and free yourself and reclaim your highest truth and power. If this show has transformed or enlightened your self-love, growth, and healing journey, please like, save, and share this episode and leave a positive review on Apple or Spotify. And subscribe to be reminded of new episodes. Your support is deeply appreciated and truly helps this show so much. And if today's episode resonated with you, don't stop here, go deeper. My book, Unconditional, You Are Perfect As You Are, expands on these teachings and gives you the missing framework about self-love that no one is talking about. So get your copy today to start reading and loving yourself more. And if you're ready for the ultimate healing journey with daily instruction and guidance from me, I'd love to see you inside the Source membership, the only holistic and comprehensive step-by-step self-healing program that is proven to work. Remember, you were never meant to struggle or wait for what is already yours. It's time to claim everything you want and more. All the links are in the show notes. I'll see you next time.
Hi friends, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about Doechii, and specifically what Doechii learned in doing the 12-week program, The Artist's Way, the kind of hidden energetic secrets that are within this book that she applied to her life to be able to live her dreams, win her Grammy, and become the icon that she is today. By the end of this video, you're going to understand on a really deep, fundamental, metaphysical level what the energetic shifts are that happen in these practices, what the energetic shifts are that I am assuming I can observe that Doechii made, and how you can apply them to your life so that you can birth your dreams into reality. And the reason I know that this is not woo-woo and delusional is because I've used these principles to birth my own dream reality. I went from working a 9-to-5 job, living in a small town, living paycheck to paycheck in a toxic relationship, hating my life, feeling so stuck and lost like I had no purpose or nothing to even aspire for, to living my dream life, working in my soul aligned business, making money like I breathe air, in my soul aligned relationship, living in my dream city. And I never, ever thought that this level of just living the dream was possible until I learned the fundamental principles that I'm going to be sharing with you today. So if I can do it, if I can teach people to do it and they apply it to their lives, people from all different backgrounds, and they can do it too, that means you can do it. This is a formula. It's just a perspective shift. The way that you've been living is not the way that it has to be. And if anyone else can do it, even if we look at Doechii, we put people on a pedestal, and yes, she's amazing and she's talented, but if you look back on that 12-week program that she documented on YouTube, you can see she's human just like us. Yes, she's got an amazing talent for music and she's very creative, but we're all creative beings. Fundamentally, we're all children of God. So that's what I'm going to teach you today, is how to tap into that part of yourself so that you can tap into God's supply in your life, like I do, like I teach my clients to do, and like Doechii did. I want to zoom it all the way out first, and I want us to just think about the fact that everything that exists comes from God. You don't actually create anything. And I know that sounds a little bit disempowering, but it's really very empowering. Because right now you might be in a situation where you feel like you're stuck in a bit of a loop of things that are possible and logical and make sense for you. And you might have a dream that like is all the way over here, or you have an idea of a life that's all the way over here that doesn't fall within your loop and it feels like it's impossible for you. Well, you don't have to go out and create that dream. You are not the one doing the creating. Everything already exists. God created everything. It says this in Genesis, in the Bible. God is the one who creates everything. That's what the word abracadabra means. As God speaks, he creates. It's God that does the creating. It is us that does the aligning. So we can create, if you want to call it that, because it's the best way to describe it, from what God has already created, essentially. But we don't have to create things from scratch. And you don't have to keep hustling forcing, trying to make things happen in your world when you access the God within you. And that's what Dochi learned in doing this program. She learned how to trust and follow the God within her. And I posted a reel on my Instagram that really went viral, and it resonated with so many people, and I know why it did. It's because we know, as people who are kind of tapped into their spirituality, as people who are tapped into their creativity, you can feel the link between those two things. You can feel that your creative essence is the godlike essence being reflected within your being. And I was so happy to open this book and realize that that is what Julia talks about in this book. And that is what Dochi was applying to her life. So in that reel, she says, I clipped like 3 different videos together from 3 different times so you could see her progress on her journey. And 5 years ago, Dochi was saying, I always had this feeling inside me to just do certain things. And I know that that voice and that feeling is God. And I'm following it and I don't know where it's taking me and I feel crazy. And I think a lot of people resonate with that, just having that desire and that feeling. But you can see as the years went by, there was an interview of Dochi doing, she was doing a Rolling Stone interview. And she said for that mixtape that she made that won her the Grammy, she said, I don't care anymore. I'm not having any more hands in the pot. I'm not worrying about what the label thinks. I'm not worrying about what critics think. I have made the decision to depend on the God within me. And I'm going all in on that. And she spent 30 days in the studio recording that mixtape on nothing but her feelings, her creativity, her faith, her intuition, and not listening to logic or anything outside of that. And that's when she was able to essentially channel from the divine this work, this body of work, this body of art, that ended up being so novel and so beautiful and so new and so powerful. It won a Grammy, and obviously it's just exploded all over the world, and it's resonated with so many people. So what she learned in this book was to depend on the God within her. Every single one of us has a God within. You are not excluded from that category. Every person has an inner well of creative power that is connected to the divine. And that's what's so wonderful about this book. And that's what's so wonderful about watching Dochi go through that experience and being able to watch that on YouTube, which if you haven't and you are a creative or an artist of some kind, I highly recommend that you do that because it's so inspiring, because you can see she was able to create something on a level that was like non-human, so new, so amazing, so out of this world extraordinary, because she wasn't thinking like a human. She wasn't thinking from her logic. She was thinking from her God creative self. There are so many successful people and creatives who have done this program and have gone on to birth amazing things, like things that cannot be explained with logic. You know they just came from the ether. So I'm going to read you some of the basic principles that are literally on page 3 of The Artist's Way that tie in with everything I'm saying. So Julia talks about creativity, and she says, when we open ourselves to exploring our creativity, we open ourselves to God. Creativity is God's gift to us, and using our creativity is our gift back to God. We are ourselves creations, and we in turn are meant to continue creativity by being creative ourselves. So you're getting my point here. Your link to the divine is your inner creativity. The problem is we're programmed from the moment that we arrive into this physical earth, we are programmed to be logical. And the issue is when you're overly identified with your logical self and you're overly attached to being logical, you cannot access so easily that creative well, that inner artist, that God within you, that intuitive self, who can access unlimited resources and possibilities. So when you're in your logic, you're in limitation. When you're in your God self, your creative well of power, you are in the zone of the unlimited, of just infinite possibilities, because that is God. God is unlimited, and that aspect is available within you. There is only separation by virtue of us descending into this material plane. And that separation was born by virtue of us gaining an ego, basically. So when we descended down here, when we basically separated from the all that is, the infinite intelligence, God, the source, we had to come into an individual form to experience this physical, dense, polarized reality. Whatever reasons, whatever you believe in for that, for the expansion of our souls, for the expansion of light, for the expansion of the universe, that's what happened when we came here. And in order for us to have this experience as an individual entity, we needed to form an ego. The ego self was birthed by virtue of us coming here into this material plane. And that is what created your dual nature. That is what created your logical side, your ego self, and the part that you probably identify with. So there's a split in the self. You've got your logic side and you've got your creative, intuitive side. Your kind of more divine, ethereal nature and your logical, rooted, grounded nature. Both of those are parts of you. Both of those are necessary and valid. And they're actually, if you look even deeper, the logical side of you is your masculine energy. And your kind of feeling, intuitive, creative side is your feminine energy. In order for you to create and manifest something anew, you need both of those energies. Even like on a molecular level, feminine and masculine energy exists. They are necessary. The two poles, the law of gender and hermeticism as well, states that the two poles are necessary for anything to be created, for anything to be in existence. Gender exists on every single plane of everything that exists, okay? From the tiniest molecule to the biggest, densest form of matter. Gender exists, masculine and feminine energy. So gender exists within you in the form of your logical side and your intuitive side, okay? But you need both. The issue is, since you've come here, society has programmed you to fully 100% identify with your logical nature, with your ego self, with your earthly, physical, rational, analytical self. And even if you look at a diagram of the mind, the brain, you can see, is split, the left and right hemisphere of the mind. You've got your left hemisphere, which is your logic, your analysis. You've got your right hemisphere, which is your intuition, your imagination, your creativity. This dual aspect of our being is also confirmed in the Bible. In John 21:6, the story of the disciples in the boat. I know I've mentioned this a couple of times, guys, but it's directly relevant. They cast their nets to the left side of the boat and there was no fish. And Jesus said, cast your nets to the right. And when they cast the nets to the right, there were so many fish that they couldn't pull the net up. And what the hidden meaning of that story is, essentially your mind is the boat in that story. And when you cast your nets to the left hemisphere side of your brain, to your logical, analytical self, you will not draw up that which you desire. But when you cast your nets to the right, which is your imaginative, intuitive, creative self, you will have so many resources, you will have so much abundance that you won't even be able to pull the net in. It's going to be an overflow of resources. Why? Because to the right is where you access God's supply, because that is how you access the God within. The kingdom is within you. And religion, institutionalized religion, has led us to believe that it's a man in the sky and it's external to us and that we are powerless. We must bow at the feet of this external deity and that we as mere mortals have no power. When actually, you've got God within you. You can access that state within you. Christ is a level of consciousness. Christ is a level of consciousness that can be accessed from within. It's the highest level of consciousness achieved in a human body. Why? Because when Christ descended into this material world, he recognized that he was not this logical, three-dimensional being. He recognized his true identity as above and beyond that left hemisphere ego self. He recognized his true identity as one with God. And that is what allowed him to have a higher state of awareness and a higher state of perspective to be able to rise above the suffering and limitation of this material world and perform miracles, okay? So if you want to perform miracles in your life, you have to start thinking from that right hemisphere creative God within you. That is where you access unlimited possibilities. If you're thinking in logic constantly, you're going to be tapping into limitations constantly, okay? The reason this was so aligned for me to speak about right now is because I literally hosted a 3-day event on how to let go of control and forcing in logic and how to lean into your intuition and the God within in my community right when I found Dochi and came across her and the book, The Artist's Way. And it confirmed everything that I had studied in the religious text, in all the readings I was doing, in all the coaching and all the results that my clients were getting in this world in applying these principles. Everything tied together and confirmed what I now believe to be truth, which is if you want to access miracles, if you want to access God's supply in your life, you have to let go of logic. You have to let go and let God, as in let the God within you be expressed. You have access to everything. And I want to empower you right now and remind you that no matter how bad your life is, you have access to everything. If another human being can do it, if Dochi can do it, if people can get to these heights and create these magical dream things, they are no different to you. They have just tapped into the God within. And because you are a human being and you are also created by God and you are also one with all that is, you can do the same thing. Nothing is off limits to you. You do not lack access to anything. The only thing you lack is awareness as to what you can access. And the reason that you lack awareness is because you're blocked by your logic. So let's get into how you can get around that logic self. Essentially, this whole book and all the practices in here, especially she has a practice called Morning Pages, is to get around that logical side of you, that ego side of you, so you can access the God within. And she calls that ego self, that logical self, your censor, which I really like that name. So she calls it, instead of saying like your ego self and your creative self or your God within, she calls it your censor and your artist, okay? But it's all the same thing. It's your masculine, feminine. It's your left hemisphere, it's your right hemisphere. It's your logic, it is your creativity. It's your censor, it's your artist, right? My brain is literally also, I don't know if this is gonna be too much information, but it's your conscious mind, it's your subconscious mind. It's your thinking, it's your feeling. It's your analyzing, it's your flow state being in your body, okay? So just keep that in mind. So, what Julia explains in this book is really, really interesting, because essentially every practice within this book and every practice that Dochi did was to detach and let go from over-identification with the inner censor, so that you could listen and trust your God within or your artist within. So your censor, your logical self, is going to keep trying to bash your inner artist or your God within or that intuitive voice. And it's going to make like noises and make words like, that's delusional, that doesn't make sense, who do you think you are, that's not logical, that's stupid, you're going to run out of money. It's going to keep instilling you with limiting beliefs and fear-based beliefs. The thing is, you've learned those off other people. So anything that your censor has to say, anything that your logical self has to say, is a fear-based belief that it picked up since you arrived here in this earth. But the things that your intuitive self has to say, they can't be explained. And how you know, by the way, which is which, your intuition is a feeling. It's like the one that comes first, and then your logic, your censor, is the one that comes second to talk yourself out of it, and it's loud, and it is critical, and it is trying to make things make sense. Your censor blinds you as to your inherently godly nature. And your purpose in this life is to overcome that censor, and it is a tall order. So, like, even if we look at Dochi, like, credits to Dochi here, because it's a very difficult thing to do. And this is why I literally coach people on this, and it takes 6 to 12 weeks to really get people shifting, because we're so attached, we're so programmed to think in logic and scarcity and limitation and lack, that it just feels so stupid and counterintuitive to think any differently. So I'm going to give you the practices, but I want to ask you, how much is it worth to you? How much is it worth to you? Are you actually willing to show up and do that inner work? Because I don't think people realize, as a 21, 22-year-old, how impressive and how rare it is to actually show up and give your all to a program like this for 12 weeks. Because most of us lack focus. We're so distracted, our attention is in a million different places, that we can't even sit down and commit to something like this. And I need you to zoom it out and ask yourself, is it worth it? Paying that price, the price of never birthing what you came here to birth, what you came here to channel from the divine, because every single person came here to channel something unique and specific from the divine. But the more you stay attached to your old habits, to your old comforts, to your old identity, and to your old logic, you're never going to be able to actually birth that thing into creation. You can keep going, living in your logic, identified with your ego, forcing things, trying to force things into reality, holding on for fear, holding on for comfort, or you can let go of all of this and align with the God within and birth something really magical into your reality. Which is it going to be? Because it's going to require a commitment, and it's going to require a decision in order for you to be able to let go of this. Because honestly, this left hemisphere, this logical, this censor side is addictive. It's comfortable and it's very appealing, and you need to be stronger than it. You need to make the decision to be stronger than it. You need to make the decision to become stronger than it and to exercise detaching from it. Even if we look in the power of Kabbalah, this is going to go kind of deep here, but in that book, Kabbalah, by the way, is esoteric interpretations of the Zohar and the Torah. It's Judaism in an esoteric sense. And in that book, they talk about when we are descended here onto this physical plane, we are faced with an opponent in this life, because we're here to basically generate lasting light and fulfillment. And the way we do that is by overcoming adversity. And we won't have adversity unless we have an opponent. What's the point in winning a game when there's nobody that you're up against? Winning would have no meaning. So we were given an opponent in this life, and that opponent is that ego-driven voice within us. And even going back thousands and thousands of years ago, that opponent is called Satan. That is the Antichrist. That voice within you is the Antichrist. That logical voice, that programming that's trying to keep you trapped and limited and small and thinking so small and thinking in the lower vibration emotions on the scale of consciousness, That is the Antichrist, because it's against you reaching higher consciousness, Christ level of consciousness. Overcoming that voice is how you remember that you are infinite and you can access everything. And anything else that you're believing in is a lie. All of this suffering, all of this limitation, all of this lack, it's a lie. And that lie is too heavy for you to keep carrying. But in order to get around that lie, you have to make a commitment to yourself to let go of that censor, that logical voice. And that requires focus, it requires discipline and commitment. It requires these things. That's why this is a 12-week program. That's why my coaching package is a 12-week transformation package. You have to stay committed and disciplined, because if you've gone, whatever age you are, if you've gone 20 years, 30 years, your whole life, being fully identified with the censor within you, it's going to take commitment and discipline to unlearn that. You're going to have to grieve that censor. You're going to have to get comfortable with stepping into the unknown, which is into your creativity, into your intuition. Letting go of that old identity. It's not an easy thing. You're going to have to mourn the parts of you that thought that that was who you were, right? So it requires strength and commitment and discipline. But I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who's walked that walk, it's worth it. And as someone who's helped people through that process, it's been worth it 100% for every single person who's actually done it. It's been worth it. Nobody who's actually committed to that journey, to letting go of that logical censor, ego-driven voice and thinking limitation, has come out the other side of that and thought, oh, I'd love to go back. Every single person has said, I can't even believe that I thought that way, that I believe that that's all that was. I would never, ever, ever go back there. I even, like in the Bible, it says, wisdom crieth in the streets. So the answers are literally looking for you, but they can't find you because you're so blinded by your pain, by your ego's attachments to your pain, that you can't see the answers. I always give this example, like your literal dream client, your best friend, your dream partner could be around the corner, but if you're not in the energy to meet them and be open to receiving them, if your level of consciousness is so attached to suffering and pain and something not being possible for you, it won't be possible for you. They'll be right there, but there's a blindfold on because you're in your logic. You can't see what's possible, you can only see the limitation. Okay, so I literally have an example of this. When I was living back in Ireland a couple of years ago, I was in the lower level of consciousness and I was trying and hustling and trying to get out. And I always thought, oh, there's nobody here that like understands me. There's nobody here that gets me. There's nobody here that, I just started my marketing business. There's nobody here that understands business or who can help me. And that's how I was thinking. I was thinking in limitation. I was thinking in logic. I was thinking in the information I had been given ever since I had been born. Oh, because I haven't met anyone yet who's like this, then it's not possible. That's what logic will tell you. Logic will only tell you what it knows based off what it's experienced physically, which is really illogical because you know that every experience can exist, okay? So that's what I was thinking because that's all that I experienced. And it wasn't until recently, I moved to Spain about a year ago, and like literally a week ago, I had dinner with a group of Irish people who were so incredibly aligned with the way that I think, and they were so open-minded and they were so business-minded. And it was all the type of people that I said didn't exist in Ireland a couple of years ago. They existed, they were right there. I just wasn't in the right energy to perceive them because I was in my logic, and logic can only tell you information that it knows based off what is experienced. But if your desire, if your dream life is on another timeline and it's got nothing to do with anything that you've experienced, your logic cannot give you the answers. It can't do it. So you have to stop going to it for answers and advice. It's impossible for it to know how. And one of the biggest dream killers is when you get an intuitive feeling for something, when you get a desire for something,